The emperor, who is engrossed in the pursuit of immortality and shuns female company, awakens a system within a eunuch. Chapter 1. Gentle touch, my lord. In the grand capital of Dachang, within the palace's inner courtyard, the night is deep and moonless. A cool breeze wafts through the air. The palace is nearly deserted at this hour, with only a few guards maintaining their vigilance, while other figures are nowhere to be seen. The medicinal kitchen of the harem is enveloped in darkness, blending seamlessly with the night, rendering the inconspicuous courtyard almost invisible. The sound of creaking wood breaks the silence, quickening in pace as if a wooden board bears an unbearable weight. Your Excellency, please, be gentle. A faint, delicate gasp drifts from within the room, mingling shyness with tension and weariness with caution, echoing softly in the courtyard. Startling a turtle in the pond into retreat, the words fade, the creaking sound diminishes, becoming slow and gentle. A drop of sweat falls silently. A tall young man halts his movements, wiping his forehead, gritting his teeth as he responds quietly. In truth, he is already soaked. Wiping away the sweat makes little difference, as he exudes the scent of youth. The young maid, Xiao Hong, observes with concern, wanting to assist him but unable to free her hands. She is not much stronger than Wu Qian. Her fragrant sweat has already trickled down her body, soaking the table. It's all my fault for being clumsy, breaking the table and failing to repair it. So I must trouble you at this late hour. You flatter me, Mississippi. I have been unable to move these past few days, relying entirely on your care. This little task is nothing, Wu Qian replies, his hands still busy at work. In truth, Wu Qian has no knowledge of carpentry, relying solely on brute strength to force the crooked table leg back into place. The foul sweat on his body is not merely from exertion, but also from pain. After all, it has been less than half a month since his castration. To say it doesn't hurt would be a lie. Wu Qian, feeling both pain and fatigue, grits his teeth, determined not to disappoint Xiao Hong. With a sudden crack, the misaligned table leg shifts. The sharp sound makes it difficult to discern whether it has been fixed or broken further, prompting Wu Qian to quickly crawl under the table to inspect. Xiao Hong lifts the table corner, anxiously asking, "How is it? Has it been repaired?" "Rest assured, it is as good as new." Wu Qian beams, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Only then does Xiao Hong dare to release her grip, bending down to examine it closely. Once she confirms its integrity, a heavy weight lifts from her heart, and she exhales in relief. "You nearly scared me to death. If it hadn't been repaired, Master Fan would certainly not let me off lightly tomorrow. A broken table is worth little, and the palace has no shortage of such shabby wood. But the issue lies with the newly appointed deputy supervisor Fan Dai from the medicinal kitchen. This man, coming from a higher authority, is known for his strictness. He can easily find fault with anything. Just days ago, another maid, Xiao Chui, was punished under the sun for spilling half a cup of water. Under the pretense of enforcing discipline, she received multiple slaps, leaving her face swollen. Xiao Chui remains one of only 2 injured in the medicinal kitchen, the other being Wu Qian, who awoke to find himself transported to this unfamiliar world of immortality. Even more bewildering is that this realm is not home to any illustrious sect or secluded immortal gate, but rather the most overlooked place in the cultivation world, the inner courtyard of the palace. What Wu Qian finds most intolerable is the acute pain he felt immediately upon transmigrating, his gaze falling upon a blood-soaked bed. Frightened, he has yet to muster the courage to glance down again. Such misfortune is unparalleled. Many have donned the role of eunuchs, yet few have truly experienced the agony of castration. Fortunately, he is cared for by the maid Xiao Hong. While her attentions may not extend to serving tea with utmost delicacy, she at least provides him with sustenance daily, helping him survive the brink of blood loss. The host, however, did not endure. Thus, Wu Qian, filled with gratitude for Xiao Hong's assistance, never once considered refusing her help. His feelings of gratitude are purely that, and bear no relation to her charming appearance. In the darkness, a pair of glimmering eyes draws near, and Xiao Hong whispers in a tone meant only for him, "Thank you, Wu Gonggong. How can I repay you?" Her warm breath brushes against Wu Qian's face, causing his ears to flush crimson. The proximity heightens the allure of the moment, igniting untamed thoughts. A sudden sharp pain in his groin reminds Wu Qian of his injury, compelling him to dispel inappropriate notions as he silently recites, "A gentleman does not deceive in the dark." Yet, I suppose I am not quite a gentleman. Oh, right, I'm a eunuch who cannot deceive in the dark. Amidst his helplessness, Wu Qian forces a smile, waving his hand dismissively. "It's nothing of great consequence." "You are a good person." Xiao Hong's heart swells with gratitude, reassured that she has not misjudged him. This newly arrived handsome youth possesses character that matches his looks. As Xiao Hong's gentle words linger in the air, a chime resonates in Wu Qian's mind, akin to a thunderclap splitting the heavens, leaving him momentarily stunned beneath the table. Is that the sound of a system? A refreshing breeze sweeps through his consciousness, and Wu Qian feels invigorated, the weakness from blood loss receding. Congratulations on obtaining the good person card for the first time, activating the good person system. Indeed, it is a system. As a transmigrator, Wu Qian is resolute in his desire not to remain a eunuch, particularly in this world of cultivation, where anything is possible. If one can cultivate immortality, why not cultivate masculinity? The issue arises after absorbing the host's memories. Wu Qian's heart sinks even lower than his pants. An orphan from the countryside, devoid of family or background, with mediocre talent and no foundation, bound by a contract to serve in the palace for life. Before entering the palace, he had never ventured beyond his village. His knowledge of cultivation merely gleaned from hearsay. In other words, his understanding is akin to that gained from reading a few novels. The only distinction from an ordinary person is that he has practiced the fundamental techniques required for the Department of Rites after entering the palace. These qualifications are far from what Wu Qian requires. Throughout half a month of torment, he has envisioned and attempted countless times to seek a glimmer of hope for a shortcut, yet has received no response. It turns out the answer awaited him in this dark chamber. Is this not a system that understands me? Name, Wu Qian. Cultivation level, refinement stage 1, 10. Wisdom root, waste, 1. Life root, 1. Moral value, 0. Evil value, 0. Technique, rootless. Technique, human grade premium, 1. Art, eunuch self-defense technique, human grade common, 1. The panel opens silently, displaying before Wu Qian's mind. After a cursory glance, he comprehends its various functions. All visible progress on the panel can be upgraded using moral value. Moral value is the essential point for upgrades, accumulated through the constant performance of good deeds, while evil value serves as a penalty for wrongdoing. Performing good deeds increases moral value, while wrongdoings do not deduct points, but instead contribute to evil value. Though the purpose of the evil value remains unclear, both are merely points, making this a gamble where losing incurs no loss, while winning yields great rewards. A profitable venture. The levels of cultivation encompass refinement, chi training, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine concentration, spirit refinement, and returning to void. Beyond the returning to void stage lies the tribulation of ascension to the Tao. Such matters are the realm of immortals, far removed from Wu Qian's current reality, and he finds no inclination to ponder them. The existing techniques available to him are merely the basic requirements of the Department of Rites, and their names suggest they are not of high caliber. The rootless technique can only be cultivated to the consummate stage of chi training. To surpass this bottleneck, one must change techniques or rely on innate comprehension of new methods, effectively making it a filler, best discarded without a second thought. The eunuch self-defense technique is even more absurd, designed for eunuchs to sacrifice themselves in defense of their lord. Its principle is self-sacrifice to protect the master. Heightened cultivation leads to a robust physique, capable of enduring 2 additional strikes. Wu Qian, a product of the new era, harbors no affection for the imperial authority. How could he possibly risk his life to protect a lofty sovereign? If the term guard could be altered, Wu Qian might find it intriguing. Presently, he can barely muster the inclination to glance at it. Enlightenment is paramount for any cultivator. The speed of cultivation and the pinnacle one can achieve are inherently linked to the system itself. The higher the quality of one's enlightenment, the more potent the system becomes. Wu Qian, an ordinary man, is aptly described as a waste. His lifeline is but a singular thread, devoid of progress and unable to accrue any. Wu Qian's gaze lingered on the numerical value, perplexed for an extended period. What does one signify? Is it not fully castrated? Chapter 2. Self-sacrifice for others. With a sharp sound, a flame ignited from Xiaohong's hand. Having received no response from Wu Qian for a considerable time, she feared something amiss and, in her urgency, lit a fire starter she carried. In the flickering light, Xiaohong beheld Wu Qian's face alight with excitement. Wu Gonggong, what ails you? Wu Qian, returning from the system to reality, found himself momentarily slow to react, fixating intently on Xiaohong. The two exchanged a brief gaze. Xiaohong, confused by his scrutiny, hurriedly lowered her head to check herself. Upon noticing her sheer gauze garments soaked in sweat, she pondered briefly before her cheeks flushed with shyness. It's like this after a cleansing. In time, one grows indifferent. Realizing Xiaohong's misunderstanding, Wu Qian hastily regained his composure, diverting his gaze from her. Simultaneously, a fierce sense of unwillingness surged within him. If even desire was absent, he would truly become a mere salted fish, a pickled fish. Do not misinterpret, my lady. I am simply fatigued. Xiaohong then recalled Wu Qian's frail constitution, noticing he was still drenched in sweat, his pale face marred by grime from wiping his brow, appearing quite disheveled. Feeling a wave of guilt, Xiaohong swiftly raised her sleeve to assist him in cleaning up. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Qian concentrated, and the system promptly displayed Xiaohong's information before him. Xiaohong. Qi refinement realm. 7th stage. The system truly is effective, but something seems amiss. How could a palace maid, who typically does not cultivate, attain the Qi refinement realm? Unlike eunuchs, who possess the training methods of the ceremonial office, it is uncommon for palace maids to cultivate. Furthermore, the head of the medicinal kitchen, aged over a century, remained stuck at the 9th stage of Qi refinement, unable to break through to the foundation establishment realm. Nevertheless, even at the 9th stage, the head was still the most powerful individual in the medicinal kitchen. In comparison, Xiaohong's cultivation seems rather absurd. Could it be that I have misremembered? Xiaohong, do you also practice cultivation? Xiaohong's delicate hand paused momentarily before she replied with a hint of regret. I am but a servant. Palace maids cannot compare to eunuchs, and besides, I am not from a respectable family to enter the palace, so I am not permitted to cultivate. Upon finishing her words, a shadow of gloom passed through her eyes. Wu Qian understood. In the Dachang Palace, there were 2 types of palace maids, those from respectable families and remnants of the previous dynasty. Xiaohong's words clearly indicated she belonged to the latter, a remnant of the previous dynasty with considerable cultivation. She must be extraordinary. The newly established Dachang dynasty applied severe measures against the cultivators of the former dynasty. They were either slain in battle or exiled to desolate lands, leaving behind only helpless young boys and girls. Achieving the Qi refinement realm at such a young age is rare, and surviving the purge is no small feat. She naturally wouldn't dare to acknowledge it. She would not speak, and neither would Wu Qian press further. Everyone harbors secrets, and he too now possesses a system. Immersed in his delight over the system, Wu Qian had no intention of probing into Xiaohong's past. Suddenly, a loud bang reverberated through the room as if the door had been kicked in. Dust from the beams fell like a thin veil of smoke. The sound was too abrupt, akin to thunder, startling both the man and woman, their gazes instinctively drawn to the source. Fortunately, Xiaohong had locked the door in advance, preventing it from opening. Quite cautious. A voice from outside, delicate yet piercing, concealed a hint of morbid excitement. Fandai. Wu Qian and Xiaohong exchanged a glance, simultaneously recognizing the voice's owner. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Qian decisively gestured for Xiaohong to escape through the rear window. He prepared to remain behind to delay their pursuer. It was not that he wished to flee alone, but rather that he could not move swiftly. Running would be futile. It was better to play the hero to the end, determined to protect Xiaohong. Since crossing over, Xiaohong was the only person who showed him concern, and Wu Qian did not wish to see her injured. Xiaohong, of course, refused to comply, yet Wu Qian's gaze was resolute, leaving no room for dissent. Caught in a dilemma, she felt uneasy leaving him alone. However, if both fled, Fandai would surely conduct a thorough search of the medicinal kitchen, easily uncovering who was absent. What are you waiting for? I'll be fine alone. When the time comes, I'll simply claim the newcomer was unaware of the rules. Can he castrate me again? Though she said so, Xiaohong could not bring herself to move her feet. After all, it was her who had enticed Wu Qian to assist. How could she allow him to bear the consequences? Then perhaps you should leave first. The trouble stems from me, so any punishment should fall upon my shoulders. Upon her words, Wu Qian felt a surge of masculinity awaken within him. In his world, how could a man simply lie down and let a woman take the lead? His hormones surged, and he grasped Xiaohong's arm, pushing her towards the window with an unwavering gaze, commanding, if I say you should go, then go. I am injured. Running would be futile. If we do not flee soon, neither of us will have anyone to bring us food. Xiaohong was captivated by his heroic demeanor, reflecting, I never expected to encounter such a manly eunuch. Wu Qian, being new and unable to care for himself, it is indeed better for me to stay and look after him than for both of us to face punishment. Outside, heavy footsteps approached, then receded swiftly, shaking the ground beneath. They were preparing to force the door. Time was of the essence. Xiaohong finally ceased hesitating and softly uttered, take care, before she leapt through the window, vanishing into the night, hastily returning to her quarters. Ding. Self-sacrifice for others, moral value 50. Wu Qian was momentarily stunned. Such swift rewards, and quite substantial at that. A dull thud echoed. Before Wu Qian could revel in his fortune, the door swung open with a forceful motion. This time, Fandai did not kick the door or use magic to breach it. He relied on his considerable weight to smash it open. Upon entering, Fandai exuded an imposing presence, his gaze sweeping the room in the darkness, the air thickening with tension. As the lights ignited, illuminating every corner, the room's true form emerged, revealing several stoves against the wall and neatly arranged exquisite kitchenware on the shelves. With a woeful-looking Wu Qian beneath the table, Fandai immediately locked onto his target, his energy radiating ominously towards Wu Qian. With deliberate steps, he approached, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Fan Dai, Qi Refinement Realm, 5th stage with the system's aid. Wu Qian could easily discern the strengths of those before him. In this grand display, it turned out Fan Dai was not even as formidable as Xiaohong. Experiencing the might of the Qi Refinement Realm for the first time, Wu Qian felt as though invisible threads bound him, rendering him immobile. Wu Qian was somewhat taken aback. The Qi Refinement Realm is more powerful than I imagined. Does that mean Xiaohong is even more formidable? Had I known, I would have fled. Gazing at the approaching figure, Wu Qian realized hiding under the table would be futile. Summoning his resolve against the dual pressures of presence and gaze, he struggled to crawl out and stand before Fan Dai. With his head lowered and a humble demeanor, he endeavored to withstand the scrutiny of his superior, bold Wu Qian. Without preamble, Fan Dai launched into a scathing tirade. The chief steward traveled great distances to bring you into the palace. And here you are, ungrateful, mingling with palace maids at such an hour, to commit such a grievous sin as to partake in cannibalism. It is an unforgivable crime. Such a transgression deserves death. Whether it was due to rage or a limited vocabulary, Fan Dai struggled to articulate his thoughts coherently in the end. Wu Qian was taken aback by the accusations, bewildered by the unfounded severity of such a punishment. This corpulent eunuch was indeed behaving peculiarly. Most peculiarly, his heart was tainted beyond measure. He audaciously attributed the crime of cannibalism to himself, despite the grotesque state of his own lower limbs. Even if he were to present a facade of bravado, no one would dare to align themselves with such a grotesque act, unless, of course, Dracula himself had also traversed through time. Moreover, even if he genuinely harbored the intent and courage for such an act, it surely did not warrant a death sentence. It was evident that Fan Dai had long harbored murderous intentions. He was now merely seizing the opportunity to exert his power, aiming to subdue Wu Qian. The reason behind Wu Qian's realization was not difficult to discern. Just as Fan Dai had previously mentioned, it was intricately linked to the old steward who had facilitated his entry into the palace. Chapter 3. Caught on the spot. The medicinal cuisine chamber, affiliated with the imperial kitchen, bears a prestigious name, yet it is, in essence, merely a kitchen. Unlike other royal kitchens, the medicinal cuisine chamber possesses a unique nature. It does not prepare ordinary meals, but solely attends to the emperor's alchemical delicacies. It is responsible for transforming various refined elixirs, employing spiritual herbs as catalysts, and utilizing the essence of spiritual springs, all while harnessing the true fire of spirit stones to create delectable dishes fit for the emperor's table. In the realm of cultivation, elixirs hold a paramount status. If they are not considered the foremost, then only the most audacious would dare to claim the title. Thus, while the medicinal cuisine chamber may be merely a kitchen, it is, without a doubt, the most significant kitchen within the palace, for the emperor himself is a cultivator. Not only does he cultivate, but he is also deeply enamored with it. There are rumors circulating among the populace that the Emperor of Dachang has become so engrossed in his cultivation that he has neglected the imperial harem entirely. Whether this is a true aversion to women or a matter of other complications remains ambiguous, and no one dares to inquire further. Consequently, the emperor places immense value on elixirs, regarding them as commonplace fare in his quest for enhancement. He consumes them daily, seeking to break through his limitations, and indulges excessively. However, even the most exquisite elixir, when overconsumed, becomes difficult to digest, leading to the emergence of the medicinal cuisine chamber. The medicinal cuisine chamber is modest in size. With a total of 8 individuals, including the newly arrived Wu Qian, there are no spicy pickled vegetables or intestines here. Only a cadre of eunuchs devoted to alleviating their master's burdens, alongside the regular, measured deliveries of elixirs and spirit stones. These precious elixirs are coveted resources sought after by all cultivators, and the position of chief steward is highly sought after as well. The chief steward, Wu Ho, is a venerable eunuch nearing a century of life, having overseen the kitchen's affairs since its inception. For 2 decades, he has diligently managed the culinary matters without faltering. Save for a brief journey earlier this year to attend to a minor task, the protagonist was ensnared by this old trickster and brought into the palace. In his memories, the protagonist recalls being dull-witted and honest, without parents. Despite possessing a handsome exterior, he had never utilized it. Prior to entering the palace, he was notorious in his village for being a simpleton, living off the charity of others and toiling for various households, belonging to the very lowest strata of society. A grassroots individual from the grasslands. In contrast, the elderly and benevolent steward Wu Ho is a legend in Wu family village. He ventured to the capital in his youth, and although he did not return in glory, he has consistently donated money and resources, transforming a destitute village into one of prosperity. His benevolent acts have earned him the pride of the villagers, who almost venerate him. The villagers often compare him to another individual who ventured to the capital. His neighbor Wu Lauer, contrasting the two. Wu Ho, the ancestor who remembers those who dug the well when drinking water, with Wu Lauer, who has forgotten his roots over the years. Donations? That scoundrel is more likely to burn incense for wealth than to contribute anything back to the village. The plight of their ancestor is evident. While he endures in the capital, he is surely being taken advantage of by those unscrupulous individuals. Two individuals who ventured to the capital together. One became a revered ancestor, while the other turned into a beastly amalgamation. This kind-hearted elder ancestor unexpectedly returned to the village last month for a visit, clad in simple attire, living frugally, and entirely unrecognizable as a wealthy individual. However, the simple villagers still treated him as an esteemed guest. Wu Ho, being excessively modest, declined all visits from the younger generation and graciously rejected the village chief's warm invitation. He resided alone in a dilapidated old house, a mud-brick dwelling, where he stayed for an entire month. During this time, he occasionally ventured out to engage in idle chatter with the young men of the village. It was during this period that the host caught the attention of others. Upon discovering that Wu Qian was an orphan, Wu Ho took the initiative to converse with him, speaking of the splendor of the capital and the tranquility of life, which captivated Wu Qian's imagination. An 18-year-old youth, how much experience could he possibly possess? Coupled with the host's lack of cunning, he soon became eager to seek guidance from his ancestor to broaden his horizons. After a month of careful observation and searching, Wu Ho found his ideal candidate and readily agreed. Without a moment's hesitation, they set off that very night. Upon arriving in the capital, the host was unceremoniously thrown into a purification chamber, where several strong eunuchs restrained his limbs and promptly carried out a procedure. The host had no defenses in place and could not even afford a moment of hesitation. Thus, his physiological state was irrevocably altered. After traversing to this new realm, Wu Qian often lamented that had he arrived a few days earlier, perhaps with his own experiences, he could have avoided such a calamity. Regrettably, fate had other plans. Had it not been for the host's excessive blood loss, he would not have been able to seize any advantage. It was evident to any discerning observer that Wu Ho was in search of a successor to cultivate, harboring the notion of nurturing someone from their own lineage. The deputy steward, Fan Dai, was certainly aware of this. One was a newly appointed deputy steward from the imperial kitchen, and the other was an heir being groomed for succession. From the moment Wu Qian appeared, the conflict was already present, and it would be difficult to avoid further strife. Fan Dai had long viewed Wu Qian as a thorn in his side, a significant obstacle on his path to advancement. Only Wu Qian bore the brunt of this animosity. He had no desire to become the chief steward, nor did he wish to lose his own capabilities. He found himself forcibly thrust into a perilous situation. Who would have thought that eunuchs would also engage in a hereditary system? One might wonder why they, lacking any mystical prowess, insisted on establishing a legacy. Was this not a betrayal of their fellow villagers? Wu Qian cursed silently, yet now trapped in a precarious predicament. He had no choice but to rely on Wu Ho, hoping that Fan Dai would show mercy out of respect for the chief steward's position. When he dismissed Xiaohong, Wu Qian had already clarified these thoughts. The deputy steward was furious, asserting that he was the only one in the kitchen, questioning the notion of accomplices. How dare I have anything to do with that? What is an accomplice, anyway? Wu Qian gazed innocently at Fan Dai, his eyes reflecting purity. Stop pretending to be foolish. Fan Dai would not be swayed by such antics, narrowing his eyes as he continued to survey the area. Where are they? Hand them over. We have been watching you for quite some time. Do you think you can fish in troubled waters? Wu Ho's heart sank. It became clear that Fan Dai had set his sights on him, and trouble was brewing. Fortunately, Xiaohong had already distanced herself, preventing them from being caught red-handed, thus leaving room for maneuvering. Deputy Steward, I assure you, it is truly just me, Wu Qian pleaded. Fan Dai was determined to catch him in the act to eliminate the thorn that was Wu Qian, interrupting him forcefully and beginning to search for others personally. Still trying to evade responsibility? Where have they hidden? Let us see if we can find them before I flay your skin. The rotund figure twisted and turned, appearing in every corner, searching meticulously. The more Fan Dai searched, the more his brows furrowed, even digging through the ashes beneath the stove, yet yielding no results. Ultimately, he discovered traces of dust disturbed at the back window, confirming that the person had fled far away. It was too late to pursue now. Returning to Wu Qian, his eyes narrowed into a slit. He coldly remarked, "Do you think that just because he has escaped, the matter is settled?" He certainly would not relent. Waiting until Wu Qian solidified his position to seize the chief steward's role would be far more troublesome. How could he explain this to the head of the kitchen? Why are you out here in the middle of the night, alone in the kitchen, making a racket? Do you intend to poison someone? A heavier accusation loomed over Wu Qian, who could no longer contain his frustration and cursed inwardly. If I were to poison someone, it would be you first. Do I have the audacity? We merely wish to inquire about your presence in the kitchen. Fan Dai remained unyielding, leaving Wu Qian no choice but to respond. I have a stomachache. Fan Dai hesitated momentarily, unable to find a counter-argument, a flicker of compassion stirring within him, for he too had experienced such pain in the past. Before Fan Dai could press further, Wu Qian bent slightly, presenting his prepared excuse. I stepped out to avoid disturbing others, but I accidentally made some noise. I beg for your mercy, Deputy Chief Steward. Though Wu Qian's explanation was plausible, Fan Dai was utterly unconvinced. Having eavesdropped outside for quite some time, he was well aware of the commotion inside, yet the absence of witnesses rendered him powerless to accuse on the spot. If not for the respect due to Chief Wu Ho's experience and previous instructions from the head of the kitchen, he would have acted more forcefully and confronted Wu Ho directly. Given Fan Dai's audacious nature, he would have swiftly dispatched this impudent youth without such convoluted circumstances. Are you fooling me? I heard everything from outside. Regardless of your eloquence, tonight you may escape death, but living will be another matter entirely. Since you are brought by Chief Wu, let him adjudicate. If you are not expelled from the medicinal kitchen and the palace tonight, I, Fan Dai, shall resign from my position as Deputy Chief Steward. Fan Dai openly declared, abandoning the pretense of secrecy. In a moment of desperation, Wu Qian found himself at a loss. Chapter 4. The Chief Steward and the elder eunuch Wu Qian then reconsidered. Expelled from the medicinal kitchen? Cast out of the palace? Is there such good fortune? A double blessing indeed. Wu Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he thought. To go outside would be splendid. The skies are vast for a bird to soar. Joining the immortal sex, seeking the great powers, befriending senior sisters, nurturing junior sisters. This is the complete world of cultivation. Once outside the palace, he could harness the system's assistance to seek profound techniques, thereby restoring his family's perfect form. In that case, not only could he potentially cultivate alongside senior and junior sisters, but even with the holy maiden, sharing trials and triumphs. With this thought, Wu Qian realized that as long as he avoided execution, being expelled might not be such a bad outcome after all. Fan Dai led Wu Qian out of the kitchen, and they both headed towards the backyard. In the medicinal kitchen, there are 3 entrances and exits, with 3 kitchens of varying sizes situated in the outer courtyard. Flanking both sides, there are rows of quarters designated for the palace maids and eunuchs. The inner courtyard features a main hall and several storerooms, despite the abundance of rooms. Only the chief steward, Wu Ho, resides there, with even the deputy steward lacking the privilege of entry. The rear courtyard is home to a selection of inferior spiritual herbs and medicines, deemed too lowly in rank, serving merely as supplementary ingredients to enhance the flavor and color of elixirs. Nestled among the herbs, there lies a well constructed of stone bricks, one of the few spiritual springs within the palace. The ability of the rear courtyard to nurture these spiritual plants is solely reliant on this spring for irrigation, as such growth does not occur just anywhere. Wu Qian, contemplating a promising future, glanced at Fan Dai and found him less repugnant than before. Although somewhat rotund, there was an undeniable charm in his roundness. Displeased with the sluggish pace of the plump figure, Wu Qian quickened his steps, taking the lead as he jogged ahead of Fan Dai. Fan Dai, sensing something amiss, noted that despite his intention to confront the chief steward, Wu Qian seemed even more anxious than he was, his steps lighter and more hurried. Moreover, apart from the pallor of excessive blood loss, Wu Qian wore no trace of worry. Something was amiss. Fan Dai pondered, feeling increasingly suspicious. Was Wu Qian truly unafraid? Did he possess unwavering confidence in Wu Ho's protection? Although Wu Ho was indeed seasoned, Fan Dai represented the stance of the palace culinary department. Surely, Wu Ho could not disregard the sentiments of his superiors entirely. A sense of unease crept into Fan Dai's mind. Unless there existed a relationship between the old and the young that transcended the ordinary. Perhaps one that was more intimate than he had initially surmised. Fan Dai's brow furrowed, envisioning a convoluted tale of an illegitimate child seeking recognition, making his way through the palace to become a eunuch. It had to be so. Not only was Wu Qian unafraid, but he also seemed intent on leveraging his connections to intimidate, provoking his father to retaliate against their family. How else could one explain his exuberance? The treacherous eunuchs were worthy of condemnation. With these thoughts, Fan Dai hesitated in his steps, his expression shifting between uncertainty and dread. He feared that a misjudgment on his part could lead to irreparable losses. If he failed to expel Wu Qian, it would be a trivial matter. But incurring the wrath of the elderly steward, Wu Ho, would betray the trust bestowed upon him by the leader. Unbeknownst to Wu Qian, who was solely focused on his aspirations as a dream-chasing youth, he energetically approached the chief steward's door, kicking it open before Fan Dai could intervene. He returned the grievance of the door being kicked with interest, fully aware that he was likely to be expelled and that this might be his last chance. He also intended to return the humiliation of being forcibly stripped to the elderly steward within. Suppressing the pain from his impetuous act, Wu Ho wore a warm smile, gesturing invitingly. Deputy Steward, would you prefer to enter on your own, or shall I accompany you? His tone was even more respectful than when he had been apprehended. Witnessing this exchange, Fan Dai felt his heart leap to his throat, further solidifying his suspicions. Who had ever dared to kick Wu Ho's door? Who would even consider such an affront? As the saying goes, the elderly become as cunning as spirits, nearing a century in age. Wu Ho had managed to maintain his position in the imperial ceremonial office, undoubtedly a master among men. No one was privy to the powerful backing he possessed. And in his youth, he had been notorious for his cold-blooded ruthlessness. Otherwise, the head of the imperial kitchen would not be so apprehensive, repeatedly advising against any rift. Who else but his son would dare to kick his door? After much contemplation, Fan Dai decided it would be safer to enter alone. Who knew how Wu Qian would twist the narrative upon entering? The esteemed gentlemen need not concern themselves with your interference. Just wait here. Resolute in his decision, Fan Dai adjusted his attire, steadied his nerves, snorted softly, and slowly stepped through the door. Inside, the candlelight was dim. An elderly eunuch reclined at an angle upon the couch. Wu Ho, with hair as gray as ash and a visage weathered by time, appeared diminutive and frail due to his stooped posture. Clad in a tattered fifth-rank eunuch robe, the collar and sleeves adorned with brightly sewn patches, he held a letter close. His murky eyes fixated on the paper, his expression particularly grave, oblivious to the commotion occurring in the courtyard. In truth, with his level of cultivation, the entire stir in the medicinal kitchen would not escape his notice. When the door was kicked open, Wu Ho showed no signs of alarm, as if he had anticipated a visitor. However, the furrowed brow on his serious face deepened. Slowly folding the letter, he raised his gaze to meet the intruder. Fan Dai wore a sycophantic grin, his corpulent figure awkwardly bowing at a right angle, not daring to lift his head. The steward is still awake? At your age? You must take care to rest more. What business brings you here at such a late hour? Wu Ho squinted his bleary eyes, dismissing the other's feigned concern. He understood that all was mere pretense. The sooner he departed this world, the more joy it would bring the other. Nonchalantly, he replied, "It's nothing of great urgency. Merely a letter from a relative of Wu Qian inquiring about his well-being." His voice fluctuated, somewhat hoarse, as he pressed the letter beneath his rear, casually remarking, "What pressing matter necessitates kicking down the door? The door to the medicinal kitchen is meant for knocking, not for kicking." His words bore a double meaning, subtly admonishing Fan Dai for his earlier intrusion. After all, Wu Qian was his chosen one. It would be unwise to nitpick after merely half a month. Fan Dai, recognizing the gravity of the situation, inwardly praised the elder's acumen, promptly gathering his wits and adopting a demeanor of attentive reverence. "What you say is true, esteemed steward. I shall take note of it." Satisfied, Wu Ho gestured for him to sit. Fan Dai sighed in relief, plopping down on the footstool before the couch, intentionally inching forward to convey intimacy. The diminutive footstool sank under his weight, creaking under the strain. Leaning in, Fan Dai whispered fervently, embellishing the tale for effect. "Who are you referring to?" Wu Ho echoed, puzzled. "With whom?" Fan Dai hesitated. He was uncertain who to name, unwilling to dwell on this oversight. The steward is mistaken. There are only two maidens in the medicinal kitchen, either Xiao Chui or Xiao Hong. It's possible they could be together, but it cannot be with anyone else. Wu Ho remained perplexed. "You've just entered the palace and already learned to conspire?" Successfully diverting the topic, Fan Dai felt a surge of joy within, nodding his head eagerly like a chick pecking at grains, and solemnly remarked, "Oh, it was nothing short of scandalous. I witnessed that scene with my own eyes. And oh dear, it was utterly mortifying. I can hardly bring myself to speak of it." As he spoke, he covered his plump face, as if the unsightly image was vividly before him. Wu Ho cast a sidelong glance at him, harboring disdain in his heart, thinking to himself, "You, a eunuch who entered the palace halfway, have no right to feel embarrassed. You have a wife and children at home. What is there to be ashamed of?" There are various types of eunuchs in Dachong. Some enter the palace as boys, while others do so after marriage. The latter often stems from special circumstances, such as punishment for a criminal or under the guidance of a high-ranking eunuch, which is generally rare. Feeling guilty under Wu Ho's gaze, Fan Dai quickly adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "The Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs has rules in place, strictly prohibiting intimate associations between palace eunuchs and maidens. If the chief steward turns a blind eye, I have no objections, but I fear inciting public outrage and escalating the matter. If it reaches the Directorate, that would be quite improper." After speaking, he lowered his head, stealing glances at Wu Ho to observe his reaction. Chapter 5, a 1-month deadline. The Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs, the foremost of Dachang's 12 supervisory agencies, oversees the others, including Fan Dai's Office of Meals. Indeed, the Directorate has such regulations, yet Wu Ho paid them no heed, dismissing Fan Dai's implied threats with a scoff of derision. Maintaining his appearance of slow-wittedness, he chuckled hoarsely and began to ramble, as if discussing mundane matters. "I thought this was a grave issue, but it turns out to be just this. The young man has just been castrated." It's normal for both his psychological and physiological states to be unsettled. Besides, aren't others the same? Is it you who refuses to share meals? Or am I the one who does? Oh, I'm too old to engage in such matters. As Wu Ho continued his prattle, Fan Dai gradually lost patience. Realizing that he was merely trying to downplay the situation and escape accountability. Not willing to let this slide, Fan Dai quickly interjected, the chief steward must not be negligent. This matter could escalate. To downplay it, if word spreads, it may be said that you are showing favoritism, which would undermine your authority in the future. To exaggerate. Should it come to the attention of the 2,000 years, how would you then respond? The 2,000 years is the title held by the head eunuch of the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs, the highest-ranking eunuch in Dachang. The title was bestowed in accordance with the wishes of the individual himself. When the title was granted, the 2,000 years stated that while the emperor is referred to as 10,000 years, he, as a man rendered incomplete, dared not claim such a number. Instead, choosing to express his loyalty to the emperor. By invoking the 2,000 years, Fan Dai was once again exerting pressure, testing Wu Ho's limits. Even if he did not intend to punish or expel him. 2,000 years? Wu Ho murmured to himself, seemingly befuddled, taking a moment to recollect his thoughts before continuing. The 2,000 years does not refuse to share meals either. Was it not during his youth that he rambled on about youthful scandals, lost in his memories? Fan Dai was utterly astounded, gasping in disbelief as he leaped from the low stool, hastily covering Wu Ho's mouth in a desperate plea. My ancestors! How can you speak so freely? After this encounter, Fan Dai was resolute, unwavering in his commitment to safeguard Wu Qian. Wu Ho even dared to besmirch the venerable title of 2,000 years, demonstrating remarkable sacrifice. In this moment, Fan Dai felt an immense sense of relief throughout the ordeal. He had wisely refrained from involving the imperial kitchen, a decision that now proved sagacious. Even more astute was the leader of the imperial kitchen, for Wu Ho. This venerable figure truly possessed a certain depth of character. Remove your hand, Wu Ho commanded, pushing aside Fan Dai's chubby fingers with a look of utter disdain. He thought to himself, with such a meager resolve, how could one dare to covet our family's interests? Fan Dai, realizing that this approach was futile, dispiritedly remarked, even if everything you say is true, it cannot simply end like this. After a half-month of seclusion, mingling with palace maids and appearing lively, if everyone were to emulate him, the imperial kitchen might as well cease operations. Each individual's injuries varied. Wu Qian, being robust and formidable, naturally bled more. And resting a few extra days posed no detriment. Finally, Wu Ho sat up. Great matters could be diminished to trivialities, yet minor matters could not be dismissed. Wu Ho understood that today, he must provide an explanation to the imperial kitchen. He then shifted his tone. Rest assured, Deputy Chief. Without rules, there can be no order. I shall certainly provide an account to the imperial kitchen. Fan Dai, having achieved his goal, finally allowed a smile to surface. The words of the chief had little to do with the imperial kitchen. His intentions were solely for the elders' consideration. Wu Ho, uninterested in further dialogue, raised a hand to interrupt the display of insincerity and inquired about Wu Qian's current whereabouts. Upon learning he was waiting just outside, he softly beckoned him in for questioning. Wu Qian, dazed and distracted, had yet to name the second child of the saintess when he heard the gentle call. After a prolonged wait, nearly until dawn, he finally awaited the outcome. He straightened his attire, careful not to aggravate his wounds, and hurried inside. Upon sensing two gazes upon him, Wu Qian halted in his tracks. The first figure that caught his eye was Fan Dai, who, having shed his earlier arrogance, now appeared like a humble lapdog. The other was Wu Ho, seated on the bed, his aging eyes squinting at him, embodying the frailty of old age. For Wu Qian, this marked his first encounter with Wu Ho. At first glance, he resembled a decrepit beggar, yet the next moment's system notification left Wu Qian momentarily stunned. Wu Ho, 9th stage of foundation establishment, good heavens. How could this old man conceal such prowess? In Wu Qian's recollection, Wu Ho had explicitly stated that he was merely at the qi refinement stage, stuck at a bottleneck for decades without breaking through to foundation establishment. Not only Wu Qian, but the entire imperial kitchen held this belief. Yet, this was not merely a stagnation at the qi refinement stage. It was evidently a bottleneck in breaking through to the golden core stage. Foundation establishment is no commonplace realm. Upon stepping into the world beyond the palace, establishing a sect is not an exaggeration. Some minor sect leaders are merely at the foundation establishment stage. Even renowned celestial sects can showcase their foundation establishment practitioners as a means of embellishing their reputation. Moreover, having reached the 9th tier and stepped into the realm of perfected foundation establishment, Wu Qian found himself astonished at the hidden talents within the seemingly humble medicinal kitchen. The entire department of ceremonial affairs was beyond imagination. It appeared he had underestimated the palace's complexities. At this moment, Wu Qian was filled with regret over his earlier impulsive act of kicking the door. Encountering a master of the foundational realm for the first time, he felt an overwhelming sense of restraint and had to compose himself, respectfully inquiring, "Elder Wu, did you call for me?" Habitually addressing him as Elder Wu. Wu Qian maintained this formality. "Indeed," Wu Ho replied, observing the obedient Wu Qian with a gaze full of complexity, a twinge of guilt stirring within him. He felt a sense of remorse towards this young man. "Fan Dai has already informed me of tonight's events. Do you have anything further to say?" Wu Qian resolutely shook his head, unperturbed by Fan Dai's embellishments, determining that there was nothing to confront. The most desirable outcome would be for him to leave immediately. He had already contemplated what to pack, wishing not to delay his plans of having a child with the Saintess. Although the medicinal kitchen harbored hidden talents, it was ultimately not the ideal place for cultivation. Constantly dealing with pots and pans, what future could one possibly expect? "I take full responsibility for my actions and will not concern myself with others' affairs. I apologize for any trouble I've caused you, Elder Wu. I shall take my leave without requiring an escort." Parting amicably, he felt it was acceptable to endure some humiliation. At worst, he would emerge unscathed. However, he understood the necessity of preserving the dignity of both parties, making an effort to maintain decorum in front of the foundational master. Upon hearing Wu Qian's words, the steward Wu displayed a look of admiration. Knowing he would face punishment, yet still considering others, he demonstrated a sense of responsibility and integrity reminiscent of the steward's own youth. Truly, he had not misjudged the young man. Meanwhile, Fan Dai furrowed his brows, pondering whether Wu Qian simply accepted his fate. Confused by Wu Qian's demeanor, Fan Dai hesitated to speak, only to be interrupted by Wu Ho. Wu Ho slowly shook his head, disallowing Wu Qian's departure, and casually stated his decision as if engaging in mundane conversation. "The Department of Ceremonial Affairs must annually incorporate fresh blood. Since you have cleansed yourself of past actions, you are now considered one of us." Although Xiao Wu's qualifications are average and his talent modest, his honesty and integrity are far more commendable than mere talent. Wu Qian lowered his head, pursing his lips, thinking to himself, "Could you not speak plainly, elder? Why must you belittle me?" Listening to Wu Ho's incessant chatter, Wu Qian struggled to stay awake, nearly yawning from the monotony. "What I propose is to grant Xiao Wu an opportunity. If within a month's time he manages to break through to the Qi refinement stage, then he may be deemed a talent worthy of serving the Department of Ceremonial Affairs. However, should a month pass without such progress," Wu Ho's tone shifted, his demeanor sharpening with authority, "then I shall personally execute him to uphold justice." Instantly, Wu Qian was wide awake, bewildered by the implication. What does this mean? After all this talk, you refuse to release me, and now you're threatening my life? Will the Saintess's child be left fatherless? Chapter 6. Aiding the father-in-law. Wu Ho's intentions were straightforward. He felt remorse towards the young man before him. If Wu Qian could swiftly break through to the Qi refinement stage, it would signify his capability to take over the medicinal kitchen. Should he assume the role of the chief steward, a bright future would undoubtedly await him, allowing him to repay his debts. At that moment, Wu Qian would comprehend the benevolent intentions behind his cleansing, realizing it was for his own good. However, should he fail to break through, having him nearby would only be a source of inner turmoil, rendering it more prudent to eliminate the issue entirely. Wu Qian, regaining his composure, began to swiftly deliberate within his mind. A month may not seem extensive, yet it is not insignificant either. Transitioning from refining essence to cultivating qi is undoubtedly challenging for an ordinary individual, but with the right resources, it may not be insurmountable. Though he had yet to accumulate moral value due to time constraints, this did not imply a lack of capability. However, this necessitated his stay within the medicinal kitchen, deviating considerably from his initial plans. The child's name had already been chosen, and Wu Qian was determined to strive for it. In truth, it need not be so complicated. If they were to expel him to fend for himself, he might not even survive a month. Meanwhile, Fan Dai, with a furrowed brow, suspected the two were conspiring against him. Ignoring the chief steward's presence, he immediately extended his aura to probe Wu Qian's cultivation level, confirming he had only reached the first stage of refining essence. He was left utterly bewildered. What performance were the two engaging in? Glancing between Wu Ho and Wu Qian, Fan Dai felt a headache brewing. He too believed that a month was insufficient. The transition from refining essence to cultivating qi was far from adequate. Yet, he feared that Wu Ho might have some hidden reserves. After all, having controlled the medicinal kitchen for so long, the extent of his hoarded elixirs was unknown. And if he intended to assist Wu Qian through this predicament, reaching the qi realm was not impossible. That would complicate matters. Fan Dai sorted through his thoughts, contrasting the words of Wu Qian and Wu Ho. The immediate benefit of expelling Wu Qian was evident, yet waiting another month, although seemingly a matter of life and death, still held considerable odds, albeit with potential unforeseen complications. After much contemplation, Fan Dai returned to his initial conclusion. Wu Ho would undoubtedly hesitate to harm his own son. Consequently, he steered the conversation back, mustering the courage to support Wu Qian, asserting that his reasoning was sound. It would be better to expel him from the palace directly than to sully the chief steward's hands. Wu Qian could not help but roll his eyes. Everyone, please be silent. Wu Ho interrupted the two, already having undergone the cleansing process. His abruptness in arriving and departing raised questions about the royal dignity. My decision is made. There is no need for further discussion. Upon utterance, not only did Wu Qian refrain from speaking, but even Fan Dai found it inappropriate to continue. To do so would show a disregard for the royal decorum. After Wu Ho finished speaking, he waved his hand impatiently, expelling the two from his presence. Once outside, Fan Dai resumed his usual demeanor, casting a fierce glare at Wu Qian and coldly remarking, "Consider yourself fortunate," before strutting away with his head held high. Wu Qian watched as he disappeared into the distance, then turned and spat on the ground. He mused that surviving another month might indeed be a sign of his fortune. If his luck were truly poor, he would have likely been struck down by lightning instantly. A sudden clap of thunder shattered the tranquility of early summer, startling Wu Qian, who hastily retreated to his dwelling. He resided in a cramped, dilapidated room in the outer courtyard, furnished with little more than a bed and lacking any semblance of decent furniture. These humble quarters, designated solely for the servitude, consist of 6 rooms on each side. The western side is occupied by the members of the medicinal kitchen, while the eastern side is monopolized by Fan Dai. As a newcomer, Wu Qian was left with the most inconspicuous room, its doors and windows slightly smaller than those of others, nestled in a corner where sunlight scarcely penetrated. Upon his first glimpse of this room, he mistook it for a doghouse. Fortunately, after half a month of gradual acclimatization, he no longer voiced any grievances. Upon entering through the diminutive wooden door, a wave of dampness hit him, mingled with the musty scent of mildew and a hint of blood. For the sake of his health, Wu Qian, aware that on cloudy days the sun was absent and on sunny days the light was scarce, symbolically opened the window for ventilation. Breathing in the sweet air that followed the rain, fatigue washed over him, and he collapsed onto his bed, exhaling a long breath of stale air. At this moment, everyone else had already risen, so he was unperturbed by the prospect of interruption. Finally, Wu Qian found a moment of respite and accessed the system interface to attempt to allocate points. With his life at stake, he directly invested his sole moral point into the cultivation category. Moral value, 50, cultivation, refining essence stage 1, 60, thankfully. A single moral point contributed to a portion of his progress, calculating the experience required for advancing to the qi refining realm. Wu Qian's eyes widened as he realized he would need nearly 900 moral points. How many good deeds would that entail? There were hardly enough good deeds to be found in the medicinal kitchen. Wu Qian's heart sank once more, akin to a deflated balloon, as he reclined back down, pondering whether time was on his side. A month could slip away in the blink of an eye. Aside from the system, he could also practice the rootless technique. He had never considered surpassing the system through his own cultivation, but with no moral points at hand, he felt compelled to give it a try. Once again, he rose and sat cross-legged, recalling the memory of operating the rootless technique for the first time. The technique began to flow awkwardly, as his inner spiritual energy coursed slowly in accordance with the incantation, circulating through his meridians and completing a small cycle, ultimately converging deep within his dantian. Wu Qian felt a slight stir in his dantian, followed by an immersion into boundless tranquility. Before his eyes appeared a serene pool, its depths visible yet lacking in abundant water. Wisps of spiritual energy coalesced within, resembling droplets of clear spring water falling into the pool. After 2 hours had elapsed, Wu Qian opened his eyes, feeling a marked improvement in his spirit as if he had enjoyed a restful slumber. He accessed his panel once more. Cultivation, refining essence stage 1, 61, technique. Rootless technique 2, his cultivation and technique each increased by 1 point. The system had yet to make a sound. It was evident that the path of cultivation would be fraught with challenges. At this moment, Wu Qian contemplated how to accumulate moral points through good deeds when a delicate face appeared at the window, radiant and gentle. It was Xiaohong, braving the rain to bring him food. He did not give you trouble last night, did he? After returning home, Xiaohong had spent a sleepless night worrying and, with the dawn barely breaking, had come to check on him, growing increasingly anxious when she discovered he had not returned all night. Xiaohong, feeling apprehensive, dared not pry further and could only anxiously keep an eye on Wu Qian's residence. Upon seeing him return, the weight in her heart finally lifted. Noticing Xiaohong's hair disheveled by the rain, Wu Qian affectionately tucked the stray strands behind her ear before accepting the food. Stuffing a bun into his mouth and responding with a muffled, "It's hard to explain." Xiaohong, filled with guilt, overlooked Wu Qian's tender gesture and hastily began to examine him meticulously. Her delicate hands explored Wu Qian's body for a considerable time, discovering no new injuries. He didn't hit you, did he? Did he scold you? Wu Qian shook his head, adjusting his position to facilitate Xiaohong's inspection. They're not trying to torment me, they want my life. Xiaohong gasped in shock, covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with disbelief. Realizing he had spoken too harshly, Wu Qian quickly waved his hand, reassuring her, it's not an immediate death, there should still be a chance. What do they want you to do? Wu Qian gazed at Xiaohong, aware of her cultivation level, and seized the opportunity to inquire about certain matters. He shifted the conversation, asking her how long it typically takes to progress from refining essence to refining qi. Although Xiaohong was puzzled by the sudden topic, she recognized its significance to Wu Qian and promptly explained without reservation. It depends on each person's innate talent. A prodigy could achieve it in a month, and with fortunate circumstances, even sooner. For an ordinary person, it might take a year or even 2. However, with diligence, one could surely attain success within 10 years. Wu Qian silently marveled, realizing that the old eunuch had nurtured him as a genius. He inwardly scolded himself, beginning to discern Wu Ho's mindset, which seemed to favor the selection of the best and the survival of the fittest. He had foolishly thought that Wu Ho was kind-hearted, leaving him a sliver of hope. It turned out he was also quite scheming. Noticing Wu Qian's pensive silence, Xiaohong contemplated a potential scenario and, with a face full of horror, exclaimed, "Why are you asking this? Please don't do anything foolish. Even if you reach the refining qi stage, you are no match for them." Wu Qian was certainly not naive enough to think that reaching the refining qi stage would enable him to confront the silly Jian. He immediately conveyed the 1-month time frame to Xiaohong, urging her not to overthink it. Though their acquaintance had spanned merely half a month, she was Wu Qian's first friend, and he held a considerable trust in her. Apart from the matters he could not disclose, everything else was not a secret worth concealing. However, upon hearing this, Xiaohong did not breathe a sigh of relief. Instead, her brows furrowed even tighter. She was unaware of Wu Qian's true capabilities. But a person who had learned a rootless technique and required half a month just to cleanse their body was unlikely to be a prodigy. A month's time felt rather short. Wu Qian lost his appetite, his hands absent-mindedly squishing the bun until it became misshapen, without bringing it to his lips. As he gazed at the petite and charming Xiaohong, a stirring sensation arose within him. She was already in the late stage of refining qi and perhaps possessed some secret to accumulating her cultivation. Contemplating this, Wu Qian sighed, lamenting the lack of any commendable cultivation methods. Otherwise, he could have sought her assistance in his practice. Upon hearing this, Xiaohong instantly blushed, lowering her head. Lost in her thoughts, her delicate face reddening to the point of seeming as if it might bleed. After a prolonged silence, she murmured in a voice as faint as a mosquito's, "Even if there were a method, I could not assist you, my lord." Chapter 7. Retaliation. Wu Ho was momentarily taken aback, only to grasp Xiaohong's implication after some time. "What qualifications does a eunuch possess for dual cultivation?" "That is not what I meant," he replied. Xiaohong, her gaze lowered, dared not listen or contemplate further. Nevertheless, upon mentioning cultivation methods, a flicker of thought sparked within her. She possessed a foundational cultivation technique of the earth rank, though it did not compare to those of celestial quality. It surpassed the rootless techniques of the human rank by a significant margin. However, this was a family heirloom, kept secret and closely guarded, a hidden treasure of her own. To entrust it to Wu Qian was a daunting thought. She feared the wrath of her ancestors. A thread of hesitation coursed through her heart as she observed Wu Ho's troubled expression, his grip on the bun nearly causing it to burst. Ultimately, compassion overcame her reservations. With a decisive bite of her silver teeth, she resolved, the ancestors may be long gone, but Wu Qian still lived. If retribution were to come, so be it. She could not allow the deceased to endanger another life. Xiaohong reached into her bosom, feeling around before producing a jade slip, which she hurriedly placed in Wu Qian's hands. "Do not let anyone else discover this, or it may bring further calamity." With that, she departed without looking back. When Wu Qian returned to his senses, Xiaohong had already slipped out of the room and vanished. What could this be? He picked up the jade slip, feeling its cool surface. A token of affection, perhaps? Upon closer inspection, he noticed it was inscribed with countless tiny, intricate characters, too minuscule for the naked eye to discern. Narrowing his eyes, he leaned in closer, and suddenly, the jade slip transformed into a wisp of white vapor, penetrating Wu Qian's being through his forehead. Experiencing the transfer of a cultivation method for the first time, Wu Qian gasped for breath, unable to suppress his musings. How delightful. New cultivation method detected. Huang Ting Wan Hua Jing, Earth rank treasure. Enhances water-based techniques and damage output. It turned out that Xiaohong had bestowed upon him a set of cultivation techniques, and a treasure of the Earth rank at that. Truly, within the palace, even a mere maid could yield such remarkable items. Cultivation techniques are categorized into 5 grades: supreme, precious, fine, common, and waste, as well as 5 ranks: divine, celestial, heavenly, earthly, and human. The Huang Ting Wan Hua Jing, being of the earth rank, was sufficient to cultivate to the golden core realm, a commendable technique for his current state. Xiaohong's warning of potential calamity indicated that it was indeed something not meant to be seen. Wu Qian felt an air of helplessness. The crisis remained unresolved. And now he was burdened with a hot potato. Gazing in the direction Xiaohong had departed, he lamented, "What I lack is not a ceiling, but rather experience." With a sigh, he realized he had already wasted half a day, still mired in the first stage of essence refinement. Time could not be squandered any longer. Isolating himself would yield no results. He must venture forth in search of opportunities. On the other side, Fan Dai was also not idle. After departing from Wu Ho's residence, he seized the opportunity, unnoticed, to return to the Shangshan Bureau to report his findings. Upon his arrival, Fan Dai encountered no obstacles. Everyone he passed along the way stood with hands at their sides, bowing respectfully. Ignoring their deference, he strode boldly into the main hall. The gatekeeper eunuch had already conveyed the message inside. Once the leader received the news, he sat comfortably in his grand chair, awaiting Fan Dai's arrival. The leader, a hefty man weighing around 300 pounds, had a dark complexion and a visage full of flesh. At that moment, he held a teacup in one hand and delicately lifted the lid with the other, his fingers elegantly poised, leaning in to savor the fragrant aroma of the tea. He exuded an air of grace and composure. Upon entering, Fan Dai waved away those irrelevant to the matter at hand. Unable to contain his mounting anxiety any longer, he spoke impulsively. "Uncle, we are in deep trouble." The sound of the tea lid clattering onto the cup interrupted him. "How dare you? I have told you countless times. In the palace, you must address me as Lord Leader." The head of the Shangshan Bureau, Fan Tong, was Fan Dai's uncle. It was due to him that Fan Dai had gained entry into the Shangshan Bureau and the remarkable status he held within it. With a thud, Fan Tong slammed the teacup onto the table, his irritation evident. "What a fuss! The more you grow, the less decorum you exhibit. How can I trust you with the medicinal kitchen?" Fan Dai stood there obediently, thinking to himself that the medicinal kitchen was becoming almost hereditary, and his uncle still had the leisure to criticize him. Once Fan Tong had calmed down, Fan Dai dared to divulge the entire situation, ultimately sharing his conclusion. "We cannot act against Wu Qian. Wu Ho will not allow us to touch him. We must swiftly devise an alternative plan." Fan Tong listened intently, his eyes slightly closed. He was already aware of Wu Qian's entrance into the palace and could surmise Wu Ho's intentions. However, lacking intelligence about any descendants of Wu Ho, he could not help but voice his doubts. "Can you confirm they are father and son?" "It's highly likely. If not father and son, they must be grandfather and grandson." Fan Tong nodded slowly, naturally believing his nephew's words. Rising, he paced thoughtfully for a moment, his gaze sharpening. "Then we must not be careless. Since we have a month's time, there is still an opportunity. You must do everything in your power to prevent Wu Qian from cultivating. It is imperative that he makes no progress." Upon hearing this demand, Fan Dai hesitated, pondering the implications. Could Wu Ho truly bring himself to kill his own son? Fan Tong's expression turned contemplative, recalling Wu Ho's ruthless nature, a man of action without hesitation. He nodded firmly, affirming, "He will." A shiver ran through Fan Dai as he accepted the command and departed. After the rain, the sun shone brightly. Wu Qian wandered aimlessly in the medicinal kitchen, searching for anything that could assist him. The kitchen housed only a few individuals, and when not preparing elixirs, they had little to occupy their time aside from mundane tasks. Only on the 1st and 15th of each month did they prepare meals. Besides these occasions, there were specific court banquets where the emperor might request additional elixirs to reward the attendees. During the remaining time, the staff of the medicinal kitchen engaged in idleness. While the workload was light, the rules were strict. The kitchen maintained a balance of casualness within its walls yet adhered to rigid protocol, prohibiting all unauthorized passage. Outside, the inner courtyard guards patrolled diligently, while within, the ceremonial office has placed hidden sentinels, and the astronomical bureau has arranged protective formations to prevent any unauthorized entry. Not only are outsiders forbidden from entering, but those inside are equally prohibited from leaving. Essential departures, such as procuring supplies or delivering meals, require a specially issued token. Beyond this, not even a fly may enter, lest it taint the imperial delicacies. Thus, the desire to escape seems almost futile. After wandering in circles, Wu Qian finally noticed someone crouched in the grass and hurried over, eager to inquire, "Brother, is there anything I can assist you with?" "Get lost. I'm watering the flowers," came the curt reply from a eunuch in the first stage of qi refinement. Disheartened, Wu Qian turned away, grumbling inwardly that a man who watered flowers deserved to be a eunuch for life. The eunuchs of the medicinal kitchen are not ordinary individuals. Upon entering the palace, they begin their cultivation, establishing a solid foundation in their youth, with everyone, regardless of age, starting at the qi refinement stage. This is precisely why Wu Ho insisted on maintaining that standard, to silence Fan Dai's criticisms. Continuing his grumbling, Wu Qian approached the entrance of the medicinal kitchen, where a gentle breeze tousled his hair. Unable to resist, he gazed outside, inhaling the fresh air. Since his arrival in this realm, he had remained within the confines of the medicinal kitchen, never having ventured outside. Now faced with obstacles within, his longing to escape intensified. Standing in the sunlight, his heart raced with an unprecedented restlessness. That was where his bright future awaited. A smile of joy blossomed on Wu Qian's lips, as if he could already envision the beauty of what lay ahead. Suddenly, a shadow fell across his face. Looking up, he saw an oval figure blocking the entrance, half obscuring the grand doorway. Fan Dai had returned, his expression brimming with unwavering confidence. In a menacing tone, he inquired, "What are you doing here?" Wu Qian's heart sank. He wished to evade confrontation, but found no excuse. "You've been slacking off for half a month. How long do you intend to continue this?" Fan Dai's voice rose, leaving no room for rebuttal. The entire medicinal kitchen had witnessed his harshness, and all feared this tyrant. Upon hearing his voice, everyone rushed out, forming a line in the outer courtyard to await their reprimand, too fearful to continue their idleness. "Have you watered the flowers in the back garden? Have you filled the water barrels? Have you cleaned the latrines? You've done nothing and still dare to bask in the sun? Who gave you the audacity?" His eyes glinted with menace, challenging any semblance of order or law. Determined to further suppress Wu Qian, Fan Dai spared no mercy. Intent on establishing dominance in the absence of the head steward, laying the groundwork for subsequent actions, the crowd sprang into action, terrified of lingering for even a moment and provoking his wrath. "Stop. No one is allowed to move today." Fan Dai smirked wickedly, relishing his authority as he declared, "We are not unreasonable. Since everyone has been busy for so long, it is only fitting that you all take a break." As Wu Qian lay idle for half a month, the gaze shifted towards him, a condescending stare bearing down. It was time for him to stretch his limbs. All chores today would fall solely upon his shoulders, and no one was permitted to assist him. It was evident that the deputy manager intended to impose discipline upon Wu Qian. A hush descended upon the crowd. Even those assigned to water the flowers ceased their duties, and the ones fetching water refrained from doing so, while even those needing to relieve themselves held it in. Everyone halted, their eyes converging on Wu Qian, some with sympathy, others with a sense of schadenfreude. Chapter 8. The glory of labor under the scrutiny of the crowd. Wu Qian's face fluctuated between crimson and pallor, acutely aware that this was not the moment for defiance. Given his current status and strength, a mere dissent could invite severe repercussions. It seemed that Fan Dai anticipated such a response, his gaze fixed intently upon Wu Qian, his plump hands clenching and releasing, eager and ready to pounce. A glance at Xiao Chui in the crowd revealed her still swollen face, bearing the imprint of 5 fingers, a stark reminder for Wu Qian. He fully comprehended that Fan Dai was deliberately creating obstacles to deprive him of time for cultivation. With a cold smirk inwardly, he resolved to endure. Wu Qian bowed his head in acquiescence, swallowing his indignation as he departed. Another grievance against Fan Dai was silently noted. He quietly made his way to the backyard, where the myriad of spiritual herbs dazzled the senses, and the fragrant blossoms somewhat lifted his spirits. The watering tools lay by the spiritual spring, indistinguishable from those of his past life, and Wu Qian, naturally adept, set to work. He toiled alone until nightfall, ensuring that every herb received its share of rain and dew, leaving no opportunity for Fan Dai to find fault. During this time, Xiao Hong had once sneaked over, wishing to lend a hand, but he had stopped her. Wu Qian was aware that Fan Dai was likely watching from nearby, and he would not dare let Xiao Hong take such a risk. Subsequently, Xiao Hong was drawn away by another Xiao Chui, who feared she might follow in her footsteps. Aside from Xiao Hong, a couple of others occasionally approached, but only to exchange a few mocking words, which Wu Qian could not be bothered to acknowledge. Fatigue washed over him, and he sat down on the ground, leaning against the well to rest for a moment. He still had to fetch water and clean the latrine, uncertain of when he would finally be able to sleep. Ding. Generosity rewarded, moral value 20. Startled, Wu Qian straightened up. Was labor not his own, but merely an act of helping others? If this was the case, he would not feel weary at all. He had searched tirelessly for something, only for Fan Dai to find a fault effortlessly. No wonder he was fit for leadership. Truly, the iron shoes had been worn in vain. Yet the treasure was acquired without effort. Wu Qian's spirits surged, and he immediately sprang into action, no longer concerned with resting. He grabbed a bucket of water and hurried to the water tank, anxious and fearing that any delay would allow others to seize the opportunity. The towering tank was filled to the brim with 3 large buckets, and Wu Qian tirelessly filled it in one go, sweating profusely, leaning against the tank as he gasped for breath. As the system's assurance rang true, Wu Qian finally relaxed his anxious heart, which had been burdened by the fear that the reward system would only grant benefits once. Once his worries dissipated, he became acutely aware of his thirst and hunger. His throat felt parched. He hastily seized a ladle and drank greedily. Whether it was the exceptional sweetness of the water he drew or the inherent magic of the spring, a single ladleful quenched his thirst and significantly alleviated his hunger. Sitting on the ground to catch his breath, Wu Qian accessed the system interface. Name: Wu Qian. Cultivation level: Refinement Stage 1. 61. Wisdom root. Defective 1. Lifespan root. 1. Moral value. 40. Demonic seed value. 0. Techniques. Rootless skill, human grade. Premium. 2. Huang Ting 1 Hua Jing. Earth grade. Rare. 1. Arts. Eunuch's self-defense technique. Human grade. Common. 1. With a thought, he allocated all his moral value to his cultivation level. Congratulations on advancing in cultivation. Refinement Stage 2. 1. A peculiar force surged from his mind into his dantian, and Wu Qian envisioned a stream flowing into a parched pond. His abdomen swelled and then gradually receded. Energy radiated from his dantian, filling his meridians with vitality. He felt his fatigue evaporate, and a sense of renewal enveloped him. Of course, this was merely an illusion. His physical body remained unchanged, only his internal spiritual energy transformed. How delightful! Wu Qian couldn't help but exclaim. With his stamina restored, he wasted no time and headed straight to the latrine to relieve himself. While he tended to his needs, the familiar system notification chimed in again. Congratulations on being helpful. Moral value 20. With a perfect conclusion to his endeavors, he could finally retire for the night. Outside the latrine, a shadowy figure, oval in shape, concealed its nose and nodded in satisfaction. The following day, Wu Qian was the first to rise, brimming with vitality as he gathered in the front courtyard. Ready for his tasks, Fan Dai wore a cold smile, pleased with Wu Qian's performance from the previous day. He was indifferent to the quality of work. As long as Wu Qian had no time to cultivate, that was a success. Intensifying the workload was all that was required. Today's tasks would be double those of yesterday. Not only would he need to water the flowers and fetch water, but he would also have to clean the courtyard, wash the stove, and scrub the pots and pans, completing all the tasks scheduled for the morning. To prevent Wu Qian from finding excuses to shirk his duties, Fan Dai made it clear that yesterday was half a day, but today would be a full day, naturally doubling the workload. Upon hearing this arrangement, Wu Qian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. How could he refuse? He felt immense gratitude, suppressing the urge to express his thanks. Immediately starting with the courtyard, Wu Qian grasped the broom as if hoisting a banner of victory. The fallen leaves before him transformed from mere debris to shimmering moral value. And the dust ceased to be mere dust, instead representing an attainable realm. In that moment, the entire medicinal kitchen became Wu Qian's domain. The others found themselves without tasks. Even the pretense of participation was cast aside, leaving them momentarily disoriented. They could only retreat to their respective quarters and lie low to avoid drawing the attention of the deputy steward. Only Xiaohong, filled with compassion, gazed at Wu Qian's busy figure. After a moment of contemplation, a resolute determination shone in her eyes as she turned to walk towards the inner courtyard. With only Fan Dai remaining, he stood in the center of the front courtyard, a smug smile gracing his lips. Rather than departing, Fan Dai chose to remain and keep a watchful eye on Wu Qian to prevent any idleness. However, Wu Qian paid him no mind. Labor was a noble endeavor, and he was grateful for the work rather than complaining about its abundance. The more he toiled, the more invigorated he felt. As he intensified his efforts, a cloud of dust erupted in the front courtyard, akin to a sandstorm, blinding him to his surroundings. Coughing ensued, and Fan Dai, caught in the eye of the storm, was unexpectedly overwhelmed, tears welling in his eyes as he felt as if stars were swirling around his head. Deputy Steward, would you kindly move aside? It's time for you to be swept as well. Wu Qian's cheerful voice rang out, prompting Fan Dai to hastily retreat, unwilling to create further trouble. This time, it was Wu Qian who laughed, watching Fan Dai scurry away, inwardly cursing him as he continued to immerse himself in the honorable labor. In the steward's chamber, Xiaohong knelt before the bed, recounting the inequities she had witnessed in the medicinal kitchen over the past few days. Wu Ho squinted, listening to her until she finished speaking, then merely uttered a non-committal hum. No further words were exchanged, and his eyes remained closed. Xiaohong lowered her head, unable to fathom Wu Ho's thoughts, and steeled herself to speak again, beseeching him to intervene for justice. Justice? Wu Ho finally opened his eyes, a look of confusion crossing his aged features. It was entirely normal for servants in the medicinal kitchen to perform tasks, if others could do it. Why couldn't he? Wu Qian? However, he couldn't be burdened with everything. A month was not a lengthy period, and if they continued to delay, how could he hope to advance in his cultivation? Oh, Wu Ho smiled, finally directing his gaze towards the humble Xiaohong. So, You were the one who dined with him that night. Chapter 9. Discovery. The steward's words left Xiaohong astounded. Although Wu Qian had mentioned a month's time, he had been vague about other details and had not referred to their shared meal. Had it not been for Wu Ho's mention, she would have remained unaware of this murky affair. Xiaohong quickly shook her head in denial, her gaze fixed straight ahead as she insisted. It was all Fan Dai's nonsense. I merely damaged the table and feared punishment, so I sought Wu Qian's assistance. There was nothing more. Compared to the truth of their shared meal, this revelation was trivial. Xiaohong laid everything bare, hoping that upon understanding the facts, Wu Ho would retract his demands of Wu Qian. Wu Ho paid her no mind, slowly rising from the bed to lean closer to Xiaohong, nearly pressing his aged face against hers. His eyes squinted into narrow slits as he coldly scrutinized her, as if he could see through her very soul. You care for him quite a bit, don't you? The pressure of his presence felt tangible. Xiaohong shook her head again, resolutely denying no. I do not seek favors from you. I merely fear that you will wrongfully accuse him, all because of my shortcomings. Wu Ho finally straightened up, and the two resumed a normal distance, allowing Xiaohong to breathe a sigh of relief. Wu Ho was acutely aware that Wu Qian had just undergone a purification. His vitality depleted, and having lain incapacitated for half a month, he had no inclination for sustenance. Even if he possessed the desire, he lacked the strength. And even with strength, courage might still elude him. The decision to bring Wu Qian into the palace was predicated on his earnestness and integrity. He was not one to engage in frivolities, so how could he possibly pursue the palace made upon his arrival? The truth of the matter held little significance for Wu Ho. Fan Dai's petty schemes were transparent to him, and his subtle maneuvers did not escape his surveillance. Wu Ho was fully cognizant of everything. He was not truly indifferent. Rather, he was waiting for Wu Qian to personally plead with him. In doing so, the debt of gratitude for saving his life and the burden of Wu Qian's purification could be reconciled. At that point, he could employ both kindness and severity to ensure Wu Qian's complete submission, rendering him willingly at his disposal. Hence, Wu Ho had no intention of intervening for the time being. Xiaohong's entreaties were futile. Since he chose not to concern himself, it was time for her to leave. After speaking, Wu Ho reclined once more, closing his eyes to usher her out. Xiaohong attempted to explain further multiple times, but ultimately refrained from speaking. She understood Wu Ho's disposition. His words were immutable, and no effort on her part would yield a different outcome. Deeply disheartened, Xiaohong quietly bid farewell to Wu Ho. Her head bowed as she made her way outside. Upon reaching the door, Wu Ho's voice echoed behind her, reminding her not to forget her own identity, a note of warning laced with indifference. Without turning back, Xiaohong silently nodded and departed quietly. The pots, pans, and stove had been scrubbed spotless by Wu Qian, rendering the entire kitchen anew. With a satisfied pat to remove the dust from his hands, Wu Qian proceeded to his next task, watering the flowers. As he harvested moral value in abundance, his thoughts began to flow freely, contemplating the system's rewards. Assisting others consistently garnered 20 points, yet helping Xiaohong escape had yielded a doubled and enhanced reward of 50 points. This indicated that moral value was not fixed, but rather calculated according to the merit of the deeds performed. In essence, laboring tirelessly for an entire day, enduring filth and fatigue, paled in comparison to aiding Xiaohong in her flight, clean and hygienic work. With this realization, even the act of watering the flowers lost its appeal. Wu Qian no longer felt urgency, opting instead to find a shaded spot beneath a tree to rest and ponder. What if the deeds performed could yield even greater merit? Would not the moral value then be exponentially higher? If he were to rescue fallen women, would that not elevate him to celestial heights? Wu Qian was filled with joy. Ascending through levels was no mere dream. However, when he lifted his gaze, he found himself surrounded by verdant trees and flourishing flowers. Yet the vast medicinal herb courtyard revealed not a single figure. Ideals shimmered with allure, but reality delivered a sharp slap to his face. The truth was, there were not so many souls in need of salvation, and certainly none of the fallen women he envisioned. With a resigned sigh, Wu Qian came to terms with reality, rising to gather his tools and resume his labor. Secretly encouraging himself, he set off once more towards the herbal garden. As the evening descended, Wu Qian completed all his tasks. Today, he had become adept at his responsibilities, finishing earlier than usual, and even found the time to enjoy a meal before retreating to his room. Once more, he summoned the system interface, accumulating a moral value of 120 points, which he invested entirely into his cultivation. Moral value, 120, cultivation, refining essence stage, 3rd level, 21. He felt a transformation within his body, a strength so profound he felt capable of lifting 100 pounds. With a sigh of relief, Wu Qian succumbed to a contented slumber. Thus, time swiftly passed, and half a month elapsed. The daily tasks varied somewhat. For instance, the stove did not require cleaning every day, nor was it necessary to fetch water daily. Yet, On average, he still garnered 100 moral points each day, a commendable yield. Wu Qian's cultivation ascended to the 8th level of the refining essence stage, and his moral value accumulated to over 1,000. In the following days, he did not hasten to break through his current realm, typically elevating a level only when fatigued, while conserving the remaining points on his panel. After all, they belonged to him, and no one could steal them away. The adage "a household with grain is untroubled" rang true for him. Amassing a surplus provided a sense of security, akin to the balance of savings in a previous life. In contrast, Fan Dai did not share such tranquility. It was not due to Wu Qian's lack of diligence, but rather his exceptional performance. Over this period, Fan Dai observed Wu Qian rising early and laboring diligently day after day. If there had been any resistance, it would have been easier to manage. However, Wu Qian's earnestness and proper demeanor left Fan Dai at a loss for any faults to find. He couldn't possibly reprimand someone for not wearing a cap. During this time, Fan Dai occasionally harbored doubts, yet Wu Qian not only refrained from complaints but seemed to revel in his work, leading Fan Dai to suspect that Wu Qian might have a penchant for masochism. After all, eunuchs often face psychological issues, and with various peculiarities emerging, Fan Dai, well versed in such matters, dismissed his concerns. It was not until one day, while idly passing the time, that Fan Dai decided to probe Wu Qian's cultivation once more, only to be utterly astonished to discover he had reached the 8th level of the refining essence stage. How could this be possible? On that day, as usual, Wu Qian arose early to commence his tasks, only to be met by an irate Fan Dai. With a scowl, Fan Dai inquired, "What have you been doing these past days?" By now, the others in the medicinal kitchen had grown accustomed to idleness, neglecting to attend morning roll call. Leaving Fan Dai alone in the square, Wu Qian stood before Fan Dai, feeling isolated under scrutiny, momentarily bewildered. Surely, Fan Dai was more aware of his daily activities than he was. Why was he being questioned? "I have been following your instructions," Wu Qian replied honestly. "Nonsense. Is it possible to reach the 8th level of the refining essence stage merely through daily labor? I am inquiring about your cultivation. Speak one word of falsehood, and I will take your life." A chill ran through Wu Qian's heart as he realized his cultivation had been exposed. In the realm of cultivation, high-level practitioners could sense the energy of lower-level ones, making such revelations commonplace. The only recourse would have been to practice techniques that concealed one's realm. Regrettably, Wu Qian had none. It seems that Fan Dai has already scrutinized him. Had he known this beforehand, he should have refrained from a hasty breakthrough, conserving his resources until the very last moment to turn the tide. Such negligence. These trifling details are the most prone to error. Having learned from past mistakes, Wu Qian resolved to exercise greater caution in the future, refusing to let his guard down. Now that Fan Dai has detected something amiss, he will undoubtedly devise a countermeasure. If it merely involves doubling the corporal punishment, that would be manageable. However, should he resort to more sinister tactics in desperation, it would spell trouble. Fortunately, Wu Qian had held back, not exhausting all his moral values, thereby avoiding a complete and utter defeat. At this juncture, how he responds is of utmost importance. Compelling Wu Qian to deliberate carefully. He cannot claim extraordinary talent, lest he provoke Fan Dai into malicious action. Nor can he assert that diligence compensates for lack of ability, as all his time has been devoted to labor, leaving Fan Dai unconvinced. Furthermore, he cannot mention that the arduous daytime labor renders him too fatigued to practice effectively at night. For should he be forbidden from working, how could he accumulate moral values? Stifled into silence. We are inquiring of you. Chapter 10. Wu Ho's rescue amidst the morning mist. Urgent calls echoed like death knells. Wu Qian dared not delay any longer and, feigning calmness, stated that he lacked time for work during the day. Hence he could not afford to slack off at night and had been diligently cultivating. Fan Dai's brow furrowed, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Qian, scrutinizing for any signs of deception. Upon first noticing the anomaly, Fan Dai had entertained suspicions, believing it might be Wu Ho's doing, perhaps secretly providing Wu Qian with elixirs to enhance his cultivation. Yet, after discreet investigations, he confirmed that Wu Ho had remained in the inner courtyard and had not emerged at all, even during routine meal preparations. He feigned illness and delegated the tasks to subordinates, never having contacted Wu Qian. As for others, they avoided Wu Qian like the plague due to their own reasons. The only exception was Xiao Hong, who occasionally conversed with Wu Qian. Yet, as an ordinary palace maid, what assistance could she truly offer? Having eliminated these possibilities, could it be that Wu Qian is an unparalleled prodigy endowed with extraordinary cultivation talent? Fan Dai was startled by his own thoughts. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He promptly dismissed his own conjecture. Every individual entering the palace must undergo a qualification assessment by the Imperial Ritual Office. He distinctly recalled that in Wu Qian's dossier, the qualification section was marked with the term waste. How could a mere cleansing result in the emergence of a genius? Fan Dai, perplexed, could only continue pressing Wu Qian. Is there nothing else? For instance, did you secretly consume any elixirs sent by the Astronomical Bureau during meal preparations? This was the last possibility he could conceive. Just a couple of days prior, on the 15th of June, there had been a meal preparation, during which Wu Qian was indeed in the kitchen and participated in the process. Wu Qian was taken aback. The herbal kitchen had explicit regulations declaring that the concealment of elixirs was a grave offense, and to cast such aspersions was utterly excessive. I have not even touched them. Moreover, the elixirs are accounted for. Each instance is meticulously recorded by designated personnel. How could there be an error? Fan Dai had personally reviewed the accounts that day, and indeed, the quantities matched. Fan Dai found it impossible to think of any alternatives. Is there truly nothing else? Just training at night? Wu Qian understood that if he did not provide some other topic, it would be challenging to bring the conversation to a close today. He reluctantly sought an excuse, hoping to navigate through the moment. Well, there are other things, he said. Oh, do share. Fan Dai's interest was instantly piqued. Wu Qian feigned reluctance, pretending to be evasive. Observing this, Fan Dai stepped forward, pressing him firmly. Do you dare to withhold information? Deceiving a superior is a serious offense. With that, he raised his hand, ready to impose a lesson on Wu Qian. Feigning helplessness, Wu Qian begrudgingly replied, when I am exhausted from work, thirsty and hungry, I tend to drink more from the well in the spirit herb garden. Each time I finish, I feel considerably more at ease, so I drink copiously every day. I wonder if this has any connection. His words contained both truth and falsehood, leaving Fan Dai unable to discern their veracity. However, under the dire circumstances, they appeared highly credible. In his heart, Fan Dai was convinced. Clutching at this lifeline, his eyes gleamed with fury. Who allowed you to drink? That is the spirit spring. Is that something you can partake in? Wu Qian inwardly rolled his eyes. Anyone could drink it, even for watering flowers. Why could he not? Who do you think you are? Daring to steal from the spirit spring? Do you not realize its power? Do you not understand that it aids cultivators in solidifying their essence? Fan Dai was enraged, completely forgetting that for Wu Qian, the more useful the spirit spring was, the more one ought to consume it. In a fit of anger, he inadvertently revealed the truth. Faced with the frenzied Fan Dai, Wu Qian subtly stepped back, fearing that the other might lash out in his fury, with bloodshot eyes and spitting words. Just as Fan Dai was about to lose his composure, a light cough drifted from behind. A hoarse voice followed. What seems to be the matter, Master Fan? Why such ire early in the day? It was Wu Ho, who kept to himself, followed closely by Xiao Hong. He drank from the spirit spring. Fan Dai, still in a rage, failed to notice who had arrived, and exclaimed in frustration. Huh, isn't the spirit spring meant for drinking? Why is Master Fan so confused? Wu Ho replied, bemused. Who are you calling confused? Fan Dai began, only to turn and realize it was Wu Ho. He hastily swallowed his words and scurried over to bow respectfully, shedding any semblance of arrogance. Ah, it is Master Wu. How delightful to see you. The heat of summer is upon us. Do take care of your health. Staying indoors too long can sap one's vitality. It's good to bask in the sun. Wu Ho remarked as he approached, positioning himself between Fan Dai and Wu Qian. Since there's nothing pressing, would you accompany me for a stroll, Master Fan? Fan Dai sprang up, pulling Xiao Hong aside, taking her place to support Wu Ho, exclaiming, that sounds splendid. I have long wished to show my respect to you. Wu Ho nodded with satisfaction, slowly turning to face Wu Qian. With his dim old eyes, he leaned closer and said, Ah, it is young Wu. Your recent performance has been commendable. You have not brought shame to Wu family village. In the future, be careful not to provoke old Master Fan. Wu Qian promptly responded with respect, watching as the elderly man and his portly companion gradually walked away. During their retreat, their conversation could still be heard. I am not angry. Why would I be angry? Young people must be taught more to progress. Followed by old Master Fan's voice growing increasingly distant until it faded completely. Finally, Wu Qian let out a sigh of relief, realizing that it was Xiao Hong who had come to his aid, and he cast her a grateful glance. Xiao Hong, curious, looked at him and asked, have you truly reached the 8th stage of qi refinement? Typically, she refrained from showcasing her abilities and had never probed Wu Qian's strength. Wu Qian nodded affirmatively. How could it be so fast? Though Xiao Hong was astonished, her predominant feeling was one of joy for him. With only 2 more realms to ascend, he would attain the qi gathering stage, which meant she would no longer have to live in constant fear. With Xiao Hong, Wu Qian felt less restrained and could easily fabricate an excuse, as long as he refrained from disclosing the existence of his system. It's all thanks to you, he replied in a deliberately mysterious tone. That technique? She inquired. What else could it be? Wu Qian nodded, stating matter-of-factly, you asked me to keep it a secret, so I dared not tell Fan Dai. It nearly made him furious. Upon confirming her suspicions, Xiao Hong was even more astounded. The Huang Ting Wan Hua Jing was her family's ancestral technique, and its cultivation path was obscure and difficult for outsiders to comprehend. In their clan, practitioners began training from a young age, establishing their chi meridians, allowing them to achieve greater results upon reaching adulthood. For outsiders to achieve similar outcomes would require an immense expenditure of effort. Moreover, it was rare for even clan members to ascend 8 stages in just half a month unless they were assisted by premium elixirs or were extraordinary talents born once in a century. How could Wu Qian, an outsider, attain such remarkable results? Did he perhaps possess a unique affinity with their clan? Xiaohong found it difficult to fathom and was about to pull Wu Qian away to a secluded spot to inquire about his specific cultivation process when she noticed a figure moving in the distance. Fearing further complications, she hesitated to linger, suppressing her curiosity to ask him later. Before departing, she quietly cautioned Wu Qian, "I must take my leave. Do not underestimate the challenges ahead. Each major realm advancement requires overcoming a bottleneck. Breaking through these obstacles is the most arduous task, testing a cultivator's innate understanding and perhaps their fortune. Many remain stuck at the chi refinement stage for years, hoping to achieve enlightenment through martial prowess." This information was crucial for Wu Qian, who diligently committed every word to memory, assuring her with a serious expression, "Rest assured, I will remember this and remain vigilant." He then bowed deeply to Xiaohong, expressing his gratitude for her thoughtful guidance. Chapter 11. My fiery temper. After bidding farewell to Xiaohong, Wu Qian picked up the broom in the corner, preparing to commence his tasks for the day. 2 young eunuchs stealthily approached, intercepting Wu Qian, eager to assist Wu Ho in tidying the courtyard. The events of today had not gone unnoticed in the medicinal kitchen. Perceptive individuals had already discerned the steward Wu Ho's shifting demeanor. With the upper echelons in discord, the subordinates swiftly divided into 2 factions. Some altered their perspectives, preparing to embrace Wu Qian, primarily those loyal to Wu Ho, while others, believing in the vigor of Fan Dai, who was dispatched from the imperial kitchen and anticipated to ascend to the role of steward, refrained from provoking his ire and chose to remain observant. Among the eunuchs was a young one, known as the Little Cabinet, who sought to draw closer to Wu Qian while being cautious of Fan Dai's scrutiny. Seizing the opportunity in Fan Dai's absence, he hurriedly approached Wu Qian, without a moment's hesitation, reaching for the broom in Wu Qian's grasp. Startled, Wu Qian initially feared that Fan Dai had sent someone to create trouble, quickly concealing the tool behind him and eyeing the two with suspicion. The Little Cabinet, akin to a thief, whispered, "What are you hiding for? We are here to help you sweep." "Help? More like robbing. I cannot relinquish my duties," Wu Qian firmly declined, asserting that this was Fan Dai's arrangement and urging them to mind their own business. "Oh, what a stubborn fellow. The deputy steward is absent, and if we lend you a hand, you will have less to do." Another eunuch chimed in, extending his hand to seize the broom. It must be noted that the names of the eunuchs in the medicinal kitchen carry some significance. Who bestowed such names remains a mystery. Wu Qian surmised that the change in attitude from the two was likely linked to Wu Ho's predicament. Gratefully, he clutched the broom to his chest and declared, "A true man stands tall and firm, knowing what to pursue and what to forego. If I am tasked with this, I must see it through to completion. The heavens reward diligence. One may deceive others, but never the universe, nor oneself." Grateful for their good intentions, Wu Qian bowed in farewell and swiftly departed. The 2 eunuchs, momentarily taken aback by his resolute demeanor, hastily returned the gesture, watching him leave. Once he was a distance away, they remained with their fists raised in salute, reluctant to lower them. Such good souls are rare, the Little Cabinet lamented wistfully. His companion nodded vigorously, acknowledging Wu Qian as an honest man, indeed a sincere eunuch. Wu Qian dashed away, ensuring the 2 had not followed, and then exhaled a sigh of relief. How dare they attempt to usurp my labor? Such audacity. He resolved to learn from this encounter, intending to conserve his moral value in the remaining time, refraining from further cultivation. He planned to break through to the chi refining stage once he safely surpassed the month-s threshold. At that moment, Fan Dai's reaction would surely be remarkable. Would he be driven to the brink of despair? A mischievous smile tugged at Wu Qian's lips. Having dealt with Wu Ho, Fan Dai hurriedly made his way to the imperial kitchen, eager to report the new developments to Fan Tong. Fan Tong had already settled comfortably in the hall, a small eunuch attending to him, sipping tea while awaiting news. "Uncle, a grave matter has arisen." As Fan Dai entered, he raised his voice without regard for the presence of others in the hall. Fan Tong furrowed his brow, gestured for the eunuch behind him to withdraw, and hurled a teacup at Fan Dai's feet. With a crash, the cup shattered into fragments. Startled, Fan Dai quickly fell silent, standing at the foot of the hall, too intimidated to speak further. "How many times must I remind you of decorum?" Once Fan Dai lowered his head in apology, Fan Tong's ire began to subside, allowing him to continue. "That rascal Wu Qian has already reached the 8th stage of the refining chi realm. We are doomed. This nephew of mine is utterly inept at communication," and Fan Tong, filled with frustration, glared at him, stifling his anger to address the matter at hand. What transpired? I am uncertain. He simply advanced to the 8th stage unexpectedly. Fan Dai recounted in detail the various ways he had been keeping Wu Qian occupied, leaving him no time to practice. The spiritual spring? Fan Tong's curiosity piqued. He rose and began pacing. Fan Dai had done well in ensuring Wu Qian was overworked. But one cannot be overly harsh regarding basic needs such as food and water, otherwise, Wu Ho would not remain passive. The evidence proved this point, as Wu Ho ultimately intervened, indicating that even the old eunuch had his limits. Yet, could the spiritual spring yield such remarkable effects? While it is beneficial for the body, it should not be so astonishing. Unable to pinpoint the issue, he inquired, "Are you certain he has been working daily? I have been watching him closely during the day, not even allowing him respite for the latrine, fearing he might slack off." This is indeed perplexing, Fan Tong pondered, redirecting his frustration towards his nephew. Useless. Wu Qian's record clearly labeled him as such, yet how could a waste attain such rapid progress? Fan Dai earnestly replied, "I am asserting that you are the waste." Fan Tong's temper flared, but suddenly a thought struck him, inspired by Fan Dai's words. Could it be that Wu Ho tampered with the records, and that Wu Qian is, in fact, a rare talent? Raising a hand to halt Fan Dai's explanation, Fan Tong hesitated, realizing they had underestimated the situation. It seemed far more complex than anticipated. You return and continue to monitor him, severing Wu Qian's access to the spiritual spring, preventing him from concentrating on his cultivation. I shall devise a plan. Fan Dai could only depart feeling aggrieved. Fan Tong had concocted a strategy. Since direct confrontation with Wu Ho was unfeasible, indirect methods would have to suffice. That old fox. Wu Qian believed the day's events had passed, having amassed a measure of moral worth, the 60 points from the morning secured. After lunch, as he headed to the backyard to tend to the flowers, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A small, dark-skinned eunuch stood at the entrance to the backyard, blocking Wu Qian's path. Little mustache, second stage of qi refinement. Wu Qian recognized him, as he often trailed behind Fan Dai. His appearance now surely boded ill. "Oh, little mustache, you seem to have been sun-kissed on this bright day," Wu Qian greeted with a smile, attempting to bypass him and proceed inside. The little mustache raised his hand to obstruct his passage, proudly declaring, "I am now the overseer of the backyard, tasked with guarding the spirit herb garden." Wu Qian let out a disdainful snort, dismissing the backyard supervisor as nothing more than a mere gatekeeper, a watchman over the premises. "Congratulations on your promotion, Master Hu. Might I trouble you for a favor? I wish to enter." However, the little mustached man kept his hands firmly at his sides. Master Fan has decreed that the spiritual herb garden is of utmost importance, and no idle individuals are permitted to enter. As anticipated, trouble had indeed come knocking, and Wu Qian recognized the meddling hand of Fan Dai behind this obstacle. The prospect of moral value lay tantalizingly close. Abandoning it felt regrettable. Suppressing his frustration, he said, "I need to water the flowers, as per Master Fan's orders. How can I do so if I am not allowed in? What flowers are you watering at midday? You would only end up killing them. No entry is permitted, Master Fan's orders. You may inquire with him directly." The little mustached man remained unmoved, seemingly having received clear instructions from Fan Dai. "Surely, I can at least go in for a drink of water," Wu Qian persisted, refusing to relent. With 40 moral points at stake, even the smallest opportunity is worth seizing. "Drink? Absolutely not. We are guarding against your thirst. Once you've quenched it, what will we have left?" The little mustached man glared at Wu Qian, his eyes narrow with defiance. Wu Qian was taken aback. "Why can you drink while I cannot? Is it that a monk is permitted to touch what a eunuch cannot? This is preposterous." His temper flared. In this day and age, a mere little eunuch dared to assert such authority. After being thwarted repeatedly, even a statue of a bodhisattva would feel a flicker of indignation. Silently, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront the situation. Under the blazing sun, two eunuchs stood at an impasse, the atmosphere charged with intensity, even more fervent than the sun above. Upon witnessing Wu Qian roll up his sleeves, the little mustached man let out a derisive snort. Finally, Wu Qian raised his hands in surrender. "Farewell," he declared, turning to leave. With no chance of entering the garden, and unable to water the flowers, remaining there served no purpose. "Patience. Do not act hastily," he admonished himself, even disregarding Fan Dai for the moment. With his current lack of skills and experience, facing an adversary of equal standing would be a formidable challenge, let alone someone of significantly higher cultivation. Such a course would be tantamount to courting death. Holding over 1,000 moral points, even a mere encounter with a qi refinement realm practitioner filled Wu Qian with trepidation. The situation felt increasingly suffocating. Continuing down this path was unsustainable. Today, the little mustached man had refrained from aggression, allowing Wu Qian to withdraw unscathed. However, should someone choose to strike first, even a qi refinement realm opponent could prove too much for him to handle. Given Fan Dai's temperament, Such an occurrence was not out of the realm of possibility. He needed to cultivate the means for self-preservation. An idea sparked in Wu Qian's mind. He recalled how Xiaohong could conceal her cultivation level. How could he have overlooked this? If he too could mask his realm, he could elevate his status without arousing suspicion, thus ensuring his safety in times of peril while maintaining the ability to maneuver freely. Resolute in his decision, Wu Qian felt a wave of calm wash over him. He hurried into the restroom, immersing himself once again in the pursuit of moral endeavors. After all, gaining experience was not something to be scoffed at. Once he completed his duties for the day, the system rewarded him with 80 points. However, he mourned the loss of a full 40 points in a single day. Upon returning to the dining hall in preparation for dinner, Wu Qian discovered a small water tank in the corner, inscribed with the words for Wu Qian's exclusive use. Wu Qian understood that this was an attempt to sever his access to water entirely, leaving him without even a drop to drink. Fan Dai's scheming was indeed meticulous. However, he could only blame himself for having sought such an excuse to conceal his actions, thus reaping the bitter fruits of his own labor. Although the medicinal kitchen served as a kitchen, it was exclusively for royal meals and did not cater to his needs. The daily meals of the eunuchs and palace maids were overseen by the Department of Imperial Cuisine, delivered at mealtimes by designated personnel bearing waste tokens. When the meal hour arrived, the people from the medicinal kitchen gathered with their bowls to receive their food. Sitting at the dining table, Wu Qian was distracted, his gaze frequently drifting toward the entrance. He was searching for Xiaohong, who would typically appear by this time to distribute the food, often exchanging knowing glances with him before they dined together in silence. Yet today, she was nowhere to be seen. Xiao Chui had taken her place in distributing the meals. And even as he neared the end of his food, Xiaohong was still absent. An uneasy feeling welled up within Wu Qian, prompting him to hastily shove food into his mouth before approaching Xiao Chui nonchalantly. "Miss Xiao Chui, are you busy? How come it's you today? Do you need any help?" he inquired. The medicinal kitchen had only 2 maids, and naturally, the two were close. With Xiaohong missing, Wu Qian thought to gather information from Xiao Chui. Xiao Chui, who was tidying up the dishes, looked up upon hearing his voice and immediately tensed upon recognizing the newcomer, Wu Qian. After recently enduring Fan Dai's wrath, she dared not provoke someone whom Fan Dai despised. "No, thank you, Master Wu," she replied, casting a furtive glance towards Fan Dai, who was still preoccupied with his food. Allowing her to relax slightly, Wu Qian followed her gaze, understanding her trepidation, and with a gentle tone said, "Then I shall take my leave. Please continue with your work." Xiao Chui nodded repeatedly, watching him depart with a grateful expression. Stealing another glance at Fan Dai, still gnawing on his roast chicken, Xiao Chui finally felt reassured and began to clear the table before leaving. Fan Dai turned his head, observing Xiao Chui's retreating figure with a self-satisfied smile. 3 days passed without a sight of Xiaohong, and Wu Qian grew increasingly anxious. He had intended to learn the techniques of concealing his cultivation, but instead of acquiring knowledge, he had lost track of her entirely. The others seemed unaffected by her absence, as if it were of no consequence. It appeared that everyone knew where Xiaohong was, leaving him in the dark. Surely, something must have occurred while she was busy with her tasks. Wu Qian wished to inquire but feared causing trouble for Xiaohong. Thus, he could only keep a discreet watch while sweeping or quietly wait near the latrine. His perseverance bore fruit, and after 2 days of vigilant observation, he finally succeeded in uncovering a significant clue that night. However, it was not Xiaohong, but rather Xiao Chui, during her menstrual cycle, who first detected the unrefined mortal, Wu Ho. He fell into deep contemplation, sensing that the system's detection ability seemed to conceal a significant purpose. To err on the side of caution, Wu Qian remained discreet and did not reveal himself at first. Once Xiao Chui entered the women's quarters and ensured that no one was watching, he stepped out to meet her. He greeted her with the same opening line. "Miss Xiao Chui, are you busy?" Wu Qian, of course, would not be so impolite as to intrude. Instead, he stood outside the lavatory, communicating through a thin wall. The sound of flowing water abruptly ceased. Inside, Xiaohong tensed up, nearly collapsing in fright, and nervously inquired, "Who is out there? What do you want?" Detecting the tremor in her voice, Wu Qian felt a surge of guilt and quickly identified himself, assuring her not to be afraid and that he would only ask a few questions before departing. Xiao Chui sighed in relief, initially thinking him overly audacious for cornering her at the lavatory. Yet, she soon recognized his cleverness. Indeed, this was a place to evade Fan Dai, making it the safest opportunity. Xiao Chui did not harbor any aversion towards Wu Qian. Previously, Xiaohong had frequently spoken of him, praising his enthusiasm, rationality, and handsomeness, among other attributes. At first, Xiao Chui paid little heed, believing that a eunuch's handsomeness bore little significance. However, as Wu Qian undertook all the chores in the medicinal kitchen, and continued to do so diligently, Xiao Chui realized that his heart was genuinely kind, though the cause was Fan Dai. What was commendable was Wu Qian's lack of complaints as he performed his tasks impeccably, leaving no room for criticism from Fan Dai, an achievement not easily accomplished by others. Were it not for Wu Qian, Xiao Chui would not have enjoyed such a prolonged respite. When Wu Qian last sought her out, she had no intention of declining, but with Fan Dai nearby, fearing retribution, she could only evade with words. Wu Qian did not persist relentlessly. Upon sensing something amiss, he thoughtfully maintained his distance. This understanding left Xiao Chui deeply grateful, her heart unsettled. So it is you, Master Wu. What is it that you wish to discuss? As the sound of water resumed, Xiao Chui's shy voice emerged. Where has Xiao Hong been these past few days? I have not seen her. She explained that she had been dispatched by the deputy steward to the back courtyard to tend to the spiritual herbs, usually not allowed to leave. Indeed, it was as she said, what was termed watering was, in fact, confinement. Wu Qian's teeth clenched in frustration. Cursed Fan Dai, truly a mother pig wearing a bra. One scheme after another. The last time Xiao Hong had alerted him, she had disrupted Fan Dai's plans. And now it seemed he sought to sever all connections to prevent further mishaps. Thank you, Miss Xiao Chui. You may continue with your duties. I shall take my leave. Xiao Chui hesitated for a moment, then called out to stop Wu Qian, whispering in a very low voice. The steward often summoned Xiao Hong. However, recently he has been reclusive, and it is uncertain whether he still oversees these trivial matters. With a sigh, she could only express so much, leaving it to Wu Qian to discern the rest. Wu Qian pondered for a moment, then bowed in gratitude towards the lavatory, saying, Thank you. Chapter 13. A visit to the steward. The night was picturesque, with the moon hanging like a hook in the sky. The gentle summer breeze dispersed the heat, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. Branches swayed, casting fleeting shadows. Wu Qian walked along the path, his handsome face serene as a placid lake. He understood Xiao Chui's words. They conveyed a request for him to seek out Wu Ho as an ordinary palace maid. Her ability to convey such a message under pressure was quite commendable. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Qian resolved to make the visit. Firstly, he did not wish to disappoint Xiao Chui's trust, hoping to assist Xiao Hong. Secondly, he recalled that Wu Ho possessed the capability to conceal his true abilities, making this visit an opportune moment to gauge his intentions. After all, he was his recommender, and a visit would be entirely reasonable. Leaving Fan Dai with no grounds for disapproval, Wu Qian made his way to the inner courtyard, standing before the stewardess chamber where he spotted a small cabinet by the entrance. After expressing his purpose, the small cabinet promptly entered to relay the message, returning shortly to usher him inside. Following the small cabinet, Wu Qian approached Wu Ho's couch, where Wu Ho was dozing with his eyes half closed. Seemingly unaware of Wu Qian's arrival, the steward is here, announced the small cabinet, completing its task before bowing and retreating, closing the door behind it. Wu Ho remained unresponsive, his drooping eyelids betraying neither speech nor awareness. Observing Wu Ho on the couch, with his disheveled white hair and slightly parted lips, a clear droplet of saliva clung to the corner of his mouth, presenting an image of senescence that left Wu Qian momentarily uncertain whether the man was merely asleep or had already departed from this world. He hesitated to check for breath, feeling it would be impolite. To call out seemed equally disrespectful, as it might startle the elderly man. To leave without speaking would render his visit futile. Thus, Wu Ho remained motionless, and Wu Qian dared not move, standing in anxious anticipation. Time slipped by unmeasured, and just as Wu Qian began to feel drowsy himself, preparing to doze off, Wu Ho finally opened his eyes, a piercing gaze strikingly fixed upon the young man before him. Wu Qian, caught off guard by this intensity, was astonished to see that the elderly steward, once appearing frail and aged, now sat upright, his complexion vibrant, breathing steadily, eyes sparkling with vitality. Just as Wu Qian thought he was witnessing a remarkable revival, Wu Ho spoke at last. You have finally come to seek me. His voice resonated with strength and clarity, devoid of any hint of weakness or hoarseness. Wu Ho paused, savoring the depth of his own words, pondering if he had been awaited all along. Rising to his feet, Wu Ho stood tall, like a pine tree on the southern mountains, no longer stooped, his stature appearing considerably enhanced. Striding purposefully to the window, he gazed out into the night sky, leaving Wu Qian with an enigmatic silhouette. What is this? Wu Qian refrained from mentioning the notion of revival, opting instead to express his confusion in part. Wu Ho, having established his commanding presence, revealed a satisfied smile, remarking, Everyone believes I have grown old, but what they see is merely the surface. Wu Qian displayed a complex expression, pondering to himself that this old man was quite the actor, and he would have to be cautious around him in the future. I know what you are thinking. Wu Ho suddenly turned around, his piercing gaze fixed upon Wu Qian, his eyes deep and seemingly imbued with boundless wisdom. Startled, Wu Qian was genuinely taken aback. You know this? Could it be that you possess mind-reading abilities? Wu Ho chuckled knowingly and replied, You wonder why everyone perceives me as aged, yet I reveal a different facet to you. Wu Ho opened his mouth wide, momentarily at a loss for words. It appeared he had overthought the matter. What he deemed profound wisdom was merely cleverness. Nevertheless, the atmosphere had become charged. And out of genuine curiosity, Wu Qian inquired, why is that? You will understand in due time. Wu Qian inwardly cursed. You're quite the pretentious one. Since he could not hear the thoughts, he felt bold enough to express his irritation internally. Now, tell me what brings you here. Seeing Wu Qian stunned into silence, Wu Ho achieved his objective and returned to his seat, confidently asking. Wu Qian, uninterested in idle chatter, quickly gathered his thoughts. Since the chief steward had permitted him to speak, he proceeded directly to the point. Old Wu, do you know that Xiao Hong has been confined to the spirit herb garden by Fan Dai? Wu Ho was momentarily taken aback, his previously assured demeanor vanishing. He had assumed that Wu Qian's visit was related to the 1-month deadline, requesting his assistance in enhancing his cultivation. Why was he now mentioning Xiao Hong? Wu Ho speculated that perhaps he had not demonstrated enough strength, leading Wu Qian to doubt his ability to assist. Thus, Wu Ho intensified his display of authority, maintaining a serious expression as he stated, what matter concerning the medicinal kitchen could possibly elude me? Wu Qian sighed in relief, responding, then please, hurry and have him released. At that moment, Wu Ho realized that it was not his performance that fell short, but rather that this young man was infatuated. Nonsense. You sought me out for this. Wu Qian nodded as if it were the most natural thing. Indeed, Wu Ho finally grew angry, feeling exasperated that as a distinguished chief steward, he was constantly inundated with such trivial matters. After Fan Dai came Xiao Hong, and following her was Wu Qian. The medicinal kitchen was clearly a haven for eunuchs. So why were they entangled in matters of romance? Is there nothing else? There is. Wu Qian had not even inquired about his concealed realm. So it was impossible that there was nothing else. Wu Ho's expression softened slightly as he recognized his earlier impatience. Adopting the tone of a mentor, he advised, young man, one must prioritize the greater good and not become ensnared by romantic entanglements. Women will only hinder your swiftness in drawing your sword. Wu Ho genuinely cared for the young man before him, having gone to great lengths to bring him here for cleansing. Now, he patiently offered guidance, hoping to steer him back onto the path he had envisioned for him. This was all for his benefit. Wu Qian discerned that the chief steward was indeed upset, and thus attentively listened, nodding occasionally in a manner that suggested he was absorbing the wisdom imparted to him. Wu Ho finally calmed his temper and, with a satisfied tone, inquired, now, what else is on your mind? Originally, he intended to ask Xiao Hong about this matter, but she was still confined within the spirit herb garden. As Wu Qian spoke, he noticed a change in Wu Ho's expression, indicating a potential outburst, prompting him to swiftly shift the topic and refrain from mentioning Xiao Hong. Thus, he sought counsel from the steward. Wu Ho fixed his gaze firmly on Wu Qian, his blood pressure rising like a roller coaster. After the tumult, Wu Ho began to face the issue seriously, pondering it thoroughly in his heart. Wu Qian had indirectly brought up Xiao Hong, wishing to rescue her, which stemmed from the care she had shown him when he first entered the palace. His desire to save her could be seen as an act of gratitude. Yet Wu Qian remained unaware that Xiao Hong had been instructed by Wu Ho to look after him. In this light, it reflected the loyalty and affection characteristic of the people from Wu village. In the past, had I not been burdened by such sentiments, how could I have ended up gravely injured, stalling my own progress? Indeed, we have not misjudged his character. After a moment of self-reflection and mental reassessment, Wu Ho's anger dissipated completely, replaced by a warm smile as he regarded Wu Qian as if he were looking at a younger version of himself. Perseverance and resilience are key. I have my own arrangements for Xiao Hong. You need not worry, Wu Ho said gently. Now, please share the other matter. Perhaps we can be of assistance. His eyes were filled with admiration, reminiscent of a mother-in-law gazing at her son-in-law. Chapter 14. Acknowledging the thief as a father. Wu Qian's primary intention for this visit was to unravel the mystery surrounding the concealed realm. However, this inquiry could not be posed directly. One must consider, why would a mere novice in the refinement stage need to hide their level? Such a notion simply does not hold water. A careless slip could reveal the truth, and matters concerning the system required utmost caution. After a brief contemplation, Wu Qian took a roundabout approach and asked, how was Fan Dai able to discern my realm? Although this was not the type of assistance Wu Ho had anticipated, it at least brushed against the main issue, bringing a sense of relief to Wu Ho. Regaining his confidence, Wu Ho's face radiated tranquility. Between cultivators, the flow of qi can be sensed and detected. This is not particularly difficult. However, when there is a suppression of realms, a higher level can perceive a lower one. But not vice versa. Within the same tier, it is unnecessary to gauge one another, he explained. Wu Qian was already aware of this, intentionally posing a simple question to lower Wu Ho's guard, gradually steering the conversation toward the crux of the matter. Now, however, He feared that his clandestine training at night would be compromised, especially if Fan Dai got wind of it and created obstacles. With Fan Dai now fully aware, he would undoubtedly exercise greater caution, and Wu Qian worried he might never reach the qi refinement stage. What could he possibly do? Upon hearing Fan Dai's name, a flicker of disdain briefly crossed Wu Ho's eyes. Given Wu Qian's increased cultivation level, the commotion caused by Fan Dai was certainly known to Wu Ho. Yet, he merely assumed Fan Dai was exaggerating to trouble Wu Qian. However, after Wu Qian entered the room, Wu Ho personally conducted a probe and was astonished to discover that Wu Qian was indeed at the 8th tier of the refinement stage. With his extensive experience, Wu Ho was not inclined to believe that this was merely a product of the spirit spring's influence. If the spiritual spring truly possessed such benefits, the emperor would have long since depleted its waters, rather than using it merely to nourish the flowers in the courtyard. Nevertheless, Wu Ho was not inclined to squander time on this matter. Every individual harbors secrets, ones of his own, those of Xiaohong, and certainly, Wu Qian could possess his own as well. While others may be oblivious to Xiaohong's realm, Wu Ho was acutely aware, even having personally taught her the art of concealing her capabilities. However, Xiaohong held numerous secrets, and Wu Ho could not be certain that he knew them all. This uncertainty introduced a plethora of variables. With her cultivation at the qi refining stage, if she were to conceal some extraordinary secret technique with sufficient resources, it would not be impossible for her to expedite Wu Qian's advancement. Given Wu Qian's rapport with her, Wu Ho believed this to be sufficient. Thus, Wu Ho attributed Wu Qian's rapid progress to Xiaohong. He felt quite pleased with Wu Qian's performance. The young man exhibited a commendable degree of cunning and caution. Furthermore, he navigated the situation with just the right balance, clever without being sly, meticulous without being overly rigid. Even amidst the encirclement by Fan Dai, he sought opportunities to break free from adversity, a resilience that was indeed rare. Wu Ho waved his hand with ease and remarked with a smile, "Where there is a profound path, there is an equally formidable countermeasure. Since there exists a method of detection, naturally there must be a means to conceal one's realm." Suddenly enlightened, Wu Ho gazed at Wu Qian with admiration, feigning shock at Wu Ho's omniscience. But who can one learn such skills from? Surely, there are few who possess such divine abilities. Laughter erupted from Wu Ho. Indeed, such techniques are rare in this world. As luck would have it, we possess them. Wu Qian, taken aback, theatrically covered his mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief. To comprehend the cosmos and wield unparalleled skills, old Wu is truly a living deity. Wu Ho reveled in this praise, graciously accepting it, then waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing remarkable, merely some unorthodox methods that few practice. Noting Wu Qian's confusion, Wu Ho patiently elaborated. The reasoning is quite simple. Those of high realms fear that others do not recognize their superiority, thus they feel no need to conceal it. As for those of lower realms, whether concealed or not, they are but insignificant creatures, easily extinguished without a second thought. Why bother with such efforts? After Wu Ho's explanation, Wu Qian found it quite reasonable and curiously inquired, "According to your words, old Wu, who would need to practice such methods?" Wu Ho pondered for a moment, his expression complex, murmuring, "Such techniques are employed only in special circumstances, like your current situation." Wu Qian sensed that these words were not entirely Wu Ho's true intentions. However, one thing was certain. Concealing one's realm was not a skill possessed by all, and he speculated that Xiaohong's ability to do so was likely related to Wu Ho. Thus, it seemed that Wu Ho and Xiaohong shared a mentor-student relationship. Just as Wu Qian was ruminating on how to seek such methods, Wu Ho suddenly narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing as he fixated on Wu Qian. "You just mentioned wanting to find Xiaohong. Were you also inquiring about this matter?" Wu Qian felt a sudden jolt in his heart, taken aback by the eunuch's vigilance. A single misstep in his words had led to the revelation of a problem. Once again, he had been careless. Wu Qian dared not outright deny the accusation, as that would only serve to draw further attention to it. Xiaohong had previously cautioned him that achieving the qi refinement stage was no simple matter. He believed her insights were profound, likely imparted by a wise mentor, and thus wished to seek her counsel in person once more. His words, a blend of truth and artifice, cleverly skirted the specifics of the inquiry. He mentioned having received a warning but refrained from disclosing its content, indirectly complimenting Wu Ho in the process. Wu Ho, evidently pleased, nodded silently, his demeanor softening. Wu Qian was cautious not to dwell on the matter, seizing the moment of Wu Ho's good spirits to shift the conversation. He inquired about the requirements for practicing this technique. Wu Ho shook his head slowly. "You should not allow distractions. Focus on your cultivation first. Strive to reach the qi refinement stage before concerning yourself with anything else. Do not underestimate the challenges of further breakthroughs. The path becomes increasingly arduous. Instead of wasting energy exploring dubious avenues to deal with that rotund fellow Fan Dai, It would be wiser to find a reliable ally for a lasting solution. Upon concluding, Wu Ho straightened his posture, his intentions unmistakably clear. Even a fool could comprehend. Wu Qian understood all too well. This was a subtle invitation for him to acknowledge the rogue as his benefactor. How forthright! Initially uncertain of Wu Ho's stance, Wu Qian had refrained from acting impulsively, especially given the 1-month deadline Wu Ho had imposed, which left him feeling suspicious and bewildered about Wu Ho's true intentions. After much contemplation, he realized it was a ruse to win hearts. Could he not have simply stated it outright? Internally cursing the cunning old fox, Wu Qian feigned ignorance, replying, "Isn't my support provided by you, old Wu? Ever since you took me under your wing, I have dedicated myself to following you, never once considering finding another patron." Very well, very well. Observing Wu Qian's earnest demeanor, Wu Ho felt a swell of contentment, his smile broadening as he mused about his own complexity. How could he complicate matters involving such a pure and endearing young man? Was he not simply taking advantage of the honest? The moment had come. Wu Qian knelt before him, bowing deeply. "I am clumsy and awkward, lacking the cleverness of others since childhood, and I only hope you do not look down upon me." Wu Qian possessed little talent, but he would never forget the kindness bestowed upon him. He implored Wu Ho for his guidance and mentorship. Through their interactions, and drawing on the memories of his host from Wu family village, Wu Qian was resolute. The old eunuch favored straightforward individuals. How simple it was to converse with an honest man. One merely needed to reflect his words back. That evening, Wu Qian exerted all his efforts to cultivate a sincere persona, aiming to endear himself to the eunuch. The concealed technique was of paramount importance to Wu Qian. It would enable the system to function at its fullest potential. For the sake of this technique, Wu Qian was willing to give his all. Every word Wu Qian spoke resonated deeply with Wu Ho's heart. Clumsy and awkward? Such traits were far more reliable. Not clever? That simply indicated a lack of ill intent. Astonished by his own discerning insight, Wu Hoiwei grew increasingly exhilarated and, slamming his palm on the table, exclaimed, "Speak up, young one. What do you need?" Chapter 15. What kind of man is this? In the face of this sudden enthusiasm, Wu Qian showed no signs of modesty. He had no intention of feigning restraint to win the favor of his elders. Fearing that his requests might be deemed excessive, he boldly articulated his desire for a method to conceal his realm. The more forthright Wu Qian became, the more thrilled Wu Ho grew, repeatedly murmuring to himself, "What an honest fellow! What an honest fellow!" With a grand gesture, he produced a jade slip from beneath his seat and presented it to Wu Qian. "Take this." Wu Qian performed a tactical lean back, receiving the jade slip with both hands through his sleeves, appearing exceptionally respectful. This only heightened Wu Ho's delight. With another sweeping motion, he retrieved a porcelain vial from beneath his seat and, with a resounding clap, placed it on the table. "Also take this." Within the vial was a zhengqi pill, intended to enhance the success rate of breaking through to the qi refining stage. Wu Qian, however, was not particularly interested in the pill. With the support of his system, overcoming any bottleneck should pose no issue. He could always expend some moral value if necessary, as he held an abundance of it. Moreover, he found it curious that everything seemed to be stored beneath Wu Ho's seat. Could such items truly be consumable? Wu Qian was deeply conflicted. Observing his hesitation, Wu Ho mistook it for modesty and promptly thrust the vial into his hands, generously declaring, "Take it. Once you reach the qi refining stage, you will stand on equal footing with others, and in the medicinal kitchen, you need not hold back. You may do as you please." Wu Qian, holding the vial, tentatively suggested, "I am only at the 8th stage. I hardly require such a fine item. Perhaps you might consider someone who is in greater need and allow them to have it first. I can find my own way later." "You are far too kind. Even when your life is at stake, you think of others," Wu Ho said, shaking his head with a wry smile. He spoke earnestly, "But remember, in the medicinal kitchen, elixirs are a grave taboo. How could I allow others to know, let alone gift them to someone else?" "I understand." Wu Qian nodded earnestly, feeling a genuine sense of gratitude towards the old eunuch. As Wu Ho had stated, as the overseer of the medicinal kitchen, possessing any elixir would inevitably lead to suspicions of embezzlement. By directly gifting it to Wu Qian, it was as if he had entrusted him with a powerful secret, signaling that he considered him one of his own. Wu Qian carefully stowed away the zhengqi pill, resolved to honor Wu Ho's kindness by ensuring he would consume it, even if it meant swallowing his pride. Satisfied, Wu Ho then inquired if Wu Qian had any other matters to discuss. Aware that it was time to take his leave, Wu Qian hastily performed his respects and prepared to depart. As he was leaving, Wu Ho casually remarked, "To conceal one's realm is, in essence, to draw forth the spiritual energy from the dantian and hide it within secret apertures, rendering it undetectable. For a eunuch, the safest aperture is the perineum." Upon exiting, Wu Qian found himself in possession of a cultivation jade slip and a zhengqi pill. It can be said that the harvest is abundant. More significant than material gains is the fact that he has boarded Wu Ho's ship of rogues. While the influence of this vessel within the entire Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs remains uncertain, it has already established itself as the most formidable presence in the realm of medicinal cuisine. With such a formidable ally, even Fan Dai must temper his arrogance. As Wu Qian pondered this, a wave of relief washed over him, and his spirits lifted. He strode lightly through the courtyard gate, intending to return to his chambers and hum a cheerful tune, when he faintly heard a sound emanating from a distance. Smack! Smack! This noise was decidedly abnormal. Wu Qian promptly halted, straining to listen intently for a moment to confirm his suspicion. Indeed, it was highly unusual. How could the eunuchs in the medicinal kitchen produce such audacious sounds? Intrigued, Wu Qian stealthily approached the vicinity of the latrine. As he drew nearer, the sounds became progressively clearer, accompanied by intermittent sobs of a woman. Such intensity? Wu Qian was taken aback and quickened his pace. Upon arriving near the latrine, he realized that something was indeed amiss. From a distance, the darkness of the night was illuminated by a flickering red glow from torches. Even the boldest among them would not dare to light a flame outdoors, and Wu Qian recognized his earlier misjudgment. Rushing over, he found that the once empty stone path was now teeming with people. The eunuchs had formed a tight circle. In the center of the crowd knelt the sobbing Xiao Chui. Opposite her stood Fan Dai, his eyes gleaming with malice, his hand raised high, poised to strike. The faint traces of Xiao Chui's delicate features were marred once again by the imprints of slaps, causing her to cry out in pain. Too terrified to turn her head away, Wu Qian's heart tightened at the sight, and he forcefully pushed through the throng, disregarding the astonished gazes of those around him. Hurrying to position himself behind Fan Dai. Why are you out here in the dead of night? Speak. What are you doing? Xiao Chui pleaded. I truly did nothing wrong. I merely went to the latrine. As Fan Dai prepared to strike again, he found his wrist firmly grasped by an unexpected force, preventing the blow from landing. Bewildered, he turned to see Wu Qian gripping his wrist with determination, glaring fiercely at him. Oh dear, it's just you, young Master Wu. Fan Dai's hefty arm shook, dislodging Wu Qian's grip, and he taunted. I knew it. Sneaking about in the middle of the night, no one else would dare. Wu Qian understood that this confrontation was directed at him. First Xiao Hong, now Xiao Chui. Those connected to Wu Qian were destined for misfortune. This scoundrel was intent on undermining his composure. Under different circumstances, Wu Qian might have chosen to endure, but having just witnessed Xiao Chui's humiliation, how could he feign ignorance? Positioning himself protectively in front of Xiao Chui, Wu Qian stared unflinchingly at Fan Dai, not with anger, but with disdain. This confidence stemmed from none other than the formidable authority of the head steward, Wu Ho. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Xiao Chui, fearing the escalation of events, swiftly tugged at Wu Qian's pant leg, striving to suppress her tears and quell the turmoil. It is my fault. I should not have ventured out so late. Please, Master Fan, spare my life. However, Fan Dai chose to disregard Xiao Chui, recognizing that with a significant catch on the line, pursuing mere minnows held no value. Wu Qian remained resolute, his disdain for the maltreatment of women palpable, and given that this altercation stemmed from his actions, he could no longer tolerate it. In this brief standoff, Fan Dai shattered the silence, tauntingly inquiring, are you attempting to be a hero and rescue the damsel, Wu Gonggong? Or do you wish to confront your superior? Wu Qian, unwavering, retorted frostily, if you seek trouble, direct it at me. Striking a woman. What kind of man does that? A collective gasp resonated among the eunuchs present, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief at Wu Qian's audacious words. Even Xiao Chui, startled, clasped her mouth in shock, her eyes wide with astonishment directed at Wu Qian. Confounded by their reactions, Wu Qian pondered, am I merely posturing? Why such an uproar? Suddenly, an overwhelming aura surged forth, ensnaring Wu Qian with an intensity that felt akin to countless snipers aiming at his head. It seemed that every move he made was under the scrutiny of an unyielding gaze. This sensation was profoundly unsettling, prompting Wu Qian to hastily channel his spiritual energy in resistance, which alleviated his discomfort considerably. Who are you to question masculinity? The chilling voice of Fan Dai pierced through the air. Chapter 16. The eunuch's self-defense technique outside the medicinal kitchen. The atmosphere was fraught with tension. As Wu Qian grappled with the oppressive force encroaching upon him, the reason behind the astonishment of those around him became painfully clear. One does not insult a monk in the presence of a bald head, nor does one dare to disparage a eunuch's manhood. Wu Qian lamented internally, relishing the thrill of exposing a weakness. Repeat that. Fan Dai stepped forward, his aura intensifying. A gust of wind seemed to whip past Wu Qian's ears, causing a few strands of hair at his temples to flutter silently. The other eunuchs retreated, none daring to intervene, reminiscent of their previous indifferent observation of Xiao Hong. Only Xiao Chui remained, still kneeling behind Wu Qian, now gripping his pant leg with increasing urgency. Wu Qian stood firm, refusing to acquiesce to Fan Dai's demand for repetition. It was not that he was unwilling to further expose the truth, but rather that the mounting pressure was suffocating. Fan Dai's technique involved the relentless accumulation of inner spiritual energy, compressing it to a singular point before releasing the restraint, allowing the unleashed energy to flow freely through his meridians, thus achieving unparalleled strength. With Fan Dai's mastery at the 5th level of Qi refinement, given sufficient time to escalate his momentum, he could ultimately unleash the pinnacle of his power at the 9th level of Qi refinement. The longer the preparation, the greater the potential damage. Wu Qian was oblivious to these intricacies. He merely felt an intensifying discomfort, yet those familiar with Fan Dai were well aware of the implications. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, some of the more timid eunuchs, fearing that Fan Dai's gathering of energy might lead to lethal consequences, contemplated retreating discreetly to alert the chief steward. Sensing their intention, Fan Dai promptly raised his hand and unleashed a powerful strike. With a sudden crack, a willow tree, thick as a bowl, snapped in response, crashing heavily to the ground, landing squarely in front of a eunuch, obstructing his path. This spectacle rendered the onlookers subdued, daunted by Fan Dai's ominous presence, frozen in place and hesitant to move. Wu Qian began to feel anxious, but given the circumstances, conceding might not be such a bad option. Yet, standing firm would be preferable. Wu Qian braced himself against the relentless pressure, invoking his connections, scoffing, "What's your problem? If you're dissatisfied, go complain to the steward. What are you posturing for?" Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Wu Qian, bewildered and exasperated, thought, "What now? Am I not allowed to speak?" Fan Dai's complexion shifted from crimson to ashen, his eyes narrowing to slits, his lips quivering with fury. "What do you mean I'm posturing?" Wu Qian felt as though his words were an open invitation for Fan Dai to retaliate, realizing he had once again misspoken. It seemed inevitable that a confrontation loomed ahead. For the first time, he sensed a tangible threat in the air, and before he could react, a fireball manifested before him. The flames surged with alarming speed, leaving no room for evasion, especially since behind him stood Xiao Cui. Should he attempt to flee, she would surely be the one harmed. Instinctively, Wu Qian raised his arms, crossing them defensively over his chest, bracing for the impact of the searing blow. With a resounding crash, he was propelled backward, soaring over Xiao Cui's head, landing heavily amidst the mud and straw. "Even if the King of Heaven himself comes today, we shall make you aware of our might." Having succeeded with his strike, Fan Dai pressed forward, advancing towards Wu Qian while remarking. As he passed Xiao Cui, she attempted to intercede, only to be swept aside by Fan Dai's sleeve. At this moment, Fan Dai was resolute in his intention to seize the opportunity to eliminate Wu Qian. Intending to justify his actions by claiming Wu Qian was insubordinate and had defied authority. While such reasoning was tenuous, it provided at least a semblance of justification, bolstered by numerous witnesses, rendering it difficult for Wu Ho to retaliate against him. Wu Qian struggled to rise, a gaping wound seared into his chest. His sleeves entirely burned away. Enduring the searing agony, he coughed up blood, feeling as if his very organs were twisted, swaying unsteadily on his feet. As Fan Dai approached once more, he regretted not having studied any spells in advance. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a dire predicament, devoid of any means of defense, forced to rely solely on his cultivation. In that moment, inspiration struck Wu Qian, self-defense. He swiftly accessed the system panel, activating the Eunuch's self-defense technique. Ding. Moral value, 99. Eunuch's self-defense technique, 100, can be comprehended. A torrent of images flooded his mind, replete with scenes of venerable eunuchs sacrificing themselves to protect their lords, tales of valor and loyalty unfolding before him, leaving Wu Qian with goosebumps. Yet, amidst the discomfort, he gained a wealth of practical experience. Even enduring blows constituted a form of learning. Wu Qian felt a sense of reassurance. He had no time to ponder the intricacies of spellcasting, his gaze fixed intently on Fan Dai, scrutinizing every movement to prepare for a timely defense. Fan Dai glanced at the bloodstains on the ground, a victorious smirk on his face as he boastfully declared, "Why so silent now? A mere insect in the refinement stage daring to act so brazenly, it's tantamount to courting death." Wu Qian responded with a derisive smile. Since Fan Dai had already harbored murderous intent, there was no need for restraint. He savagely twisted the knife. "Are you implying you are a man? A mere second-rate player masquerading as a rooster?" Fan Dai's earlier confidence evaporated, his eyes glinting with malice, tears of rage or exhaustion welling up. He could not tell. "Since you seek death, we shall oblige." The second spell surged forth in anger, a fireball significantly larger than the last, its searing heat palpable even from a distance. Armed with the protective spell, Wu Qian was well prepared, yet he neither dodged nor resigned himself to fate. For evasion contradicted the essence of self-defense, which advocated confronting challenges head-on. absorbing danger to ensure peace for his master. There was no rationale for retreat. This time, rather than retreating, Wu Qian advanced. As Fan Dai initiated his spell, Wu Qian simultaneously gathered spiritual energy, seemingly prescient, positioning himself to intercept the fireball's trajectory, thus halting its accumulation of force mid-flight. The spell he employed, if he was not mistaken, was the self-defense technique prescribed to every eunuch. Those self-defense techniques were not rare. To withstand 2 blows from the Qi refinement stage and remain unyielding required at least a significant level of mastery. Moreover, the ability to anticipate his opponent's moves suggested an even greater proficiency. As Fan Dai had surmised, Wu Qian's confidence against the fireball stemmed from the experiential knowledge inherent in the self-defense technique. Mastery in absorbing attacks involved not only understanding how to endure, but also discerning how the adversary would strike. Thus, upon perfecting the self-defense technique, Wu Qian's mind brimmed with a wealth of spell-related information, including attributes, characteristics, damage potential, and his own survival probabilities. Equipped with this knowledge, Wu Qian was loath to witness the fireball's formation unchallenged. Once the self-defense technique was activated, his internal spiritual energy surged like a living entity, instinctively coalescing toward the direction of impact, causing his body to lean forward involuntarily. Consequently, he used his body as a shield, preemptively shattering the fireball. After this confrontation, Wu Qian's confidence surged immensely. Although he could not defeat Fan Dai using merely self-defense techniques, it was no longer an easy task for Fan Dai to take his life. As long as he remained alive, he could rely on the system to turn his fortunes around. A day of reckoning would inevitably come. Contemplating this, Wu Qian disregarded the bloodstains at the corners of his mouth and revealed a faint smile, which appeared rather sinister to onlookers. Chapter 17. The unusual dance of attack and defense. Why have you stopped attacking? Wu Qian mimicked Fan Dai's tone, slightly modifying it as he retorted. If you can't kill me today, then you're not a man. With his confidence in self-defense techniques, Wu Qian found himself in a position of invincibility. Whether he won or lost, he emerged victorious. Upon hearing his words, Fan Dai's eyes blazed with fury, rekindling his ferocity as any lingering doubts dissipated. With a swift gesture, Fan Dai formed a seal, causing the air around him to heat rapidly. In the next instant, a fire dragon erupted from his front, hurtling towards Wu Qian with alarming speed, guided by the direction of Fan Dai's fingertips. The crowd gasped, their expressions shifting dramatically, and they dared not watch any longer. Collectively pleading, Master Fan, please restrain your anger. One cannot kill within the palace. 2 elderly eunuchs, intending to intervene and halt the fire dragon, were met with a fierce gaze from Fan Dai that compelled them to retreat. Whoever dares to meddle today will share the same fate as Wu Qian. The crowd understood that Fan Dai was in a murderous rage and dared not offer further advice. Instead, they hastened to inform the chief steward. Knowing that the death of Wu Qian was inconsequential, but a murder in the depths of the inner palace was no trivial matter. Each individual would bear responsibility. Even if the chief steward chose not to pursue the matter, the royal family would undoubtedly investigate. Fan Dai, repeatedly casting spells, was nearing the limits of his energy, panting heavily. Meanwhile, Wu Qian, drawing upon his knowledge of self-defense techniques, recognized this as the fire dragon technique, typically wielded only by those who had reached the consummate stage of Qi refinement. To unleash its full destructive potential, one would require foundational cultivation. The fire dragon before him was no thicker than a cup's mouth, clearly not in its complete form. However, for Fan Dai, who was at the 5th stage of Qi refinement, this was already a formidable feat. Wu Qian understood that Fan Dai, willing to exhaust his spiritual energy, was determined to deliver a lethal blow, unwilling to engage in a prolonged struggle. This man truly dared to kill. Wu Qian found himself at the forefront, confronted by the menacing fire dragon, with no time for regret. He activated his self-defense technique, channeling the scant spiritual energy from his dantian, which coalesced before him into a dense, radiant mist, resembling a round mirror. His body involuntarily lunged forward once more, colliding head-on with the fire dragon. Wu Qian felt rather helpless. It seemed the self-defense technique operated on its own accord, directing him toward the strongest force, a characteristic of the spell's protective attribute. In this collision, surprisingly, Wu Qian did not get hurled backward but instead crashed to the ground. Dragged by the residual force, he carved a deep trench into the earth before finally coming to a stop. Fan Dai, having caught his breath, trudged over, his weary form approaching Wu Qian. Looking down at the motionless Wu Qian, he spoke with an air of superiority. You overestimate yourself. Seemingly responding to Fan Dai's words, Wu Qian's index finger twitched slightly. At a critical juncture, he deftly summoned the system panel, elevating his cultivation to the 9th level of the refinement stage just moments before his spiritual energy was entirely depleted. This was the culmination of hard-earned experience. Each time he faced exhaustion, ascending to a higher realm breathed new life into him. Now, applied in battle, the effects were immediate and profound. As everyone assumed the outcome was already determined, Wu Qian, disregarding the astonished gazes surrounding him, struggled to rise and regain his stance. His internal spiritual energy surged once more, and after expelling a mouthful of dirt, he uttered 2 words, "Is that all?" Fan Dai was so taken aback that he could not find his voice, retreating several steps in shock as he gazed at the seemingly resurrected Wu Qian. Even as a novice in the refinement stage, Wu Qian understood the repercussions of casting spells beyond his means. The lighter consequence would be a depletion of energy, while the heavier could result in backlash. Observing Fan Dai's breathless demeanor, he taunted, "Out of energy?" With that, he stepped forward with resolute strides, approaching with unyielding determination. Fan Dai, eyes wide with terror, was compelled to retreat repeatedly, bewildered by the turn of events. What was intended as a swift and decisive strike had transformed into a burdensome predicament. In Fan Dai's view, after a successful hit, he believed Wu Qian's spiritual energy had dissipated, leaving his life in peril. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it seemed as though a different person stood before him, emanating a powerful aura once more. It was as if an invisible spiritual force from the heavens was visibly infusing Wu Qian with energy at an astonishing rate. Having never witnessed such a phenomenon, Fan Dai was at a loss for explanation, his mind blank as he continued to retreat, seeking safety. Wu Qian, lacking any offensive spells, was nonetheless capable of delivering a punch. With the solid cultivation of the refinement stage, supported by abundant spiritual energy, he felt an unwavering confidence even without spells. Fan Dai, increasingly unsettled, stumbled over the uneven ground and fell to the earth, desperately pushing himself backward with his hands. The arrogance he had just displayed was now replaced by sheer embarrassment. No one could have anticipated such a rapid reversal, yet no one intervened. Coldly observing the vice superintendent's plight, some compassionate onlookers even stepped back to avoid obstructing Fan Dai's escape, finally regaining his composure, though his spiritual energy was slow to replenish. Fan Dai feigned calmness and shouted, "You dare? What do you intend to do? Assault your superior?" Wu Qian let out a cold laugh, thinking, "You intend to kill me, yet you forbid me from retaliating?" Uninterested in further dialogue, Wu Qian swiftly approached, seizing Fan Dai by the collar and lifting him partially off the ground. It was heavy, yet for Wu Qian at this moment, even an additional 100 pounds would pose no challenge. Fan Dai, now genuinely frightened, recognized that discussing matters with Wu Qian was futile. He shouted loudly, "What are you all standing around for? Quickly apprehend this audacious scoundrel. We must bring him to justice." As the crowd exchanged glances, almost as if they had conspired, they collectively shouted and rushed toward the inner courtyard, exclaiming, "The steward is in trouble. Wu Qian has struck someone." A throng of individuals surged forth, coinciding perfectly with the eunuch who had come to deliver the news. "Where's the steward?" the crowd inquired. "He is not at home." The bewildered eunuch responded, "Splendid. Let us all seek out the steward together." Without further ado, the crowd pressed the messenger eunuch along with them. Confused, the eunuch could only follow the tide of bodies, questioning, "What is happening? Is Wu Qian dead?" The crowd offered no reply, vanishing into the night in an instant. The scene fell silent, yet the tormented Xiao Cui remained, her gaze fixed anxiously on Wu Qian, fearing he might lose control and act recklessly. Wu Qian, aware of everything, smiled faintly. The harshness of the world was merely the norm, and he had grown accustomed to the indifference of these scoundrels. Those who engage in wrongdoing shall meet their demise. Today, it is your turn. Fan Dai, feeling the sting of betrayal, glared with venomous eyes. The only loyal follower, a small mustached man, had been dispatched by him to surveil Xiao Hong and was now presumably lost in slumber. "Do you understand our family's status?" Wu Qian chuckled softly, bemusement dancing in his eyes. The wicked always resorted to this routine, while he was acutely aware of the perils of excessive speech. Without further ado, Wu Qian summoned his strength and delivered a powerful blow, striking Fan Dai's mouth with such force that his teeth rattled and his lips swelled instantly. Satisfied that Fan Dai was momentarily silenced, Wu Qian grinned, "I do not know." Chapter 18. Releasing anger, Xiao Cui remained curled on the ground. Not from a lack of will to rise, but because she had been forcefully thrown aside by Fan Dai, crashing heavily onto the floor, leaving her in considerable pain. Though Fan Dai had not exerted his full strength, that fall alone was enough to overwhelm an ordinary person. Observing the confrontation, Xiao Cui saw Wu Qian truly dare to take action and, fearing he might attract trouble, hurriedly scrambled to her feet, disregarding her agonizing discomfort. Grasping Wu Qian's wrist with both hands, her voice trembled with urgency. "Young Master Wu, please do not act impulsively. Fan Gonggong is from the Imperial Kitchen. And if you strike the deputy steward, the higher authorities will surely hold you accountable." Fan Dai nodded profusely, mumbling incoherently, but no one could comprehend his words. Wu Qian understood that Xiao Chui was not pleading on Fan Dai's behalf, but rather looking out for his own well-being, a distinction he recognized clearly. Thus, instead of harboring resentment towards Xiao Chui, he felt an even greater sense of guilt for causing her to suffer because of him. He gazed at her tenderly and reassured. "Do not worry, Miss Xiao Chui, I know how to handle this." Upon hearing Wu Qian's gentle words, her handsome face radiated kindness. Unable to withstand his gaze, Xiao Chui felt something stir within her heart, and she quickly lowered her head, her hands involuntarily loosening their grip. Wu Qian continued to express his concern. "That fall was quite severe. You should rest over there for a moment, and once I finish, I will escort you home." Xiao Chui's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she momentarily forgot her purpose for approaching him, nodding obediently and moving to the side. Her eyes filled with the image of Wu Qian's towering figure. Fan Dai was utterly bewildered. Witnessing Xiao Chui's intervention, he initially felt a sense of gratitude. Ashamed of his own heavy-handedness, as he reflected on whether he had been too harsh, Xiao Chui had already departed. Wasn't she supposed to confront Wu Qian? Why had she left? How had the two exchanged glances so intimately? Wu Qian turned his gaze back, his warmth evaporating, replaced by an unending chill. Fan Dai, ensnared by that icy stare, involuntarily shuddered, for the first time experiencing fear in the presence of the young man. Wu Qian's fist opened into a palm, mimicking Fan Dai's earlier assault on Xiao Chui, and struck Fan Dai's plump face with considerable force. The flesh quivered under the impact. It was the first time in his life Fan Dai had been slapped, and to endure it face to face, eye to eye, filled him with profound humiliation. Following the initial blow, the reverse hand strike swiftly followed. "You enjoy slapping faces, do you?" Before Fan Dai could react, the second slap landed as expected. "I will ensure you receive your due." Though Fan Dai yearned to resist, he found himself utterly depleted, unable to summon the strength to retaliate, merely enduring the blows while attempting to gather his spiritual energy. Alas, the pain surged through him, mingled with humiliation, having lived a life of ease. He could not concentrate to heal himself effectively. After several slaps, he dislodged 2 wisdom teeth, alleviating the pressure in his mouth enough to finally speak. "How dare you hit me?" Smack. "Just wait. Pow. We made a mistake. We only wanted to use the restroom. Who knew we would run into Xiao Chui? We merely approached with a trial mindset, to see if it had anything to do with you." Wu Qian continued his assault, pondering, "So that is how it is." No wonder, despite the prior confirmation that no one was following Xiao Chui, Fan Dai managed to seize her. It turned out to be a stroke of bad luck. Xiao Chui was unfortunate, and so was Fan Dai. Regardless of Fan Dai's protests, Wu Qian was relentless, seizing the opportunity to vent his frustrations. Thus, they transitioned from silence to speech, only to regress from speech to silence again, a medical marvel indeed. As Wu Qian contemplated whether he could achieve yet another miracle, Xiao Chui tugged at his sleeve, softly imploring, if you hit him again, he might die. Wu Qian glanced down and found, as Xiao Chui had said, that Fan Dai's eyes had rolled back, his mouth frothing with a mixture of blood and foam, utterly motionless. Checking for a pulse with his fingers, he discovered there was still a heartbeat, prompting him to release Fan Dai. Standing triumphantly beside him, he declared, such arrogance. He then shouted towards the inner courtyard, come out and clean this mess. Without lingering over the chaotic scene, he assisted Xiao Chui in returning to her room. Suddenly, a head peeked out from the inner courtyard. It was the little chair, lingering in the shadows. Confirming Wu Qian's departure, it cautiously approached, followed by several others. With the chief steward absent, no one knew how to proceed. A circle formed around Fan Dai, and a cacophony of voices erupted in discussion. Ultimately, they decided to entrust the matter to the little mustached man. Due to his close association with Fan Dai, the little mustached attendant was tasked with the care of the medicinal kitchen, making him the most suitable choice. The sounds of explosions emanating from the medicinal kitchen had long since alarmed the patrolling guards outside. Aware of the kitchen's unique status, the guards, though cognizant of the magical duel occurring within, dared not act recklessly. They could neither enter to investigate nor ignore the situation. Their only course of action was to summon the squad leader to address the matter. The leader, lacking authority and insight, promptly informed the watchful officer on duty, urging him to make a swift decision. Upon receiving the report, the officer found himself in a similarly perplexing situation, pondering how to resolve a conflict between celestial beings. The medicinal kitchen fell under the jurisdiction of the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs, while internal magical duels were overseen by the Astronomical Bureau. As a mere guard officer, despite his duty to protect the inner imperial city, he understood that neither the head of the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs nor the chief of the Astronomical Bureau were individuals he could afford to offend. Therefore, he acted decisively, suppressing the news while ensuring close surveillance, and hurriedly relayed the situation to the Imperial Guard commander, who was occupied at Chuanxiang Tower. After several layers of communication, the information finally reached Chuanxiang Tower. The Imperial Guard commander, Min Ho Tiao, was attempting to regain his composure when his loyal subordinate interrupted him, initially reluctant to intervene. Upon learning of the incident in the palace, Min Ho Tiao realized the gravity of the situation and quickly adjusted his attire before leaving his chamber. A robust man. He felt irritated at being interrupted, yet after reading the officer's letter, a cunning smile graced his face. The medicinal kitchen? That would certainly be worth investigating. His subordinate quietly reminded him that the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs might not take kindly to his involvement. Min Ho Tiao dismissed the concern with a scoff, remarking that the once mighty 2,000-year-old had long since diminished in stature. What could he possibly do to him? Thinking of the delicate young eunuchs, Min Ho Tiao couldn't help but chuckle, causing the atmosphere of Chuanxiang Tower to lose its allure. After further communication, the message returned to the guards. Now an hour later, a confidential note succinctly commanded, "Investigate, enter and search." The guards immediately grasped the essence of the order and knocked firmly on the door of the medicinal kitchen. "Open the door. Who is engaged in a magical duel here?" The door creaked open, revealing an elderly, wrinkled face, the old man's blurred vision scanning the crowd. "What brings you here, esteemed officers?" "There's been a magical duel within. Our commander has ordered us to search." The old man stepped outside, his patched eunuch robe starkly conspicuous. Upon hearing of the search, he let out a hoarse laugh, as if he had heard a particularly amusing joke. "Do you not know the rules of the medicinal kitchen?" In the dead of night, a frail old eunuch laughing at anyone was indeed unsettling. The guards, startled by his laughter, summoned their courage and replied, "We act under the orders of Commander Min Ho Tiao." "Oh," exclaimed the old man, seeming to grasp the situation at last. Yet he still showed no intention of granting them access. Alone, he stood defiantly against a dozen guards, inquiring calmly, "Do you possess the permission of the Ritual Supervision Office?" The guards exchanged glances and shook their heads. "What about the authorization from the Astronomical Bureau?" Again, they responded with a negative shake. "Without any permission, how could you possibly enter the medicinal kitchen?" One of the squad leaders stepped forward, hand resting on his sword at his waist, confronting the elder. "We have a written order from the commander of the Imperial Guards. That is of no consequence," the elder retorted dismissively. "The Imperial Guards, the Ritual Supervision Office, and the Astronomical Bureau, none can be disregarded." Remaining unmoved, he continued, "If it is indeed a matter concerning Min Ho Tiao, let him come personally." "Impudent," the squad leader barked, drawing his blade. Chapter 19. Bottleneck. Outside the medicinal kitchen, the air was thick with the clash of swords. Meanwhile, Wu Ho stood resolutely, a solitary bastion against the tide. The palace had welcomed many newcomers, unfamiliar faces who did not recognize him, yet they dared to draw their blades against Wu Ho, an audacious martial artist. Observing the cold gleam of the blade, Wu Ho could only chuckle softly, aware that this was the doing of Min Ho Tiao. That young scoundrel, emboldened by his connection to the favored concubine, had recently become rather brazen, even attempting to assert his dominance at the medicinal kitchen. Did he intend to meddle with the Ritual Supervision Office? Wu Ho was indifferent to other matters, but the medicinal kitchen was off limits. With a swift flick of his sleeve, a tempest arose, scattering the guards like leaves in a storm, leaving them sprawled helplessly on the ground. Then, with a grasp of his withered hand, a cacophony of slicing winds erupted, sending the guards' swords flying towards him as if they were mere scraps of metal, coalescing into a singular iron sphere suspended in the air. Wu Ho coldly uttered a single word, "Begone." The squad leader, unfamiliar with Wu Ho and oblivious to his youthful exploits, recognized him as a high-ranking eunuch by his attire. However, wielding a commander's order, he had no regard for him. Commanders often bullied eunuchs, and the guards looked down upon them as well. It was not uncommon for them to forcibly seize eunuchs. And yet today, they had encountered a formidable opponent. Struggling to rise, the leader cast a venomous glance at Wu Ho before retreating in disarray with his men. It was not cowardice that prompted their retreat, but rather the overwhelming display of strength exhibited by Wu Ho, which extinguished any desire to resist. Although Wu Ho merely projected the aura of a Qi refinement practitioner, he was still a cultivator. Even if the leader had reached the pinnacle of martial prowess, he remained merely a martial artist. In the realm of cultivation, one begins with refining essence, progressing to Qi refinement, which signifies the true entry into the path of immortality. Conversely, a martial artist is one who cannot transcend the stage of refining essence, a mere mortal. Unable to convert essence into Qi, they direct their accumulated energy into their limbs, enhancing their physical strength to fortify their bodies. This could be considered a form of physical cultivation, yet it pales in comparison to the transformation of the body through spiritual power. Thus, the strength of a martial artist corresponds only to the lowest tier of refining essence. Above martial artists lie realms such as body forging, body tempering, and transcendence. While martial cultivation is not devoid of higher realms and can extend far, it will always fall short of the heights of true cultivation. The Imperial Guards certainly harbor individuals of exceptional skill, yet alas, such talents are not destined to ascend to the position of squad leader. As for this motley crew, Wu Qian could scarcely muster the inclination to spare them a glance. Without waiting for their departure, he turned and firmly shut the courtyard gate. The wrath of the guard commander? To him, it was merely the bluster of a brutish man. Outside the courtyard, Wu Qian remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events, wholly focused on escorting Xiao Chui back to her residence. Standing at the threshold, Xiao Chui was filled with gratitude for Wu Qian's timely intervention. Had he not arrived when he did, she would have undoubtedly endured further torment. Moreover, Wu Qian had struck Fan Dai. While personal grievances may have played a role, to Xiao Chui, it was an act of retribution on her behalf. Who else possessed such audacity? During their return, Wu Qian engaged in warm inquiries, expressing concern for her injuries, a kindness previously unknown to Xiao Chui. Her eyes glistened with affection, leaving her uncertain of how to repay Wu Qian's generosity. Shyly, she suggested, "Why not come in for a moment?" Yet, the prospect was not to be realized. Wu Qian, though tempted to step inside, found himself unable to indulge in such desires. Unlike the vivacious and enchanting Xiao Hong, Xiao Chui possessed a graceful and curvaceous figure, accentuated by her current state of injury, which lent her an alluring fragility that elicited sympathy. However, having just harmed his superior, Wu Qian could not afford to be entirely unconcerned. His mind was preoccupied with strategizing for the future. Lingering here would only drain his energy, thus he reluctantly declined, saying, "Perhaps another day." With that, he disregarded Xiao Chui's imploring gaze and hastily departed. Upon returning to his own chamber, he carefully secured the doors and windows. Wu Qian sank into contemplation. The events of the evening were bound to escalate. Fan Dai was affiliated with the Imperial Kitchen, and they would undoubtedly seek redress. In light of this, the one-month deadline seemed trivial. As Fan Dai had noted, the charge of assaulting a superior was no trifling matter. Not only had he struck him, but he had nearly incapacitated him. If the Imperial Kitchen harbored murderous intent, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that they would seek his execution. The crux of the matter lay in the attitude of Chief Wu Ho. Should he choose to intervene and obscure the details of the altercation, then the worst Wu Qian could face would merely be physical punishment. Given his current cultivation, he could withstand a severe beating. What he feared most was Wu Ho's unwillingness to intercede. Although Wu Ho had previously stated that Wu Qian need not feel constrained in the medicinal kitchen and could act as he pleased, it was clear that such freedom did not extend to arbitrary violence. Thus, Wu Qian found himself uncertain of how much capital Wu Ho would be willing to expend on his behalf. He could not entrust his fate to another. Wu Qian began to pace restlessly, moving back and forth within the confines of his small room, akin to a caged animal. To wait until tomorrow and leave his fate to chance? Such passivity was unacceptable. He needed to seize control of the situation, and at the very least, prepare an escape route. Yes, he must first enhance his strength. When the time came, he could choose to remain or, if necessary, flee. With this resolution in mind, Wu Qian's thoughts crystallized into a plan. He summoned the system interface, and before he could even begin allocating points, a chime rang out. In the pursuit of justice for the innocent, a moral value of 100 was awarded. A night spent engaged in conflicts left no opportunity for the system to intervene. Alas, I had been too lenient. Upon witnessing such a generous reward for the first time, Wu Qian felt a surge of joy, quickly followed by a tinge of regret. Had he known, he would have exerted himself further. Perhaps the gains could have been even greater. Name: Wu Qian. Cultivation level: 9th stage of refinement. Wisdom root: inferior quality. Lifeblood: 1 moral value. 1391. Demonic seed value: 0. Techniques: rootless art. Human grade premium: 2. Huangting Wanhua Sutra. Earth grade rare: 1. Spells: Eunuch S self-defense technique. Human grade common: 100 can be comprehended. With 1391 moral points, he considered himself a minor spender. Without further ado, he recognized that without strength, there was no leeway. Thus, Wu Qian promptly invested moral points into his cultivation. However, before he could lavishly allocate his resources, the system interrupted him after merely adding 99 points. Cultivation level: 9th stage of refinement 100, inferior quality wisdom root. Breakthrough success rate 20. To attempt a breakthrough requires 100 moral points. Would you like to proceed? Indeed, the inferior quality was aptly named. The success rate appeared rather disheartening, prompting Wu Qian to hesitate. As Xiao Hong had indicated, overcoming a bottleneck was no simple feat, and even the system seemed ensnared in a peculiar cycle. A single failure would cost him 100 moral points, a significant sum. Should he falter tonight, the effort to save Xiao Chui would be in vain. He retrieved the righteousness pill from his pocket, an item capable of doubling the success rate and aiding him in breaking through the barrier. Yet, even with the doubling effect, it would only yield a mere 40. Wu Qian refrained from consuming it immediately, instead focusing intently on the phrase wisdom root. Since the quality of the wisdom root could determine the success rate, it would be wiser to enhance the wisdom root first before consuming the pill, thereby ensuring a more secure outcome. Unlike merely spending moral points to gamble on success, investing in the wisdom root was a different matter altogether. It was an expenditure that promised lifelong benefits, enhancing not only his cultivation but also directly influencing the system's efficacy. The exact nature of the evolution remained unexplained by the system. Only through experimentation could the truth be unveiled. The more he pondered, the more he recognized the significance of the wisdom root. Wu Qian made his final decision, temporarily setting aside cultivation and fixating intently on the word's inferior quality. With a fervent shout in his heart, he declared, "Go, Pikachu!" Chapter 20. The Tortoise Shell Technique. Wisdom Root. Common quality, with an investment of 100 moral points. Wu Qian felt a spark of enlightenment illuminate his mind. It was as if he had become more intelligent. The system once again issued a notification. Wisdom Root elevated to common quality, slight increase in comprehension, enhancement of breakthrough success rate, marginal increase in moral value earnings from the system. Fortunately, the system provided a safety net for enhancements, allowing Wu Qian to regain a semblance of balance. Otherwise, mere intelligence without additional benefits would render the improvement rather futile. It seemed that the host's lack of intelligence was inherent, and blame could not be cast upon him. Through this information, Wu Qian realized that the comprehension of techniques and spells also required a success rate, indicating that the system concealed numerous intricacies. However, now is not the time to dwell on such concerns. Wu Qian once again endeavored to break through to the qi refinement realm, and his success rate had astonishingly risen to 40. Wu Qian felt somewhat speechless, as he still had not achieved a seamless breakthrough. Although the addition of the Zhengqi pill had significantly increased his success rate, he still felt a lingering sense of instability. He could not afford to take such a risk. Without hesitation, Wu Qian decided to once again focus on enhancing his wisdom root. Enhancing a common item requires the consumption of 2 moral values each time. The cost had doubled, which caused Wu Qian a pang of regret, but there was no turning back once the bow was drawn. Besides, with the system as a safety net, he hoped the outcome would not disappoint. Closing his eyes, Wu Qian resolutely invested 200 moral values. Wisdom Root. Good Quality 1. The Wisdom Root has been upgraded to good quality, resulting in a slight increase in comprehension, enhancing breakthrough success rates, and a minor increase in the yield of demonic seed values from the system. Wu Qian pondered in silence, momentarily uncertain whether he had gained or lost. He had yet to see the demonic seed values and had no idea how to utilize them. Meanwhile, he had expended 300 moral values, enough to elevate him through 3 minor levels of cultivation. A loss. Surely, they wouldn't make me a demonic cultivator. Wu Qian reluctantly accepted reality, steeled his resolve, and refocused on his cultivation. His success rate had now increased to 50. Feeling somewhat relieved, he consumed the Zhengqi pill, and the success rate confidently reached 100. After a lengthy and arduous effort, he was finally ready to break through. Wu Qian, filled with anticipation, swiftly invested 100 moral values. Cultivation level. Qi refinement stage 1-1. His body underwent a sudden transformation. His senses became acutely heightened, and his awareness sharpened, as if he could perceive the strands of spiritual energy weaving through the world. This was the sensation of qi refinement. As Wu Qian felt the changes within his body, the spiritual energy not only burgeoned in his dantian, but also permeated from the surrounding environment, penetrating his skin and flowing through his meridians, ultimately converging in his dantian to merge with the original spiritual energy. Man as the furnace, refining the creations of heaven and earth. No wonder qi refinement is considered the gateway. The essence of a person is minuscule compared to the vastness of nature. Without entering the qi refinement realm, one could not capture the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the world, and without ample spiritual energy, how could one establish a foundation? Wu Qian exhaled a breath of turbid air. In that moment, every effort felt worthwhile. Similar to the wisdom root, after stepping into the qi refinement realm, further cultivation enhancements would require 2 moral values. With 991 remaining in his possession, he decided to use them all to elevate his level, aiming for the 4th stage of qi refinement. Wu Qian remained composed and opted for the 3rd stage, reserving 391 moral values to explore the eunuch's self-defense technique. Although this technique appeared simple, it proved quite effective in practice. Had it not been for this technique last night, Wu Qian might have already met his demise. Additionally, he was curious about his understanding of the techniques and wished to ascertain their success rates. With a thought, the system promptly provided a response. Human-level technique. Good quality wisdom root. Comprehension success rate 50. Comprehension requires 100 moral values. Would you like to proceed with comprehension? With a 50% success rate. Entirely reliant on luck, for Wu Qian, who values his perspective above all, This felt akin to gambling with his life. It would be wiser to wait until his innate wisdom improved before proceeding. In the final matter, Wu Qian retrieved the jade slip of transmission, pinched his nose, and held it before him, inputting the concealed realms technique into the system. Technique, Tortoise Retreat, Human Grade Supreme. 1. Though the name seemed somewhat cowardly, Wu Qian found it quite reasonable. After all, who but a coward would hide in the concealed realm? He maxed out the Tortoise Retreat, finally fulfilling his desire. The level of the Tortoise Retreat determined the realms it could withstand, and now, in its perfected state, it was sufficient to resist all forms of probing, excluding the system. Of course, with the remaining moral value, he fully upgraded the Huang Ting Wan Hua Sutra to enhance his realm limit to the Golden Core stage. Name, Wu Qian, Cultivation, Qi Refining Stage 3-1, Innate Wisdom, Good Quality 1, Lifespan Root. Want moral value, 193. Devil Seed value, 0. Techniques, Rootless Skill, Human Grade Fine, 2. Huang Ting Wan Hua Sutra, Earth Grade Rare, 100. Arts, Eunuch Self-Defense Technique, Human Grade Common, 100 can be comprehended. Tortoise Retreat, Human Grade Supreme, 100 can be comprehended. Thus, Wu Qian finally opened his eyes and immediately activated the Tortoise Retreat, concealing most of his spiritual energy within his wean point, revealing only the aura of the refinement stage. Unfortunately, his cultivation remained insufficient to provide Wu Qian with the desired sense of security. His actions were swift and fierce, yet he still appeared as a mere fifth-rate combatant. Wu Qian understood that his moral value was still lacking, but this was not the time for haste. He needed to navigate through the immediate crisis before striving for more moral value. Having completed these preparations, Wu Qian had merely created an escape route. Yet he could not stop there. What if he didn't need to flee? Next, he had to prepare for self-defense without the need for flight. Closing his eyes, Wu Qian circulated his energy, forcing it to dissipate outward, making his meridians appear feeble and his feet rootless. Coupled with his already pallid complexion, he looked as if he had suffered internal injuries. With determination, he struck his own pale face with all his might. The more he struck, the angrier he became, ultimately grabbing a chamber pot from under the bed and delivering a blow to the back of his head. Accompanied by a flurry of stars before his eyes, Wu Qian finally exhausted himself, collapsing to the ground and falling into a deep slumber. The following day, before dawn, an oval figure stealthily appeared outside the medicinal cuisine room. Seizing the opportunity when no one was around, he covered his face and quickly departed. Fan Dai exited the medicinal cuisine room with his waist token and headed directly toward the Shangshan supervisory office. All the while, he covered his face with his hands, fearful of being seen. Beneath his hands lay a visage of purple and red bruises, rendering his already plump face even rounder. Bursting into the Shangshan supervisory office, he seized a young eunuch and inquired about Fan Tong in the conference hall, then rushed inside. The conference hall was engaged in a morning meeting, where the eunuchs gathered to discuss what to have for breakfast. The crowd stood divided, each person fervently expressing their opinions, creating a vibrant atmosphere. In the center of the hall sat Fan Dai, listening intently, his gaze unwavering, only occasionally nodding at crucial moments. "Uncle," he cried out, his voice piercing as he lamented to the heavens. The suddenness of his outcry nearly sent Fan Tong into a frenzy as he searched for the source of the sound, only to discover it was his notoriously troublesome nephew. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, he noticed Fan Dai's battered visage, bruised and with dried blood at the corners of his mouth. Alarmed, Fan Tong's anger dissipated, and he quickly rose to inquire, "Where did you fall?" Chapter 21. Playing dead. The throng in the assembly hall was taken aback, all eyes converging on Fan Dai. Silence enveloped the room, save for Fan Dai's exaggerated sobs, interspersed with intermittent wails. Fan Tong's face darkened with rage. He had never imagined that someone would dare to strike Fan Dai. Upon entering, he had merely assumed his nephew had suffered a heavy fall. Little did he know that he had indeed been assaulted, and by a newcomer at that. Even with Fan Tong's typically composed demeanor, witnessing his nephew being struck in front of his subordinates ignited a blaze of anger within him. Such audacity! The onlookers, too intimidated to speak, lowered their heads, awaiting their leader's command. Fan Dai, undeterred, sat upon the ground, continuing his lament. "If even Wu Qian cannot be dealt with, we shall not only fail to seize the medicinal kitchen, but may even lose our place in the latrine." As Fan Dai's truthful exclamations echoed in the hall, Fan Tong grew increasingly anxious and hastily interjected, "Silence! What nonsense are you spouting?" The eunuchs present were taken aback, finally understanding why Fan Dai had abruptly departed from the imperial kitchen to assume the role of deputy supervisor in another kitchen. While some had speculated, hearing it from Fan Dai's own lips was an entirely different matter. In that moment, no one dared utter another word, regretting having overheard such a secret, and they feigned ignorance, eager to move past the incident. Fan Tong, both furious and exasperated, realized that the meeting was beyond salvaging and dismissed everyone. The crowd, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, hurriedly exited. "You've been struck on the head? What audacity to speak so freely," he scolded once the room had quieted. Had it not been for the sight of Fan Dai's unfortunate state, he might have truly lost his temper. Understanding he had erred in his outburst, Fan Dai braced himself for the reprimand, recognizing there was no turning back. Observing that Fan Tong's rebuke was restrained and not excessively harsh, he surmised that his injuries had spared him from a greater wrath and quickly resumed his lament. "Not only was I struck on the head, but I also lost a tooth. I cannot even count how many slaps I endured before I lost consciousness. Yet they say one must not strike a face. To treat me thus shows utter disdain for our imperial kitchen and the Fan family. If you do not seek vengeance for me, I may as well no longer exist." Having suffered such humiliation, Fan Dai was consumed by a desire for revenge. Otherwise, he would have no semblance of dignity remaining in the medicinal kitchen. He feared that Fan Tong might become muddled, prioritizing the greater good and advising him to bide his time. Such a humiliating affair cannot withstand the test of time. If Wu Qian is not dealt with immediately, even if he were to be dismembered later, I would never be able to lift my head in this lifetime. Fan Dai could only resort to desperation, threatening to crash against the wall. Fan Tong, in a state of agitation, impatiently waved his hand, using magic to send Fan Dai sprawling to the ground. Enough. Returning to his seat of authority, Fan Tong's chest heaved with agitation. How could he not be furious? Setting aside their hierarchical relationship, it was disgraceful for a practitioner of the Qi refinement stage to be so thoroughly beaten by someone in the essence refinement stage. Realizing something was amiss, Fan Tong forced himself to regain composure and, with wide eyes, inquired, "Did anyone assist Wu Qian when he attacked you?" Fan Dai, taken aback by the notion of needing to implicate another, shook his head and replied candidly, "No one helped. It was just him. I only needed to deal with him alone." Having calmed down, Fan Tong no longer allowed himself to be led by the nose and asked, as an essence refinement practitioner, "You couldn't overpower him? Initially, you seemed to have the upper hand and nearly defeated him." Fan Dai understood that embellishing the tale further would be futile. He could only recount the events as they unfolded, admitting he was perplexed by the outcome. "Were you not given any pills to recover your spiritual energy?" "None." "Did you not use any magical artifacts for healing?" "None." Fan Dai shook his head vigorously. He had been focused solely on Wu Qian and could not have overlooked such matters. His response is firm and resolute. Fan Tong could no longer remain seated. Rising to pace back and forth, perplexed by the situation, his mind swirling with uncertainty as his steps quickened. Strange occurrences happen every year. Yet encounters with Wu Qian seemed particularly frequent. Fortunately, Fan Tong had a habit of attributing incomprehensible matters to others. In his frustration, he glared at Fan Dai and exclaimed, "Incompetent fool." This time, Fan Dai understood the insult was directed at him, his face a mask of grievance, too intimidated to retort. "I instructed you to focus solely on monitoring Wu Qian and to prevent his cultivation. The rest I would handle. Who told you to be so clever and act prematurely?" Once again, Fan Dai wept bitterly, seemingly haunted by painful memories, and couldn't help but argue. "He insulted me, calling me less than a man, and pretended to be superior." What? Fan Tong's murderous intent surged, the entire council chamber enveloped in a chilling atmosphere, and he ceased his reprimands of Fan Dai. Summoning his capable subordinate, Zhu Xiaomai, he ordered him to accompany Fan Dai to the medicinal kitchen to apprehend the individual in question. Yet, Zhu Xiaomai was not a fool. He knew that the Office of Ceremonial Affairs had no authority to detain eunuchs, and such actions were fundamentally unjustifiable. The medicinal kitchen held a unique status, overseen by the cunning Wu Ho, and should the situation escalate, while the leader Fan Tong might be able to safeguard himself, Zhu Xiaomai would certainly be in peril. Thus, Zhu Xiaomai, with a heavy heart, stated, "Fan Gonggong. Detaining someone is typically the responsibility of the Office of Ceremonial Affairs or conducted under orders from the Office of the Chief Steward. Our involvement may not be appropriate. If the Office of Ceremonial Affairs pursues this matter, we fear we cannot evade the consequences of unlawful punishment." Fan Tong's countenance was marked by displeasure. He was acutely aware of the trivial machinations of his subordinates. The prevalence of extrajudicial punishment was not uncommon, with the 12 supervisory offices witnessing such events daily. Zhu Xiaomai's comments were merely indicative of her apprehension regarding potential discord with Wu Ho, fearing collateral damage. "My directive was to apprehend individuals, not to execute them. Bringing them back to the Shangshan Bureau for questioning was entirely reasonable." Zhu Xiaomai, beads of sweat forming on her brow, was hardly convinced that it was as simple as mere inquiry. She contemplated the dire consequences should she return with the individuals only for them to perish. Her own fate would be inescapably entwined with theirs. However, it was evident that the leader's ire had been kindled. Failure to comply with the orders was no longer an option. Thus, she acquiesced. assembling a cadre of skilled attendants to accompany Fan Dai to the medicinal kitchen. Sun Mantang, a third-tier cultivator, was roused from slumber to find a magnificently attired eunuch engaged in conversation with Wu Ho regarding the events of the previous night's altercation. Wu Ho continued to feign ignorance, appearing as an old fool, diverting the conversation with nonsensical remarks, ultimately claiming ignorance of the matters at hand. With no clarity from the overseer, Sun Mantang was left with no choice but to seek eyewitnesses to ascertain the specifics of the incident. The atmosphere soon became lively, as most of those present during the fray, aside from the diminutive cabinet and the mustached individual, crowded into Wu Qian's modest quarters for questioning. The room quickly filled to capacity with eunuchs, leaving no space even for a pin to be inserted. Given the natural odor of the eunuchs and the lack of ventilation in Wu Qian's quarters, the stench was palpable. Sun Mantang, relegated to a corner, pinched his nose and began his inquiries, eager to conclude the proceedings swiftly. The others shared his desire for expedience, faithfully recounting what they had witnessed. One by one, they were questioned, their responses largely uniform. The deputy supervisor had punished Xiao Chui, Wu Qian intervened, and subsequently, the deputy supervisor struck Wu Qian. Is Wu Qian the new arrival? Indeed, they all affirmed in unison. Sun Mantang, representing the Bureau of Rights, had received an early morning report of a clandestine brawl in the medicinal kitchen that involved the use of sorcery, and he was thus dispatched to investigate. This suggested that Fan Dai had indeed transgressed. How could a subordinate resort to sorcery? Gazing at Wu Qian, pallid and weak, with his robe's sleeves charred, one could only lament the severity of the beating he had endured. Expelling the crowd, Sun Mantang rubbed his ears and turned to the accompanying Wu Ho, inquiring if Fan Dai was indeed Fan Tong's nephew. Chapter 22. A Tale of Sorrow. Sun Mantang held a unique position. He was not only the overseer of the Bureau of Rights, but also a trusted aide to the esteemed 2,000-year-old minister, earning the minister's confidence. Wu Ho, compelled to regard him with respect, feigned contemplation for a moment, responding, "We have truly not heard of such matters. They are mere children, and my relatives are too numerous to recall." Sun Mantang scoffed inwardly, knowing full well that such affairs in the Bureau of Rights were impossible for Wu Ho to be unaware of. If he claimed ignorance, it could only imply a deliberate avoidance of knowledge. "So, what is your stance on this matter, Chief Wu?" Wu Ho was taken aback, hastily waving his hands, responding with feigned humility. "In the matters of the Bureau of Rights, how could we dare to speak out of turn? Everything shall be conducted according to protocol." Sun Mantang silently nodded, instantly grasping the meaning behind the old eunuch's words. The situation itself was not overly complicated. Fan Dai's excessive punishment had resulted in injuries to the eunuchs and maidservants, and the severity of the crime could vary greatly. If deemed minor, it would be a mere trifling matter, requiring nothing more than a reminder for Fan Dai to exercise caution in the future. However, if considered grave, there were numerous accusations that could arise: personal vendettas, abuse of power, and private grievances, depending entirely on the desire to investigate further. The reason for inquiring about Wu Ho was that Sun Mantang was acutely aware of the complexity of this individual. Although he resided in the medicinal kitchen, his connections with the Office of Ceremonial Affairs were intricate and profound. Thus Sun Mantang did not regard Wu Ho as an outsider. From this single remark, Sun Mantang discerned that the relationship between Wu Ho and Fan Dai was far from the calm it was rumored to be. Therefore, he decided to investigate. Sun Mantang summoned his subordinates and instructed them to bring the involved party, Xiao Chui, for questioning. It was not that he neglected the other party involved, Wu Qian, but rather that Wu Qian was already on the verge of death, having coughed up blood, and Sun Mantang feared that allowing him to speak might hasten his demise. It was a blessing if he could simply survive. Only Wu Ho occasionally cast a contemplative glance toward Wu Qian. Upon hearing that the eunuchs from the Office of Ceremonial Affairs had come to inquire, Xiao Chui's heart raced with trepidation. Upon entering the room, she was met with the sight of the pale and bloodied Wu Qian, which sent her into a panic. She could not comprehend how someone who had been well enough to escort her back to her quarters just yesterday could suddenly be in such a dire state. Ignoring the imposing presence of Sun Mantang, she rushed to Wu Qian's bedside, tears streaming down her face as she lamented, "Eunuch Wu, what has happened to you? It is all the maid's fault." Sun Mantang, initially displeased at being disregarded, found himself moved by Xiao Chui's cries. He turned to Wu Ho with a hint of envy in his expression, remarking, "Young man, you certainly have a way with people." Wu Ho, at a loss for words, could only chuckle awkwardly. Since Wu Qian's arrival, the matters at hand had all revolved around romantic entanglements, which embarrassed him as a eunuch, leaving him to feign ignorance. Although he did not question Xiao Chui directly, her sorrowful declarations aligned perfectly with what others had said, further solidifying Sun Mantang's evidence. Just as he was about to inquire about the whereabouts of the deputy supervisor, a cacophony of eunuchs burst through the door, led by a rotund figure. "Fan Dai, brandishing his entrance token, strode in with an air of arrogance, heedless of his swollen and discolored face, bellowing, "Where is Wu Qian? Where is he? Is he too frightened to come out? Are you even a man?" The throng behind him swiftly dispersed like celestial soldiers, efficiently blocking every exit. Their movements precise and indicative of rigorous training. The commotion seemed to reach Wu Qian's ears. He opened his mouth and coughed up another mouthful of blood in response. Sun Montang's expression darkened, unfazed by the chaos, his icy gaze fixed on Fan Dai as he inquired of Wu Ho, "Is this indeed Fan Dai?" Wu Ho let out a foolish laugh, responding in a muddled manner. Strangely enough, he does bear a resemblance to Fan Tong. As Fan Dai charged into the room, two of Sun Montang's subordinates immediately moved closer to the door, discreetly positioning themselves to protect their master. "Wu Qian, come out here and face your fate. Not even the king himself could save you today." Wu Qian opened his mouth again, and Fan Dai shouted, realizing that the house was surrounded by people. He knew that someone was inside, and charged forward with his companions. At this moment, Fan Dai's eyes were bloodshot, consumed with an unusual fervor. His singular desire for vengeance had clouded his judgment, rendering him oblivious to the three outsiders lurking in the darkened room. Sun Mantang was seething with rage, not only due to Fan Dai's arrogance, but also because of a remark he deemed particularly malicious. Though it was not directed at him, it felt as though the entire Imperial Sacrificial Office was being scorned, and how could he remain uninvolved? From the doorway, Fan Dai spotted Wu Qian on the bed. His eyes ablaze with hatred, and recklessly surged inside. Sun Montang's two subordinates immediately moved to block him, but Fan Dai, in a blind fury, dismissed them as mere meddlesome eunuchs and forcefully shoved them aside. Both of Sun Montang's subordinates were at the 5th level of qi refinement, and so was Fan Dai. However, one was holding back while the other was fueled by rage, resulting in a clear disparity in their confrontation. The two eunuchs from the Imperial Sacrificial Office were violently thrust against the wall, barely managing to maintain their balance. Seeing this, Xiao Chui rushed forward, arms outstretched, bravely shielding Wu Qian. Though fear gripped her, as she saw Fan Dai, her lips drained of color. Yet, knowing Wu Qian had suffered because of her, Xiao Chui could not bear to turn a blind eye. She bit her lip tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks, and pleaded, "Master Fan, please quell your fury. All the blame lies with this humble servant. It was my fault for leaving late, inconveniencing the deputy director and disrupting his leisure. If you must strike, strike me instead. Wu Qian is near his end. Please spare him." Witnessing this poignant drama of life and death, Sun Mantang was profoundly shaken. The eternal bonds between palace maids and eunuchs, which he thought existed solely in dramatic narratives, unfolded tragically before him. At the same time, he felt invigorated. He was still young. As Fan Dai approached Xiao Chui, a cruel smile gracing his face, Wu Ho, standing nearby, feigned ignorance, clearly intent on remaining uninvolved. Sun Mantang could no longer contain himself. He could not simply watch as Fan Dai unleashed his wrath, nor could he stand idly by while this ill-fated couple endured torment. Taking a measured step forward, he spoke in a sarcastic tone, "Master Fan, what great authority you wield. Who dares to question your manhood?" Fan Dai frowned, finally taking notice of the figure in the corner, turning to regard him. Tall, with a long face, sharp features, and squinting eyes. The individual had long been a tyrant in the Imperial Dining Office. Though Fan Dai was not well acquainted with the Imperial Sacrificial Office, he found the person vaguely familiar, yet in his rage, could not recall who it was. However, the eunuch's attire indicated a high rank, radiating a palpable aura of authority. Yet, having already spoken, Fan Dai was not one to retreat easily. Having encountered many grand eunuchs, how many wielded actual power? Could anyone be more formidable than his uncle? Even his superior, Wu Ho, was dismissed. How could he tolerate the scorn of a stranger? Relying on numbers and his connection to Fan Tong, Fan Dai retorted with a sardonic tone. "What concern is it of yours if I insult Wu Qian? Is he not a man? Has he squandered your youth?" Sun Mantang was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing to a pig's liver hue. Before he could utter a word, two of his subordinates simultaneously admonished him. "You dare." Fan Dai chuckled derisively, pondering whether they wished to compete in numbers. His confidence had never been so robust as it was today. "Oh, you resemble a donkey, accompanied by two lackeys?" he exclaimed. With that, Fan Dai raised his hands to his temples and lightly clapped twice. Chapter 23. Winning by lying down. Wu Qian lay quietly on the bed, listening intently to Fan Dai's ostentation. Even from an adversarial stance, he could not help but feel a cold sweat for Fan Dai, though he was unfamiliar with Sun Mantang. Wu Ho's demeanor and Sun Montang's cultivation at the 3rd stage of foundation establishment indicated that this individual was formidable. Moreover, he was taken aback by Xiao Chui's courageous display. In the face of crisis, she truly dared to step forward. This girl is remarkable. At that moment, a eunuch hurriedly entered the room. Just as Wu Qian thought that Fan Dai's men had finally arrived and the drama was about to unfold, the eunuch suddenly knelt on the ground, trembling as he said, "I pay my respects to Eunuch Sun." This man was Zhu Xiaomai, who had kept his distance since entering the medicinal kitchen, deliberately maintaining a low profile and staying out of the fray. Thus, while Fan Dai engaged in his theatrical display, he merely observed with a cold gaze. Even when he heard the commotion inside, Zhu Xiaomai remained at the doorway, allowing Fan Dai to make a scene, only stepping in to assist at a critical moment. Fearing the trouble that could arise from provoking the wrong person, it was only when Fan Dai signaled him that he felt compelled to enter. Upon entering, he was met with an unexpected sight, causing him to stumble and kneel in alarm. Sun Montang's eyes glinted with menace. It was fortuitous to be recognized. The fear of remaining anonymous would have required far more effort to navigate. Fan Dai furrowed his brow, striving to analyze the intricate situation, perplexed as to who could instill such fear in his uncle's men. Just then, Zhu Xiaomai urgently prompted, "Eunuch Fan, this is Eunuch Sun Mantang from the Bureau of Rights. You must pay your respects." Fan Dai's heart raced as he finally recalled having seen Sun Mantang from a distance a year prior. It was during a visit to the 2,000-year-old elder, where Sun Mantang stood behind him. That fleeting glance had almost slipped his mind. Now, this recollection not only stirred memories of their brief encounter, but also awakened a profound fear of Sun Montang's status. After all, he was the right hand of the 2,000-year-old elder. Who was the 2,000-year-old elder? He was the foremost eunuch in the realm. Anyone in Sun Montang's proximity, regardless of the elder's disposition, was someone whose personal strength Fan Dai could not afford to offend. Why was he here? Hadn't he just insulted him? Fan Dai, possessing a certain cleverness, understood that words would be futile at this juncture. Without hesitation, he threw himself to the ground, exclaiming, "Master Sun, you have finally arrived. You must advocate for me." His demeanor had transformed entirely. Sun Mantang, amused by the absurdity, thought to himself, did Fan Gonggong truly require someone to speak on his behalf? Approaching the bedside, he beheld the nearly lifeless Wu Qian. It was evident that no one needed to intercede to inflict such harm. Had there been assistance for the deputy director, the young man would have surely perished long ago. Fan Dai shook his head vigorously like a rattledrum, vehemently denying any culpability and asserting that he had only just learned of Wu Qian's condition, insisting that he bore no responsibility. Moreover, he claimed that Wu Qian had assaulted his superior, causing him both physical and psychological distress, as he presented his swollen face for Sun Mantang to inspect. Upon witnessing the grotesque visage before him, Sun Mantang erupted in fury, wishing to deliver another slap. "How dare you? With both witnesses and evidence at hand, you still dare to argue? What audacity you possess!" Seizing upon what he perceived as a lifeline, Fan Dai exclaimed, "Witnesses! The staff from the medicinal kitchen can attest that it was Wu Qian who struck me." To quell Fan Dai's hopes, Sun Mantang wasted no time and gathered everyone again, interrogating them in front of Fan Dai about who had assaulted whom. The responses remained consistent. Fan Dai had indeed attacked Wu Qian. When asked whether Wu Qian had retaliated against Fan Dai, the onlookers neither confirmed nor denied, stating only that they had gone to inform the head steward and were not present at the scene to comment further. They were not fools. They understood that revealing their clandestine observations would lead to dire consequences. If Fan Dai learned that they had witnessed the incident without intervening, it would certainly not end well for them. Fan Dai was left bewildered. If this was the case, he could hardly argue his point. Apart from Xiao Chui, it seemed that no one else was present. His gaze shifted to Xiao Chui, who was weeping over Wu Qian. Resembling a mourner at a funeral, how could she possibly testify on his behalf? As anticipated, when it was Xiao Chui's turn to recount the events, she firmly shook her head. She did not claim to have been absent. Rather, she acknowledged her presence and affirmed that she had seen Wu Qian refrain from retaliating. "You little vixen! Dare you perjure yourself?" Fan Dai, enraged, prepared to strike her. However, before he could lift his hand, a thunderous crash echoed as he was propelled backward. The disparity between his cultivation level and that of the foundational realm left him utterly defenseless. He soared from the western quarters, traversing the entire outer courtyard, and collided violently with the eastern wall. Sun Mantang had finally taken action. With a single blow, he ensured that Fan Dai would remember this lesson for a lifetime. Initially, he had contemplated killing him to vent his frustrations. Indeed, slaying Fan Dai would still not suffice to alleviate his ire. However, at the last moment, Sun Mantang restrained some of his spiritual energy, partly due to Fan Tong's influence, and partly because the medicinal kitchen was situated in the inner palace, where royal dignity could not be disregarded. At this point, the most distressed individual was Zhu Xiaomai from the kitchen of imperial meals. His intention had been to remain unscathed, yet witnessing Fan Dai grievously injured left him with no choice but to intervene. Otherwise, upon returning, he would undoubtedly face retribution from Fan Tong. In such a predicament, he found himself caught between two unfavorable outcomes. Zhu Xiaomai, steeling himself, knelt before Sun Mantang, hoping to avert another assault. In a whisper barely audible, he pleaded, "Master Sun, I implore you to temper your wrath. Please consider the face of Leader Fan, who will surely remember this favor." Sun Mantang, not inclined to continue the confrontation, relented and withdrew his hands into his sleeves. He then turned to address Zhu Xiaomai. How audacious of the kitchen supervision to take it upon themselves to apprehend individuals. What regard do you have for the ceremony office? Zhu Xiaomai, beads of sweat forming on his brow, hastily explained, "I dared not, master." Upon learning of this matter, the leader deemed it a mere misunderstanding, merely wishing to summon Wu Qian for questioning. Sun Mantang scoffed, "Spare me your quips. Is it truly necessary to gather such a crowd for mere inquiries?" Left speechless, Zhu Xiaomai could only lower his head and wipe away the perspiration in silence. "Inform Fan Tong that I have taken the person away to administer some discipline. Let him not act so recklessly in the future," he concluded, casting not a glance at Zhu Xiaomai. He bid farewell to Wu Ho with a respectful gesture and escorted Fan Dai back to the ceremony office. Zhu Xiaomai followed closely behind, exchanging a few polite words with Wu Ho, quietly expressing that he, too, had no desire to be present, but it was the leader's command. Hoping Wu Ho would not take offense, the courtyard fell silent, save for the soft sobs of Xiao Chui. Wu Ho, growing impatient, exclaimed, "What is there to weep about? No one has died. How tiresome." Xiao Chui quickly stifled her cries, though her delicate shoulders still trembled. She had intended to stay and care for Wu Qian, but Wu Ho insisted she leave, tossing out a perplexing remark, Go on. If you leave, he will recover more swiftly. Lying around all day is exhausting." Daring not to defy him, Xiao Chui reluctantly departed, pausing by Wu Qian's bedside to whisper, "Master Wu, you must endure." Once everyone had exited, Wu Qian opened his eyes, sucking in air through a tongue swollen from repeated bites. "At last, I have passed this trial." Taking a deep breath, he sat upright. An instinct told him that while he had deceived everyone else today, he had not fooled Wu Ho. Perhaps it was because the turtle shrinking technique was a secret passed down by Wu Ho, making him the sole person aware of Wu Qian's capabilities, thus rendering him more difficult to deceive. Ding. Evil eradicated, moral value 150. Wu Qian found himself momentarily dazed. What is happening? I earn money just by lying here? Chapter 24. The size of a bowl and a scar. Having failed to consult the almanac before feigning death, fortune had unexpectedly smiled upon him. Morality not only promotes virtue but also punishes vice. Indeed, the heavens reward diligence. Wu Qian was elated. Serving justice felt far superior to daily dealings with the kitchen and latrines, cleaner and more dignified. Even knowing that outsiders had departed, Wu Qian still dared not make a sound, nor did he venture outside immediately. Such was the peril of feigning death. If caught in a lively state, it would be an obvious deception, exposing him to the ceremony office. Thus, completing today's tasks seemed impossible. No, it was not just today's work that was thwarted. It appeared several days' worth of endeavors were now at stake. Wu Qian mused in frustration, realizing that his moral value had not increased. As Wu Qian pondered how many days he should rest before he could see anyone, the door was gently pushed open, and a figure swiftly entered. Caught off guard by the unexpected visitor, Wu Qian hastily lay down, pretending to be unconscious, but alas, it was too late. "All right, get up. Lying there must be exhausting," a low voice remarked. Realizing it was Wu Ho, Wu Qian had no choice but to comply, rising to alleviate the awkwardness. "I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Old Wu," he said. Wu Ho snorted lightly, lifting his proud head. What could possibly be concealed from our household regarding the medicinal kitchen? His words brimmed with confidence. Had Wu Qian not known him well, he might have almost believed it. Troubled by his inability to venture outside, Wu Qian quickly sought Wu Ho's assistance. "It's fortunate you're here. Just tell them it was you who treated my injuries, so I may return to my duties." Wu Ho was taken aback that Wu Qian would dare to exploit him in such a manner. The lad certainly had no qualms about it. "You're simply too honest. Only focused on work," Wu Ho thought with exasperation, responding rather brusquely. "You're pretending so seriously. I lack the ability to make you recover instantly. I've come to warn you, not to let you go out, and even more so, to ensure that no one discovers the truth." Wu Qian sighed in resignation. Though slightly disappointed, he understood that this was for his safety and could only nod in agreement. "It's your audacity that's to blame. You even dared to deceive the Office of Ceremonial Affairs. Do you realize that if this matter were to be exposed, the entire medicinal kitchen would be implicated? The consequences could be dire." Wu Ho's expression was grave. He was genuinely displeased with Wu Qian's actions, not because he shouldn't deceive, but because it was too reckless. One misstep could lead to severe repercussions, prompting him to deliver a thorough reprimand. Wu Qian was not ungrateful. He recognized that the elder was acting out of good intentions. He refrained from retorting, fully accepting the criticism and assuring that he would be more cautious in the future. This seemed to appease Wu Ho, who nodded in satisfaction. "Staying in is for the best. You can use these days to diligently cultivate your skills and strive for an early breakthrough in the qi refining stage. Consider it a retreat. Resigned to this notion, Wu Qian readily agreed, but suddenly remembered a long-standing question. Seizing the opportunity while Wu Ho was present, he could not help but inquire, "Old Wu, I have a question that I'm uncertain whether to ask. After a lengthy chastisement, one ought to receive some benefit." Wu Ho generously encouraged, "Speak freely. There is nothing in the medicinal kitchen that I am unaware of." Wu Qian then adopted a serious demeanor, bowed his head in contemplation for a moment, and finally mustered the courage to ask cautiously, "May I inquire, Old Wu, at what stage of cultivation can one reconstruct the physical body?" Fearing that Wu Ho might not comprehend, he hastily added, "I refer to a comprehensive reconstruction. From within to without, from head to toe, a complete transformation. For instance, the rebirth of severed limbs or similar matters." Having explained himself, Wu Qian quickly fell silent, nervously watching Wu Ho. He was acutely aware that this question was rather impolite, especially towards someone like Wu Ho, who, nearing a century of life, still could not achieve the rebirth of severed limbs. This question had lingered in Wu Qian's mind for quite some time. After encountering several powerful eunuchs today, his curiosity became insatiable. Despite having reached the foundation establishment stage, they remained in a state of half yin and half yang. This led Wu Qian to ponder a troubling question. Can one truly cultivate men in the realm of immortality? If not, what significance does his own cultivation hold? What meaning does life possess, if one might as well erase their identity and start anew? Conversely, if it is indeed possible, when would that culmination occur? Knowing the answer would provide a sense of direction. Upon hearing this, Wu Ho's expression fluctuated between clarity and confusion. He understood Wu Qian's implications. After all, who among the eunuchs could remain oblivious? In truth, Wu Ho grasped the meaning even before Wu Qian elaborated. Yet he struggled to find the right words to convey to this young man. He feared that the answer might stray too far from reality. Meeting Wu Qian's eager gaze, Wu Ho finally spoke slowly, affirming that it is certainly possible. If one dedicates themselves to their cultivation, there will undoubtedly come a day when they achieve their desired outcome. Wu Qian paused, sensing an air of unreality in those words. How long would it take to reach that point? Approaching the window, Wu Ho noticed the cramped confines of the room obscured his view of the sky, forcing him to tilt his head to gaze at the wall of the neighboring building. Seemingly attuned to Wu Qian's urgency, he continued, cautioning the young man against the pitfalls of impatience. One must not allow their physical form to hinder their path to immortality, nor should they be beguiled by illusions, and certainly not let the presence of women impede their swiftness in action. Do you even possess a weapon? Wu Qian silently berated himself, having come to inquire precisely because he lacked one. Wu Ho, feeling exasperated, realized that despite his lengthy discourse, it seemed as though nothing substantial had been communicated. Yet, the tone of the conversation hinted at an ominous undertone. Noticing the elderly eunuch gazing out of the dim window, Wu Ho felt compelled to remind him, "What you say is indeed wise, but you have yet to mention the realms of cultivation." Understanding that he could not evade the inquiry, Wu Ho sighed, conceding that the nature of such realms could only be determined through direct experience. Just as Wu Qian anticipated more evasive responses, Wu Ho provided clarity, stating that in terms of cultivation realms, if one could ascend to the golden elixir stage, there lies hope for rejuvenation, reviving with the vigor of spring. Golden elixir stage? Wu Qian sought confirmation, asking if there were any eunuchs of that caliber within the Imperial Ceremonial Bureau, as he had never heard of such. Given the earlier assertion that direct experience was necessary to ascertain the truth, Wu Qian contemplated seeking out a name to inquire further, to discover if such transformations had indeed occurred. Wu Ho shook his head with a wry smile, sagely responding, "Of course, you have not heard of them. Once one reaches the golden elixir stage, how could they remain in the Imperial Ceremonial Bureau?" Wu Qian was taken aback, his astonishment palpable. Indeed, that reasoning held a certain weight. To be reborn at the golden elixir stage would mean no longer being an eunuch. If one were not an eunuch, who would choose to stay in such a position? Unless, perhaps, they had a penchant for the role. After a prolonged silence from Wu Qian, Wu Ho sighed once more. The golden elixir stage was indeed a formidable aspiration for ordinary individuals. It was conceivable that one could spend their entire life without ever catching a glimpse of its grandeur. The blow dealt to the youth feels overwhelmingly heavy. One can only hope that Wu Qian transforms this setback into a source of motivation and swiftly emerges from despair. Wu Ho approached, gently patting Wu Qian's shoulder, offering words of comfort. "I understand your feelings. As long as you strive, anything is possible. You must never succumb to self-despair. Although you may lament the loss of something significant, it is gone, which signifies it was never truly yours. To others, the golden core realm may seem a distant dream, but for Wu Qian, it is not far off. It is tantalizingly close, filling him with joy at the prospect of discovering the answer. He scarcely registered Wu Ho's further words, save for the final remark that jolted him awake. A scar the size of a bowl? Chapter 25. Healing. Having said all that needed to be said, Wu Ho quietly departed, granting Wu Qian the space to gather his thoughts. Wu Qian felt somewhat dazed, forgetting even to bid farewell as Wu Ho left. Ever since awakening, he had been consumed by excruciating pain, never once daring to examine his wound. Fearing the shock of the visual impact, inspired by Wu Ho's words, Wu Qian resolved to confront his reality and acknowledge his scar. After mentally preparing himself, Wu Ho fixed his gaze ahead, slowly lifting his garment, unfastening his belt, and gently revealing his outer trousers, slightly peeling back his undergarment. A breeze stirred, and Wu Qian instinctively lowered his head, quickly grasping the situation with a mere glance. Despite the ground being stained with blood, the crater remained distinctly visible. A fleeting glimpse was enough to discern its enormity. Indeed, it was a considerable loss. Rather than feeling disheartened, Wu Qian's confidence surged. Armed with the knowledge acquired from his past life and his formidable skills, coupled with the extraordinary treasures of nature, he recognized the urgency of elevating his realm. First, a moment of rest was in order. Within the Shangshan supervisor's office, Fan Tong was exceptionally furious. The hall lay in disarray, with nearly nothing intact, all shattered by his wrath. In his fury, even the messenger, Zhu Xiaomai, was not spared. He found himself slumped against the wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "You worthless fools. A bunch of good-for-nothings." Fan Tong bellowed. The Shangshan supervisor is filled with incompetence. How could Fan Tong not be enraged? A group had rushed off to apprehend someone, only to return with the news that the person had been captured. To make matters worse, it was his own nephew. If you can't even keep an eye on one person, what use do we have for you? Zhu Xiaomai, clutching his chest, struggled to rise and implored, "Chief, please calm your anger. The priority now is to rescue him. Fan Dai can endure a little hardship." "Do I need you to tell me that?" Fan Tong retorted sharply. "I have long since sent someone to retrieve him, but that bastard Sun Mantang gave me no respect. Who knows what nonsense he is up to?" Zhu Xiaomai was indeed aware of the prevailing winds, understanding that Fan Dai's harsh words were a form of restraint, and that Sun Mantang had refrained from taking a life, thus extending a considerable favor. However, this was not the time for such discussions, and Zhu Xiaomai could only continue to offer counsel. Since the path with Sun Mantang was blocked, it might be more prudent for the leader to directly seek the counsel of the 2,000-year-old elder, for Sun Mantang could hardly ignore the elder's directives. Before Zhu Xiaomai could finish speaking, Fan Tong interrupted with a furious exclamation, "Nonsense! What if the elder learns of this? Are you sending me to my doom?" Zhu Xiaomai nodded in acquiescence, silencing himself in dejection. "I have some personal connections with Ding Xingwang from the ceremonial office. I can only implore him for assistance." After Fan Tong finished speaking, he intended to dispatch someone anew, only to find Zhu Xiaomai lingering below the hall, conveniently sending him on a mission to spare himself the vexation of seeing him. Once the hall was empty, Fan Tong fell into contemplation. In his earlier fury, he had not meticulously considered the matter, but now, in a moment of calm, he sensed something amiss. Fan Dai had arrived at the imperial kitchen at dawn, claiming he had just awakened from a stupor, thus barely making it in time. He subsequently took people back to the medicinal kitchen. Logically, no one should have reached there faster than Fan Dai. Yet how had the ceremonial office arrived beforehand? Even if they had utilized sorcery to cause a disturbance, it was impossible for the ceremonial office to monitor the medicinal kitchen around the clock. News transmission required time, and should the eunuchs of the ceremonial office delay even slightly, pursuing the matter would take at least half a day. Such a timely response was inconceivable, unless Fan Tong inhaled deeply, the image of Wu Ho materializing in his mind. Unless someone had deliberately orchestrated this, dispatching news to the ceremonial office ahead of time. No one but Wu Ho could accomplish this. It could not be mistaken. Fan Tong finally connected the dots, slamming his palm down in anger, declaring, "Ah, you cunning old fox. We had not yet taken action, and you have already employed the blade of the ceremonial office. This is your own demise." With that, he struck the table with force, reducing it to splinters. After several days of recuperation, Wu Qian was finally able to make an appearance. However, he had to proceed gradually, feigning the demeanor of someone who had just begun to rise from bed. In order to maintain secrecy, Wu Ho had designated the room as a no-go zone, forbidding anyone from approaching Wu Qian, including Xiao Chui. This was ostensibly to protect the victim, shielding him from any potential retaliation. Even meals were delivered punctually by a dedicated individual, allowing Wu Qian time to prepare in advance, lest he be discovered during his activities. With no labor and no gains, and with no one in sight all day, Wu Qian found himself exceedingly bored. He spent his days idly perusing the Huang, Ting, Wanhua Jing. Though a treasure of the earthly tier, even with Wu Ho's intellect, his progress over several days was a mere 5, still yielding scant results. It paled in comparison to the system. Once he was able to step outside, His first order of business was to lean against the wall and seek out Xiao Shui to express his gratitude. Firstly, for her selfless protection at his bedside, and secondly, for her pivotal role in providing false testimony that had thrust Fan Dai into a desperate situation. When he found Xiao Shui, she was busy cleaning the stove, which tugged at Wu Qian's heartstrings. This indeed amounts to 20 moral points. Upon seeing Wu Qian able to walk again, Xiao Shui was overwhelmed with joy, casting aside her cloth and rushing towards him. The embrace came so unexpectedly that Wu Qian had no time to refuse. He could only shyly allow himself to be enveloped in her arms. With no place to put his hands, he naturally rested them on her waist. Master Wu, you are finally well. I have been lighting incense and burning paper for you every day, hoping for your swift recovery. The deity has finally manifested. Xiao Shui's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Though her lovely face had regained some color, it still bore a hint of pallor, clearly the result of many sleepless nights. Wu Qian smiled gently and said, "It is my fault for causing you such worry every day. Is this not a good outcome?" Xiao Shui nodded repeatedly, the look of concern vanishing from her face as she smiled brightly. "I knew you would be fine." Then, recalling something, she furrowed her brow and asked, "That night you seemed perfectly fine. Why did you suddenly suffer such a severe injury during the day? Did something happen after you returned to your room?" Wu Qian found himself at a loss for words and replied vaguely, "Perhaps it was due to excessive blood loss and weakness. I fainted upon returning home. I truly do not know what transpired." Xiao Shui's worry resurfaced, aware that the ailment stemmed from the earlier cleansing, fearing for his vitality. "Then I shall prepare some blood-nourishing dishes tonight and bring them to your room. Do not concern yourself with those details. You are not yet aware of my capabilities." Wu Qian said, shaking his head. His hands, weakened, inadvertently slipped down from Xiao Shui's waist. Noticing the unusual shift behind her, Xiao Shui's face flushed slightly. She was about to remind him when she suddenly saw the look of pain on Wu Qian's face, causing her to gasp, "Master Wu, what is wrong?" "It's nothing. Perhaps the wound has reopened," Wu Qian replied candidly, and with Xiao Shui's assistance, he settled into a seat in the flower bed. The sun hung in the sky, casting a warm glow upon the stone slabs, creating a breathtaking vista that appeared to meld with the crimson clouds above. Xiao Shui stood behind Wu Qian, gently kneading his shoulders to alleviate his discomfort. Beneath the setting sun, Wu Qian observed the bustling figures around him, resembling a band of robbers. Anxiously, he turned to Xiao Shui and said, "Wait just a couple more days. Once I recover, I will take care of all these chores. And you need not toil any longer." Moved by Wu Qian's consideration, Xiao Shui replied, "How can I allow you to do everything? If you can endure it, I can too. In truth, there isn't much work in the medicinal kitchen. It hardly burdens me. You should focus on recuperating." Wu Qian's wound nearly tore open again, and he quickly raised his hand to interrupt Xiao Shui. "Even if it isn't burdensome, it cannot be ignored. I am but a worthless life. With the despicable Fan Dai gone, no one will oppress you any longer." Xiao Shui, unaccustomed to such coarse language, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and let out a laugh. However, upon hearing Fan Dai's name, her laughter ceased, and she spoke somberly. "I heard from other masters that Fan Dai seems to have been released and will soon return to the medicinal kitchen." "What?" Wu Qian exclaimed, startled. Rising swiftly from the flower bed, he stood tall and straight, completely forgetting to disguise his injury. Chapter 26. Bad news. As the sun sank low on the horizon, dusk quietly descended. Wu Qian stood in the wind, allowing the front flap to strike against his wound. He had considered the possibility of Fan Dai escaping unscathed, but he never anticipated such a swift retreat. After committing such a monumental error, to not face punishment and simply turn away. Perhaps he hadn't even endured much of a beating. This Fan Dai truly possessed some remarkable qualities. While feigning death, he had overheard a conversation between Sun Mantang and Wu Ho, learning that Fan Dai was the nephew of Fan Tong, the leader of the Shangshan Supervisory Office, whose abilities were indeed extraordinary. It appeared that his adversaries were far more formidable than he had imagined. Wu Qian's expression darkened. His only support lay with Wu Ho. For the time being, pretending to be foolish as a cover was manageable. However, when the situation escalated, he couldn't ascertain how much strength Wu Ho truly possessed or whether he could serve as an effective shield. Wu Qian's countenance grew grim, as the fleeting joy of being able to venture outside dissipated in an instant. He had yet to truly relish the experience of cultivating immortality, and he certainly did not wish to partake in his final supper too soon. "Wu Qian is having dinner. Get lost. Hey, why are you cursing?" Wu Qian shot a glare, exuding an aura of menace that startled the small chair, recalling the fierce image of Wu Qian when he fought, causing it to quickly retract. Xiao Shui wore a worried expression and gently nudged Wu Qian, asking, "Are you all right, Master Wu?" Wu Qian subtly shook his head, managing a smile to indicate that he was fine. Aware of his concern for Fan Dai, Xiao Shui felt a pang of sympathy, slowly raising her delicate hand. pausing momentarily in midair before ultimately placing it upon Wu Qian's back. Wu Qian's heart softened, poised to respond politely when a light cough interrupted from behind the two. Startled, they instinctively distanced themselves as if caught in a compromising situation. Upon realizing it was the steward approaching, Xiao Chui's face flushed crimson, and she murmured, "I'll go have dinner now," before hastily retreating. Feigning composure, Wu Qian called out, "Why are you running? We haven't done anything shameful. It's merely a discussion about work." Wu Ho approached, casting a fierce glare at Wu Qian, expressing his frustration, just as you could finally emerge. "You get tangled up with a woman. What am I to say about you?" With lingering discontent, he sighed deeply. Wu Qian felt a familiar sense of guilt, reminiscent of being chastised by parents in a past life. Feeling like a thief, he dared not retort, merely responding with a hasty, "It's not what you think." "Old Wu, is Fan Dai returning?" Wu Qian, recalling the recent news, promptly inquired of Wu Ho. Wu Ho nodded without uttering a word. Wu Qian, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "How can this be? He can escape unscathed despite the solid evidence against him. Is there no law left?" "Humph," Wu Ho scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Wu Qian. "Law? What is law? Your tricks and illusions are law. In this world, only power constitutes law. Without strength, you can't even be a eunuch." He deliberately ignored the first statement. In his previous life, Wu Qian was certainly not molded by such influences. He remained unconvinced. Yet when he recalled the numerous eunuchs at the medicinal kitchen, all possessing cultivation at the qi refinement stage, he found himself at a loss for a counterargument. However, it was unreasonable to release them immediately. Would that not tarnish the royal dignity? After pondering for a considerable time, Wu Qian could only adopt a different perspective, utilizing what Wu Ho valued to refute him, employing magic to counter magic. Yet, to his astonishment, Wu Ho was entirely unfazed by this tactic. With a hint of disdain, he remarked, "Royal dignity? If not supported by the might of the Grand Master's realm of Xianyang Palace and the Astronomical Bureau, the royal family would struggle to maintain its dominion, let alone its dignity." Wu Qian fell into a profound silence. In the realm of cultivation, the royal family truly held little significance. Consider this: if a world-destroying powerhouse were to suddenly appear at the foot of the imperial city, casually playing chess or strumming a lute, the very earth would tremble. Without an adept to protect them, even the city moat would be flooded. Relying on a military of mere brute force? That would be less effective than a fade. Yet, this reasoning seemed flawed. The royal family must possess some strength to have attained their status, so why disregard dignity? Wu Qian furrowed his brow, diligently seeking any flaw in Wu Ho's argument, refusing to concede defeat. Wu Ho chuckled softly, somewhat surprised by Wu Qian's demeanor. The young man appeared more astute than he had anticipated. Intelligent, but not excessively so. This was Wu Ho's final assessment. "But how could you know that this strength is not derived from Xianyang Palace?" he questioned. If Xianyang Palace possessed such prowess, they could simply assume the throne themselves, rather than rely on a puppet. Wu Qian felt he had gained an inch, perceiving the old eunuch's claims as increasingly absurd. Wu Ho smiled knowingly, a profound smile gracing his lips as he regarded Wu Qian in silence. Bewildered, Wu Qian asked, "Is it truly a puppet?" Certain truths Wu Ho could not disclose directly, so he replied nonchalantly, "Not entirely, but it is true that Xianyang Palace has little interest in state affairs. From the inception of the previous dynasty, they had already distanced themselves from governance. After all, a temple is a temple. They have their own matters to attend to." Wu Qian's worldview was upended, as he keenly grasped the implications of Wu Ho's words. From the inception of the previous dynasty, which implied that the prior regime was indeed established with Xianyang Palace's assistance. Dechang was merely a change of agents. The reasons could vary. Perhaps the later agents were disobedient, or it was calculated that the nation's fortunes were waning, necessitating a renewal. These possibilities existed. Yet the reasons were inconsequential. What mattered was that they truly possessed such power. Wu Qian sighed internally, realizing the audacity of it all. The act of changing dynasties resembled childish play. And what of the Astronomical Bureau? If Xianyang Palace was so formidable, what need was there for the Bureau? The Astronomical Bureau has always symbolized the royal authority throughout the ages. Wu Ho was succinct. And though he did not explicitly state it, Wu Qian immediately comprehended the underlying meaning. For rebellion, perhaps? He ventured. This rebellion, of course, referred to the overthrowing of Xianyang Palace. Wu Ho nodded subtly. At last, Wu Qian grasped the reason behind the downfall of the previous dynasty. In contemplating this, it seems that the situation for Dachang is also rapidly evolving. Is there still a need to dwell on the laws of the realm? Wu Ho inquired nonchalantly. Much improved. To linger any longer would indeed be foolish. Wu Ho nodded in satisfaction, continuing to admonish Wu Qian. You have spent too much time within the palace, oblivious to the perils of the outside world, and thus fail to recognize the palace's advantages. The palace is abundant in spiritual energy and resources, devoid of indiscriminate slaughter. and free from sectarian conflicts. One can cultivate freely, without the fear of being schemed against by other cultivators. Just a mere fan die, occasionally employing a few spells. And the heavens would collapse? Compared to those ancient beings in the martial world, it pales in comparison. Wu Qian listened, entranced, indeed. The palace seemed to be a veritable treasure trove of prosperity. Wu Ho's points had not previously troubled him. Therefore, young man, cherish the present and devote yourself to your cultivation. Wu Ho, having meandered through various topics, finally circled back to the main issue, discreetly wiping the sweat from his brow. He feared that Wu Qian's mind would wander into unfathomable depths, contemplating matters of rebirth or self-sufficiency outside the palace. How could he inherit his legacy if he were to dwell on such thoughts? Even if he were to inherit it, he must also safeguard the territory he had fought to establish. Now assured that Wu Qian had absorbed his words, Wu Ho calmly questioned, "How goes your cultivation? Have you broken through any bottlenecks?" Currently, Wu Qian had mastered the tortoise shrinking technique, and Wu Ho could not discern his true realm, thus he could only inquire directly. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Ho decided it prudent to maintain a semblance of stability, postponing any revelations until the final moment to avoid arousing suspicion. Soon, seeing Wu Qian daring to venture outside, Wu Ho initially believed it to be a sure success. However, upon receiving this answer, he scolded. "What are you doing out before reaching the qi refining stage? You ought to remain indoors and focus on your seclusion. From today onward, you shall stay in your room and cultivate. Do not venture out." "Not going out. How then am I to accumulate moral worth?" Wu Qian regretted his words, wishing he could retract them, but having spoken, he could only attempt to delay. "I have only just emerged. Surely you can allow me to bid farewell to Xiaohong?" Wu Ho, unable to contain his fury, exclaimed, "Have I wasted my breath for naught? Women will only hinder your speed in drawing your sword." Wu Qian nearly rolled his eyes, and seeing the old eunuch's face redden with anger, he quickly acquiesced. "Very well, I shall retreat into seclusion. Can Xiao Chui bring me meals?" Regretting his request as soon as it left his lips, he witnessed Wu Ho pound his chest in frustration, prompting him to hastily retreat to his room. Behind him echoed the frantic cries, "Sword! Sword! Sword!" Chapter 27. Fan Dai returns with merely 3 days remaining until the month's end. Wu Qian was reluctant to remain cooped up indoors. Although he had promised Wu Ho it would be simple to venture out, he need only claim to have entered the qi refining stage. His eagerness to escape was further fueled by the concern that if Fan Dai were to return, it could pose a threat to Xiao Chui. Given Fan Dai's vengeful nature, Xiao Chui would surely harbor resentment for having testified on Wu Qian's behalf. Wu Qian prepared for the worst outcome, knowing that if necessary, he could engage in another confrontation. During the refining essence stage, he was unafraid. Now, having reached the qi refining realm, his courage was unwavering. With self-defense techniques at his disposal, it would be exceedingly difficult for Fan Dai to overpower him. As dawn broke the following day, Wu Qian, still in a state of slumber, was abruptly stirred by a cacophony outside his abode. The individuals from the medicinal kitchen whispered amongst themselves, and apart from Fan Dai, not a soul dared to raise their voice. A foreboding sensation gripped Wu Qian's heart. Stealthily, he ventured outside, only to discover an oval figure standing in the courtyard, delivering a reprimand. Clenching his fists, Wu Qian noted that Fan Dai had hurried back to the medicinal kitchen, throwing himself into his work with remarkable dedication. The commotion stemmed from an early morning assembly that revealed Wu Qian's absence, prompting Fan Dai to call for others. However, he was dissuaded by a small chair, which informed him that the chief steward had decreed Wu Qian remain in bed to recuperate. When Fan Dai attempted to enter, he was barred from doing so under the pretext that no one was permitted to enter. As the deputy steward, he felt justified in his concern for his subordinates and believed it unreasonable to be denied entry. Surely, the chief steward would not be so unfeeling. With a surge of indignation, Fan Dai asserted his intentions to proceed. Not only had the marks upon his face vanished, but his complexion appeared notably healthier. It was evident that during his recovery at the Shangshan supervisory office, he had consumed a considerable amount of healing remedies. Wu Qian, concealed in the shadows, seethed with anger. This was hardly a punishment, but rather a form of care. The small cabinet, assigned by Wu Ho to oversee the situation, had initially thought the task would be a simple one. Little did he realize that after Fan Dai's return, it was anything but effortless. Unable to deter Fan Dai, yet reluctant to refrain from doing so, the small cabinet could only follow behind, speaking softly, conveying that this was the chief steward's directive, hoping for Fan Dai's understanding. Surely, he did not wish to provoke the chief steward's displeasure. As the deputy steward, he was obliged to heed his superior's words. Though Fan Dai's voice boomed, he did not dare to breach the threshold. Instead, he paced back and forth, unwilling to concede. Recognizing the futility of shouting, he turned to see the pallid face of Xiao Chui, akin to discovering a new world, and hastily approached her. though Xiao Chui was anxious. She understood that evasion was futile. Resolving to face the worst, she straightened her posture, bowing her head in preparation for the impending consequence. Fan Dai revealed a malicious grin, tauntingly remarking on her failure to greet him, insinuating that perhaps she was feeling guilty. Xiao Chui offered a hasty salute, a response to Fan Dai's provocation. Fan Dai's expression twisted with malice as he nodded repeatedly, exclaiming that having support was indeed different. Fabricating a pretext, he insisted that Xiao Chui accompany him to the Shangshan supervisory office. Aware that such a journey could spell doom, Xiao Chui recognized the peril and composed herself, nodding in acquiescence. Wu Qian, cognizant of the imminent danger, dared not linger in his hidden position any longer. He hurriedly limped forward to extricate Xiao Chui from the precarious situation. Upon encountering Wu Qian, Fan Dai's eyes instantly brightened. He cast aside Xiao Chui and, with a warm smile, remarked, "Seeing Master Wu safe and sound has finally eased our hearts." His demeanor was gentle, and his tone was amiable, betraying not a hint of malice. However, Wu Qian furrowed his brow, skeptical of Fan Dai's sudden transformation. Just moments ago, he had threatened Xiao Chui, making it implausible that he could have become virtuous so swiftly. The deputy steward spoke candidly, advising that if he harbored any resentment, it was better directed at him than at a woman. "Stop right there." Fan Dai interjected before he could finish, maintaining his friendly smile while sighing. "Indeed, we have a slight misunderstanding, but as the deputy steward, how could I stoop to your level? We ought to join forces to alleviate the chief steward's burdens. Young people should not hold grudges that impede their work." Wu Qian, somber in spirit, reflected that a dog that is too quiet is far more fearsome than one that barks. "Very well, let us conclude for today. You should continue your recovery. Xiao Chui can return to her duties, and I will attend to the Shangshan Jian myself." With that, Fan Dai ended the morning meeting and, as promised, leisurely departed the medicinal kitchen alone, as if no discord had ever transpired, as though he were a different person altogether. As he stepped out of the medicinal kitchen, a fierce glint of murder flashed in Fan Dai's eyes. He had come to realize that Wu Qian's sudden injury was likely a ruse, a deception of feigned illness. It infuriated him that he had fallen into the trap of this young upstart. He had unwittingly allowed the Ministry of Rights to obtain incriminating evidence against him. Had it not been for his uncle's timely intervention, he would still be languishing in a dungeon. This vendetta, Fan Dai vowed, would not go unaddressed. Though he resolved to heed Fan Tong's counsel and approach the matter with caution. With no one around, Fan Dai quickened his pace toward the Shangshan Jian, eager to relay news of Wu Qian to his uncle. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "Saving a life, moral value 200. Wu Qian, upon hearing the words saving a life, felt no joy. According to the system's prompt, Fan Dai harbored murderous intent. If he did not intervene, Xiao Chui would indeed be in grave danger. That rotund man was quite ruthless. Wu Qian had no time to further examine the panel when a small cabinet approached to relay a message, instructing him to go to the inner courtyard as the chief steward sought him. Wu Qian, who also wished to meet with the chief steward, nodded slightly at Xiao Chui to reassure her before making his way to the inner courtyard. Inside the chief steward's chambers, Wu Qian maintained his cultivation at the first level of qi refinement, standing respectfully before Wu Ho. Perceiving a shift in Wu Qian's energy, Wu Ho was taken aback. Retracting the reprimand he had prepared. "You broke through in just one night?" Wu Qian had anticipated this moment, having previously attempted the breakthrough without success. After consuming the Zhengqi pill given by old Wu, he had experienced a moment of enlightenment, leading to his advancement in qi refinement. He then knelt and bowed his head, expressing profound gratitude for Wu Ho's immense kindness. What a prudent individual. Wu Ho could hardly contain his smile, thinking that he had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Achieving a breakthrough in the qi refinement stage within a month was an accomplishment few could boast of. He couldn't help but exclaim 3 praises in succession. Given Wu Qian's remarkable progress, Wu Ho felt it unnecessary to impose further restrictions on him, but he reminded him to exercise greater caution. For Fan Dai was evidently returning with a plan. Wu Qian, understanding the gravity of the situation, promised to be vigilant and took his leave. Observing Wu Qian's understanding demeanor, Wu Ho felt a renewed sense of satisfaction, relishing in the joy of recognizing talent. A cautious and diligent genius, unable to resist. He poured himself a flask of aged wine, drinking to his heart's content, no longer preoccupied with Fan Dai. As long as Wu Qian met the requirements of the qi refinement stage, his own words would hold weight, affording him the justification to provide protection. In the confines of the medicinal kitchen, safeguarding an individual was a trivial matter. Who could dare to harm another under his watchful gaze? Fan Dai lacked the capability to do so. Chapter 28. A new opportunity. The medicinal kitchen experienced an unusually tranquil day. True to his word, Fan Dai refrained from further tormenting the staff. Even the mundane tasks returned to their rightful order, and it was only after Wu Qian's insistence that Fan Dai, with a puzzled expression, reluctantly agreed to allow him to continue overseeing everything. To Wu Qian's surprise, Fan Dai even expressed concern for his well-being, urging him to take care and not overexert himself, a scene reminiscent of paternal kindness. Wu Qian, driven by necessity and the long absence of tangible rewards, felt an urgent need to act. Thus, even if it meant limping while sweeping or supporting himself against the wall to visit the restroom, he resolved to mobilize himself. However, one aspect remained unchanged. He was still forbidden from entering the backyard, and the spiritual spring was off-limits to him. Wu Qian sneered inwardly, aware that Fan Dai still harbored delusions and chose not to engage in futile resistance. He focused on accumulating what points he could, amassing 4 rewards throughout the day, totaling 100 moral points. This was an increase of 20 points from the previous 80, a result of the enhancement of his spiritual roots and the system's evolution. Quite generous, indeed. Coupled with the 200 points earned from rescuing Xiao Chui, he now had a total of 643 moral points, still far from sufficient. After completing all the chores, Wu Qian made his way to the dining hall at dinner time, where Xiao Chui had thoughtfully prepared his meal. Sitting beside him, Xiao Chui, with genuine concern, inquired about his well-being, ignoring the gazes of others, and even wiped the sweat from his brow with her sleeve. Had she not feared the steward's sudden cough, she would have fed Wu Qian directly, ensuring he could rest. If he agreed, she would even chew his food for him. Alas, Xiao Chui had been misled by Wu Qian's playful words, believing his eagerness to work was to alleviate her burdens, leaving her both touched and distressed. Utterly lost in a haze of affection, Wu Qian, however, felt no embarrassment. After all, he was an injured party. Occasionally receiving care was not a disgrace. You should keep your distance from Fan Dai. That rotund fellow harbors ill intentions, he remarked casually while eating, his gaze continually scanning for Fan Dai. Just don't concern yourself with me. Xiao Chui's face was etched with concern as she gently offered a spoon to Wu Qian, her gaze unwavering as she watched him consume the food. It seems that the deputy chief steward has undergone a transformation, yet I cannot shake this feeling of unease. I fear he may harbor ill intentions towards you. Please be cautious not to fall into his trap. Xiao Chui's apprehension provided Wu Qian with a measure of comfort, prompting him to solemnly assure her that he would not act carelessly, while also urging her to prioritize her safety. The murderous intent of Fan Dai had only been validated for Wu Qian through the system, and thus he alone understood the peril Xiao Chui faced. She nodded repeatedly, bringing the spoon once more to Wu Qian's lips, just as the meal was drawing to a close and everyone believed that all was well. A loud and urgent knock echoed from the door of the medicinal kitchen. Fan Dai's eyes brightened. With a light cough, he instructed someone to hasten and open the door. As the entrance swung wide, a palace maid entered, holding a bestowed waste token, her demeanor proud and commanding. Qi Tong, 7th stage of Qi refinement, she exclaimed. Why is it taking so long to open the door? Qi Tong's fierce gaze and imposing presence made it clear that she would not be easily appeased. It was indeed the arrival of Miss Qi. Fan Dai quickly approached, cupping his hands in a respectful bow. Quickly, summoned the chief steward. Miss Qi has urgent matters to discuss. With a deep bow, he led her into the hall. Wu Qian did not recognize this woman, but the deference shown by the others indicated her extraordinary status. The fact that she was a practitioner at the Qi refinement stage shattered Wu Qian's previous understanding. For though her cultivation level was akin to that of Xiao Hong, her outward aura was unapologetically potent. In Wu Qian's memory, palace maids typically did not engage in cultivation. Qi Tong sat quietly within the hall, awaiting the arrival of Wu Ho, responding to Fan Dai's various pleasantries only with the occasional nod, clearly disinterested in conversation. The others in the medicinal kitchen stood at attention, well aware that a visit at this hour either heralded calamity or a request for additional provisions. Regardless of the circumstance, returning to rest was not an option, and none dared to leave without permission. Xiao Chui and Wu Qian found themselves amidst the gathering. Knowing Wu Qian was unfamiliar with this individual, Xiao Chui leaned closer and whispered, "This is Qi Tong from Fengxi Palace. Fengxi Palace belongs to consort Min, who is the most favored among the harem. In the absence of a new empress, she wields the greatest power. Consort Min's favor is not merely a product of the emperor's affection, but is rooted in the formidable strength of her family. Her father, Min Jiuxia, is a formidable figure at the Golden Core stage. The Min family is one of the most prestigious houses in Dachang, renowned for producing exceptional talents and a multitude of practitioners across various realms. They reside in Kanshui City, having long held dominion over substantial resources in the north, and continue to protect the northern borders for the imperial court, fending off beasts and foreign incursions. Dachang is divided into 5 regions: the northern Xuanwu Road, the southern Zhuke Road, the eastern Qinglong Road, the western Baihu Road, with the central region housing the capital, Zhongjing Road. Each region spans thousands of miles, governed by a principal city, with Kanshui City being the stronghold of Xuanwu. The place of the emperor's rise was indeed the city of Kanshui. And now even the position of the commander of the imperial guards has been entrusted to the Min family. This indicates that the relationship between the two is far from simple. Wu Qian listened quietly to Xiao Cui's explanation, his gaze drifting to the side. In the distance, he observed a young woman, around 20 years of age, with fair skin and a countenance that was both striking and cold. Her slightly raised eyebrows were furrowed, and her phoenix eyes concealed a certain authority, revealing an irritable temperament. Wu Qian silently cautioned himself, noting her beauty. Sensing his gaze, Qi Tong frowned in his direction, prompting Wu Qian to quickly avert his eyes, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Wu Ho finally arrived, taking small steps with the support of a small cabinet, making his way towards Qi Tong. It had been a long while since he had seen the young lady. "How is the esteemed consort Min?" Wu Ho inquired, preparing to bow to her from a distance. As Qi Tong rose to greet him, she quickly intervened, preventing the elderly man from kneeling. "There is no need for such formalities, Director Wu. The consort does not mind. I have come this evening with a request." Although her tone was more tempered than her earlier impatience with Fan Dai, it still lacked warmth. After clarifying her purpose, Qi Tong produced a royal decree and handed it to Wu Ho for inspection. Wu Ho did not take it, instead shaking his head and graciously stating, "Even in my old age, I would never doubt the young lady's credibility. If there is a message to convey, it can be sent via someone. There is no need for you to make this trip at night." The guards outside had already conducted the necessary checks, and Wu Ho saw no need for further measures. Qi Tong's expression softened slightly. Having been scrutinized multiple times on her way to the medicinal kitchen, she had grown somewhat weary. At his remark, she finally displayed a faint smile. "Your diligence is appreciated, Director Wu." As she spoke, she retrieved a piece of stationery from her bosom, inscribed with the names of several medicinal pills. Wu Ho took it with both hands, trembling slightly as he raised it to his nose, nearly pressing it against his face before halting. Squinting to discern the contents, he exclaimed in surprise, "Is the consort Min unwell?" Qi Tong nodded in affirmation, for reasons unknown. Several consorts in the palace have been experiencing headaches, and consort Min has also been suffering from inexplicable dizziness. The imperial physician attributes it to a heat affliction. Nonsense. Before Qi Tong could finish, Wu Ho could not restrain his exclamation. With consort Min's stature, how could she be afflicted by mere heat? This is utter folly. Those inept fools, who only know how to eat without acquiring knowledge, deserve to be executed. I've already had 2 executed. Qi Tong nodded in agreement. Although interrupted, she appreciated that Wu Ho was speaking from the perspective of consort Min, fostering a sense of camaraderie between them. Initially intending to seek some medicinal pills from the Astronomical Bureau, she realized that making such a trip at night would be too time-consuming. Hence her visit to trouble Director Wu instead. Wu Ho waved his hand once more. "This is indeed a matter worth addressing. Shall we begin preparations now? Or would you prefer to wait here while I send someone to deliver the food? I must return to attend to my duties and cannot linger." Satisfied, Qi Tong's beautiful eyes flickered as she surveyed the hall, and she languidly remarked, "The noble consort has said that the individuals in the medicinal kitchen are quite unremarkable. They appear unappetizing to me. I have heard a new eunuch has arrived. Let him make a trip." With that, her gaze settled on Wu Qian. Chapter 29. Unforeseen circumstances. The hall fell into an inexplicable silence. Even before Qi Tong had suggested sending someone, the expressions of those present had already begun to shift awkwardly. When she ultimately designated Wu Qian, all eyes converged upon him. Wu Ho's countenance grew serious as he exchanged a glance with Fan Dai, revealing a contemplative demeanor. Wu Qian, bewildered by the sudden attention, assumed it was due to his delayed response, fearing he was regarded as inconsiderate. He promptly stepped forward, cheerfully acquiescing to the lady's request. "It is but a delivery of food. You need not worry, my lady." Pleased by Wu Qian's eager compliance, which stood in stark contrast to the usual lamentations of others, Qi Tong expressed her satisfaction, exclaiming, "Indeed, he is a perceptive individual." With that, she bid farewell to Wu Ho and hurriedly departed the medicinal kitchen. Wu Ho promptly rose to escort her out, accompanied by Fan Dai, who trailed closely behind. Wu Qian, now standing, noticed that the others continued to fix their gaze upon him, accompanied by a chorus of sighs, leaving him utterly perplexed. Turning to inquire of Xiao Cui, he found her brow furrowed in concern, her expression mirroring his own confusion. "What is the matter?" he asked. Xiao Cui slowly shook her head, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts in front of the gathered crowd. Finally, she reluctantly said, "The noble consort has a peculiar hobby. Have you heard of it?" Wu Qian, perplexed, shook his head, pondering that he could only speculate it might involve a fondness for late-night snacks. Xiao Cui did not expect him to know, which was why she had agreed so readily. Meeting Wu Qian's curious gaze, she finally revealed, "She enjoys killing." "Killing whom?" he inquired, taken aback. "Eunuchs." Wu Qian was stunned. He could hardly fathom that someone would derive amusement from taking lives, especially of those who were already so wretched. Why would she seek to kill eunuchs? While the notion of killing could be entertained, why must he be involved? She had not even seen him before. As this realization struck him, a shiver ran through Wu Qian, and he looked up to see Fan Dai returning. Their eyes met, and in that instant, Wu Qian discerned the glimmer of triumph in Fan Dai's gaze. Realizing that the inevitable had indeed arrived, Fan Dai returned to the hall, casting a sympathetic look at Wu Qian, though he could not suppress the amusement lurking in his eyes. He finally patted Wu Qian on the shoulder, offering a gesture of encouragement as he sent him off. Wu Ho, returning a moment later and evidently in a foul mood, noticed that the crowd remained stagnant and barked. What are you all dawdling for? Are you waiting for the oil to heat up? Having not witnessed the steward's fury for quite some time, the assembly was startled into action, scurrying away in haste. Xiao Chui, feeling uneasy, dared not linger any longer and cast a lingering glance at Wu Qian. Some went to draw water from the well, others ventured into the spirit herb garden to gather vegetables, while a few produced 2 spirit stones that clashed together, creating dazzling sparks of spirit fire. Fan Dai stood to the side, methodically directing the activities, and, with a feigned air of camaraderie, remarked, "Leave this to us. And the steward can go have a few words with Wu Qian." His tone was laced with a sense of schadenfreude, causing even Wu Ho, the cunning old fox, to furrow his brow. "Then I shall trouble you, Master Fan," Wu Ho replied nonchalantly before departing with Wu Qian. They made their way to the spirit herb garden, where Wu Ho veered into the depths of the flower thicket, winding through several turns until they arrived at a concealed, dilapidated wooden cabin. Wu Qian gazed in astonishment. The cabin was invisible from the outside but revealed itself upon closer approach, likely concealed by a formation. Despite having visited the spirit herb garden multiple times, he had never discovered it. As the wooden door creaked open, an entirely different world unfolded within, far more spacious than the exterior suggested, featuring a study and a bedroom. The interior was tastefully and elegantly furnished, with all manner of tea utensils, the 4 treasures of the study adorning the desk, and precious artifacts displayed on the antique shelf. With meteorite gold and spirit jade dazzling the eye, several pots of vibrant spirit orchids by the window added a touch of poetic charm to the room. Serving as a perfect finishing touch, Xiao Hong stood quietly within, having awaited their arrival. Upon seeing the familiar face, Wu Qian felt a surge of joy as Xiao Hong remained as enchanting and lively as ever, dispelling the gloom brought about by Qitong. Xiao Hong discreetly glanced at Wu Qian, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, mirroring his delight. Wu Ho, seemingly oblivious, sat in silence at the wooden chair behind the table, lost in thought. Wu Qian wished to exchange a few words with Xiao Hong, but feared provoking Wu Ho's ire. Thus he stole covert glances at her while Wu Ho was preoccupied. Xiao Hong, too, refrained from responding, her head bowed and her cheeks flushed with a soft crimson hue. Wu Ho sighed helplessly and said earnestly, "Are you familiar with concubine men?" Wu Qian pondered that since Wu Ho had brought him to such a hidden place, he likely had secrets to share, perhaps even strategies for self-preservation. Reassured by this thought, Wu Qian replied solemnly, "I understand now." Wu Ho nodded gravely, stating, "The path ahead is fraught with peril." Wu Qian's heart brimmed with anticipation, yearning for Wu Ho to provide a lifeline. "Take care of yourself," Wu Ho said in a heavy tone, letting out another sigh. Wu Qian, taken aback, thought he must have misheard. After all this trouble, was the only advice to take care of himself? "I must take care regardless," Wu Qian retorted. "Is there nothing else, old Wu?" "This time, I was careless," Wu Ho admitted with a shake of his head, expressing his helplessness. The backgrounds of the concubines are inherently complex, and concubine men wields the greatest power in the harem. Even the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs finds it challenging to intervene. Even if they did, it would be of little effect. Wu Qian listened impassively, an icy feeling settling in his heart as he realized the gravity of the situation. If even the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs was powerless, Wu Ho surely had no further recourse. Wu Ho continued, stating that this incident was premeditated, likely orchestrated by Fan Tong, who had cunningly employed a strategy of using others to do his bidding. It could not be ruled out that the commander of the Imperial Guards, Min Ho Tiao, was also involved, leading to this unforeseen calamity. Wu Qian was perplexed by the connections between these individuals, but he was certain that it was related to that scoundrel Fan Dai. Was the esteemed concubine Min truly that formidable? Wu Qian asked weakly, hoping to grasp a glimmer of hope. Perhaps the rumors were exaggerated. Wu Ho did not conceal the truth, stating plainly that there were 4 eunuchs from the medicinal kitchen who had visited the Fengshi Palace, and there were 28 from the Shangshan Bureau. What was the outcome? Wu Qian pressed anxiously. None returned alive. Why then do you not stop Qidong? Knowing it is a path to death, why suggest to her delivering meals? Wu Qian could not help but mutter, not out of impatience, but due to the gravity of human lives at stake, he felt compelled to act swiftly. I too am uncertain. How could she possibly know? Wu Ho sighed deeply. He was well aware of the dangers of Fengshi Palace, and at that moment, he had thought of sending someone else to meet their demise. For instance, The little mustached one, a confidant of Fan Dai, had long been a target for Wu Ho's ambitions. Little did he expect that the entire scheme had already been sealed, leaving no opportunity for him to intervene. Now it was too late for regrets. Wu Ho could only endure Wu Qian's complaints. Once Wu Qian calmed down, he spoke slowly, suggesting that if one wished to survive, there were indeed ways. Wu Qian felt a flicker of hope, realizing that Wu Ho was testing his resolve. He had been too careless. He promptly straightened his posture, humbly inquiring about the means of escape. Wu Ho articulated each word with clarity. Run. Run now? Wu Qian's heart surged, as if enlightened. He declared his intent to leave immediately. Before he could turn away, Wu Ho continued, stating that as long as one could escape, safety would be assured. The fates of the others were of no concern. One need only focus on fleeing. Hesitating, Wu Qian paused, his face serious, asking what would become of the others. Wu Ho replied matter-of-factly, I have lived long enough. My life or death is inconsequential, but for those dear to you, such as Xiao Hong and Xiao Chui, it is a tragedy for them to meet such an end at a young age. However, you need not worry. Xiao Chui has already offended Fan Dai and would have faced difficulties regardless, so it may serve as a form of liberation. As for Xiao Hong, her life has been filled with misfortune. I brought her into this imperial prison. Consider it a chance for her redemption. Upon finishing, Wu Ho glanced at Xiao Hong, his eyes filled with compassion and reluctance. Wu Qian squinted, finally grasping the situation. This old man was playing with me. It was infuriating that he would speak so plainly in front of Xiao Hong, as if he never intended for me to leave. Wu Qian obediently repositioned himself. Contemplating Xiao Hong and Xiao Chui, a long-buried sense of responsibility stirred within him, prompting him to remain and test the waters. Not only must he go, but he must also return alive. Awakened by the old eunuch's words, Wu Qian understood that fleeing alone would not spare the two women if he were to perish. Xiao Chui and Xiao Hong would similarly face dire consequences. Xiao Hong, under the protection of Wu Ho, possessed both innate abilities and perhaps a modicum of self-defense, while Xiao Chui, a mere mortal palace maid, found herself devoid of any means of survival. How could I possibly escape alone, allowing you to bear the burden of punishment? Wu Qian's expression remained unflinching, as if the farewell had never transpired. Wu Ho cast a sidelong glance at him, fully aware of the underlying reasons for Wu Qian's lingering presence, despite the absence of any mention of women. Xiao Hong stood by silently, too timid to speak without Wu Ho's permission, merely absorbing the conversation between the two men. Upon hearing the mention of the favored concubine men, her delicate brows furrowed in concern. Soon after, she heard that Wu Qian was designated to deliver food, and she sensed that the situation was dire. Witnessing Wu Qian's determination to stay, she could no longer contain her anxiety, exclaiming, Have you lost your mind? Do you understand what the Fengxi Palace is? You may not return alive. Heed the steward's advice and flee as far as you can. Do not worry about me. The steward will ensure my safety. Wu Qian was at a loss for words, contemplating that while she had protection, there was still Xiao Chui to consider. Wu Ho was taken aback by the unexpected betrayal. Before the matter had even begun to unfold, Xiao Hong was already advocating for another. Impudence. Have you no sense of decorum? After reprimanding Xiao Hong, he turned to Wu Qian, stating, The decision to stay or leave is yours alone. Resolute, Wu Qian offered Xiao Hong a reassuring glance and declared, The wind howls and the waters of the Yi River grow cold. A brave man delivering food shall not return empty-handed. With that, he turned and departed without a trace of hesitation. What is merely delivering food? I refused to believe she could devour me. Once Wu Qian had left, Xiao Hong attempted to pursue him, but was halted by Wu Ho's gaze. Wu Ho silently nodded, acknowledging Wu Qian's courage. Rescue for life, 5. Moral value, 1,000. After Wu Qian entered the rear courtyard to retrieve the food box and insignia, he walked out of the herbal kitchen without looking back, his silhouette resolute and unwavering. Xiao Chui watched him depart for an extended period, and when all had dispersed, she returned to her quarters, despondently burning paper offerings for Wu Qian's well-being. Exiting the herbal kitchen, Wu Qian inhaled deeply the fresh air, but before he could exhale, a group of guards intercepted him, demanding to inspect his insignia. Wu Qian, unable to refuse, presented the insignia while clarifying his intentions. Upon hearing he was headed to the Fengxi Palace, the guards displayed expressions of surprise, and upon observing Wu Qian, their eyes reflected a hint of pity, thinking to themselves, such a clean-cut young eunuch. What a shame. If only he could be handed over to the commander. Wu Qian's anxiety, already palpable, intensified under their scrutinizing gaze. The courage he had amassed upon leaving dissipated in an instant, and when the guards moved on, his legs wobbled, nearly causing him to collapse. Wu Qian gasped heavily as he opened the system interface. Name: Wu Qian, cultivation level, 3rd stage of Qi refinement 6, wisdom root. Good quality 1, life root. 1, moral value, 1643, demonic seed value, 0. Techniques, rootless skill, human grade premium, 2. Huangting Wanhua Sutra, earth grade treasure, 100. Magic, eunuch self-defense technique, human grade common, 100 can be comprehended. Tortoise shrinking technique, human grade superior, 100 can be comprehended. With a moral value amassed to 1643 points, the additional 1,000 points were beyond Wu Qian's wildest imagination. Even if he had anticipated some gains, he would never have fathomed such a sum. In a single thought, it equated to 5 lives. A notion he dared not dwell upon. At present, the only individuals Wu Qian could think of were Xiao Chui and Xiao Hong. The old fox's vitality should not be so fragile. It was hard to believe that the life of a subordinate could lead to his own demise. Hence Wu Qian did not count Wu Ho. Unable to comprehend further, he decided not to squander time and prioritized securing his own life. With a decisive motion, Wu Qian allocated all points into cultivation. Qi refinement 4th stage. Qi refinement 5th stage. Cultivation level, 9th stage of Qi refinement 100, good quality wisdom root. Breakthrough success rate 30. A breakthrough requires 200 moral values. Would you like to proceed? The further one advanced, the more challenging the breakthroughs became. With a good quality wisdom root, there remained only 30 for the foundation establishment breakthrough, down from 50. Currently, he had 448 moral values left, sufficient for 2 breakthroughs or 1 enhancement of wisdom root. Wu Qian gazed at the word breakthrough, reluctant to divert his attention. To gamble or not to gamble? In a mental struggle, for words suddenly surfaced. The gambler is invincible. Realizing this was a sign from above, Wu Qian forcefully suppressed the temptation of foundation establishment and directed his points towards enhancing his wisdom root. Steady and enduring, he encouraged himself. A good wisdom root could yield more moral values. Each increment brought in a bit more, and with time, he would inevitably recoup his losses. Elevating the good quality by 1 progress required 3 moral values. 300 would vanish in the blink of an eye. Wisdom root elevated to treasure quality, slight increase in comprehension. Enhanced breakthrough and understanding success rate. The system adds a crisis alert, capable of warning of impending dangers. Wu Qian silently nodded, recognizing that this safety net appeared promising. It seemed he had indeed profited. Thus, one mustn't become overly indulgent. Wu Qian exhaled a breath of turbid air. After elevating his realm, he felt somewhat more assured. His waist no longer ached, his legs no longer trembled, and he sprinted towards the Fengxi Palace. The path beneath his feet, like a sharp blade, sliced through the sprawling palatial structures. The broad thoroughfare was paved with white Han marble, each slab polished to a smooth finish. Flanking the path were vermilion palace walls and golden glazed tiles. Each door was densely studded with copper nails. Not far apart, guards were stationed to conduct inspections. As Wu Qian walked, he inquired for directions and finally arrived at the magnificent Fengxi Palace before the night grew too deep. Chapter 31. The Hall of Phoenix Rest. The Hall of Phoenix Rest loomed like a colossal beast, casting its gaze upon the solitary figure of Wu Qian. The golden apex shimmered with a chilling luminescence beneath the night sky, while the overlapping shadows weighed heavily upon him, nearly suffocating him. Standing outside the palace gates, Wu Qian felt as though he had transformed into an insignificant ant. With a surge of courage, he gently rapped on the door. Is anyone there? Your delivery has arrived. Would you prefer it placed at your doorstep, or shall I take it back? With a creaking sound, the palace gates swung open, revealing the graceful silhouette of Qi Tong. Why don't you eat it yourself? She exclaimed, her delicate features tinged with impatience as she seized Wu Qian by the collar and dragged him into the Hall of Phoenix Rest. The interior was illuminated with warm hues, filled with fragrant aromas. Within the hall, numerous maidens adorned in creamy white silk garments floated about, their sheer veils lending them an ethereal quality. Although Wu Qian did not encounter any guards along the way, his keen observation revealed through the system that many of the maidens possessed formidable skills. Allowing himself to be pulled along, Wu Qian clutched the food box tightly, striving to maintain his balance, fearful of spilling its contents. Internally, he seethed, dragged about. If only I could reveal my true powers, you, a mere 7th-tier ant, would find yourself in my grasp in an instant. After venting his frustration, he felt somewhat relieved. As Qi Tong continued to weave through the palace, taking several turns without any sign of stopping, Wu Qian inquired, Miss, where are you taking me? To deliver to the imperial concubine, of course. Then I can simply hand you the food box, saving you the trouble of dragging me along. It would be much easier. Qi Tong shot him a glare, swiftly delivering a slap across his face. What nonsense is this? If the concubine commands you to go, then go. Wu Qian instinctively covered his stinging cheek, nearly retaliating. In 2 lifetimes, it was the first time he had been struck, and he squinted, committing to memory which hand Qi Tong had used. After the slap, she ignored him, approaching a grand hall, where she opened the door and unceremoniously tossed him inside. Wu Qian stumbled forward, regaining his balance only after several awkward hops, and upon glancing back, he found the door had swung shut once more, plunging the hall into darkness. Inside, he could see nothing, not even the walls. Cursing under his breath, he took tentative steps deeper into the hall. The vast chamber was desolate and dim, devoid of light, save for a luminous pearl embedded at the far end. Surveying his surroundings, Wu Qian tread cautiously, the sound of his footsteps amplifying in the silence. Each step striking against his taut nerves. He clutched the food box tightly, seeking solace from his growing trepidation, and called out boldly, "Is anyone there? If you don't eat soon, it will go cold." Silence persisted within the hall. However, the system stirred to life, revealing Min Fengli, Foundation Establishment Stage, 6th Tier. Wu Qian's heart raced as he sensed an approaching presence, momentarily halting his steps, ready to defend himself. Huh! A sound of astonishment emerged from behind, melodious and enchanting. Although it comprised merely a single word, it evoked a sense of tranquility and lingering resonance. Wu Qian halted his steps, suppressing his curiosity and refraining from turning back. Kneeling on the ground, he raised the food box high and declared, "This is for the esteemed concubine." Min Fengli disregarded his words and voiced her confusion. "Have you discovered me? I am unaware of what the concubine is saying." Wu Qian shook his head, feigning ignorance. "Do you not refer to yourself as a servant?" Min Fengli detected an issue, her voice icy, with anger seemingly accumulating. Sweat beaded on Wu Qian's forehead as he experienced the truth of the adage. Being in the presence of a ruler is akin to being with a mother tiger. He feared that a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. He never anticipated that even a mere concubine would possess foundational cultivation. And now he found himself ensnared in a perilous situation, unable to flee. "I have recently undergone purification and am still unaccustomed. Please forgive me, esteemed concubine." "Oh." Min Guifei appeared intrigued, her curiosity piqued. "How recent?" Wu Qian was taken aback. This woman did not seem to embody benevolence. Her inquiries were relentless. Suddenly, a question surfaced in his mind. Why does the concubine have an affinity for executing eunuchs? Numerous lives had already been sacrificed, and while a penchant for killing could never be mistaken, why was there a singular focus on eunuchs? Furthermore, upon his entrance, he was immediately posed with such a personal question, indicating a potential fixation on certain matters. Gradually, Wu Qian began to dissect Min Guifei's psychological state. Sensing a glimmer of opportunity, suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. He recalled the rumors surrounding the emperor's obsession with cultivating immortality, which claimed he was indifferent to women. If that were the case, it seemed somewhat plausible. Having discerned the underlying cause, Wu Qian contemplated how to deal with the resentful lady of the inner chamber when he was interrupted by Min Guifei's impatient voice. "I am asking you a question." A palpable aura of menace surged from behind him. Simultaneously, an alert from the system echoed in his ears. Wu Qian had no time for further contemplation. He resolutely decided to take a gamble. "New. Quite new, in fact. I was just castrated 2 months ago, and the wound reopened the day before yesterday." A tinkling laugh, akin to silver bells, rang out, and Wu Qian exhaled in relief, feeling he had wagered correctly. "Answer this palace's question. How did you discover me?" Min Guifei advanced slowly, passing by Wu Qian, and halted a short distance in front of him, standing with an air of arrogance. "Do not indulge in theatrics. This palace will not hesitate to eliminate a deceitful eunuch." Wu Qian dared not raise his gaze, struggling to swallow as he realized that revealing the existence of the system would seal his fate. He could only concoct a tale. "I was walking along quite well when suddenly a mysterious fragrance wafted through the air, enchanting and penetrating to the core. It led me to believe someone was approaching." Nonsense. This palace has not adorned itself with cosmetics for many years. What fragrance could possibly exist? "Are you seeking death?" Wu Qian understood that to retract his statement now would indeed invite his demise. He clung to his initial claim. "If the concubine desires, she may take my life. But I cannot deceive her. I sensed the fragrance, and I did." It was only when the concubine inquired that he recalled the scent, one reminiscent of an immortal he had dreamt of in a celestial realm many years ago. A fleeting silence enveloped the atmosphere, reminiscent of the calm before a tempest, akin to the profound stillness of a midnight hour that speaks louder than words. As Wu Qian's heart grew uneasy, he began to question whether he had misjudged the moment. At last, a melodious laughter, akin to the gentle babbling of a brook, reverberated throughout the vast hall. Wu Qian finally exhaled in relief. Once the laughter subsided, the noble consort Min spoke with an air of detachment. "Lift your head." A sense of frustration welled within Wu Qian. He pondered how his circumstances had turned so unexpectedly trivial. It was evident that he must restore balance to this unsettling inversion of order. Raising the food box high, Wu Qian slowly lifted his gaze. His eyes still fixed upon the ground, wary of further inciting the wrath of this formidable presence before him. Her brows were finely arched, her eyes like glistening lacquer. and her countenance was a portrait of refined beauty, exuding an effortless grace. Though her complexion appeared somewhat pale, it merely echoed her recent vow of chastity. What a strikingly handsome youth. Consort Min could not help but marvel inwardly. She recognized that Wu Qian was likening her to a celestial being. Though unexpected, it stirred not a trace of anger within her. It had been years since anyone dared to flatter her in such a manner. The sentiment felt both foreign and familiar. Before entering the palace, Min Fengli had been the pride of her family, achieving foundational mastery at a tender age, often revered as an unattainable fairy by others. Countless suitors had once trailed behind her, eager to curry her favor, perpetually uttering the term fairy. However, since her arrival at the Fengxi Palace, she had remained confined within its walls, never stepping outside, nor had she encountered any other man who would dare to utter such words to her. Even the emperor had only glimpsed her once, exchanging nothing more than a hasty greeting before their paths diverged forever. As her vision sharpened, Min Fengli emerged from her reverie, her gaze returning to Wu Qian. She noted that from the moment he entered the hall, his hands had never strayed from the food box, even as he knelt, arms raised high. This set him apart from the other eunuchs, who were either paralyzed by fear or madness. Upon entering Fengxi Palace, they either screamed in chaos or wailed in desperation, and some even fainted. Yet, Wu Qian remained steadfast, never forgetting his purpose. Even when shoved by Qitong, nearly losing his balance, he clung tightly to the food box. She had witnessed it all. You are unlike the others, Min Fengli concluded. Wu Qian, perplexed, could not fathom in what way he differed. Recalling their earlier discussion regarding flavors, he surmised that the consort referred to this very topic. Thus, emboldened by his audacity, he responded, Your Highness is indeed wise. I cleanse myself thrice daily, mindful of my visit to Fengxi Palace. I even bathe before departing, which surely distinguishes me from them. Min Fengli was momentarily taken aback, before laughter erupted from her, causing her to tremble with mirth, ultimately needing to cover her mouth with delicate hands to stifle her amusement. Wu Qian, overwhelmed by her laughter, could no longer contain himself and stole a furtive glance upward. Just that one glance rendered him utterly speechless. Xiaohong and Xiao Cui can be considered beauties in their own right, yet they pale in comparison to Min Fengli, who seems to possess an ethereal grace that renders such comparisons unfair. Min Fengli resembles a celestial being, fleetingly gracing the mortal realm before returning to her heavenly abode, continuing her existence as a carefree deity, gazing down upon the myriad of humanity. Adorned in flowing garments that resemble clouds, her exquisite white palace attire accentuates her enchanting figure, exuding an elegance that is both dignified and irresistibly alluring. The lengthy hem of her gown trails behind her like a meandering brook through the mountains. Following this stream, one traverses mountains and valleys, crosses plains, and ascends peaks, ultimately resting their gaze upon a face of unparalleled beauty. This visage is the very source of Wu Qian's astonishment. Her unadorned countenance is breathtakingly exquisite, each feature meticulously crafted, resembling a living poem or painting. Her narrow, elongated phoenix eyes, akin to the finishing touch on a masterpiece, convey an air of aloofness that keeps admirers at bay. Her face, pale as snow, is accentuated by lips as crimson as blood, creating an enchanting contrast that renders her almost otherworldly. Wu Qian, momentarily entranced, mused that such a dignified enchantress might indeed possess a predatory allure. His gaze, more eloquent than any words, nearly betrayed his thoughts. The fervor in his eyes prompted a subtle furrow in Min Fengli's brow. To her astonishment, she detected a hint of admiration within his gaze, an expression unfitting for a mere servant, far less for a eunuch. Surely, if Min were to feel wronged, he must be a rogue at heart. This long-lost sensation of scrutiny brought her a secret thrill, yet she endeavored to maintain an appearance of displeasure. What are you staring at? Wu Qian found himself utterly captivated, pondering that if Min Fengli truly wished to deter his gaze, she would have acted long ago. From his extensive experience, he discerned that warnings conveyed solely through words could be interpreted as encouragement. Your Highness, forgive my audacity. After all, I am on the brink of death. To behold you a few more times before my end would be a fulfillment of my life. Such words, spoken from his station, bordered on the scandalous, and the insinuation of his intentions could hardly be concealed. With no alternative, and sensing the atmosphere was ripe for revelation, Wu Qian chose to pierce the veil of pretense and express his innermost thoughts. Should he fail to seize this singular opportunity, all prior efforts would be in vain, and he may never encounter another chance. Wu Qian resolved to take the risk, wagering both victory and life itself. Whether he could ascend to greater heights hinged upon this very moment. Min Fengli narrowed her phoenix eyes, casting a frosty gaze upon Wu Qian, her lovely face as cold as ice, obscuring her true sentiments. A sudden chill enveloped the chamber, swirling ominously between Wu Qian and Min Fengli, leaving a delicate frost upon the floor and walls. As the oppressive aura drew ever closer, Wu Qian's heart raced with mounting trepidation. Gripping the food box tightly, he prepared to use it as a concealed weapon should danger arise. There was no alternative. Since he entered the hall, this solitary object was his only source of solace. As the chilling aura threatened to engulf him, Wu Qian feigned regret and sighed, expressing a desire to serve as a eunuch in the Fengxi Palace in his next life, so he could attend to the beloved consort early on. With the frost drawing near, his voice began to tremble, and the system's alarm resonated in a prolonged note. Suddenly, the oppressive pressure dissipated, the frost melted away, and the hall returned to its dim ambience. How do you know you are to perish? The voice was ethereal and distant. Unbeknownst to him, Min Fengli had vacated the center of the hall and now sat gracefully upon the foam couch at the far end, a luminous night pearl gleaming above her head. Wu Qian finally exhaled in relief, realizing he had narrowly escaped death. In response to the consort's new inquiry, Wu Qian found himself at a loss for words. Given the high mortality rate of such duties, surviving was indeed miraculous. Yet, he could not admit. Eunuchs are well aware that you kill without a second thought. Unable to articulate his thoughts, he resolved to maintain his pretense of ignorance. It is merely a wretched shell. What difference does life or death make? I only know that the moment I beheld the consort, my fate was sealed. Min Fengli, taken aback, opened her mouth in astonishment. She had not anticipated that after a minor reprimand, Wu Qian would not only refrain from restraint, but would instead advance further. However, this relentless pressure did not incite her anger in the slightest. Do not be excessive. Wu Qian pondered for a moment, secretly musing that a warning was tantamount to encouragement. Thus, a call for moderation implied that she found his actions insufficiently audacious. It seemed he had been too subtle. Without further ado, Wu Qian sprang to his feet, bowed deeply, and swiftly scurried forward, holding the food box with care. This left Min Fengli momentarily dazed. The consort, who was typically fearless, now exhibited a hint of panic. Her heart racing as if a spirit turtle had burrowed within her chest. Unable to bear the intensifying sense of pressure, Min Fengli, slightly flustered, inquired, "What are you planning to do?" Wu Qian pretended not to hear and rushed to kneel before the consort's couch. "Of course. I am here to serve the consort during her meal. You need not lift a finger. I shall take care of everything." Min Fengli, taken aback, found his reasoning compelling. Momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal, perhaps she had overthought the situation. As Wu Qian spoke, he began to unveil the delicacies one by one, arranging them upon a low table, 3 plates in total, each inscribed with the name of its dish. Observing Wu Qian's bustling demeanor, Min Fengli surprisingly found him quite captivating. Lost in thought for a moment, she instinctively reclined, propping her head with one hand, and quietly watched his performance. Wu Qian, fully committed to the act, knelt beside the dishes and prepared to introduce the courses to the consort. With nothing else to occupy her, and a burgeoning curiosity about Wu Qian, Min Fengli nodded in assent, eager to see what he would conjure. In her heart, she reminded herself that she had not promised to spare him. This was merely a means to pass the time. Chapter 33. Crisis averted. With the consort's tacit approval, Wu Qian felt a sense of relief settle within him. "Woman, you are playing with fire." The first dish of elixir was placed near the favored concubine. On the exquisite jade plate lay an empty shell of a spiritual tortoise, within which rested a single elixir. Wu Qian could not help but smirk inwardly. He had expected something grand, only to find it was merely a decorative display intended to curry favor. This dish, crafted from the shell of a 1,000-year-old spiritual tortoise, preserved the essence of the elixir without dispersing it, infusing spiritual energy and refining the concoction. Wu Qian, somewhat inexperienced, began to speak but paused to glance at the dish's name. It was called Guardian of the Empty Tortoise. Guardian of the Empty Chamber? Min Fengli squinted, urging Wu Qian to continue. A fine name indeed. However, as soon as Wu Qian finished reciting the name, he sensed something amiss. But it was too late to retract his words. How could one mention an empty chamber before the concubine? One need not guess that it was another of Fan Dai's mischievous tricks, exacerbating his predicament. Wu Qian ground his teeth in frustration, wishing to clarify, yet fearing that further elaboration would only worsen the situation. The issue lay in the undeniable fact that Min Fengli was indeed alone, and an explanation would only serve to expose her vulnerability. Shifting to the next dish, Wu Qian's tone grew significantly graver. The second elixir was sculpted from a millennium-old ice, designed to resemble a grand palace, with the elixir placed atop. Without even glancing at the name, Wu Qian knew it was another trap, mentally cursing Fan Dai. Min Fengli cast a glance at the dish, her voice cold and commanding. "State the name." Wu Qian, unable to defy her, murmured, "Lonely elixir of the cold palace." Min Fengli smirked, and the next one? A chill enveloped the hall once more, leaving Wu Qian uncertain whether it was the ancient ice or Min Fengli's disposition that brought the cold. He turned to the final dish. which featured an old ginseng entwined with a spiritual mushroom. The elixir perched atop the mushroom cap. The name was Old Mushroom Head, and this time, Wu Qian dared not utter it. He understood the weight of the word old when applied to a woman. One might comment on a woman's lack of popularity or solitude, even her appearance, but to call her old was a grievous affront, akin to a dagger to the heart. In troubled times, harsh measures are often necessary, and in dire circumstances, one must employ potent remedies. Wu Qian recognized that hesitation was not an option, should he fall into another pitfall. Who knew if Min Fengli would suddenly turn against him? Thus, before the concubine could show her displeasure, he swiftly dropped the plate, shattering it upon the floor, and unleashed a tirade of curses. What kind of wretched dish name is that, blinding one's eyes? Aligning oneself is crucial, and at this moment, Wu Qian sought to distance himself from the chaos, hoping to redirect the focus elsewhere. The jade plate crashed to the ground with a resounding shatter, the sound echoing sharply in the quiet hall, reverberating uncomfortably. Min Fengli was startled by the noise. Her eyes flew open, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing across her gaze as she coldly regarded Wu Qian. These bastards could conspire against him, but to slander the concubine was beyond reproach. He would return and confront them with fury. Wu Qian rose abruptly, his eyes ablaze with indignation, as if he had beheld a great sin. Clenching his fists, he was poised to depart, yet his gaze furtively darted towards the imperial concubine, seeking her reaction. Min Fengli remained silent, her eyes fixed intently upon Wu Qian. Naturally, he dared not truly leave. With Min Fengli's lack of response, he could only stand awkwardly before the couch, his chest heaving as he feigned unbridled rage. Min Fengli, astute and perceptive, had long discerned that someone had orchestrated this situation to provoke her. However, she had not anticipated that in this moment of crisis, Wu Qian would not seek mercy or evade responsibility. Rather, he sought to vindicate her and express his fury. As he had proclaimed, others were not men in his eyes. Yet his current demeanor struck Min Fengli as exceedingly masculine, perhaps more so than many men. Reflecting on her own circumstances, she realized that she, too, had become akin to a forgotten dish, confined to a desolate chamber since her entry into the palace, no different than a cold and lonely abode. This realization brought forth a wave of sorrow, and her phoenix-like eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Human emotions are such that one can maintain resilience indefinitely. Yet the moment a crack appears in one's resolve, akin to a dam giving way, it becomes impossible to contain the flood. Wu Qian, observing her, quickly noted the change in her eyes. As her gaze grew increasingly red and teary, he hastily knelt beside the couch, solemnly declaring, "It is all my fault. I have brought disgrace upon the imperial concubine. I beseech you to grant me death, so that you may no longer suffer sorrow on my account." With that, he began to search through the shards of the jade plate, seeking a sharp piece to end his plight, all the while silently urging, "Stop me, please. Speak up and stop me." Min Fengli did not directly intervene. Instead, with a soft cry, she threw herself into Wu Qian's embrace, her tears flowing freely as she wept uncontrollably. Years of pent-up grievances manifested as two streams of tears, soaking the fabric of Wu Qian's chest. While he felt a profound sense of relief, he also experienced genuine heartache, for he could not bear to see a woman cry. Gently, he wrapped one arm around Min Fengli's delicate shoulders while the other softly patted her jade-like back, whispering words of comfort to the fragile woman in his arms. As Wu Qian's soothing words enveloped her, Min Fengli gradually stilled her sobs, returning to a semblance of calm. Stealing a glance at him, she discovered his eyes filled with tenderness, his handsome face radiating concern. After a prolonged separation, their gazes met once more, this time not only with altered angles, but also a diminished distance between them. Their hearts raced in sync, nearly colliding. Min Fengli, feeling a long-lost shyness, averted her gaze, burying her flushed face once again against Wu Qian's chest, inhaling deeply. The scent was unlike any other. The youthful essence filled her mind, rendering her vision hazy. Wu Qian understood that the more vulnerable Min Fengli became, the stronger he needed to appear. Noticing that half of her body rested upon the cold floor, he unhesitatingly lifted her entirely into his arms and began to stride toward the couch. As Min Fengli found herself in a state of utter bewilderment, she was gently set down, her unshed tears tenderly wiped away. With a soft voice, he remarked, "Rest well, I will return." A mere eunuch, amidst such a charged atmosphere, could do nothing but remain still. Min Fengli was already lost in a tempest of emotions. The moment she was lifted, she realized she had sunk into an inescapable predicament. Her heart, on the verge of despair, found new life. Reclining and gazing up at Wu Qian, she listened to his resolute words, nodding obediently, unable to summon even a hint of resistance. Gone was any notion of superiority, and she had completely forgotten her intentions for the evening. Yielding to Wu Qian's every move with ease, Wu Qian, emboldened, approached the low table, forcefully sweeping his hands, sending the various elixirs he had procured crashing to the ground, shattering them into a myriad of pieces. This act was a means of obliterating evidence. Who could foresee whether Min Fengli would grow increasingly agitated in his absence, potentially leading her to seek retribution? Having completed this, Wu Qian elegantly flicked his sleeves and strode confidently toward the palace exit. Just before departing, he glanced back, casting a profound gaze upon Min Fengli. In that single glance, which felt like an eternity, her heart quivered slightly as she responded with a look of longing, slowly nodding in farewell. Though Wu Qian did not articulate it, she understood that he was departing to reclaim his honor. She could not help but whisper internally, "I will await your return." The heavy palace doors closed with a resounding thud. Chapter 34. A clean getaway outside the Fengxi Palace. The warm light persisted. The moment the doors closed, Wu Qian finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. Life is full of surprises. He had never anticipated that seducing a single yet married consort could yield such rewards. Yet, there was no time for joy. A wave of exhaustion engulfed him, and he quickly leaned against the palace door, gasping for breath, nearly collapsing to the ground. The intricate machinations of the night had been fraught with peril, known only to him. His heart, mind, and body were all nearly spent. Qitong had been waiting outside, and upon seeing Wu Qian, her eyes widened in astonishment. Typically, the sounds of crashing objects signaled impending conflict, so she had never imagined Wu Qian would emerge unscathed. Yet here he was, not only unharmed but also able to walk out on his own, making it difficult for her to believe. Sensing her gaze upon him, Wu Qian cleared his throat. Feigning composure, he shot her a dismissive look and said coolly, "What are you staring at? Get inside and attend to your duties." Without waiting for her response, he flicked his sleeve and strode away with an air of confidence, more generous than he would be at home. Qitong, unaware of the events that transpired within, felt a surge of hostility, fixating her gaze on Wu Qian's retreating figure. At that moment, a voice echoed softly from within the palace, "Let him go." Instantly, Qitong's fierce demeanor dissipated, and she hurried inside to investigate. Wu Qian, battling the urge to flee, walked slowly out of Fengxi Palace, ensuring no one followed before abruptly accelerating towards the medicinal kitchen, vanishing like a fleeting shadow at the end of the imperial path. As Wu Qian returned to the medicinal kitchen, dawn was fast approaching, yet his legs trembled incessantly. He entered his room, repeatedly checking to ensure the doors and windows were securely locked before collapsing onto the floor. Recalling the harrowing events of the night, particularly the insidious connotations behind the dish names, his expression gradually contorted as he cursed, "Damn you, Fan Dai. This is not over between us." The following day marked the predetermined deadline. Early in the morning, Fan Dai donned his attire with an air of triumph, rapping on the steward's door. Wu Ho had not slept a wink, initially intent on gauging the movements within the Fengxi Palace, yet fearing the ire of concubine Min and the ensuing unnecessary troubles. He ultimately dismissed the thought and remained indoors, awaiting news. In truth, he had little hope for Wu Qian's survival once a eunuch entered the Fengxi Palace. How could one expect them to emerge alive? Waiting for news was merely a way to quell his inner unease, a semblance of fulfilling his duties. Upon entering, Fan Dai greeted with exaggerated deference and immediately broached the subject. "Steward, the month has passed. I wonder if Wu Qian has reached the qi refinement stage?" His face bore a smile that was half smug, half provocative. Wu Ho chuckled lightly, responding nonchalantly, "Does it truly matter whether he has attained the qi refinement stage? How could it not matter? The steward's word is his bond, and naturally, he must fulfill his promises." Fan Dai feigned surprise, searching the surroundings theatrically. "Where's Wu Qian? Why hasn't he come to confront me?" Wu Ho squinted his weary eyes, silently observing Fan Dai's performance before retorting, "Surely, Master Fan knows where Wu Qian is?" Fan Dai exaggeratedly exclaimed, as if just recalling Wu Qian's whereabouts. "Ah, yes, he went to Fengxi Palace to deliver a meal. If the steward hadn't mentioned it, I might have completely forgotten. Why is he taking so long? Surely he hasn't fallen asleep in the Fengxi Palace, and I wonder if he will ever awaken?" Finally feeling a sense of vindication, Fan Dai reveled in the moment, doing his utmost to undermine the old fox before him, and he burst into laughter. Wu Ho smiled politely but remained silent, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. At that moment, a series of knocks resounded at the door once more. "Who is it?" Wu Ho inquired calmly. "Knock, knock, knock." There was no response, and the knocking continued. Wu Ho's temper flared, his anger becoming increasingly uncontainable. In stark contrast, Fan Dai was delighted by the prospect of more witnesses to witness the old eunuch's humiliation. Without waiting for Wu Ho to speak, he hurried to open the door. As the door swung open, a strikingly handsome young man stood outside, arms crossed behind his back, exuding an air of superiority, his every gesture hinting at an ethereal elegance. It was none other than the dashing Wu Qian. Ignoring the astonished Fan Dai, Wu Qian strode into the room with poise, bowing deeply to Wu Ho, a smile gracing his lips as he conveyed his intentions. "Steward, I have come to keep my appointment." Wu Ho, barely less shocked than Fan Dai, was taken aback by Wu Qian's unexpected return. However, his astonishment stemmed from the prospect of a favorable outcome. Though he was unaware of how Wu Qian had managed to return alive, this was not the moment for such concerns. If moments ago, there was an inability to contain one's temper, now it is an overwhelming excitement that cannot be restrained. This time, it is Wu Ho who chuckles, the corners of his mouth trembling slightly, and without further ado, he directs his attention towards surprising Fan Dai. "It is well that you have arrived. The deputy manager was just speaking of you. What level have you attained now?" Wu Qian replies with a faint smile, exuding calmness. "Not more, not less. I have just broken through to the Qi refinement stage." "Impossible." Fan Dai finally comes to his senses, pointing incredulously at Wu Qian. "Are you even human?" Wu Qian gives a disdainful snort, barely concealing his contempt. "Deputy manager, we are discussing serious matters here. Please maintain some decorum." Sensing the shift in energy, Fan Dai recalls Wu Qian's earlier claim of having entered the Qi refinement stage and hastily employs a technique to verify, confirming indeed that Wu Qian has reached the first level of Qi refinement. "Why you?" After the initial joy, the greatest folly is to succumb to despair. Fan Dai, overwhelmed by a series of shocks, has already violated the cardinal rule of cultivation, becoming agitated and unable to maintain his composure. "I will kill you." Ultimately, in a fit of rage, a singular thought occupies his mind. Wu Qian must not be allowed to live. He must strike swiftly. While Wu Qian's wings have yet to fully grow, to eradicate him completely. Wu Qian is nothing short of a monster, no matter the stratagem employed against him. It fails to shake him even slightly. In the interim, he has been ensnared and attacked, nearly falling into an irretrievable abyss within the Office of Ceremonial Affairs. Now, having reached the Qi refinement stage, he exhibits extraordinary prowess within just a month. If such a person is allowed to remain, not only the apothecary room, but even the kitchen supervisory office may be left in turmoil. Fan Dai becomes ensnared in his own obstinacy, feeling that there is no time to spare even to change his location. Seizing an opportunity when Wu Qian is distracted, disregarding the presence of the manager beside him, he gathers his spiritual energy and hurls it towards Wu Qian. Wu Ho's pupils constrict. He did not anticipate Fan Dai's desperate move. Just as he intends to intervene, he realizes it is already too late. Wu Qian, filled with self-satisfaction, remains composed. He shares the same goal as Fan Dai. With a heart set on avenging the Phoenix Rest Palace, he covertly begins to cultivate his defensive technique upon entering the room, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to Fan Dai. In the moment before Fan Dai strikes, a beep sounds, and the system's alarm resonates first. Immediately, the defensive technique awakens, coalescing before Wu Qian, forming a protective mist around him. It is only then that Wu Qian reacts. He had not anticipated Fan Dai to come at him, and upon hearing the alarm, his hands move swiftly behind him. Unbeknownst to him, a brick has leapt into his grasp, channeling the peak energy of the Qi refinement stage. He seizes the initiative and strikes fiercely at Fan Dai. Just as swiftly, before the fireball can fully take form, Fan Dai sees a shadow darting towards him. With a tremendous clang, Fan Dai collapses into a pool of blood, not even uttering a sound. A sneak attack? Wu Qian, having successfully landed the blow, quickly employs the tortoise retreat technique, concealing his energy back into his lower dantian. Discarding the brick, he strides forward to deliver a finishing blow, exclaiming, "This is for your sneak attack, for your schemes against my family, for your mockery." Wu Ho, hidden behind the table, watches in horror. Chapter 35. Death is not to be lamented. The morning light has just begun to pierce through the clouds. Inside the chief steward's chamber, the sound of slaps continues unabated. Wu Ho does not intervene, allowing Wu Qian to vent his anger by striking his own face, a means of catharsis for him. A person like Fan Dai truly deserves such treatment. His gaze shifts to the bricks scattered on the ground, and Wu Ho falls into contemplation. In a fleeting moment, he sensed an overwhelming surge of spiritual power emanating from Wu Qian. The intensity was far beyond the first level of Qi refinement, exuding a pressure comparable to the pinnacle of that realm. However, it was merely a brief flash, dissipating as swiftly as it had appeared, as if it had never occurred. Or perhaps was merely an illusion. Wu Ho certainly did not believe that Wu Qian could genuinely reach the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Could one truly span an entire realm in just a month? Impossible. Wu Ho pondered if this was the essence of genius, able to unleash a burst of extraordinary power in times of crisis, momentarily transcending boundaries. Had he truly stumbled upon a treasure? Although still somewhat skeptical, Wu Ho felt a renewed sense of conviction. His gaze towards Wu Qian now held a hint of awe. In Wu Ho's presence, Wu Qian would not overstep his bounds. Once satisfied with his reprisal, Fan Dai was left bruised and battered, as if history were repeating itself, though this time devoid of any suffering. Old Wu, shall I assist you in expelling him? Wu Qian inquired enthusiastically after his bout. That would be splendid. He is taking up space, Wu Ho replied amiably. After tossing the man into the courtyard, Wu Qian shouted for a cleanup, then returned to the inner chamber to report. Before long, the little mustached man skillfully dragged the individual inside. Ding. Punishing evil and upholding justice. Moral points 180. Ding. Helping others. Moral points 30. With 2 consecutive notifications, Wu Qian remained unruffled, pocketing the 210 moral points. Sometimes, it truly is that simple. Inside the chief steward's chamber, Wu Ho continued to sit behind the desk, his gaze intensely fixed on the young man across from him. The foremost concern was how Wu Qian managed to return alive. To emerge unscathed from the Phoenix Rest Palace could be deemed miraculous. Wu Qian had long prepared his narrative and would certainly not portray himself as humble. After all, the Phoenix Rest Palace was notoriously insular, and even the Ritual Supervision Bureau could not reach there. He could say whatever he wished. I did not see concubine men. I simply delivered the items and returned. Is it really that simple? Wu Ho questioned, his expression filled with doubt. Wu Qian nodded, asserting with confidence, indeed, it is that simple. Perhaps there are inaccuracies in the rumors. Nonsense. With everyone dead, how could there be any issues? Your luck is unparalleled. Wu Ho's disbelief was futile. Just then, Wu Ho's expression suddenly darkened, raising his hand to halt Wu Qian's words. Wu Qian stood there, bewildered and confused. After a moment of silence, Wu Ho softly summoned the small cabinet to come forth. The small cabinet appeared anxious, weary and dust-laden, clearly having just endured a chase. Upon entering, it lamented helplessly. I am but a mere servant, unable to prevent their escape. Please, Chief Steward, punish me. Did you discern who it was? The small cabinet shook its head. A visage of humiliation and resentment etched upon its face. The figure had moved with such swiftness that their features remained indistinct. However, it was evident they were a palace maid, departing towards the Fengshi Palace, and the servant dared not pursue further. Wu Ho furrowed his brow, slowly nodding in agreement. Not pursuing was indeed the correct choice. You may retire. The small cabinet departed silently. Wu Ho wore a troubled expression, now inclined to believe Wu Qian's words. He had sensed an intruder within the inner courtyard. Prudently, he refrained from engaging directly, allowing the guard, the small cabinet, to handle the matter. Unexpectedly, not even a glimpse of the intruder was obtained, indicating that their skills were formidable. Wu Ho could only surmise that it was Qitong, who had visited the previous night. The sudden covert visit seemed to pertain to Wu Qian, who had narrowly escaped disaster. Upon sharing his suspicions with Wu Qian, Wu Ho's countenance darkened. It appeared that last night, concubine Min had been too preoccupied to commit murder, yet today her nefarious intentions lingered. You must exercise utmost caution in the coming days. Refrain from leaving your chambers unless absolutely necessary. Having overheard the exchange between the small cabinet and Wu Ho, Wu Qian deduced the general situation. Yet he held a different perspective regarding Qitong's motives. If Min Fengli were to feel remorse, sending an assassin would be an illogical course of action. It would be far simpler to summon him directly. Moreover, an invitation would unmistakably signal an intent to kill, which even the medicinal kitchen could not thwart. Thus, Qitong's arrival seemed more like an inquiry into his circumstances. Wu Qian, unashamedly pondering this, allowed a smirk to surface. Fearing detection by Wu Ho, Wu Qian quickly adopted a serious demeanor, asserting with righteous indignation, Old Wu, I find this course of action most inappropriate. Oh, Wu Ho responded, astonished, as he had never anticipated Wu Qian would dissent. Curiously, he inquired, what is your perspective? I believe that mere evasion is not a viable long-term strategy. Wu Qian articulated confidently, given the esteemed status of Fengshi Palace, it would surely not rely solely on such rudimentary tactics as assassination. Pray tell, if Fengshi Palace were to request another alchemical concoction, specifically summoning me again, could I truly hide? Wu Ho remained silent, having contemplated these matters himself, albeit with a mindset of temporary avoidance, prioritizing self-preservation before formulating a strategy. After all, this situation arose from Fan Dai. If he could leverage the circumstances concerning Fan Dai, altering Fengshi Palace's stance was not beyond possibility. This method, of course, bore its own drawbacks, specifically regarding whether Fan Dai's faction held any sway over Fengshi Palace. Sometimes, mischief is easily wrought, yet when it comes to rectifying matters, the path is far from simple. If, at this moment, it were Min Fengli, harboring resentment from last night's failed attempt on life, the matter would transform into a personal vendetta, largely disconnected from Fan Dai's faction. Even if they wished to intervene, they would lack the capacity to do so. Were they capable, Wu Ho could have stepped in to prevent it, rendering their involvement unnecessary. Therefore, in such a scenario, evasion would indeed fail to resolve the underlying issues. Wu Ho pondered for a moment before continuing to articulate his thoughts. since there is no escaping. It is better to confront the situation with courage and decisiveness, sparing old Wu from any discomfort. What do you mean by that? Wu Ho was taken aback. While Wu Qian had already discerned his intentions, Wu Qian nodded resolutely, passionately declaring, "Indeed, I shall seek them out myself without waiting for them to call me." Wu Ho fell into silence once more. The usually resolute eunuch hesitated this time. He understood the weight of those words, though uttering them seemed simple. Acting upon them would be perilous. Do you comprehend the consequences of such actions? Wu Qian, of course, did not fathom the repercussions, but at worst, he would face a mere embrace. What could a eunuch do? In light of this outcome, Wu Qian was more inclined to leverage the obscured news from Fengxi Palace to execute a bold maneuver, showcasing the brilliance of his humanity. If he could retreat unscathed once, it could be deemed luck. Twice, however, would signify strength. Thus, he would elevate his standing in the leader's eyes and solidify his position in the medicinal kitchen, preventing even the smallest of fish from daring to leap forth. Wu Qian's expression turned grave, and after feigning deep contemplation for an extended moment, he resolutely declared, "My fate is determined by heaven, not by me. If heaven wishes to end my life, it is merely death. As long as it ensures the tranquility of the medicinal kitchen and preserves the dignity of the office of ceremonial affairs, my demise is of no consequence." With the grandiloquent proclamation concluded, Wu Qian slowly turned away, his silhouette desolate and heroic. Standing before the closed door, he grasped the latch with both hands, his tone remarkably indifferent. "Please convey a message to Xiao Hong and Xiao Chui from old Wu. Should I return alive, I will repay the kindness of both young ladies." With that, he forcefully swung open the wooden door and resolutely stepped outside. As he walked further away, Wu Ho's eyes glistened with moisture, still echoing the poignant words that felt like a final farewell. This time, he refrained from mentioning the connection between women and blades, instead harboring a twinge of regret. Regret for having been too stringent with Wu Qian in the past, to the point where he had to rely on Wu Ho to convey his farewells. Simultaneously, Wu Ho experienced an instinctive feeling, one that transcended the confines of status, honed over a century of experience. He sensed that if Wu Qian were to survive this calamity, he would undoubtedly achieve remarkable feats. A young man, so deeply aware of righteousness and loyalty, if such a person were to remain unaccomplished, it would be a profound injustice. Wu Ho gradually rose, his aura suddenly surging, emanating an intimidating spiritual force. Initially, he had merely sought to experiment, hoping to find a diligent young individual to eventually take over the medicinal kitchen and continue the unfinished mission. Yet, Wu Qian's displayed capabilities and sense of responsibility had far exceeded his initial expectations, rekindling within Wu Ho a long-forgotten appreciation for talent. What worth does this old face hold? Wu Ho chuckled at himself, musing aloud. Compared to a young person with boundless potential, I am but a pittance. As soon as he spoke, Wu Ho's figure shifted slightly and vanished from the room. The doors and windows remained firmly shut, with only the fluttering pages of a book on the desk indicating that a breeze had recently passed through. Wu Qian walked along the imperial path with a light step. His mood this time markedly different from the last. Although absolute safety could not be guaranteed, there was at least the possibility of turning peril into peace. That was sufficient. Wu Qian understood that such impressive achievements did not stem from mere eloquence. Rather, it was his youthful countenance that sustained him. Otherwise, had he possessed the aged visage of Wu Ho, no amount of flattery would have spared him from death. Wu Qian harbored no feudal beliefs, nor did he adhere to outdated conventions. As a traveler from another realm, he was acutely aware of the necessity to leverage all his unique attributes. This principle had been validated by his interactions with Xiao Chui and Xiao Hong, as a man's looks could indeed be considered a virtue. Since Min Fengli did not express any aversion, he resolved to exploit this advantage to cultivate a deeper relationship. With her status in the harem, having her as a supporter would afford him considerable leverage. At least until he had sufficiently developed his own strength, it provided an additional layer of security, thereby ensuring a more stable foundation. In summary, it was Wu Ho's lack of fortitude that compelled him to adopt the role of a pretty face. Wu Qian let out a resigned sigh, contemplating as he walked, only to realize he had arrived at his destination. The crimson gates stood before him, reminiscent of Min Fengli's lips, poised to swallow the insignificant Wu Qian whole. He adjusted his attire, composed his expression, and presented his most radiant self before lightly knocking on the palace gate. A palace maid peeked out and was taken aback upon seeing Wu Qian. She had not anticipated a eunuch to approach so boldly. What does the eunuch want? Seeking death? Wu Qian flashed a charming smile, ignoring the astonished maid. He slipped through the narrow opening and ventured deeper inside. No guidance was required. Wu Qian navigated the palace with ease, admiring the beauty that surrounded him. During the height of summer, even within the cool confines of Fengxi Palace, the maids could only wear thin gauzy dresses. Their silhouettes appeared enchanting in the haze, a glimpse of porcelain skin visible through the mist. If only it were a touch warmer, Wu Qian mused. Just then, a maid, attempting to reach a cobweb overhead, was tiptoeing and struggling to lift her feather duster. An idea sparked within Wu Qian. He had often heard that opportunity arises only when one steps forward. And here it was. He quickly approached the maid from behind and politely said, "Sister, be careful, allow me to assist you." The maid turned, startled to see a eunuch. As such lively figures were rare in Fengxi Palace. To encounter one so casual and unpretentious was indeed extraordinary. With a dazed expression, she handed over the feather duster, which Wu Qian accepted with a smile, effortlessly sweeping away the cobwebs. Ding, a small act of kindness, moral value 10, good deeds vary in significance. Such minor acts of assistance merited only 10 points of moral value. Even this was a reward following an enhancement. Nonetheless, Wu Qian was not one to scoff at small gains. He readily accepted the reward, akin to finding a treasure. After returning the duster, he bid farewell and continued on his way. As Wu Qian gazed ahead, his eyes no longer reflected the image of scantily clad palace maids, but rather a ground strewn with moral values. His steps grew resolutely vigorous. "Sister, I shall water your plants. Sister, I shall sweep the floor for you. Sister, I shall scratch your back." As he traversed the palace, the system notifications rang incessantly. Any maid he encountered received his assistance. If there were no tasks at hand, he would find an excuse to lend a hand nonetheless. In the blink of an eye, he accumulated an additional 130 points of moral value, bringing his balance to a commendable 698. Fortunately, these were trivial matters that did not consume much of his time. Once he passed through the bustling outer hall, the crowds began to thin. Within the main hall, Min Fengli reclined languidly on the imperial concubine's couch, quietly listening to Qi Tong report the latest news. Qi Tong had indeed been dispatched to the medicinal kitchen, her purpose aligning closely with Wu Qian's speculations. She was merely curious about what Wu Qian had accomplished upon his return, particularly whether he had avenged himself. Standing beside the couch, Qi Tong leaned slightly closer to the concubine and whispered, "This morning, there was indeed a commotion in the medicinal kitchen. Not long after, Wu Qian expelled a hefty man. Clearly having dealt him a severe blow, he was covered in blood, and it remains unknown whether he lives or dies." Min Fengli nodded slowly, appearing tranquil on the surface, yet secretly reveling in an unbidden thrill. She found herself perplexed as to why she took the words of a eunuch so seriously. Why, at the break of dawn, had she insisted on sending Qi Tong to gather intelligence, merely to verify the truth of Wu Qian's claims? Thus, the one who insulted her was this hefty man? Qi Tong affirmed, "Indeed, that man is the deputy supervisor Fan Dai, who is not known for his virtuous character." Although Wu Qian had only recently entered the palace, he had already garnered a favorable reputation in the medicinal kitchen, eagerly volunteering for arduous tasks. The maid further relayed that Fan Dai had been making Wu Qian's life difficult, even resorting to violence that had left Wu Qian severely injured, a matter that had escalated to the Office of Ceremonial Affairs. Min Fengli's eyes glimmered with latent fury, uncertain whether it stemmed from Fan Dai's insult or from the injury inflicted upon Wu Qian. Simultaneously, she felt an added layer of gratitude towards Wu Qian, the diligent and uncomplaining soul who had sustained injuries without retaliation, yet had managed to inflict serious harm upon the deputy supervisor on her behalf. With a soft sigh, Min Fengli had come to regard Wu Qian as a kindred spirit, both of them unwavering in their affections. Suddenly recalling something, she furrowed her brow and inquired, "Fan Dai, what is his relation to the supervisor of the kitchen, Fan Tong?" Qi Tong, having prepared for this question, answered fluently, "He is indeed Fan Tong's nephew. This matter is known even within the kitchen. Is it any wonder he acts with such audacity?" Min Fengli scoffed disdainfully, dismissing the head of the kitchen as inconsequential. Thus, it follows that the orchestrator behind Wu Qian's plight is Fan Tong, and the one who dared to insult me is also Fan Tong? Although it was Fan Dai who initiated the insults, in Min Fengli's eyes, one must take responsibility for their kin. If the nephew insults, the uncle must bear the consequences. Qi Tong fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. The reason for her reticence was due to the fact that Fan Tong's machinations had ensnared a member of the Min family, specifically the commander of the Imperial Guards, Min Hoqiao. In matters concerning her master, how could a mere servant dare to speak freely? Fan Tong passed through Min Hoqiao and requested that Wu Qian deliver meals to the Phoenix Palace. Subsequently, 2 eunuchs were sent back to Min Hoqiao. Min Fengli was acutely aware of these matters and understood the difficulties Qi Tong faced. She calmly remarked, when questioned, "Simply state that Hoqiao has become increasingly arrogant of late and ought to temper his behavior." Qi Tong nodded in agreement and continued, "Those who slander the noble concubine and harm Wu Qian are indeed of the same ilk." Min Fengli's murderous intent surged, and she coldly uttered 2 words, seeking death. Chapter 37. A timely assistance. The master and servant were engaged in conversation when the palace door was abruptly pushed open. A tall figure strode in with confidence, exuding an air of elegance and vitality. Upon entering, he advanced directly, his gaze as profound as the night sky, locking onto Min Fengli on the couch. I pay my respects to the noble concubine. Unbeknownst to them, someone had intruded. Min Fengli and Qidong simultaneously turned to see that it was indeed Wu Qian, the very person they had been discussing. How dare you? Who permitted your entry? Qidong stepped forward, her face cold as ice, reprimanding him fiercely. Wu Qian, however, paid her no heed, his eyes solely fixated on Min Fengli. She was truly breathtaking. The last encounter had been under the cover of night, where her beauty was but a shadow. Now, bathed in the morning light, she appeared to radiate an ethereal glow, exquisite beyond compare. Min Fengli's expression was complex. Initially displeased by the intrusion, her demeanor softened upon recognizing Wu Qian. She momentarily froze, then a hint of joy graced her lips. Realizing her subordinates were still present, she quickly suppressed her delight, restoring her frosty faade, yet the brilliance in her eyes could not be concealed. Wu Qian absorbed every detail, disregarding Qitong's reprimand, and passed by her with indifference, casually remarking, "Stay outside." Qitong, infuriated and ready to retort, was interrupted by the sudden entrance of a palace maid, who rushed in and fell to her knees in panic. "Noble concubine," a eunuch declared he was seeking death and insisted on entering. I could not stop him. It was the same maid who had opened the door. By the time she regained her composure, much time had elapsed, and Wu Qian had long vanished. Despite her hurried inquiries, she failed to catch up with him, and fearing the noble concubine's wrath, her face drained of color as she trembled on the floor. "Useless. What good are you?" Ignored by Wu Qian, Qitong's anger flared, and she scolded the maid for her incompetence. "Silence. Enough." Min Fengli finally spoke, reclining languidly on the couch, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Wu Qian. "You all are a nuisance. Leave at once." The maid, relieved, quickly bowed and exited. After apologizing, Qitong intended to pursue Wu Qian, eager to reprimand the insolent eunuch. "Let Wu Qian come back. I have matters to discuss with him." Sensing Qitong's misunderstanding, Min Fengli hastily interjected, fearing that if she delayed, he would be cast out of the palace. Qitong complied immediately, leaving the grand hall with a puzzled expression. Wu Qian, feeling triumphant, quietly thought to himself, "Today I'll spare you a slap, but next time, I shall deliver it." The moment of impact lingered in Wu Qian's mind, a memory etched deeply, awaiting the opportunity to return the favor tenfold. He approached the concubine's couch with swift strides, bowing respectfully to pay his respects. "Does the esteemed concubine have inquiries to make?" Wu Qian stood so near that the air stirred by his speech brushed against her hair. Min Fengli, inhaling the familiar scent, felt her heart race, casually dismissing him. She feigned ignorance of what to ask, recalling the words of a palace maid, and could only respond coolly, "Did you say you seek death?" Wu Qian unabashedly acknowledged her remark, responding with an air of nonchalance. "If not seeking death, then am I to say I seek you?" Min Fengli's heart fluttered in disarray, her eyes widening in surprise as she gazed at Wu Qian. His words transcended mere respect, laden with a frivolous tone akin to flirtation between lovers or the reckless banter of a rogue. Not even in her family's household, before she ascended to the palace, had anyone dared to speak to her in such a manner. This sensation was utterly novel. Min Fengli savored the moment, a faint blush gracing her porcelain cheeks, while she struggled to maintain her composure. Impudent. Wu Qian, however, did not take her words to heart, yet he remained measured, understanding the necessity of proceeding with caution, as one must savor each morsel of a meal. Stepping back, he adopted a serious tone. "I have come to inform the esteemed concubine that the scoundrel who insulted you has faced severe punishment. You may now quell your anger." Upon witnessing his sudden seriousness, Min Fengli felt a tinge of disappointment, lightly acknowledging with a hum that she was already aware. Wu Qian refrained from elaborating, confident that Qitong had relayed the details, and further embellishment would be superfluous. Noting her silence, he suggested his departure. Adopting a strategy of defense, he intended to entice her. Min Fengli, indeed, sat up, her gaze fixed intently on Wu Qian, her brow furrowed in displeasure. "You intend to leave? Where do you think you are going?" Wu Qian met her gaze with feigned innocence. "Of course, I am returning to the medicinal kitchen. With such grave injuries, who knows what chaos may ensue? I merely wish to inform the concubine, and since I have delivered the message, I must return to await further instructions." It dawned on Min Fengli that Wu Qian had just struck a superior, and this matter would not simply be overlooked. Understanding that it was her actions that had precipitated this, she felt compelled to intervene, unwilling to let Wu Qian leave so readily. With a hint of possessiveness, she coldly declared, "Stay right here. I shall see who dares to punish you." "Is that wise?" he inquired. "What could be unwise about it? If I deem you worthy, then no one can touch you." Min Fengli's stubbornness was piqued, her demeanor both unreasonable and authoritative. Wu Qian felt a surge of reassurance, knowing he had secured a formidable ally. Yet, he inwardly lamented, but there is much work to be done in the medicinal kitchen. I cannot linger here indefinitely. This sentiment reflected his true thoughts. He could not simply dismiss his responsibilities. However, Min Fengli did not share his perspective, recalling Qi Tong's words, that Wu Qian was diligent and uncomplaining. Bearing the brunt of every tedious task in the medicinal kitchen, her heart swelled with compassion. She could not bear to part with him, her tone now resolute and unyielding. The herbal medicine chamber has been emptied? Must we wait for your return to resume our duties? Today, you shall remain here, with no permission to leave. Should anyone express discontent, I shall take care of it. Wu Qian nodded. Having reached this point in the conversation, to continue to feign ignorance would be most unbecoming. He promptly altered his demeanor, bowing respectfully to express his gratitude. Only then did Min Fengli lean back against the couch, finding comfort in her soft pillow. Having gleaned Min Fengli's thoughts from their earlier exchange, Wu Qian was not one to remain idle. Once Min Fengli reclined, without seeking prior approval, he approached her from behind, gently placing his hands upon her delicate shoulders. At the moment of contact, he distinctly sensed a slight tremor in her graceful form, yet she made no move to halt him. Wu Qian felt a wave of relief wash over him as he applied gentle pressure, kneading her exquisite shoulders with care. Assisting the noble consort with her shoulder massage would alleviate her weariness and help her unwind. As the soothing pressure coursed through her shoulders, Min Fengli's heart raced, and her fair visage flushed a rosy hue, reminiscent of the evening sky at dusk. Fortunately, her back was turned to Wu Qian, providing her with a semblance of comfort. Nonetheless, she could not deny that his technique was remarkably skilled, with a perfect balance of pressure applied at just the right pace, every motion impeccably executed. Min Fengli let out a soft murmur, a sign of acquiescence and an affirmation of his adeptness. Encouraged by her unspoken consent, Wu Qian grew bolder, his hands exploring with increasing finesse. His intentions were simple. The fatigue surely extended beyond her shoulders and required a thorough release. Thus, he transitioned from her shoulders to her back and then to her neck, leaving behind the imprint of his nimble fingers. Gazing at her long, elegant neck, its skin as pristine as freshly fallen snow, he found it warm and delicate beneath his fingertips. As their intimate contact continued, a gentle blush crept upon her neck, akin to the afterglow of sunset following a snowfall. Just as Wu Qian became entranced by the sight, an untimely notification from the system interrupted his reverie. Ding! A timely aid, moral value 100. In that moment, he momentarily lost focus, his fingers gliding softly along the curves, pausing at the center of her snowy skin. Chapter 38. Deliverance from suffering. When a hand applies firm pressure upon the skin, it is termed a massage. However, if that hand lacks strength, yet still glides across the skin, it becomes mere touching. Min Fengli was the first to perceive the shift in his touch, yet she found herself devoid of strength to voice her concerns, her intended words dissolving into a feeble sigh. Noticing the change, Wu Qian quickly feigned completion, gently concluding his ministrations. Allow me to massage the consort's legs, he proposed, taking it upon himself to sit at the edge of the couch, positioning himself directly across from Min Fengli. In this arrangement, the two faced one another, aware that her complexion was less than favorable. Min Fengli wished to shield Wu Qian from seeing her distress, yet she was reluctant to end their interaction, caught in a tumult of emotions. The heat radiating from her flushed cheeks only deepened her shyness, compelling her to lower her gaze and avoid the intensity of Wu Qian's commanding stare. With her tacit approval, Wu Qian felt emboldened and wasted no time, gently striking his fists in a rhythmic manner. Each tap resonated within Min Fengli's heart. Min Fengli bit her lip, bewildered by the current situation. Before her stood a eunuch. Yet, gazing at him ignited an insatiable thirst within her. Tears welled in her eyes, gradually blurring her vision. Wu Qian, seemingly tireless, devoted all his strength to the task at hand, equally attentive to both sides, ensuring that no corner was neglected. Just as the two were on the brink of exhaustion, a voice from outside the hall interrupted them. Your Highness, it is time for your meal. Startled, they instantly recoiled from each other. Wu Qian silently berated himself for his lack of composure. After all, he had done nothing significant and was afraid of trivialities. Min Fengli, feeling out of sorts, hastily calmed her racing heart and, with a slightly hoarse voice, responded, Understood, let it be announced. As the doors swung open, a line of young palace maids entered in an orderly fashion, bearing exquisite delicacies. They approached the consort and began to set the table with meticulous precision. Wu Qian, having endured hunger since morning, coupled with the exertions of the day, felt ravenous. However, with so many palace maids present, it would be inappropriate for him to dine alongside the consort. Thus he courteously excused himself. I shan't disturb your Highness's meal. I shall return to check on matters. Staying here only causes inconvenience. A true man must take responsibility. Having acted as I did, I am prepared for any punishment from the Office of Ceremonial Affairs. If it leads to my demise, so be it. Avenging the consort is worth my life. Min Fengli was touched by Wu Qian's gallantry, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Although reluctant, she felt a twinge of guilt, recognizing that this was not a sustainable course of action. She softly instructed Qitong to fetch a delicate gold medal emblazoned with a phoenix, which she personally handed to Wu Qian. This is my gold medal. With it, no one shall dare to harm you. In the future, when you come to the Fengxi Palace, you shall not be obstructed. Wu Qian accepted the medal with both hands, his fingers inadvertently brushing against her delicate hand, and he reverently placed it at his chest. I shall carry it on my person at all times. Thank you for your grace, your highness. Watching him tuck it close to his heart, Min Fengli felt a wave of shyness wash over her, the flush on her cheeks, which had barely subsided, deepened once more. Over the years, her face had seldom held color, yet today, it was as if life had returned to her visage. Qitong, already harboring discontent towards Wu Qian, felt even more aggrieved now that he had received the Phoenix Medal. Having followed Min Fengli since childhood, she only possessed a waist badge from Fengxi Palace, which paled in comparison to the gold medal bestowed upon Wu Qian. As she glanced at the consort, intending to caution her against overly elevating Wu Qian, she was taken aback by the unprecedented hue of Min Fengli's face. Forgetting to temper her words, she exclaimed, "Your Highness, your face, why is it so red? Wasn't this just opening a Pandora's box?" Min Fengli felt a surge of displeasure and wished to glare at Qitong, but fearing it would backfire, she sought a convenient excuse. Perhaps it is simply the heat. Is the foundation stage also susceptible to warmth? Silence. Min Fengli could no longer endure Qitong's relentless inquiries and sharply halted her. Qitong hastily bowed her head in contrition, astonished that the beloved concubine would, for the first time, raise her voice in admonishment. She immediately attributed all the blame to the sudden appearance of Wu Qian, casting him a fierce glare. Wu Qian, fully aware of the circumstances, felt no guilt and returned her ire with a defiant glance. Frustrated, Qitong channeled her anger towards him. "What are you staring at? Hurry and leave," she exclaimed. Such audacity. Unable to tolerate even the slightest grievance towards Wu Qian, Min Fengli interjected with an air of displeasure, stating, "Master Wu is a guest and must not be treated with disrespect. You shall personally escort him back to the medicinal kitchen." Qitong, feeling wronged and visibly displeased, dared not defy the order and could only depart with Wu Qian in tow. In a secluded corner of the imperial palace, grayish-blue walls enclosed a desolate courtyard. The peeling paint revealed a dark crimson underlayer, resembling dried bloodstains. In the crevices of basalt bricks, dark green moss thrived, casting a chill that pervaded the yard even in the height of summer. At the center stood an old locust tree, its gnarled branches twisting like skeletal claws, casting an impenetrable shadow under the summer sun. Beneath the tree lay an ancient well, its dark water reflecting nothing, only occasionally disturbed by faint ripples, as if something stirred gently within the depths. On either side, several long, narrow guardhouses were neatly arranged, their windows tightly shuttered. The courtyard gate, once adorned with bright red paint, had long since faded, with copper nails now shrouded in green rust. The eyes of two stone lions, worn by time, remained fixed on the horizon. Only the plaque beneath the eaves, seemingly ageless, boldly inscribed with three prominent characters, Department of Rights. Within the dimly lit chamber, the flickering light cast shadows on Wu Ho's somber visage. Opposite him, seated behind a Zeton wood desk, was a casually dressed man, his fingertips caressing the tabletop. With a wolfish jaw and an eagle-like nose, his piercing gaze exuded an unsettling chill, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, yet emanating an aura that instilled fear. "So, according to you, this Wu Qian is still a talent?" Wu Ho nodded slowly, but could not resist correcting. "He is a genius." The man chuckled in surprise, shaking his head in resignation. "The boss remains as serious as ever. Speak, what do you need me to do?" Wu Ho, maintaining his composure, replied unemotionally, 2,000 years. "You overstate. I merely lament this talent, unwilling to see him squandered in the hands of women." Seemingly unfazed by the disrespect towards the concubine, 2,000 years nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it has been years since any talent has emerged from the Department of Rights. In that case, I shall send someone to Fengxi Palace. However, as you know, the situation there is delicate. Even if I wish to intervene, Min Guofei may not acquiesce. I can only do my utmost." Wu Ho understood the significance of Fengxi Palace. No one could claim absolute certainty, yet any intervention was preferable. "Your word suffices. 2,000 years. I am deeply grateful," he said, preparing to kneel in reverence. 2,000 years swiftly stepped forward, grasping Wu Ho's elbow to prevent his bow. Concern etched across his face. "The master has come to belittle me again. With only the two of us present, Why indulge in such pretenses? In truth, I have always held the master in high regard. Wu Ho took a step back, discreetly loosening his tightly clasped hand, and with astonishment, remarked, Your Excellency, you overstate my worth. How could a mere servant like me deserve such esteem? Perhaps if you showed less concern, I might live a couple more years. Your Excellency shook his head with a bitter smile, aware that Wu Ho still harbored lingering feelings about the past. In the dimly lit chamber, Wu Ho's countenance darkened as he relished the unequal treatment bestowed upon him. As a fifth-rank chief eunuch, he commanded deference from the first-rank officials. Anyone observing would find it astonishing, yet Wu Ho felt no guilt in this arrangement. Had he chosen differently in the past, it might have been not Your Excellency, but Wu Qian who held the reins of power. He would not have suffered such grievous wounds. And he would not now be stagnating at the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage, tantalizingly close to the coveted golden core realm, the ultimate aspiration of every eunuch. At that level, one could reshape their physical form and reclaim their former self. Yet, he remained just out of reach, gazing longingly from afar, seemingly close but truly unattainable. This anguish was incomprehensible to anyone. Day and night, hopes turned to vapor, and the woman he cherished ultimately became a distant memory. All of this stemmed from that cursed sense of loyalty. Perhaps this was the retribution for being too straightforward. You still possess that temperament, Your Excellency remarked, unable to change Wu Ho's disposition, and could only shake his head with a wry smile. To appease Wu Ho, he asked him to wait a moment while he summoned his trusted aide, Sun Mantang, and made arrangements in front of him to send someone to Fengshi Palace to plead on his behalf. When Sun Mantang entered, Wu Ho quietly retreated, maintaining a respectful distance from Your Excellency. Understanding Wu Ho's nature, Your Excellency made no attempt to stop him, allowing him to listen in silence. Seeing Your Excellency put forth such effort, Wu Ho felt a sense of ease. After the outsiders departed, he returned to stand before Your Excellency. Your Excellency calmly stated, Mantang is always competent in his duties. This matter shall be entrusted to him personally. I trust the master has no objections? Wu Ho slowly shook his head. The last time he had visited the medicinal kitchen, he had encountered a person of considerable charm. Wu Ho hesitated briefly, recalling the unending troubles brought forth by Fan Dai. Reluctant to miss this opportunity. Regarding the last encounter, there are some words I am uncertain whether to speak, he began. Your Excellency seemed to anticipate his intent, pondering for a moment before nodding in assent. Speak freely. The Department of Ceremonial Affairs is no longer as it once was. Now it is caught in a power struggle, with various factions eyeing one another warily. Should infighting persist, it may prove increasingly difficult to regain past glory. Though not a single word directly mentioned Fan Tong, each was an implicit reference to him. Your Excellency understood this all too well, his expression shifting to one of gravity, his profound gaze intentionally avoiding Wu Ho's. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke again. Must Fan Tong die now? Wu Ho shook his head, already aware of the answer. Fan Tong still had his uses. Since immediate demise is not a necessity, and the youth requires tempering, why not utilize him as a whetstone for Wu Qian? It serves as an opportune moment to assess the caliber of the successor. Wu Ho chuckled softly, reminiscent of his old temperament. After all, the essence of the 2,000-year-old remained unchanged. Even in opposition, one must contrive an excuse that considers others. The laughter abruptly ceased, and an unexpected silence enveloped the space, infusing it with an air of awkwardness. The 2,000-year-old understood that his thoughts could hardly be concealed from Wu Ho. Any words spoken would be mere illusions, leaving him to respond in silence. At that moment, footsteps echoed, shattering the tense atmosphere. The newcomer was none other than Sun Mantang, who had returned with remarkable efficiency. As per the orders of the 2,000-year-old, the swift return took the 2,000-year-old by surprise, revealing a solemn expression. He no longer held high hopes for Sun Mantang's mission. Upon entering, Sun Mantang did not cast a glance aside but hastened to the side of the 2,000-year-old, whispering a rapid report into his ear. The 2,000-year-old listened intently, his astonishment growing as the news unfolded before him, gradually morphing into intrigue. After Sun Mantang departed, the 2,000-year-old turned to Wu Ho, wearing an expression that suggested he did not know where to begin. Wu Ho furrowed his brow, perplexed by the unfolding events, and could not help but inquire. Is he dead? The 2,000-year-old smiled and shook his head, building suspense before elaborating. He is not dead. In fact, he was sent back to the medicinal kitchen by Qi Tong. Was he severely injured? Wu Ho felt a slight sense of relief. The need for transport indicated he could not return on his own, yet it also signified that he was still alive. As long as he lives, that suffices. Just as Wu Ho was about to rejoice, the 2,000-year-old uttered something astonishing. He is unharmed and lively. Wu Ho was taken aback, initially suspecting that Sun Mantang was fabricating a tale, though he soon reconsidered, realizing that Sun Mantang would not dare to deceive. I am not privy to the specifics. Sun Mantang was unable to enter the Fengxi Palace, so only Wu Qian knows what truly transpired. The 2,000-year-old rose, speaking meaningfully, perhaps Fan Tong has indeed become a whetstone. Wu Ho smiled, it should be soon. With Qi Tong providing escort, many troubles along the way were alleviated. Only upon entering the medicinal kitchen was he halted by the gatekeeper for inspection. Wu Qian presented the waste token from the medicinal kitchen, and upon verification, he was granted passage alone. Qi Tong, lacking the qualifications to enter today, remained stationed outside the medicinal kitchen, her expression dark as she watched Wu Qian, needing to witness his entry to complete her task accurately and report back to the imperial concubine. As Wu Qian stepped through the grand door of the medicinal kitchen and confirmed his safety, he glanced back at Qi Tong, her countenance reflecting a dissatisfaction that suggested he owed her an enormous debt. Wu Qian, feeling the weight of her gaze, was already irritated. As the moment of parting drew near, he could no longer restrain himself and waved his hand. Qi Tong, puzzled by his gesture, furrowed her brow and asked, "What is it? What are you staring at? Hurry and leave." Wu Qian retorted, hurling a parting insult before swiftly retreating, not daring to linger for even a moment. The world fell silent in an instant. The patrolling guards and the eunuchs at the door, all present, were well acquainted with Qi Tong. She was known as the favored maid of the Phoenix Rest Palace, close to the beloved concubine Min, known for her irritable temperament and hasty nature, making her a figure none dared to offend. Who would even think of approaching her? The crowd stood frozen, Qi Tong herself no exception. Astonished by Wu Qian's audacity to publicly insult her, she wished to rush in and confront him, but was persistently obstructed by the gatekeeping eunuch. Kneeling before her, he implored, "Mistress Qi Tong, you possess a generous heart. Why bother with us insignificant beings? Besides, whatever he said, we did not hear." He then called to the guards nearby. "You all confirm that you heard nothing." The guards, fearing the situation would escalate and lead to charges of dereliction of duty, chorused in unison, "We heard nothing." Qi Tong was acutely aware of the rules governing the medicinal kitchen. Today, there was no way she could gain entry, and tears of frustration welled in her eyes. With a final sob, she turned and fled the scene. The eunuch at the gate, sticking out his tongue in admiration, peered through the door into the medicinal kitchen. Wasn't he that the newly arrived Wu Qian? What audacity he had, daring to offend even Miss Qi Tong. The guards were equally impressed, speculating about Wu Qian's identity while silently committing his name to memory. Wu Qian dashed into the inner courtyard, only to collide unexpectedly with a small cabinet being wheeled out. The two stumbled to their feet, and the cabinet, feeling fortunate, did not hold Wu Qian's lack of attention against him, seizing the chance to dart back into the inner courtyard. Just in time, the steward is looking for you. In the stewardess quarters, Wu Ho examined the brick in his hand with meticulous focus. This brick was the very instrument Wu Qian had wielded against Fan Dai, a mere common wall brick, half of one, of a dull azure hue, already beginning to crumble with age, marked only by a smudge of blood. It was hardly anything special. It could not even be classified as a weapon. Yet, this ordinary clod of clay had enabled Wu Qian, at a mere first-tier cultivation level, to confront a formidable fifth-tier adversary, achieving a victory that was nothing short of a swift annihilation. Wu Ho did not find this unreasonable. In the world of prodigies, mediocrity was destined for slaughter, a fact beyond dispute. He could begrudgingly accept the explosive power Wu Qian displayed and his proficiency in self-defense against eunuchs, even if it was beyond a minor realm. He merely felt that such tactics were utterly despicable. Upon entering the room, Wu Qian curiously regarded Wu Ho, sensing that the brick in his possession bore a hint of familiarity. "Steward, you sought my presence?" Wu Ho placed the brick upon the table, his gaze fixed intently upon Wu Qian. "What transpired in the Phoenix Rest Palace? Why were you sent back?" Wu Qian pressed his forehead. A look of dismay etched across his face. "What did they do to you?" Wu Ho pressed for answers. Wu Qian understood that while he had narrowly escaped his first visit to the Phoenix Rest Palace by sheer luck, there was no way he could rely on fortune a second time. Thus, I am now fully prepared to articulate a different response. One that not only highlights my own valor but also assures that Min Fengli shall no longer seek my demise. Only by doing so can I return to the Fengxi Palace without contradiction, thus sparing myself from the need to fabricate excuses each time. The imperial concubine initially sought my life, yet I remained unafraid, boldly contesting her stance and asserting that eunuchs are indeed human beings deserving of the right to live. Observing my fearless demeanor, the concubine rallied the entire retinue of palace maids to berate, insult, and spit upon me. Nevertheless, I remained resolute, vowing to defend the dignity of my fellow eunuchs and uphold the honor of the Si Li Jian. They were incredulous, unable to fathom that such loyalty existed in the world, and thus commenced their attempts to break my spirit, forcing me to labor while denying me sustenance. Wu Qiantao spoke incessantly. Wu Ho was indeed captivated, though he found certain aspects exaggerated. Yet, Without means to verify, he could only indulge in Wu Qian's fanciful tales. In the end, he was moved by my steadfastness and granted my release. However, the stipulation was that I must be at their beck and call henceforth, laboring like a beast of burden for them. Wu Qian, feeling parched from his relentless discourse, sensed it was time to conclude. He left a subtle opening for frequent visits to the Fengxi Palace as a fade. Is this truly how you will release me? Wu Ho listened quietly, feeling a twinge of emotion. Such unwavering loyalty among eunuchs is a rarity in these times. Wu Qian nodded with a sense of entitlement. Is this not sufficient? I have endured a fate worse than death. Wu Ho fell silent, recognizing that being spat upon by a group of young maidens was indeed a torment that would render anyone feeling as though life was in vain. You have suffered greatly. It is rare to find someone so devoted to the medicinal kitchen, the searing, and the entire brotherhood of eunuchs. Our household will not neglect you. This was the outcome Wu Qian desired, feigning an expression of sorrow to suppress the smile that threatened to emerge. Wu Ho, initially inclined to reprimand him over the matter of the brick, now found himself unable to voice further criticism. He could only speak kindly. Since you exhibit such profound righteousness, remember never to resort to such deadly weapons in the future, for it tarnishes the esteem of eunuchs. As he spoke, his fingers tapped lightly on the brick. Wu Qian was taken aback to learn that even self-defense could be misconstrued as wrongdoing, and could only offer a pitiful explanation. You witnessed the circumstances, old Wu. If I had not retaliated, I would have been skewered like a shish kebab. We do not prohibit you from defending yourself, but dueling is not akin to brawling. It must be conducted with decorum, not like ruffians. Wu Qian rolled his eyes inwardly, contemplating how one could duel without the knowledge of sorcery. When Wu Ho's subsequent remark seized his attention. Previously, such actions might have been permissible, but given your future status, you must refrain from such base conduct to avoid leaving a stain on your reputation. Status? What status? Wu Qian inquired with curiosity. I am aging and wish for you to swiftly assume the role of deputy steward. Wu Qian was taken aback. Was there not already a deputy steward? How could he himself become one? Suddenly reminded that he had not yet visited Fan Dai upon his return, Wu Ho's words filled him with unexpected joy. Is it true that Fan Dai has passed? Wu Ho shook his head, indicating that it was not yet the case. Nevertheless, your thoughts are not misplaced. Should Fan Dai meet his demise one day, you shall ascend to the position of deputy chief. Wu Qian fell into contemplative silence. This was no mere hint, but rather an overt suggestion. There lay a desire to elevate oneself, contingent upon the removal of obstacles. This was a test of leadership. Observing Wu Qian deep in thought, Wu Ho secretly nodded, continuing to emphasize the details that required attention. In this weakened era of the searing, internal strife cannot be tolerated. You must exercise caution. Wu Qian's eyes gleamed with wisdom, fully grasping Wu Ho's intent. Internal discord must not be apparent. The emphasis on caution hinted at the need for Wu Qian to act discreetly and avoid revealing any signs of conflict. Before Wu Qian could respond, Wu Ho discerned from his expression that he had comprehended the message entirely. He produced a prepared jade slip, placing it upon a brick and pushing it toward Wu Qian. This is yours, take care of it. Wu Qian suddenly understood, hence the brick, there existed a more refined method. This was a means of arming himself, granting him the opportunity to act when the moment was ripe. Holding the two items, Wu Qian noticed the jade slip inscribed with the wind manipulation technique. A simple wood element spell. Recalling his Huangting Wanhua scripture, which only enhanced water element spells, he inquired, Old Wu, do you possess any water element spells? They would provide a greater assurance against fireballs. Wu Ho, adept in wind techniques, could only shake his head slowly. None. Then perhaps swordsmanship would suffice. Wu Qian, ever the schemer, envisioned the unmatched elegance of the sword immortal and deemed it far more appealing than merely conjuring gusts of wind. Wu Ho continued to shake his head, stating that swords were inherently dangerous weapons. The Dechang strictly regulated sword techniques. Only the Xianyang Palace permitted the study of such arts. Other sects wishing to pass on swordsmanship must first obtain approval from the Xianyang Palace. Wu Qian lamented inwardly. This was not merely Dechang's strictness, but the tyranny of Xianyang Palace, which allowed only their disciples to wield swords while others were left to grovel. What difference was there from monopolizing the practice? It was merely a guise under the pretext of prohibiting swords to silence the masses. Wu Qian yearned to pose further questions regarding cultivation, yet Wu Ho appeared disinterested in matters beyond the palace, urging him to return and focus on his training. In a few days, someone would come to guide him. After Wu Qian departed, Wu Ho approached the window, listening to the rhythmic chirping of cicadas. A cold smile creeping across his face. This smile seemed utterly natural on him, as if this chill was his true nature, since he relished sharpening his blade. Let Wu Qian hone his skills well. Let us see whether the stone wears down first or the blade pierces through. Wu Qian had acquired his first offensive spell. Although somewhat unsatisfactory, he remained immensely exhilarated. He quickened his pace toward his room, buoyed by the assistance of the system and the accumulated moral points, achieving fulfillment without issue. Just how formidable was the perfected wind technique? Could it rival Fan Dai's fireball? The more he pondered, the more thrilled he became, reminiscent of the joy of possessing his first toy in childhood. Chapter 41. The activation of energy. Wu Qian's heart raced with anxiety as he made his way to the outer courtyard, eager to enter the room and commence his practice. Master Wu, are you busy? Turning around, Wu Qian spotted a small chair in the distance, nodding and bowing in greeting. Having scolded the individual only a few days prior, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and could only respond nonchalantly, "Scram." Understood. To his surprise, the small chair actually scampered away, no longer lingering. What on earth is happening? Confused, Wu Qian hurried back to the room to access the system, neglecting the small chair and pressing onward. The more anxious he became, the more distractions emerged. Within a few steps, another eunuch approached to greet him. Wu Qian could not simply berate everyone he encountered, so he patiently engaged in conversation, hastily dismissing the individual. One after another, the once aloof colleagues now seemed to have suddenly forgotten their unfamiliarity with Wu Qian. They all grew friendly, as if they had known him for years. And some even insisted they were childhood friends, claiming Wu Qian had watched them grow up. Overwhelmed by the unexpected warmth, Wu Qian finally managed to fend off the crowd and arrived at the door of his room, only to feel a light pat on his back. Enough already. Victory was within reach, and Wu Qian was genuinely agitated, ready to unleash a tirade, only to discover it was the smiling Xiao Chui, prompting him to quickly adopt a friendly demeanor. Master Wu, you are quite the busy person. You haven't even had the time to report your safety since your return. Xiao Chui chided playfully. Wu Qian bowed apologetically, acknowledging that he had indeed failed to greet her after his back-and-forth trips to the Phoenix Rest Palace, which was rather inconsiderate. Seeing him safely return brought Xiao Chui joy, and she could hardly hold a grudge against him. I told you, praying to the deities works. My efforts in burning incense for your well-being were not in vain. Wu Qian found himself at a loss for words, silently contemplating how to convince Xiao Chui to cease her incense offerings. There was no need for formality with Xiao Chui, so Wu Qian invited her into the room. Bewildered as he remarked, I'm not quite sure what's going on. Everyone seems like a different person. Noticing Xiao Chui stifling a laugh. As if she held knowledge of the situation, Wu Qian eagerly sought her insight. Do you know the reason? In a playful mood, Xiao Chui teased him. What is so unclear about this? Master Wu, you have become quite the esteemed figure. Realizing she was teasing him, Wu Qian pouted, deciding to let it go. Seeing him at a loss, Xiao Chui smiled again and refrained from further teasing. Master Wu ventured into the dragon's den and emerged unscathed from the Phoenix Rest Palace twice. Word has spread in the herbal kitchen. With such prowess, how could they not seek your favor? I hear you even reprimanded Qitong. Now everyone is saying you are the pride of the eunuchs, the backbone of the castrated. I believe it won't be long before not just the herbal kitchen, but the entire office of ceremonial affairs will be abuzz with this news. At that point, Master Wu will be even busier. Wu Qian suddenly understood. He had hoped to establish his status, but he had not anticipated how swiftly the news would travel. It seemed there were indeed many gossips among the eunuchs. In a way, this was beneficial, as it would spare him considerable effort. Yet, the abrupt elevation of his status left him feeling somewhat disoriented. Suddenly recalling Fan Dai, Wu Qian realized that there had been no news of him since his return and promptly inquired with Xiao Chui. Xiao Chui shrugged nonchalantly, remarking that everyone was busy speaking of Wu Gongong's valor, and no one had the time to concern themselves with Fan Dai, who had long been taken away by Shangshan Jian. Wu Qian felt an inner caution the last time Fan Dai was attacked. Even the Sea Li Jian had made a commotion, but this time, there was not a whisper of disturbance. The silent dog is the one that bites. And the more quiet it is, the more perilous it seems to Wu Qian. Rising from her seat, Xiao Chui, now assured of Wu Qian's safety, felt relieved and bid farewell with a cheerful demeanor. After seeing her off, Wu Qian securely closed the door and eagerly commenced his training regimen. New spell detected. Wind control technique, human tier treasure. First, he recorded the wind control technique into the system, then opened the long-neglected panel. Name, Wu Qian. Cultivation level, Qi refining realm, 9th stage. 100 ready to break through. Wisdom root, treasure level 1, lifespan root. 1, moral value, 898. Magic seed value, 0. Cultivation method, Huang Ting Wan Hua Jing. Earth tier treasure, 100. Spells, Eunuch's self-defense technique, human tier common, 100. Wind control technique, human tier treasure, 1. What a worthless spell. Its very name suggests it is hardly of any merit. Indeed, merely a product of the human tier. Wu Qian looked upon it with disdain, yet it was the only one he possessed, leaving him with no choice but to sigh and elevate the wind control technique directly to 100. Memories surged within his mind. and the true energy within him surged like a tempest, racing through his meridians and carving out a broad pathway for its flow. The wind control technique not only allowed him to unleash wind blades to harm enemies from the springs at the soles of his feet, but also enabled him to summon winds beneath his feet, rendering his movements as light as air. Wu Qian felt as though he melded with the gentle breeze, simultaneously existing apart from the myriad of zephyrs in the world. Every subtle shift in the surrounding air was perceptibly captured by him, and with the internal spiritual power circulating through the meridians, he harnessed the wind to his advantage, sweeping away the remnants of clouds. He fancied himself a conductor of the wind. Gazing at the iron night kettle on the ground, a thought crossed his mind, and his spiritual energy flowed along the pathway of the wind control technique, a gentle breeze swirling at his fingertips. With a distant gesture, the night kettle soared into the air. Had Wu Qian not moderated his force, it would surely have resulted in an embarrassing predicament that night. Wu Qian quietly observed his fingertips, not astonished by the spell's effect, but rather by the sensation experienced during the casting process. Unlike the accumulation felt during cultivation, casting was an act of release, directing the internal spiritual energy along the spell's meridian until it was expelled outward, ultimately manifesting as an attack. In that moment of release, Wu Qian experienced a familiar sensation, as if the energy within him had found an outlet, surging forth alongside the spell. The refinement of essence into qi was indeed not misleading. What a liberating feeling. In an instant, it was as though he had discovered a new realm. Wu Qian continuously cast spells at the night kettle, honing his proficiency while simultaneously unleashing his long-suppressed frustrations, finding great comfort in the process. Until the vital energy within him was utterly depleted, and with no new essence to replenish it, he collapsed weakly onto the bed, his fingers too exhausted to lift. Wu Qian gasped for breath, feeling dizzy and his vision darkening, finally realizing that spiritual energy was not an inexhaustible resource. It, too, could reach a state of exhaustion. Ding. Detection indicates that spiritual energy is nearly depleted. The supreme wisdom root can activate energy replenishment. Wu Qian felt a surge of alertness. Indeed, fortune often hides within misfortune. He had not realized that the system possessed such functionality. His moral value balance stood at 799, and enhancing the precious wisdom root required a total of 400 points. Without hesitation, Wu Qian recognized that the wisdom root was a lifelong benefit, and the mere fact that it was linked to the success rate of breakthroughs made it an essential pursuit, since he would eventually have to invest. And now, knowing it had a replenishing effect, he decided it was better to indulge sooner rather than later. Coming to this conclusion, Wu Qian decisively invested his moral points into enhancing the wisdom root. Wisdom root elevated to supreme level, slightly increasing comprehension and enhancing breakthrough success rates. The system has activated the moral value replenishment function. Immediately, another notification appeared. Ding. Detection indicates that spiritual energy is nearly depleted. Would you like to consume 100 moral points for replenishment? How much can 100 points recharge? 1%. What the heck? 100 misunderstanding. Wu Qian felt a mix of trepidation and joy. He understood well what replenishment represented. With it, he would truly become an inexhaustible reservoir. The act of replenishing energy was indeed significant. Chapter 42. A night of fame. Lying flat on the dilapidated wooden bed, Wu Qian gazed at the ceiling, lost in thought. As he replenished his energy, he sought to calm his emotions. Although he had activated the replenishment function, Wu Qian refrained from utilizing it immediately. 100 moral points were not a trifling sum for him at that moment. With only 400 remaining, he lacked even enough for the next level of wisdom root enhancement. How could he afford to spend it on his own indulgence? Ultimately, Wu Qian chose the most frugal approach. He would catch up on sleep. After a full day and night of slumber, he awoke the next day at noon, still feeling dazed. Alarmed, he reminded himself to exercise restraint in the future. As he leaned against his head and stepped out of his room, he encountered Xiao Cui, who had come to check on him. Having visited several times before, Xiao Cui felt relieved to see Wu Qian finally emerge. "Are you all right, Master Wu? You look rather pale," she inquired. Wu Qian rubbed his head and weakly replied, "I'm fine. It's just that I'm too young and lost control, leading to a mishap." Xiao Cui, puzzled and connecting this with the rumors from the past 2 days, assumed Wu Qian had been worn out by the Fengxi Palace's trials, and hurried off to prepare food to soothe his nerves. Wu Qian staggered after her toward the dining hall, encountering other eunuchs along the way who greeted him with even greater enthusiasm than the previous day. Upon finally arriving at the dining hall, he found others already engaged in their meals. Wu Qian sat beside Xiao Cui, and before he could even pick up his chopsticks, he overheard a continuous stream of murmured discussions. "Have you heard? Wu Qian engaged in a verbal duel with the ladies of Fengxi Palace, standing up for us men. Not only did he defend our honor, but it is rumored that even the imperial concubine was at a loss with him." ultimately sending all the palace maids to confront him. Yet Wu Qian remained defiant, which was a significant display of fortitude. Is this true? How could it be false? His face was scratched raw, and his hair fell out in clumps. Just look at him now, still suffering from headaches. What of it? When Wu Qian was brought back, he was covered in blood, holding his head high and refusing to concede defeat, even chastising that girl Qitong. I am aware of this. I am aware of this. The language he used was so foul it brought Qitong to tears. Ha ha ha. A group of eunuchs, animated by the tale, were all aglow with excitement like young girls. They concluded that they aspired to be eunuchs like Wu Qian in the future. Wu Qian, listening, felt a tinge of embarrassment. He thought he was merely being loquacious, yet his words had taken on a life of their own. In just one night, the rumors spread with astonishing rapidity. Xiao Zui had heard whispers before, and now, upon hearing the discussions, she gazed at Wu Qian with admiration. She may never become a eunuch like him, but she could still strive to be one. Eunuch Wu need not be modest. This admiration is rightfully yours, earned at the cost of your own well-being. Wu Qian smiled awkwardly, reflecting, is this modesty? I am merely feeling guilty. I owe thanks to Miss Xiao Zui for her offerings of paper money, which have allowed me to evade peril on 2 occasions. I am truly grateful. As he spoke, Wu Qian performed a respectful bow, sincerity radiating from him. Xiao Zui blushed and replied, you are simply destined for greatness, Eunuch Wu. I am but a mere embellishment. After finishing their meal, Wu Qian was about to seek out further opportunities for good deeds when he was intercepted by Xiao Gui. Unlike the others who were bubbling with enthusiasm, Xiao Gui had been noticeably displeased these past few days. Not only did he show no inclination to ingratiate himself, but he also seemed to deliberately avoid Wu Qian, and their encounter was marked by a cold demeanor. This was because Xiao Gui, being the trusted aide of the chief steward, had initially felt compelled to assist Wu Qian out of respect for the steward upon Wu Qian's arrival, striving to alleviate his master's burdens. However, with Wu Qian's meteoric rise to prominence, the situation had changed drastically. Now, Wu Qian's reputation had skyrocketed overnight, establishing him as the leading figure in the medicinal cuisine department, which cast a shadow over Xiao Gui's already dim prospects. In recent days, whenever Wu Qian's name was mentioned, the chief steward's face had been adorned with a continuous smile, his wrinkles doubling. His concern for Wu Qian had surpassed that of everyone else combined. Even this visit to summon Wu Qian was under the stewardess' instructions, much to Xiao Gui's discontent. Finished eating? If so, follow me, Xiao Gui said, impatiently digging at his ears. Wu Qian was taken aback. The steward summoned me? Xiao Gui, already harboring jealousy over this matter, was further incensed at the mention of the steward, retorting, what could the steward want with a newcomer like you? It's our household that requires your assistance. Sensing the underlying tension, Wu Qian was left perplexed by Xiao Gui's demeanor and could only bid farewell to Xiao Zui before obediently following behind Xiao Gui. Xiao Gui, what do you need me for? Wu Qian inquired. Is Xiao Gui also what you call him? While our household was busy washing pots and scrubbing pans under the supervision of the steward, you were still playing with your trinket and making a mess. Wu Qian was bewildered by the reprimand. When did being cleansed turn into a source of pride? Something to flaunt? However, after enduring 2 scoldings, Wu Qian detected a hint of jealousy in the air and gleaned where the issue lay. The burdens of fame. The little cabinet retreated to a secluded corner, perched upon the edge of the wall, casting shadows upon itself. The steward summoned me to clarify your doubts. Feel free to inquire. The little cabinet crossed its legs nonchalantly and spoke with an air of authority. Wu Qian suddenly realized that 2 days prior, Wu Ho had promised to send someone to guide him, and it turned out to be the little cabinet. He knew the little cabinet had a good heart, being a trusted confidant of Wu Ho, and would not stoop to petty squabbles. Since he wished to show off, Wu Qian decided to let him take the stage. He stood aside obediently. In truth, the matter was not overly complicated, just a bit trivial, and Wu Ho preferred not to waste time on minor details. He simply felt that wind manipulation was rather rudimentary and wondered if there were other spells to practice in the palace. Rudimentary? The little cabinet's eyes widened in indignation. He was clearly displeased. Go ask around. The entire medicinal kitchen relies on wind manipulation. Who dares to call it rudimentary? He seemed to have forgotten Fandai. But Wu Qian's first question had struck a nerve, and he dared not correct it, merely nodding in acquiescence. Upon reflection, it dawned on him that the medicinal kitchen was led by a master, and to claim that wind manipulation was rudimentary was indeed inviting trouble. Wu Qian regretted not giving himself a slap. The little cabinet, eager to display his prowess and intimidate Wu Qian, gestured towards a nearby thicket. With a rustle, a leaf gracefully descended. How do you find that? Do you still consider it weak? The little cabinet concluded his display, quietly absorbing his energy. Watching the falling leaf, Wu Qian was astounded. He had never imagined wind manipulation could be so feeble. Compared to his own mastery, the little cabinet was merely at the beginner stage, nothing more. Awakening from his astonishment, Wu Qian clapped his hands in applause. I was indeed short-sighted. The little cabinet beamed with satisfaction, his spirits lifted, and decided to elaborate further. Spells are manifestations of spiritual energy. As long as one can master the basics of wind manipulation, one can adjust their spiritual energy to unleash other spell effects, albeit constrained by the limitations of the pathways, rendering them less formidable than wind manipulation. Mastering wind allows one to control fire and water, though their potency might be diminished. Yet, for lighting a lamp or washing a bowl, it suffices in the medicinal kitchen. All abilities serve their respective fields, indeed a valuable asset. Wu Qian listened intently. Although the little cabinet's practical skills were lacking, his theoretical knowledge was undeniably solid, which was likely the reason for his assignment. Chapter 43. The Desire to Forge a Sword. So, can it manipulate swords? Wu Qian could not let go of his sword cultivation. It is a dream shared by every man. Little did he know that such a simple question sent the little cabinet into a panic, glancing around to see if anyone had overheard. Once assured of solitude, a sense of trepidation washed over him as he cautiously resumed his seat, his slender fingers rhythmically tapping against his chest. You are courting death. The sword forging, a pursuit of unparalleled nobility, is far beyond the reach of someone of our station. If the Xianyang Palace were to discover this, it would be tantamount to courting doom. Wu Qian's understanding deepened. The mere act of mentioning such matters was fraught with peril, underscoring the brazen authority of the Xianyang Palace and its esteemed position in the eyes of the common folk. This was not merely a query directed at the eunuch. Who would dare speak so recklessly in public? The small cabinet nodded in agreement, and after ensuring their surroundings were clear, whispered, of the myriad techniques, none surpasses the sword. Mastery of swordsmanship is the most arduous and exacting of disciplines. One must recognize the sword in their youth, followed by years of nurturing it before they can commence the forging process. Only upon reaching adulthood does one earn the privilege to wield the sword. Thus, the path of swordsmanship is reserved for the scions of noble families and sects, who are trained from a tender age to achieve any semblance of success in this art. Ordinary individuals, who embark upon this journey later in life, often lack even a spiritual sword to call their own. Even if they manage to glean some understanding, it is merely superficial, lacking true utility. For those like us, burdened by heavy yang energy, the Xianyang Palace forbids even the slightest contact with swords, rendering any attempt at forging futile. Wu Qian felt a pang of discontent. How could he be deemed unworthy of even touching a sword? Surely, his own yang energy could not be as oppressive as that of a woman. It was clear that the disdain was directed solely at eunuchs. The more he pondered this, the more indignation bubbled within him. Although he had surpassed a certain age, the presence of a system made the cultivation of techniques a matter of course. The sole obstacle lay in the initial stages of sword recognition and nurturing, where he could not discern any crafting abilities from the system. Was he truly destined to be estranged from the sword path? Wu Qian recalled tales of the legendary robbers who defied fate and, undeterred, posed a question. What if I were to seize a flying sword directly? If it has been well cared for, could I not simply adopt it as my own? The small cabinet cast him a sidelong glance, expressing disdain for his brazen suggestion, before dismissively retorting, You? Let us not even consider the skill required to nurture a flying sword, which is far beyond your current realm. The very thought of robbing a sword immortal is a grave affront. After belittling Wu Qian, he finally addressed the crux of the matter. The path of sword mastery is such that when a person dies, the sword perishes alongside them. Unless one willingly bequeaths their legacy, it cannot simply be taken by force. Legacy. A spark of realization ignited within Wu Qian as he suddenly recalled this vital aspect. What secrets lie hidden within the great Chong? The small cabinet chuckled softly. Having initially thought the head eunuch had summoned him for a trivial task, only to find himself confronted with an inquisitive spirit. What are you pondering, my friend? Have you listened to too many tales in the tea house? We are eunuchs, confined to the palace daily. Where would we seek out secret realms for you? Spare yourself the frivolous stories and immerse yourself in poetry instead. With that final remark, the small cabinet hastily took his leave. What secrets could the great Chong possibly hold? He had no inkling, yet he could not show weakness before Wu Qian. With no other recourse, he fled. Wait, dear cabinet. If not secret realms, perhaps hidden paradises or the ancestral graves of the mighty would suffice. Wu Qian called after him, but the cabinet slipped away, leaving him to watch helplessly. Once the figure had vanished into the distance, Wu Qian smirked, pointing toward the same tree with a distant gaze. A gust of wind howled through the air. With a sharp crack, a branch, as thick as a bowl, snapped in two. Have you ever witnessed the art of wind manipulation? After showcasing his prowess, Wu Qian surveyed the chaos around him, stuck out his tongue, and swiftly departed. He returned to his labors, this time also incorporating the spirit herb garden, amassing a total of 150 points. With his current stamina, these scattered tasks could be completed in half a day. During this period, he ventured to the dining hall and, under the watchful eyes of many, personally shattered the Wu Qian exclusive water tank, eliciting rounds of applause. To the eunuchs present, this act symbolized defiance against tyranny, a break from the shackles of feudal constraints. Amidst the applause, Wu Qian left behind a powerful yet solitary silhouette as he raced toward a promising future. In the flower-laden spirit herb garden, Wu Qian lay on the grass, a root of grass clutched in his mouth, gazing up at the starry sky. Xiaohong, with her arms wrapped around her legs, sat beside him quietly. As the day's chores concluded, just in time for sunset, he paused to tend to the flowers. Consequently, Wu Qian decided to rest there, while Xiaohong took it upon herself to water the garden, naturally remaining there for companionship. In this rare moment of leisure, Wu Qian indulged in the tranquility, counting stars, and conversing with Xiaohong about recent happenings. So, is old Wu not planning to let you out? Xiaohong nodded, expressing her uncertainty, noting that despite Fan Dai's absence, the steward had shown no intention of lifting the assigned restrictions. Wu Qian understood the underlying reasons. Perhaps they feared Xiaohong would disrupt his cultivation or vice versa. The specifics of Wu Ho's thoughts would depend on whom he valued more. A judgment Wu Qian felt ill-equipped to make it present. Last I heard from the steward, you were also brought into the palace by him, so in a sense, our fates are intertwined, Wu Qian casually remarked. Xiaohong's expression darkened, and she fell silent, gazing into the distance, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. After a prolonged silence, she softly replied, perhaps I am too young, I don't remember. Observing Xiaohong's once petite and adorable demeanor now tinged with incongruent sadness, Wu Qian sensed her reluctance to elaborate further and chose to console her, saying, it's all right if you don't go out. There's no one to manage me now. I will come to the spirit herb garden to keep you company often. A sweet smile graced Xiaohong's face as she playfully teased Wu Qian. But Master Wu is now a busy man. Will you even have the time? Wu Qian looked at her in surprise. You heard about this so quickly? How did you know? Xiao Chui came to inform me. Xiaohong's smile faded as she gazed down at her toes, as if discussing something of little interest. Oh huh. Wu Qian chuckled awkwardly, inexplicably feeling a twinge of guilt, and nonchalantly replied, it's just a matter of those gossipy eunuchs spreading rumors. They are merely empty accolades. You can't say that. Xiao Chui is far happier than you, Xiaohong retorted, pouting slightly. Oh, is that so? Ha ha ha. Wu Qian, momentarily at a loss for words, found himself beside Xiaohong, inhaling deeply. Uncertain of his intentions, Xiaohong gazed at the handsome face so close to her own, nearly alarmed and instinctively leaning back. What are you doing? Shouldn't you be taking a bath? You smell a bit sour, Wu Qian remarked, savoring the scent with curiosity. Xiaohong, taken aback, quickly sniffed her shoulder and chest several times, failing to discern anything amiss, and shook her head in bewilderment. Not at all. It was only upon seeing Wu Qian's mischievous grin that she regained her composure, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Why you? Wu Qian remained poised before her, captivated by her enchanting visage and her bright, animated eyes. Each flutter of her long eyelashes seemed to graze his nose, leaving him momentarily dazed. Reminded of Xiaohong's concern for him upon his arrival, he felt an irresistible urge to lean closer. Cough, cough. Chapter 44. A beautiful moment interrupted by coughing. Such a splendid moment, such a captivating beauty. Beneath the vast expanse of stars, an endless beauty was abruptly shattered by an untimely cough, a discordant note in the symphony of the night. The raspy voice, reminiscent of a long-standing phlegm caught in a throat, was unmistakable. Wu Qian did not need to turn around to recognize the speaker, helplessly watching as Xiaohong slipped away from his side. Youth, where's your knife? Before Wu Ho could finish his sentence, Wu Qian sprang to his feet, interrupting him with irritation. What knife? There is no knife. It was long gone. The knife remains, though you are unaware. When the time is ripe, it will reveal itself. Wu Ho, understanding his emotions, attempted to share a profound insight, but Wu Qian was in no mood for riddles, his demeanor far from amiable. This lad, despite his overwhelming infatuation with women, possessed no other significant flaws, and Wu Ho refrained from harsh judgment, considering it merely a phase of adjustment. Observing Wu Qian dismissing his wisdom, Wu Ho ceased his philosophical musings and shifted to the matter at hand. Are you aware of Fan Dai's movements while you indulge in flirtation with virtuous women? Wu Qian appeared perplexed, eager to argue the distinction between romantic affection and lewdness. However, when Fan Dai was mentioned, he dared not be dismissive and reluctantly replied, wasn't he carried back to the Shangshan Bureau? How would I know his whereabouts? News had just arrived from the Shangshan Bureau, instructing you to meet the leader in 3 days. Wu Qian's heart sank, his expression instantly turning grave. What does he want to see me for? Wu Ho shook his head, explaining that the messenger had not divulged any details, merely relaying the leader's desire for an audience. Did you agree to this? Wu Ho nodded, noting that being summoned by a second-rank leader as a 9th-rank eunuch left no room for refusal. Can we please focus on the matter at hand without discussing ranks? Wu Qian retorted. Rank is a form of power. Wu Qian found himself at a loss for words, realizing that perhaps his chosen ally was not of sufficient stature. Although the apothecary room held a unique position, it often governed itself, allowing for considerable autonomy in decision-making. However, the division of power dictates that the imperial dietary supervisor oversees the medicinal cuisine department, thus granting him the authority to summon all personnel therein. And Wu Qian is certainly no exception. In matters of significance, the chief steward can argue his position with reason, and decisions are often made in accordance with his directives. Yet in trivial matters, it becomes cumbersome to contradict a superior's wishes. It would be utterly improper for the medicinal cuisine department to defy an immediate summons, as it contravenes both decorum and reason. Nevertheless, in Wu Qian's mind, this is no trivial matter. It is a question of his very existence. Are you suggesting I go to my death? Wu Qian gazed at Wu Ho in disbelief. Wu Ho looked up at the starry sky, his profound eyes shimmering with wisdom. I doubt that will happen. The imperial dietary supervisor lacks the courage for such an act, and Fan Tong does not possess the resolve, unless he is prepared to face the dire consequences of a complete destruction. After a lengthy silence, Wu Qian reflected on the old eunuch's reasoning. If anything were to happen during the summons, it would clearly indicate that he was murdered. Even within the imperial palace, one cannot disregard all etiquette. Moreover, as Wu Ho's subordinate, he is not without connections, should he vanish without a trace. Wu Ho would certainly not let the matter rest. So are you suggesting I go? Wu Ho retorted with a question of his own. Do you have a reason not to? Wu Qian shook his head. No? Wu Ho nodded. Neither do I. The two fell into silence once more, with Wu Qian wearing a face of despair, contemplating the unreliability of his protector. His safety seemed to depend solely on his own perilous choices. Should he encounter a formidable foe, even those above him might not be spared. Sensing Wu Qian's discontent, Wu Ho spoke in a low voice. There's no need for excessive worry. I have already communicated your situation to those in higher authority. They are now aware of the name Wu Qian and will not permit him to be trifled with. Although Wu Qian did not know who those above referred to, Wu Ho's demeanor suggested they were certainly not insignificant figures, altering the circumstances considerably. Wu Qian exhaled deeply, instantly feeling a wave of relief wash over him. As you've always said, how could I doubt you? Wherever you direct me, I shall go, and I will heed your every instruction. Wu Ho, filtering out the superfluous, provided Wu Qian with yet another reassuring reason. Furthermore, I will discreetly arrange for protection. Should any issues arise, there will be someone to assist you. Wu Qian nodded vigorously, seemingly forgetting his earlier dissatisfaction, silently admiring Wu Ho's thoroughness. Indeed, experience brings wisdom and caution. After addressing the pressing matters, Wu Ho turned his attention to Wu Qian's training. How is your progress with the wind manipulation technique? Have you grasped the nuances of casting it? Wu Ho held modest expectations, considering this was Wu Qian's first experience with offensive magic, and thus, he prepared to guide him step by step in the art of casting, while also channeling spiritual energy to broaden his pathways, hoping he could gain a foundational understanding within 3 days. Fearing that Wu Qian might take it lightly, Wu Ho diligently emphasized its importance. The wind manipulation technique serves not only as an offensive measure, but also as a defensive one. Once you master it, you will be able to summon winds beneath your feet, facilitating your escape and enabling swift retreat. This will prove invaluable for your journey. Wu Qian nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the usefulness of his newfound skills, as completing several tasks at once would significantly reduce the time wasted on the road. Wu Ho pondered for a long while before finally grasping Wu Qian's words. Have you already mastered it? Wu Qian nodded with an air of confidence. While he could not showcase extraordinary abilities, he did not wish to appear inept. Demonstrating a modicum of insight was essential to maintain his standing. With a mere fraction of his spiritual energy, he directed the wind manipulation technique towards a nearby tree, achieving a satisfactory level of proficiency. The presence of a small cabinet served as a convenient reference, making mistakes nearly impossible. A single leaf drifted gently to the ground, leaving Wu Ho wide-eyed in astonishment. After a prolonged moment, he managed to conceal his shock and nodded in affirmation to Wu Qian. With this, Wu Ho felt even more reassured. Before departing, he meticulously advised Wu Qian to continue striving hard for the next 3 days. Wu Qian certainly intended to exert effort, albeit in the pursuit of moral value, ensuring a guaranteed foundational income of 450 points over the next 3 days. In his leisure time, he generously assisted others, helping Xiao Cui make beds and assisting Xiao Hong in folding blankets, even taking the time to braid their hair, earning an additional 180 points. The night before his summons to the Shangshan Supervisory Office, his moral value reached 1180 points. As he lay in bed, he subtly focused his thoughts and summoned the system panel. Name: Wu Qian, cultivation level, Qi refinement stage 9, 100 points to breakthrough. Wisdom root. Exceptional 1. Lifespan root. 1. Moral value. 1180. Demon seed value. 0. Technique. Huangting Wanhua Sutra. Earth tier rare. 100. Arts. Eunuch self-defense technique. Human tier common. 100. Wind manipulation technique. Human tier rare. 100. Turtle retreat technique. Human tier exceptional. 100. With the enhancement of his exceptional spiritual root, the success rate for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage had risen to 50. Wu Qian faced a dilemma once more, to take a gamble or not. Each breakthrough required 200 moral value, and now he had 5 opportunities. Statistically, it should pose no problem. However, Wu Qian had always approached probability with caution. He had experienced the unpredictability of luck in his previous life. In his mind, there was no distinction between high and low probabilities, only guaranteed outcomes and uncertain ones. With a current success rate of 50%, possessing a foundation establishment pill would double his chances, which he considered a favorable probability. Beyond that, he was inclined to enhance his wisdom root and deepen his understanding of his arts. The wisdom root held little allure for Wu Qian at this juncture. Even if he were to increase the success rate, it would still fall short of his expectations. In contrast, gaining insight into his arts seemed to be a far superior option for the perilous trials awaiting him the following day. After all, acquiring offensive techniques could potentially transform his capabilities, and coupled with a charge refill, it was not impossible to elevate his arsenal significantly. Most intriguingly, Wu Qian had never attempted this before, and his curiosity was insatiable. He accessed the comprehension interface for the wind manipulation technique. Human tier technique, exceptional wisdom root. Comprehension success rate 100. What a marvelous prospect. Chapter 45. Ancestor. He gazed at the guaranteed success rate with anticipation. Wu Qian was filled with admiration for his own wisdom. Indeed, he had chosen the perfect moment to open the appropriate option. Comprehending the technique requires 100 moral points. Shall I proceed with the comprehension? As if there were any doubt, for such an inexpensive endeavor, I, Lord Wu, shall invest. A kaleidoscope of colors flashed in his mind, culminating in a brilliant purple light, akin to the purple star descending from the heavens, revealing the next hint. Comprehension successful, acquired new technique. Wind riding technique, heavenly grade. Good quality 1. Oh my. This was the first time he had encountered something of heavenly grade, and Wu Qian was overwhelmed with excitement, immediately standing on the bed. It was happening. He hastily attempted to allocate points, discovering that even for a heavenly grade technique, it still consumed only 1 moral point. How remarkably affordable. The system was so generous that Wu Qian had no choice but to max it out. Technique. Wind riding technique, heavenly grade. Good quality. 100 cannot be comprehended again. Countless insights regarding the wind flooded his mind. Not only could he wield the wind as a weapon, but he could also travel upon it. Commanding the elements, he could obscure the sun and summon the winds to elevate himself, providing protection for his body. However, each technique could only be comprehended once, dispelling Wu Qian's thoughts of endlessly farming at a low cost. Yet this minor setback did nothing to dampen his spirits. He had gained tremendously. The cost-effectiveness of 100 moral points was a privilege only Wu Qian could appreciate. It felt like a windfall from the system. Moreover, there was still the self-defense technique. As long as there were sheep to be had, obtaining benefits would be effortless. With newfound confidence from his bargain, Wu Qian promptly turned his attention to the eunuch's self-defense technique. He had long disdained its self-sacrificing virtue, and now he would thoroughly examine it. He promptly invested 100 moral points. Once again, a spectrum of colors erupted, culminating in a green light, crashing down upon Wu Qian's head like Jupiter colliding with Earth. Comprehension successful, acquired new technique. Extreme flight record, human grade, exceptional quality. 1. Damn it. Wu Qian could not suppress his urge to curse. Affordable, yet reliant on luck. Compared to the self-defense technique, extreme flight not only refrained from willingly sacrificing itself, but also bestowed the extraordinary ability to alleviate pain after casting. Akin to soaring into a realm of bliss. Wu Qian understood that from the perspective of rescue, this indeed represented an enhancement. Dying without suffering was a significant advantage. Constantly reassuring himself, Wu Qian, with tears in his eyes, maxed out extreme flight, which consequently raised the cost of wind riding technique. Having learned from this experience, he abandoned the remaining turtle retreat technique. Who knows if beneath the green light there lay any white light? With this amount of moral points, it would be wiser to enhance his wisdom root instead. With a balance of 881 moral points, enhancing the wisdom root required 500 points. Wu Qian could hardly fathom that the system had a bottleneck phase. It was truly frustrating, leaving him to pin his hopes on the gains brought by the wisdom root. After all, every time the system provided a safety net, there were moments that sparkled with brilliance. The crisis alarm and spiritual energy recharge could be deemed extraordinary in their own right. At last, He implored the system for a stroke of fortune to safeguard his life. Wu Qian silently prayed, while simultaneously investing his moral value into the system. Congratulations. Your wisdom has ascended to the Earth grade. The system has upgraded in tandem, significantly enhancing your insight, breakthrough success rate, and introducing the ability to refine artifacts, thereby elevating the quality of existing magical tools. However, as he possessed no artifacts, the refining capability was rendered essentially futile. Yet, Wu Qian did not succumb to despair. He astutely grasped another crucial aspect, fixating on the term significantly. He promptly opened the cultivation section to scrutinize the specific effects. Cultivation, Qi Refinement Stage 9, 100, Earth Wisdom, Breakthrough Success Rate 100. Wu Qian exhaled a breath laden with pent-up gloom stemming from his cultivation stagnation. He recognized that his wisdom grade and cultivation realm were grossly disproportionate. For the Qi Refinement Stage, his Earth grade wisdom was exceedingly abundant, resulting in a capped success rate. A glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes. Meanwhile, Fan Tong found himself alone in the rear courtyard of the Shangshan Bureau. Beneath the night sky, an elderly figure stood with his back to Fan Tong, quietly sweeping the ground, seemingly oblivious to the presence of another. Although only a silhouette, it exuded an aura of sternness. Even Fan Tong, with his cultivation, could not help but hold his breath, not due to the disparity in realms, but rather the overwhelming murderous intent, as if countless vengeful spirits encircled him, sending shivers down his spine. Please, esteemed ancestor, come forth. Upon hearing Fan Tong's plea, the ancestor did not turn but displayed a resigned expression, continuing to tidy the ground. Are you aware that Wu Qian is the heir chosen by Wu Ho? The ancestor, without leaving his abode, seemed to possess knowledge of worldly affairs. Pinpointing the crux of the matter, Fan Tong remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the ancestor's words. Do you realize that targeting Wu Qian equates to targeting the medicinal kitchen? Fan Tong certainly understood, yet the situation had escalated beyond a hasty resolution. For this reclusive elder, indifference had long settled in. Mundane matters no longer stirred his interest. Fan Dai could only divulge the secret, hoping to convey his predicament to the ancestor. Attacking the medicinal kitchen is not solely my intention. The ancestor turned for the first time, revealing an expression of surprise, his aged and delicate visage reminiscent of a withered matron. Are you certain? Daring not to deceive the ancestor, Fan Tong replied, had it not been the directive from above, I would not have dared to harbor such thoughts. The ancestor fell into contemplation. Today was not the first time Fan Tong had sought his counsel, yet prior requests had gone unanswered. Initially, upon hearing of this matter, he assumed it was Fan Tong's selfish ambitions, coveting the conveniences of the medicinal kitchen's elixirs. Only after listening to Fan Tong's words today did he realize he had underestimated the complexities of the situation. The ancestor had long intended to retreat from the world, having owed a favor to Fan Tong's uncle, the late Fan Dai, who once presided over ceremonial affairs. Thus, he had remained in the Shangshan Bureau, protecting the descendants as a form of repayment. Reluctant to meddle in worldly affairs, he yearned to focus solely on his cultivation, aspiring towards that long-desired realm. Unexpectedly, Shangshan Jian encountered such a distressing matter. Can one truly remain indifferent? Are you acquainted with who Wu Ho is? Indeed, he is a master of the older generation, renowned alongside you. It is precisely due to my awareness of his formidable prowess that I have consistently chosen to yield, unwilling to sever ties. Upon hearing this, the ancestor revealed a somewhat awkward smile, as if he had not smiled in ages and had forgotten how to curve his lips. He remains oblivious to the fact that he is merely an assassin within the Li Jian, whereas Wu Ho stands as one of the candidates for the position of chief. In terms of strength and reputation, both in the light and the shadows, he is the most formidable contender. Had it not been for the unforeseen turn of events, perhaps the matter of 2,000 years would never have arisen. To consider oneself equal to Wu Ho, either Fan Tong is truly ignorant, or he is deliberately flattering. Have you contemplated the repercussions of offending Wu Ho? Fan Dai has evidently pondered this matter long before, responding with calmness. Failing to seize the medicinal kitchen would yield consequences no less severe than offending Wu Ho. In order to take control of the medicinal kitchen, we must first remove Wu Qian. Moreover, Wu Qian has been excessively brazen, relying on Wu Ho as protection to repeatedly assault Dai Air, and this time nearly costing him his life. I implore the ancestor to intervene. As Fan Tong spoke, he bowed deeply before the ancestor. Having faced numerous setbacks, Fan Tong had entirely lost his patience, along with his confidence. Although enlisting the ancestor to deal with Wu Qian seems somewhat excessive given Wu Qian's Qi refinement realm, Fan Tong, seeking absolute certainty, had no choice but to employ this formidable weapon to slay a mere chicken. Even if rejected time and again, he was willing to humble himself in repeated visits. Eventually, the ancestor was moved. Since it was clear that the situation was disadvantageous to Fan Tong, It was in both their interests for him to extend assistance. Moreover, given that someone had already been harmed, it was the opportune moment to repay a favor. Once this matter is resolved, it would settle any debts, allowing them to leave without further entanglements. Very well, I shall agree. After Wu Qian's demise, I will depart from Shangshan, and at that time, we shall owe each other nothing. Where shall the ancestor go? Out of the palace to live as a man. Fan Dai was utterly astonished. Has the ancestor already reached the Golden Core realm? The ancestor laughed heartily, extending a finger in front of him. Just one step away. With that, a series of sharp, prolonged laughs echoed as he leaped, vanishing into the night sky, leaving his voice resonating in the courtyard. At the hour of Qin tomorrow, I shall come to claim his life. Chapter 46. A single blade to the meeting. Fan Tong gazed at the night sky, understanding that the best outcome after tomorrow's success would be the ancestor's disappearance, ensuring that neither would fear retribution nor investigation. It would be mutually beneficial. Thus, he refrained from uttering any pleas for retention, instead offering his most sincere wishes to the empty starry sky. Safe travels, ancestor. The following morning, Wu Qian, in the foundation establishment stage, emerged from his chamber, stretching with unabashed nonchalance. Perhaps never before had he felt such confidence, leading to a more elongated and relaxed stretch. Regarding the journey to the Shangshan supervisory office, I no longer feel the burden of pressure. If I, having reached the foundation establishment stage and mastered the perfected celestial techniques, cannot ensure my own safe retreat, then others would truly be at the mercy of fate. In the distance, I spotted a shadowy figure, peering curiously in my direction. Such petty tricks could hardly escape the keen perception of Wu Qian. Recognizing the figure as the bearded man, who was indeed snooping about for information, I beckoned him over. You there, come here. The bearded man, startled at being discovered, instinctively turned to flee. Yet, suddenly recalling the backing of the Shangshan supervisory office, he mustered his courage and approached to inquire about Wu Qian's intentions. Go tell Xiao Cui to prepare the porridge for me. I shall be there shortly. The bearded man was taken aback. Was I really giving him orders? Go on. Why are you still dawdling? My voice suddenly rose, startling him. Remembering that Fan Dai was still recuperating at the Shangshan supervisory office, he suppressed his feelings and silently noted the incident. Let you be arrogant for a while longer. We'll see how you behave once you reach the Shangshan supervisory office. He found it beneath him to argue with someone who was essentially a corpse and obediently rushed off to deliver the message. After satisfying my hunger and thirst, I, accompanied by Xiao Cui, strode towards the courtyard entrance, my waist token in hand. You must be careful, Xiao Cui cautioned, her concern evident at our parting. I returned her a serene smile. With my current foundation establishment, coupled with Wu Ho's assurance, I believed my return to be assured. I gently tucked a strand of hair behind Xiao Cui's ear, my eyes radiating unwavering confidence. Do not worry. If I cannot win, I shall flee. I will come to burn paper and pray for you shortly. After bidding farewell to Xiao Cui, I circled the flower bed and, upon reaching the courtyard gate, found a multitude of colleagues already assembled. This time, they were not merely spectators, having heard that I would attend a meeting alone. They had come specifically to offer their support. The medicinal kitchen had never been so united, yet it was my presence that aligned their collective spirit. Be careful, Master Wu. You must bring honor to our medicinal kitchen. We will collectively burn paper and pray for you. I maintained a composed expression, nodding to the gathered crowd as I strode purposefully out of the medicinal kitchen. The Shangshan supervisory office lay to the east of the outer imperial city, necessitating passage through the heavily guarded central palace gate. The imperial guards first inspected my identity token, then issued a temporary pass before handing me over to the palace guards who would escort me out of the inner palace. The imperial guards were responsible for the inner city while the palace guards oversaw the outer city, each fulfilling their designated duties. This was my first venture outside, and as I gazed at the grand palaces lining both sides of the imperial road, I felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance. Unlike the unique scenes within the inner palace, the outer imperial city was a continuous expanse of solemn and majestic palaces, each exuding a weighty, oppressive aura. Surrounding these palatial structures were numerous square courtyards housing various official offices. The 12 supervisory offices occupied the eastern sector, each claiming a small courtyard, with the Shangshan supervisory office being the most remote. I chuckled inwardly, thinking they were formidable, yet their status was scarcely different from mine in the medicinal kitchen. Throughout my journey, I scarcely encountered a soul. Between the inner and outer imperial city, interactions were scant. Occasionally, one might glimpse hurried figures, eunuchs and palace maids tasked with delivering messages. With his hands tucked into his sleeves, Wu Qian arrived at the entrance of the Shangsanjian. Before he could articulate his intentions, someone promptly ushered him inside, as if they had been awaiting his arrival for quite some time. The guide led Wu Qian along in silence, neither inquiring nor conversing, enveloped in an air of profound quietude. They navigated past the threshold, traversed the lotus pond, and walked along the corridor, passing various duty rooms, ultimately arriving at a spacious and well-lit conference hall. The attendant eunuch presented Wu Qian with a fan and gestured for him to enter. This was Wu Qian's first experience in such a formal setting. Puzzled by the purpose of the fan, he could only grasp it in his hand and enter the hall with his head bowed. Inside, 2 rows of eunuchs sat upright on either side, each wielding a fan that they waved towards the front. At the center, a corpulent figure with a broad face sat with his eyes closed, exuding an air of authority. Without needing to guess, Wu Qian recognized him as the leader, Fan Tong, who was even more rotund than Fan Dai. Upon entering, Wu Qian instantly became the focus of attention, with a myriad of scrutinizing gazes directed at him. More overwhelming was the pungent odor that assailed his senses, nearly causing him to choke. Did these eunuchs not wash before leaving? It was at this moment that Wu Qian comprehended the fan's utility. In the usual quietude of the medicinal kitchen, he had forgotten the distinct characteristics of the eunuchs. With tears welling in his eyes, he approached the dais and respectfully saluted Fan Tong, ensuring he left no room for criticism in his demeanor. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and a chill permeated the room. In stark contrast, Fan Tong appeared as though he had only just noticed Wu Qian, erupting into hearty laughter. Ah, truly, heroes emerge from youth. Today, I see the worth in Fan Dai's investment. Wu Qian found himself engulfed in uncertainty, unsure whether this was a commendation or a veiled threat, and could only stand silently, head bowed, awaiting the unfolding of events. Aside from Fan Tong, several others in the hall were also at the foundation establishment stage, though none surpassed Fan Tong, with most occupying the 2nd or 3rd tiers. Among them was Zhu Xiaomai, who had been to the medicinal kitchen. Fan Tong rose and approached Wu Qian, fixing him with an intense gaze. You and Fan Dai have some misunderstandings, but these are trivial matters. The Shang Sanjian is like family. We must not let such issues mar our harmony. His words were laced with a sense of decorum. Yet Wu Qian's brow furrowed deeper. He feared not the blunt reprimand, but rather the subtle dagger hidden behind a smile, uncertain if further malice lay beneath. The leader is wise. If I have caused offense, I willingly accept punishment, Wu Qian replied. Fan Tong waved his hand dismissively, as if the matter were of little consequence, and returned to his seat. Since the past is behind us, let us not dwell on it. Fan Dai bears some blame as well. Let us consider this grudge settled. How does that sound? All shall proceed as the leader dictates, Wu Qian responded. Fan Tong, satisfied, praised Wu Qian to his subordinates, culminating in a heartfelt expression of his hopes. In future endeavors, refrain from impulsiveness. We must unite with a common purpose to bring honor to the silly Jian. Upon concluding his remarks, arrangements were hastily made to keep Wu Qian at the Shangshan Jian for a meal, an act that displayed a certain favoritism, much to the discontent of the subordinates who deemed it excessively courteous towards a mere young eunuch. Just as Wu Qian found himself at a loss for a polite refusal, a eunuch rushed in, announcing, "My lord, it is time to depart for the Sealy Jian. When shall we set off?" At this, Fan Tong paused momentarily, then smote his forehead in frustration, lamenting his oversight. "Oh dear, how could I have forgotten? It is my fault for being so pleased to see Brother Wu." Wu Qian observed him with bemusement, noting the pretense, and felt compelled to smile awkwardly when his own name was mentioned. This farce was excessive. As Fan Tong prepared for his visit to the Sealy Jian, he instructed his subordinates to treat Wu Qian with utmost courtesy. Wu Qian, however, could hardly take this seriously. Seizing the opportunity, he hastily excused himself, inwardly scoffing at the sudden insistence to stay. Ultimately, Fan Tong, unable to sway him, reluctantly acquiesced and entrusted his subordinates with the task of seeing Wu Qian off. Wu Qian repeatedly insisted it was unnecessary and hastened out of the Shangshan Jian, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. Was this truly the end? A lingering sense of unease suggested it was not so simple. Chapter 47. Escape. The weather shifted abruptly. A gust of morning wind swept through, transforming the clear sky into a brooding gray. Layers of dark clouds rolled in from east to west, akin to a surging tide. Walking along the deserted pathway, Wu Qian felt a chill in the air. He tightened his collar, his mind still preoccupied with thoughts of Fan Tong. The purpose of this summons remained elusive. Fan Dai's final demeanor seemed overly assertive. Wu Qian could hardly dismiss the notion that such theatrics served only to prevent him from dining. Was it an attempt at reconciliation? If so, that would imply Fan Tong held him in higher regard than warranted, rather than the other way around. If it was not genuine reconciliation, it must be a facade. Wu Qian meticulously unraveled the threads of this situation, searching for a flaw that might indicate forthcoming peril. In the distance, he discerned a figure hunched over, sweeping the ground, a pitiful old eunuch. Wu Qian cast a glance but continued on his way, his thoughts racing. If this were indeed a mere pretense, what necessity lay in fabricating an excuse to withdraw, an alibi for absence? A sudden chill swept through him, If such evidence were being concocted, the danger became tangible. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. He quickened his pace, eager to vacate the outer imperial city, if an attack were intended. The outer city offered a far more advantageous setting than the inner palace, spacious and sparsely populated. Even a commotion could be managed without hindrance. The old eunuch's hands trembled, and his legs wavered as he meticulously swept away the dust from the stone bricks, not neglecting a single crevice. Ding! As Wu Qian was lost in contemplation, the system emitted a warning, alerting him to nearby danger. He surveyed his surroundings. Apart from himself, only the old eunuch lingered not far away. Wu Qian immediately halted, focusing his thoughts as the system initiated a long-range detection, providing crucial insights. At this moment, the old eunuch swept into the center of the imperial path, seemingly sensing something unusual about Wu Qian, and gradually ceased his actions. Have I delayed the young master's passage? Wu Qian smiled broadly, realizing that if he could not discern the identity of the assassin now, it might be better to embrace demise willingly. Truly holds me in high regard to summon such an ancient creature. He prepared himself thoroughly, ready to activate his self-defense techniques at any moment. It is indeed I who have hindered the elder from sweeping, he said, inquiring about the elder's name while discreetly surveying the surroundings in search of an escape route. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Wu Qian did not even consider the life-saving medal bestowed by the favored concubine men. In broad daylight, one dared to commit murder openly. What need was there for a token when it merely urged him to hasten the act of silencing? Beyond the medal, his options were either to flee or to kneel and beg for mercy. Given the current murderous intent emanating from Fan Tong, the chances of survival through supplication were exceedingly slim. Escape was his sole recourse. This was not to say he lacked the courage to fight. Bolstered by his confidence in the celestial level techniques, Wu Qian believed he still possessed the strength to contend. However, once he made a move, his true capabilities would inevitably be revealed. Unless he was certain he could eliminate the threat, there would be no room for error. Yet, with his opponent having several minor realms above him, such confidence was a distant dream. Hua Yizhang observed the young man before him, sensing the subtle shift in Wu Qian's aura, realizing that doubt had begun to take root in his mind. A curious expression emerged on his face. So young yet so vigilant. It would indeed be a pity for you to perish here today. I have lived for so long that I have forgotten my own name. The younger generation calls me old ancestor, so you may address me as such too, perhaps having been pent up for too long. Hua Yizhang found himself quite eager to engage with this unfamiliar youth. May I inquire how you are addressed, young master? Wu Qian inwardly cursed, having never encountered such a brazen opportunist. The incessant repetition of young master grated on his ears. Oh, I am called little ancestor. You may simply refer to me as ancestor. After all, we are both here for our lives, and I owe you no respect. Having identified a potential escape route, Wu Qian seized the moment while Hua Yizhang was momentarily distracted, employing a technique that propelled him skyward, soaring like a meteor, vanishing into the dark clouds. A scream echoed from above. Damn it, too fast. Hua Yizhang regained his senses, gazing in astonishment at the sky, and chuckled in disbelief. This little brat dares to take advantage of us. He shall not die in vain. With a flicker of intent, he leaped into the air, pursuing the direction in which Wu Qian had disappeared. It was Wu Qian's first attempt at aerial magic, and to claim he felt no fear would be a lie. As he ascended higher, he found himself forgetting how to halt his ascent. In a moment of panic, he directed his body downward, plummeting towards the earth. With a resounding thud, dust rose into the air as Wu Qian picked himself up. Fortunately, his physique, enhanced by the foundational realm, was unlike that of ordinary folk. The fall had not harmed his bones. However, the impact on his face left a lingering sting. Uncertain of his ability to outpace Hua Yizhang, a formidable figure at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, Wu Qian recognized that engaging in a battle of strength would be folly. His only recourse was to rely on his intellect. Upon landing, he dared not linger, swiftly making his way towards a grand hall. Yet, before he could conceal himself within its confines, the relentless voice of Hua Yizhang echoed ominously behind him. Truly, as the disciple of Wu Ho, Hua Yizhang had maintained his mastery over wind techniques throughout the years. It was unclear whether to commend his unwavering dedication or lament his stagnation. The tone of his voice was languid, as if he bore no fear of Wu Qian eluding his grasp. Alarmed, Wu Qian abandoned the notion of hiding and took flight once more, darting towards the central palace gate, reasoning that in the presence of the imperial guards, the old eunuch would hesitate to resort to lethal force. Observing Wu Qian's cautious maneuvers, Hua Yizhang, broom in hand, offered a serene smile before soaring into the air, reappearing directly before Wu Qian. A flash of lightning surged forth, aimed directly at Wu Qian's face. Startled, he dared not confront it head-on and could only once again descend to the ground. Having learned from his previous failure, He had now fully mastered the wind technique, executing his ascents and descents with seamless precision. Once forced back to the ground, Wu Qian rose to meet his formidable foe, finally revealing a grave expression. Hua Yizhang obstructed the path to the central palace, making it abundantly clear that he intended to thwart Wu Qian's escape, exuding an aura of unwavering determination. At such a young age, possessing such extraordinary agility, it seemed Wu Qian had underestimated him. Clearly, Hua Yizhang's prowess extended beyond the first level of the qi refinement realm. Where are you, my companions? Wu Qian lamented internally, recalling Wu Ho's promise to dispatch aid. He resolved to play his trump card, hoping for someone to delay Hua Yizhang just long enough for him to slip into the inner palace. As Wu Qian's call echoed into the distance, a voice promptly responded. Do not fret, Master Wu. I am on my way to protect you. Hua Yizhang's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated the presence of others. Yet, even more troubled than Hua Yizhang was Wu Qian himself, for he recognized the voice of the small cabinet. A first-level qi refinement cultivator seeking to confront a ninth-level foundation establishment expert. Was this not tantamount to offering oneself as a sacrifice? How naive he had been to place such trust in Wu Ho. The small cabinet, however, was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. In a flurry, it rushed to Wu Qian's side, catching its breath before adopting a stance against Hua Yizhang. Faced with the small cabinet, Hua Yizhang remained momentarily perplexed, struggling to comprehend the unfolding scenario. Initially, he had suspected that Wu Ho had prepared a contingency, but the current situation seemed more like two loyal eunuchs prepared to face death together. Master Wu, flee quickly. We shall deal with this old rascal. The small cabinet displayed an unwavering confidence in the impending confrontation, entirely unaware of the peril it faced. Wu Qian felt a surge of despair. Now, he had a burden to carry along with him, though he had never contemplated fleeing alone. After all, the small cabinet had come to his aid. He could not simply abandon it. Do you treat it as mere foliage? Chapter 48. The protective tornado under the ominous clouds. An elder and two youths exchanged glances across the divide. Before the magical duel commenced, they engaged in a battle of glances. Hua Yizhang squinted his eyes into narrow slits. Provoked repeatedly by two young men until fury ignited within him, he refrained from striking first, primarily unable to believe that the little cabinet's realm was truly limited to the qi refining stage. After all, there was the cautionary tale of Wu Qian, who had exhibited powers far beyond mere detection. Who could tell if this newcomer was merely feigning weakness, a wolf in sheep's clothing? A misjudgment could prove catastrophic, making it exceedingly difficult to secure a fatal blow. The last thing he wanted was to inadvertently allow Wu Qian to escape. Victory and survival are not synonymous. Old Scruffy, bring your life here, he roared, as the little cabinet gathered its strength and unleashed its full might. A slender gust of wind shot forth. Hua Yizhang stood dumbfounded, not even flinching, as his protective spiritual energy dissipated the spell effortlessly. The little cabinet assumed it had misfired and prepared for a second attack. Wu Qian, his expression darkening, nearly considered abandoning the little cabinet in utter humiliation. Finally, Hua Yizhang comprehended that the little cabinet was indeed a true fool. Being called Old Scruffy by a pig, the elderly eunuch could no longer contain his wrath and unleashed a lethal strike. Thunder boomed ominously. Sensing danger, Wu Qian shouted a warning to the little cabinet. Dodge, are you trying to get yourself killed standing there? We just made a mistake. Let me show him a real lesson this time. As the little cabinet stubbornly prepared for a direct confrontation, Wu Qian, unable to endure any longer, kicked it away to evade the deadly thunder technique. Forced to roll on the ground in a desperate attempt to avoid danger, Wu Qian found himself in a most undignified position. The thunderous attack whizzed past his ear, narrowly escaping its wrath, leaving behind a smoking crater in the ground. Gazing at the charred earth, the little cabinet finally felt a prick of fear. Unable to discern Hua Yizhang's level, it understood the adversary was superior, but never imagined by such a vast margin. While it struggled to sever a mere branch, the opponent could blast a hole in the ground. This was no doubt beyond the foundation establishment stage. What are you still lingering for? Run quickly. Wu Qian, entangled in his own predicament, realized that when alone, he could choose to flee or fight at will. Now, with multiple little cabinets to consider, he had to ensure they did not reveal their realms while also not abandoning them to their fate, which was exceedingly vexing. Initially, Wu Qian contemplated scattering in different directions, but given the little cabinet's capabilities, it was likely that Hua Yizhang would swiftly eliminate it before turning his attention to him. Thus, he resolved to personally hold Hua Yizhang at bay, allowing the little cabinet to escape first, and then seek his own chance for survival. Without the little cabinet, he could at least depart at his discretion. The little cabinet glanced at Wu Qian, its face a mask of distress. Go find the steward. Inform him that this old man is at the foundation establishment stage. We must not let anyone else perish. Upon hearing these words, The little cabinet finally came to its senses, disregarding its half-finished business, and hurriedly dragged its damp trousers toward the direction of the inner palace. Help! Murder! Indeed. Upon seeing someone attempting to flee, Wu Qian was immediately poised to strike, entirely unconcerned about Wu Qian's ability to escape. Wu Qian knew that given the little cabinet's capabilities, being obliterated in a single blow was a merciful end, with a high likelihood of instant vaporization. Finally resolved to no longer conceal his prowess, Wu Qian seized the opportunity while Wu Qian was distracted, unleashing a powerful strike with the wind-riding technique. A blade of wind shot forth with incredible speed. Initially dismissive of Wu Qian's spellcasting, Wu Qian remained undeterred in his intent to strike the small cabinet. However, upon the instantaneous arrival of the spell, he sensed the formidable spiritual energy, causing him to be jolted into alertness. And he promptly withdrew his lightning attack aimed at the cabinet. The wind blade reached him in an instant, leaving him no time to defend. Even his protective spiritual energy was torn apart, forcing him to evade. Wu Qian's expression grew grave, and as he turned to regard Wu Qian, all traces of disdain vanished. Foundation establishment realm? From the spiritual energy encapsulated in the wind blade, Wu Qian finally comprehended that Wu Qian was not merely at the first stage of qi refinement, nor even at that realm, but rather on par with his own grand level of cultivation. How old could he possibly be? Wu Qian's heart surged with astonishment. Such power was rarely seen even among the prodigies of esteemed families or sections. Immediately, a murderous intent welled up within him, not merely for Fan Tong, but stemming from a deeper instinct to prevent such a prodigy from flourishing. Was this not the wind control technique? Wu Qian unleashed his full aura, firmly locking onto Wu Qian. Wu Qian felt as though a mountain was pressing down upon him, making movement exceedingly arduous, a clear indication of Wu Qian's true strength. With no response forthcoming, Wu Qian ceased his idle chatter, forming intricate hand seals as bolts of thunder rained down from the heavens, all aimed at Wu Qian. The density of the spells made evasion a formidable challenge. Once the first strike was dodged, fatigue from the ensuing onslaught would ensue. Opting against evasion, Wu Qian summoned a gentle breeze that enveloped him, forming a barrier of spiritual energy to withstand the thunderous assault. At that moment, the wind-riding technique revealed its celestial foundation, swiftly dissipating the lightning in a flash. Aware of Wu Qian's ninth stage of foundation establishment strength, Wu Qian did not cease accumulating wind energy, willingly sacrificing his spiritual energy to continuously fortify his protective gale. It was only when the wind had swelled to the size of a tornado that he finally halted his efforts. In an instant, the wind swept away remnants, stirring sand and stones. Within the eye of the storm, Wu Qian finally felt a sense of safety, though his internal spiritual energy had nearly been depleted. How long can this wind formation endure, risking complete exhaustion to create such a grand spectacle? Noticing the fluctuations in Wu Qian's spiritual energy, Wu Qian could not restrain his derisive remarks. To rely solely on the deployed techniques for defense while neglecting to preserve spiritual energy for replenishment was a novel sight for Wu Qian. He could only conclude that Wu Qian lacked experience. Should he remain incapable of retaliating, his demise would merely be a matter of time. Perhaps Wu Qian believed that with the ninth stage of foundation establishment, he could withstand this technique. Naive. A bolt of blue lightning, as thick as a tree trunk, gradually coalesced in the air, locking onto Wu Qian's position before plummeting downward. Wu Qian unleashed his signature skill, seeking a decisive blow to shatter the shield. A deafening crack echoed through the air as thunder and wind clashed, producing a jarring sound of shattering. The lightning was fractured. Reality was far more complex than Wu Qian had anticipated. While the wind formation might ultimately be breached, it would not succumb so easily. Wu Qian was taken aback. He never anticipated that the defensive technique of a young lad with golden hair could withstand his prideful earth-level lightning arts. Just as he was engulfed in doubt, he was met with the merciless mockery of Wu Qian. His boastful words were louder than the wind, yet he couldn't even break a shield. Wu Qian's eyes turned crimson with rage, prompting him to unleash spells recklessly without regard for consequence. Initially, Wu Qian felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, it was his first attempt at using wind as a protective barrier, and he was uncertain of its true capacity. However, upon witnessing the colossal lightning strike above him, only to shatter and dissipate before his eyes, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, Wu Qian was acutely aware that the wind barrier could not wholly resolve the predicament. As Wu Qian intensified his assault, the pressure of the wind barrier surged dramatically, beginning to tremble ominously. It was only a matter of time before it might crack. Wu Qian, of course, could not afford to wait passively for his demise. There was but one solution at hand: eliminate Wu Qian. Only with Wu Qian's demise could he shed the fear of revealing his own strength. The moment Wu Qian took action, this became his sole recourse. With no alternatives, and escape now impossible, he seized the opportunity while the wind barrier still held. Quietly accessing the system panel to observe his dwindling moral points, only 181 remained. That was woefully insufficient. In an ideal scenario, with 10,000 moral points, Wu Qian could transcend Hu Yizhang's realm, effortlessly dispatching him. Even with a few thousand moral points, he could elevate himself to a desirable level, maneuvering with ease. But with merely 181, he couldn't even ascend to the second stage of foundation building. Even if he managed to reach that level, the difference would be minimal, only enough to replenish his spiritual energy. He had no choice. This was Wu Qian's final trump card, which justified his willingness to exhaust his spiritual energy to enhance his defenses. Consuming 100 moral points, spiritual energy replenished by 100. Instantly, Wu Qian felt invigorated. Taking advantage of his opponent's unawareness to leave the wind shield in place while he soared upward, escaping the fray. Amidst the lightning, Wu Qian altered his trajectory, swiftly heading toward the continuously casting Hu Yizhang, gathering all his spiritual energy into his hands. Hu Yizhang, sensing the oppressive force in the air, finally spotted Wu Qian. To his astonishment, the current Wu Qian bore no semblance of exhaustion. In fact, he appeared more formidable than before. A barrage of wind blades sliced through the air, their speed so rapid that Hu Yizhang could not evade them, forcing him to retract his spiritual energy to shield himself. After a series of relentless attacks, the elderly man staggered back, his complexion paling due to the depletion of his spiritual energy. In midair, Wu Qian was taken aback as well. Despite Hu Yizhang's apparent exhaustion from the shattered shield, he had managed to withstand his ambush. The peak of foundation building was indeed formidable. Seeing Hu Yizhang regain his footing, Wu Qian dared not allow him to regroup. Once more, he unleashed all his spiritual energy, converging it into a colossal blade as formidable as thunder itself. Expending the last vestiges of his strength, he directed his attack toward the elderly man on the ground. However, his body, drained of energy, could no longer sustain flight and began to descend slowly, leaving him to watch from afar as the wind blade soared, awaiting the final outcome. As he gazed upon the formidable wind blade, Hu Yizhang was beset by a sense of impotence, utterly perplexed as to how Wu Qian could resemble an unquenchable abyss, seemingly replenished with vigor despite having expended all his energy. In stark contrast, he found himself nearly depleted after losing half of his spiritual power from a shattered shield, unable to shatter the approaching force. Little did Hu Yizhang know that what he faced was a perfected celestial tier spell. Had he been aware, he would have spared himself the effort. Ultimately, he suffered a treacherous ambush that drained yet more of his spiritual energy, leaving him in a precarious position. Now, with his 9th-stage foundation cultivation, he felt his resources dwindling, lacking the confidence to withstand this final onslaught with ease. In that critical moment, Hu Yizhang's ferocity was ignited. Rather than merely resisting with all his might, he resolved to make a desperate gamble, hoping to take down his adversary alongside him, thus fulfilling his duty. He wished to avoid a grievous injury that would leave him at the mercy of others, inevitably leading to death. With his determination forged, Hu Yizhang's expression turned fierce as he summoned a golden shield to slow the advance of the wind blade, striving to buy himself a moment's respite to unleash the final thunderous spell of his life. The wind blade swept through, as if the path was entirely unimpeded, obliterating both shield and man into mere dust, its momentum unabated, vanishing into the void beyond. With a soft thud, an exquisite fabric pouch fell to the ground. Simultaneously, a silvery lightning bolt erupted before Wu Qian, its force rivaling that of the wind blade. Wu Qian, already in a state of utter weakness, could scarcely convert the remaining 81 points of virtue into spiritual energy before he witnessed the lightning surge into him. A gaping hole was blasted in his chest, and Wu Qian, his eyes vacant and disbelieving, looked down at his chest, his pupils widening in shock. He traced a perfect arc as he fell backward, engulfed by an abyss of darkness tinged with resentment. He felt an overwhelming weariness, a sense of drifting, and emptiness within. System alert. Life root activated. To uphold justice. Virtue points, 1,000. Demonic seed points, 100. In an instant, Wu Qian was revitalized, his surroundings illuminated not by a flicker of life, but by a clear sky emerging after stormy clouds had dispersed. He scrambled to his feet, astonished to find his chest mended, albeit with blood occasionally seeping forth. What the hell? Wu Qian gasped, clutching his chest in disbelief. Is this what the life root means? Am I reborn? The astonishing implications of the life root momentarily overshadowed the immense virtue points he had amassed. Yet the sharp pain in his chest served as a reminder that this was no mere illusion. Swiftly, he activated his flying technique, and the pain vanished instantaneously. Revitalized, Wu Qian felt his spiritual power restored, no longer burdened by weakness. In the distance, rapid footsteps echoed, their allegiance unclear. Wu Qian dared not linger, swiftly disappearing amidst the sprawling halls. Before departing, he remembered to retrieve Hua Yizhang's fallen pouch. Though the man was reduced to fragments, the pouch remained intact, leading him to wonder if it was indeed a spatial bag. Moving away from the direction of the harem, Wu Qian sought refuge in a deserted grand hall. Hiding beneath a table, he was reluctant to encounter others and feared immediate flight to the harem. Uncertainty clouded his mind regarding whether the imperial guards were indeed allies of Fan Tong. After an extensive search, he found no trace of anyone, leaving room for doubt. Moreover, he was unaware if Fan Tong had additional schemes up his sleeve. A single ancestor had nearly cost him his life, and should several more arise, would the young progeny survive? Wu Qian was not so fortunate as to have a plethora of lives to expend. Thus, he resolved to adopt the contrary approach. Seeking refuge to weather the storm, he would devise a means to return to the medicinal kitchen once the commotion subsided. The palace stood with its grand doors firmly shut, revealing through its interior that it had long been untouched. Deep within the hall, rows of bookshelves stood neatly arranged, their scrolls worn and the floor blanketed in dust. Wu Qian surveyed his surroundings, ensuring he was alone, before retrieving his Qiankuan pouch to begin cataloging the spoils. The pouch was straightforward to use. Once its master was slain, it easily changed hands, belonging to whomever infused it with spiritual energy. By simply directing his will into the pouch, he could discern its contents. Inside lay a collection of scattered spirit stones, 2 jade slips of spells, and a golden yuan pill. The items were few. Among the spells, one was the 5 Thunder Strike, an exquisite earth-tier technique that elicited a scoff from Wu Qian. Such a trivial ability, a mere earth-tier insect, dared to shake the roots of my heavenly tree. After voicing his disdain, he promptly activated the jade slip to input it into the system. New spell detected, 5 Thunder Strike, earth-tier exquisite. He harbored no reservations. The other spell, named Transformative Divine Escape, was merely a human-tier treasure. Its title suggested a technique of movement, and having already mastered the wind-riding technique, Wu Qian discarded it back into the pouch after a mere glance. The golden yuan pill, however, was a treasure of immense worth, essential for transcending to the golden core realm, and thus held great significance for Wu Qian. From this pill, he surmised that Hua Yizhang was on the verge of entering the golden core realm. It was a pity that such a eunuch, on the cusp of success, had fallen by his hand. Wu Qian silently tucked the golden yuan pill away, intending to fulfill Hua Yizhang's unfulfilled aspirations. The spirit stones appeared to be preparations made by Hua Yizhang for leaving the palace, as they were rarely needed within its confines. Eunuchs were bound to a lifetime of servitude, their needs provided for within the palace, rendering currency unnecessary, and thus monthly allowances were not distributed. Wu Qian had no use for them either and decided to return them to the Qiankuan pouch for future expenditures outside the palace. After accounting for the spoils, he opened his panel, revealing a moral value of 1081. It was Wu Qian's first act of killing, and he was surprised by the substantial gain. Instinctively knowing that Hua Yizhang's demise was hardly regrettable, the more depraved a person was, the higher the moral value gained. It was a reasonable correlation. Additionally, for the first time, Wu Qian had inexplicably acquired demonic seed value. Killing evildoers was still killing, and to take life was to embrace a certain malevolence. Gazing at the demonic seed value, he remained uncertain of its purpose, speculating it might be linked to system upgrades, with its utility unveiled in due course. With his current spiritual root, he lacked the capacity to utilize it. Setting aside thoughts of the demonic seed, Wu Qian turned his focus to more pressing matters, his gaze flitting between his cultivation and wisdom, pondering which to enhance first. Chapter 50. Escape from peril. For Wu Qian, possessing 1,000 moral points was hardly substantial. With a realm at the 3rd level, he could elevate himself to the 6th. 600 points of complete wisdom could advance him to celestial wisdom. Thus, Wu Qian opted for the spell, the Earth-grade supreme technique of Thunder Strikes. What might he gain should he comprehend it once more? Spell. Thunder Strikes, Earth-grade supreme. 100 points required for comprehension. First, he aimed to perfect the spell. His mind was instantly inundated with the essence of thunder. As the name suggests, upon reaching perfection, he could summon 5 thunder spells simultaneously. Observing the performance of the chapter on Hua, it appeared he had just entered the advancement phase, merely augmenting the thickness and intensity of a single thunder spell, which paled in comparison to the pinnacle of 3 thunders, let alone the quintessence of 5 luminous thunders at perfection. Once the spell reached perfection, the success rate remained tethered to the limits of his earthly wisdom, still at 100. He expended another 100 moral points for comprehension. Following a dazzling display of colors, his sea of consciousness transformed into a golden ocean. Comprehension successful. Acquired new spell, Great Thunder Array, Celestial Grade Rare, 1 Golden Legends. Wu Qian was filled with exhilaration. He was uncertain of what a celestial artifact truly entailed. All he knew was that the golden radiance emanated an air of nobility. After fully mastering the Great Thunder Array, countless profound meanings of thunder were grasped by Wu Qian. He felt that as long as his spiritual power was ample, conjuring an artificial thunder calamity would pose no challenge. With 782 moral points remaining, Wu Qian, recognizing the significance of wisdom, refrained from hastily elevating his realm. Instead, he boldly wagered 600 points to gamble on the system evolution of celestial wisdom. Congratulations! Wisdom elevated to celestial grade, system maintenance updated, significantly increased comprehension, greatly enhanced breakthrough success rate, successful fusion of self-created spells, ability to amalgamate existing spells into self-created spells. Wu Qian nodded silently. Unlike the previous instance of artifact refinement, which bore no personal benefit, this time was indeed gratifying. It compensated for the previous limitation of only being able to comprehend once. Moreover, cultivating a unique self-created spell, one that was unparalleled in the world, felt profoundly sophisticated. A silly grin spread across Wu Qian's face as he opened the fusion interface, placing the two finest spells within. Detected, Myriad Wind Riding Technique, Celestial Grade. Great Thunder Array, Celestial Grade. Proceed with fusion? What a question. Why would I place them in if not for fusion? Yes. Insufficient moral points. Please be a good person. Insufficient? So what? Why belittle me further? Observing the remaining 182 moral points, it was indeed a meager sum, yet surely enough for comprehension. Wu Qian calculated based on the standards of comprehension. If it wasn't enough, it would simply be higher than comprehension. How much moral value is required for a single fusion? Based on the grade of the invested spell? Celestial grade requires 1,000 moral points. What nonsense! Wu Qian instantly felt disillusioned. It would take the life of an ancestor just to fuse once. Equivalent to sacrificing his own life for a single attempt. Wu Qian sighed deeply. It wasn't he that fusion was undesirable, but rather that he was simply too impoverished. Name: Wu Qian, Cultivation, Foundation Establishment Stage 1, Wisdom Root. Heavenly Wisdom Root 1, Life Root. 0, Moral Value. 183. Demonic Seed Value. 100. Cultivation Method. Huangting Wanhua Sutra, Earth Grade Treasure. 100. Techniques. Fei Ji Bei Lu, Human Grade Supreme. 100. Wanxiang Chung Feng Technique, Heaven Grade Good. 100. Gui Shua Ju, Human Grade Supreme. 100. Delay Formation, Immortal Grade Treasure. 100. Wu Qian felt that his current realm was insufficient. If he could elevate it further, he would possess greater confidence. The foundation establishment stage was still inadequate. At that moment, Wu Qian resolutely vowed to employ every means possible to swiftly break through to the Golden Core stage. At that time, whether facing adversaries or encountering women, he would no longer need to tread cautiously. After completing his rigorous cultivation, Wu Qian leaned against the window, gazing outward. Could he return now? At noon. Within the Shangshan Bureau, Fan Tong stood in the back garden, flanked by a row of masked assassins clad in black, each wielding magical talismans, led by his trusted subordinate, Zhu Xiaomai, fully armed and on high alert. Behind Fan Tong stood the eunuch Zheng Dami, who was quietly reporting the situation regarding Wu Qian. So, nothing was left at the scene? Fan Tong inquired, suppressing his excitement. Zheng Dami nodded in affirmation. Are you certain? My subordinates witnessed it with their own eyes. There can be no mistake. The Imperial Guard has sealed off the area, and Commander Guiyao is personally leading the search for clues. He must have already informed the Astronomical Bureau. Fan Tong nodded repeatedly, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. However, there is still no sign of our ancestor, and he has yet to return. Should we send someone to search for him? Fan Tong waved his hand confidently, declaring, there is no need. Our ancestor will not return. From now on, no one is to mention this matter. The crowd behind him echoed their agreement. He firmly believed that their ancestor had succeeded and had also taken care of the body, or perhaps the blow was too severe, and Wu Qian had been reduced to ashes. With his worries laid to rest, Fan Tong felt a surge of elation, revealing a long-lost smile. Where's Fan Dai? When Wu Qian arrived at the Shangshan Bureau, Steward Fan had already departed for the medicinal kitchen. Everything was proceeding according to plan, allowing Fan Tong to completely set aside his concerns and dismiss his subordinates. These individuals had been waiting here all morning, as Fan Tong had meticulously arranged this contingency for Wu Qian's sake. Should their ancestor falter, this team would swiftly move in to deliver the final blow, ensuring Wu Qian's total annihilation. Although Fan Tong did not believe failure would occur, it was wise to be prepared. As it stood, it was indeed best if such measures were unnecessary. Once his subordinates had departed, Fan Dai again gazed skyward, silently bidding farewell to their ancestor. As dusk fell, Wu Qian left the main hall only after confirming no one was around. He chose this moment deliberately, as it coincided with dinner time, when most were occupied at the encampment, resulting in minimal foot traffic. First, I discreetly traversed along the shaded path beside the imperial road, before employing the wind-riding technique to swiftly escape towards the inner palace. Upon passing through the central palace gate, I observed the area illuminated with bright lights, where the imperial guard had multiplied in number, conducting stringent inspections on those who passed through. I felt fortunate to have chosen flight. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to explain my presence if questioned. Upon crossing the central palace gate and heading towards the herbal kitchen, I hurried along my way. By the time I arrived, night had fully descended. Taking advantage of the cover of darkness, I landed directly outside the herbal kitchen's courtyard. Having been continuously flying, blood seeped from my chest, soaking half of my body. The herbal kitchen was ablaze with light, with everyone still awake. Given the tremendous commotion outside the outer imperial city, the guards had already begun to inspect various courtyards, inquiring whether any anomalies had occurred and whether anyone was missing. Due to the peculiar circumstances surrounding the herbal kitchen, the guards, having previously encountered trouble there, dared not cause any further disturbances and could only remain at the entrance to question. I understood that I must first find Wu Ho to report my safety. He could then emerge to quell the inspection, allowing me to shed any suspicions. After all, having killed a senior eunuch within the palace, even in self-defense, could lead to complications without witnesses to corroborate my actions. While everyone was preoccupied with the inspections at the main gate, I pressed my hand against my chest and stealthily slipped into the inner courtyard. From a distance, I unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure, causing me to instinctively hide in the shadows. Fan Dai, with a joyful countenance, had just exited the stewardess' quarters and was meandering towards the outer courtyard. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in my eyes as I thought, "How fortuitous that you have come to me." After a moment of contemplation, I had devised a plan in my mind. This enmity could not go unavenged. Chapter 51. A fresh start within the brightly lit steward's room. Wu Ho sat with a gloomy expression. Fan Dai had unexpectedly returned to the herbal kitchen early in the morning, catching him off guard. The moment he laid eyes on Fan Dai, Wu Ho sensed that danger loomed over Wu Qian. Everything had been meticulously orchestrated. If he were unable to perceive these nuances, he would not be able to maintain his position at the herbal kitchen. After receiving a distress signal from the small cabinet, Wu Ho had visited the scene but found no one. He had searched the surrounding area thoroughly, yet Wu Qian was nowhere to be seen, alive or dead. Subsequently, the imperial guard sealed off the site, and with no means to widen the search, he could only return empty-handed. This unexpected outing had piqued Fan Dai's vigilance. Upon his return, he lingered in the steward's quarters, chatting aimlessly to prevent Wu Ho from having a moment alone. Only when the guards arrived at the herbal kitchen did Fan Dai leave with apparent enthusiasm. His relentless efforts to keep Wu Ho occupied were transparently aimed at preventing him from intervening in any rescue. Wu Ho seethed with rage, for the first time contemplating the notion of taking a life. If Fan Dai were to brazenly massacre those within the herbal kitchen in broad daylight, then perhaps it would be better to relinquish the place than to remain idle. He summoned the small cabinet once more to inquire about the details of the assassin. After receiving a response, a familiar figure emerged in his mind. Could it be him? Wu Ho was aware of the presence of a formidable figure within the Shangshan supervisory office, yet he never anticipated this individual would take action. Are you certain that person is at the Foundation establishment stage? The small cabinet, terrified, knelt on the ground, trembling incessantly. I cannot be sure, it stammered. If I knew he was a powerful Foundation establishment cultivator, I would not dare to act against him. It was Wu Qian who claimed he was at that stage. Get lost. Wu Ho cursed, then closed his eyes, lost in thought. The small cabinet felt a sense of relief. It had never witnessed the steward's fury to such an extent and wished to distance itself quickly. As soon as the small cabinet opened the door, a blood-soaked figure rushed in, clutching its chest. Startled, the small cabinet recognized Wu Qian and exclaimed, "Lord Wu, you have finally returned. I was just about to seek you out." Silence. Wu Qian shot at a glare, irritated by its inability to assist and its tendency to complicate matters. The small cabinet dared not retort and sought to retreat. Hearing the commotion, Wu Ho opened his eyes and, upon realizing it was indeed Wu Qian, sprang to his feet. Horrified by the sight of his bloodied state, he quickly retrieved a pill and handed it to Wu Qian. Who did this? Without wasting words, Wu Ho understood the situation clearly and was primarily concerned with the identity of the assailant. This individual must die, not only to avenge Wu Qian, but also to serve as a warning to others about the consequences of meddling with the medicinal kitchen. Wu Qian shook his head. He was cautious about sharing information from the system. He claimed to be my ancestor, aged around 80 or 90, but I do not know his name. After consuming the pill, warmth spread throughout his body, replenishing his vitality as it began to mend his wounds, accompanied by a tingling sensation. It is indeed him, Huizhang. Wu Ho struck the table, emanating a chilling aura. After confirming his suspicions, Wu Ho suddenly pondered another question. How did you survive after Hu Yizhang attacked? He pushed a chair towards Wu Qian, urging him to sit and recount his tale. Wu Qian collapsed into the chair, feeling the effects of the pill coursing through him. With a weary voice, he recounted, while the small cabinet distracted him. I used the wind manipulation technique to escape, then found a grand hall to hide beneath a table, only daring to emerge at night. He then described the hall's location and its furnishings in detail. This narrative contained both truth and deception, with the advantage lying in the fact that Hu Yizhang was now deceased, leaving no witnesses. Wu Ho, even if he investigated, would find no trace of the events that transpired. Is it truly that simple? Wu Ho pondered, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. Having spent many years in the palace, he immediately recognized the grand hall Wu Qian referred to. However, he could not fathom how Hu Yizhang, a top assassin in the previous generation and an expert in concealment and tracking, could have been so easily deceived. Wu Qian, unwilling to linger on the matter, feigned anger, using his grievous injury as a pretext to voice his dissatisfaction. I say, esteemed steward, must you always find fault with my seemingly effortless existence? During the incident at Fengxi Palace, you deemed it too simple. And now, you think this is also a trivial affair. Do you believe I am destined to survive against all odds? Wu Ho, rendered speechless by the rebuke, opened his mouth to explain, but was swiftly interrupted by Wu Qian. Furthermore, can we refrain from being so unreliable each time? Did you not assert that Fan Tong would not dare to act? Did you not promise to send someone to protect me? Dispatching a Qi refinement practitioner to confront a Foundation establishment master? I must safeguard his escape. As Wu Qian's frustration mounted, he decided to unleash all his pent-up grievances. Listen if you wish, disregard it. And I shall depart to Fengxi Palace to become a male model. Regardless, with the Feng emblem upon me, I may not intimidate Hu Yizhang. But I certainly need not be subservient to Wu Ho. If it comes to severing ties, so be it. Wu Ho seethed in silence, yet found himself at a loss for words. Wu Qian indeed had ample reason to be aggrieved. He averted his gaze, allowing Wu Qian to vent his emotions unabated. Once Wu Qian cooled down, he intended to take him outside to expose the matter while the Imperial Guards remained present. However, Wu Qian vehemently disagreed, asserting that handling it through the Imperial Guards was futile. Without evidence, they could not effectively deal with Fan Tong and would merely heighten his vigilance. It was far more prudent for him to resolve the issue personally. Recalling the attitude of the Imperial Guard captain, Min Ho Tiao, Wu Ho also felt that their involvement would yield little benefit. He feared that should Hu Yizhang fail in his initial attempt, he would not relent and would seek another opportunity. Being stalked by an assassin would render their forthcoming days exceedingly perilous. Thus, he could only caution Wu Qian to remain hidden and allow him to confront Hu Yizhang. Wu Qian understood that if the person were already lost, there was little point in seeking resolution, yet he dared not voice this thought. Outside, the Imperial Guards were still stationed, and Wu Ho indicated that he no longer needed their assistance. Believing Fan Dai would be more anxious, he desired even less for this incident to come to light. Wu Qian chuckled, recognizing the truth in this, and resolved not to waste further time. With his wound still unhealed, he rose to leave the medicinal kitchen. Where do you think you are going with your injuries still fresh, amidst a landscape fraught with peril and lurking assassins? Wu Qian squinted, pondering. Is there any need for physical confrontation when the issue can be resolved with intellect? Having taken a life, his mindset had shifted. He now perceived every moment that Fan Dai lived as an additional burden on his conscience. I have already devised a plan. It is precisely because my injuries are not yet healed that I must hasten to conclude this matter. With that, he opened the door and stepped outside. Disregarding the bloodstains on his attire, Wu Ho stood in astonishment, unable to comprehend Wu Qian's intentions. Yet, he sensed that Wu Qian had undergone a transformation since his return, now exuding an aura of lethal resolve. Fan Dai is in grave danger. Chapter 52. The Imperial Concubine saves me upon departing from the inner courtyard. The Imperial Guards still barred the door. As Wu Ho had predicted, Fan Dai stood before them, engaged in a futile dispute with the guards. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Wu Qian's eyes as he scaled the wall, soaring towards Fengxi Palace. As Fan Dai engaged in a fierce debate, he suddenly shivered, sensing a chilling breeze at the nape of his neck. Turning to survey his surroundings, he found nothing amiss and shook his head, attributing it to mere imagination. Meanwhile, Wu Qianfei soared high above, when an alarm from the system abruptly sounded. He soon perceived a surge of energy permeating the air, rising from the ground and attempting to lock onto his presence. Alarmed, Wu Qianfei believed he was once again being targeted by an assassin. He hastily plummeted back to the earth and swiftly darted away. Before long, 3 cultivators clad in azure robes materialized at the spot where Wu Qianfei had descended. One of them wielded a divination disc, continuously probing the ground, while another meticulously scoured the vicinity, brandishing a spiritual sword. Has he fled? His agility suggests a formidable realm. One remarked. Search further. It is well past curfew, and anyone out running amok must be suspicious. Upon hearing this, the one with the divination disc began to move about, seemingly using it to discern the direction of the escape. Observing from a distance, Wu Qianfei dared not let his heartbeat quicken, casting a wary glance at the disc, and promptly tiptoed away along the wall, striving to minimize any noise. Realizing that his earlier boldness had attracted attention, he resolved to refrain from flying any longer, opting instead for a cautious approach. The three individuals possessed modest cultivation levels, all at the qi refinement stage, thus they could only search the ground. Nonetheless, Wu Qianfei remained vigilant, as he recognized them as members of the Qintian Monitor by the Qin insignia on their garments. Their presence in the inner palace undoubtedly pertained to the day's events. Uncertain if there were other powerful figures lurking in the shadows, he hastened his steps. At last, he arrived at the entrance of Fengshi Palace and gently rapped on the door. After a prolonged wait, the door creaked open slightly, revealing an impatient maid peering out. Before she could utter a word, a bloodied hand was pressed against her ear, slamming against the door, leaving a crimson imprint. Startled, the maid nearly reacted instinctively, but was halted by the sight of a pure gold phoenix token raised before her. Aware of the significance of the palace maid in Fengshi Palace, Wu Qianfei dared not provoke her. Instead, he weakly declared, "I seek concubine men." With that, he leaned against the palace door, gradually sliding down to the ground. Only then did the maid notice he was drenched in blood. Although she did not know his identity, the presence of the phoenix token compelled her to act without hesitation. She quickly helped him up, draping his arm over her shoulder as they slowly entered Fengshi Palace. Wu Qianfei's legs were weak and unsteady, making every step arduous. His body nearly collapsing into the maid's embrace, relying on her strength to persist through the threshold. At that moment, word had already reached concubine men that a dying eunuch had arrived bearing the phoenix token. Without a moment to waste, she sprang from her couch, not waiting for him to be brought to her, and followed the maid out to investigate. Upon seeing Wu Qianfei, bloodied and battered, concubine Min's heart ached profoundly, her fingers trembling in distress. Turning her gaze, she caught sight of Wu Qian ensnared in the embrace of a palace maid, and her mood soured further. After retrieving him, she coldly commanded, "You all may leave." Qi Tong, trailing behind, hastily approached to assist but, harboring an aversion towards Wu Qian, kept her distance. Observing this, Min Fengli did not intervene, instead guiding Wu Qian towards the grand hall. Upon their arrival, Min Fengli intended to lay him upon the couch, which alarmed Qi Tong, who promptly interjected, "Your Highness, look at him. He is covered in blood and will stain your couch." Min Fengli shot her a disapproving glare and retorted, "Close the door." With a resigned sigh, Qi Tong complied, relinquishing control to the noble consort. "What ails you?" After ensuring Wu Qian was settled, Min Fengli retrieved a delicate embroidered handkerchief to wipe the blood from his face. "Your Highness, save me." Wu Qian's countenance was fraught with anxiety as he listened intently to the commotion outside, fearing that the officials from the Astronomical Bureau were in pursuit. "Someone seeks to take my life." His trepidation was palpable, striking Min Fengli as exceedingly genuine. Frowning, she instructed Qi Tong to stand guard and look out for any suspicious individuals, her eyes gleaming with a fierce intent. "Who?" Wu Qian hesitated, attempting to rise but was swiftly overcome by pain, pressing a hand to his chest. "Lie still and do not move," Min Fengli urged, gently aiding him back down, delicately lifting his collar to reveal a wide, gaping wound on his chest. Blood seeped continuously from its edges. The injury, though beginning to heal, remained ghastly and bore the marks of magical searing. Was this in the outer imperial city? The severity of the wound indicated a considerable magical force had been employed, prompting Min Fengli to recall the events of the day. The happenings in the outer imperial city had not escaped her notice. Moreover, she had granted permission for the imperial guards to search the inner palace. However, she had not anticipated that Wu Qian would be the one injured. Wu Qian weakly nodded, offering no denial. Having sought Min Fengli's aid, he had no intention of concealing the truth, nor could he. "Do not fear. Reveal who it was, and I shall ensure justice is served on your behalf." With her eyes reflecting a deadly resolve, Min Fengli began to channel her energy to heal Wu Qian's wounds. Her fingers, imbued with spiritual power, gliding over his chest, gradually smoothing the torn flesh. Wu Qian relished the gentle caress of her fingertips, feeling a soothing coolness spreading across his chest. "I went to the imperial kitchen for punishment and was ambushed by an elderly eunuch upon my return. Had I not wished to see the noble consort once more, I might have perished at the entrance of the central palace. Do not speak foolishly. As long as I am here, you shall not die." Min Fengli leaned beside Wu Qian, reaching out to stroke his forehead, calming his frayed nerves. The reason for his punishment, having struck the deputy steward Fan Dai, was clear to Min Fengli, who understood the underlying motives of retribution. Once again, it is Fan Tong. Just as Min Fengli was about to express her indignation, The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and Qitong anxiously entered the hall. Your Majesty, several officials from the Bureau of Astronomy have arrived from outside the palace, pursuing individuals who have committed magical transgressions. They claim that one of those individuals seems to have visited Fengxi Palace and seek your permission to enter and search for clues. As Qitong spoke, her gaze frequently darted toward Wu Qian. Even a fool could discern that they were referring to him. Min Fengli, simmering with unexpressed anger, felt her fury ignite at Qitong's words. When the incident occurred, they were nowhere to be found, and only after the damage was done did they appear. A band of incompetents, let them leave. Having never witnessed the concubine's ire to such an extent, Qitong was taken aback and quickly agreed to relay the message. Wait. Inform everyone that today's events must not be discussed. Qitong nodded in compliance, thinking to herself that even without explicit orders, no one would dare to speak out of turn. After sending the officials from the Bureau of Astronomy away, Qitong returned to the palace to await further instructions. Upon hearing the commotion, Min Fengli advised Wu Qian to rest assured, fearing he might be unsettled. She sat beside him, grasping his cold hand tightly. In his presence, she immediately summoned Qitong. Go to the medicinal kitchen and convey the message to prepare several medicinal dishes to be delivered to Fengxi Palace before midnight. Noting Min Fengli's stern demeanor, Qitong dared not utter a single word of idle chatter, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Remember, it must be delivered personally by Fan Dai. Chapter 53, Resurrected in the Medicinal Kitchen. Fan Dai had just dismissed the Imperial Guards when a loud knock echoed at the door. Unable to restrain his irritation, he cursed and instructed the bearded attendant to open the door, eager to see who was so stubborn as to disturb him. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the graceful figure of Qitong, and he immediately donned a smile. Isn't this Miss Qitong? What brings you here at such a late hour? Qitong remained expressionless, striding directly into the inner courtyard. The Empress is unwell and requires a few more medicinal dishes. Not a bother at all. I shall prepare them right away, Fan Dai replied, leading her into the inner hall and instructing the staff to heat the oil. Wu Ho, having received the news, naturally stepped forward to accompany her, though he was filled with doubt, unable to fathom Qitong's purpose for this visit. Before long, Fan Dai returned with a food box, placing it before Qitong. I truly apologize for the trouble, but I have matters to attend to and cannot deliver this in person. That is rather unfortunate, as Wu Qian is not in the medicinal kitchen at the moment. Misunderstanding the situation, Fan Dai rubbed his hands together awkwardly, unable to conceal his smile. Given Wu Qian's secretive actions, Fan Dai was still unaware of his survival, believing him to have perished. Wu Ho remained silent, enjoying the spectacle of Fan Dai's misunderstanding before Qitong revealed her true intentions. I am aware that Wu Qian is absent. The Empress's wish is for you, Master Fan, to make the trip personally. Me? Fan Dai was taken aback, having always viewed Fengxi Palace as a hidden ally, puzzled as to why he was suddenly singled out. With the concubine's reputation preceding her and dozens of eunuchs' lives at stake, who could say whether an ally might turn against him? That is truly unfortunate. I must immediately visit the Imperial Kitchen. Qitong smiled knowingly, her words laden with implication. So, Master Fan, are you suggesting that the Imperial Kitchen holds more importance than the concubine? Dare I say, we have merely acquiesced to the leader's request. Without further hesitation, Qitong rose gracefully and strode towards the door. If that is the case, let the leader undertake the journey personally. Fan Dai, taken aback, realized he could not shirk his responsibility and endanger his uncle. Thus, he hurriedly followed Qitong outside. Miss Qitong, do not be anxious. I have not refused to go, he called out. Unable to impede Qitong, Fan Dai, feeling cornered, swiftly sought assistance from Wu Ho. Steward, do lend me your voice. Wu Ho, seemingly bewildered, enthusiastically replied, Indeed. Master Fan is correct. What urgency does Miss Qitong possess? Master Fan will surely go. Then let it be so. With that, Qitong departed without a backward glance. Fan Dai's expression darkened as he glared fiercely at Wu Ho. What is the meaning of this, steward? Is it customary to speak on another's behalf? Wu Ho, still perplexed, replied, Did not Master Fan imply he would go? Have I erred in my words? With a cold snort, Fan Dai, disinclined to waste further time with this befuddled man, tossed his sleeve and departed, leaving Wu Ho standing in place, lost in thought. Could this be Wu Qian's solution? It effectively removed obstacles while avoiding internal conflict, indeed more reliable than his own assassination attempts. But what gave him the right? With newfound determination, Fan Dai entered the hall, seized a food box, and resolved, if Wu Qian can do it, why can't I? My status surpasses his, my background is more substantial, and even my self-preservation skills exceed those of a mere first-level qi refining practitioner. If Wu Qian can argue his case, I shall create a ruckus. Perhaps this venture will elevate my reputation, making me a revered eunuch. With these thoughts, Fan Dai felt considerably reassured, no longer viewing the Fengxi Palace as a source of dread, but rather considering the rumors to be exaggerated. he found himself eager to take action. He declined the escort from the little mustachioed man, instructing him to await good news, and set out alone for Fengxi Palace. Min Fengli half sat on the ground, her body leaning against the edge of the bed, still clutching Wu Qian's hand. "Your Highness, Fan Dai has arrived," reported Qitong, who had returned ahead of time. "Let him enter." Min Fengli, who had just been gazing tenderly at Wu Qian, turned to reveal a countenance brimming with fury. Fan Dai dashed into the palace, the heavy doors closing behind him with a resounding thud. At the sudden noise, he could not help but shiver, inwardly cursing the palace maids for their lack of decorum. "Your Highness, I, Fan Dai, the deputy steward of the royal kitchen, pay my respects." He set the food box down and knelt, bowing deeply. Wu Qian felt a chill run down his spine. Such a formal introduction seemed unnecessary, as if he feared forgetting it when inscribing a stone tablet. Min Fengli, finding the display tedious, furrowed her brow in silence. After a prolonged wait, Fan Dai grew increasingly perplexed at the absence of a response. Stealing a glance to discover the ethereal and noble Min Gufei seated on the floor, which startled him greatly. "Alas, Your Highness, how have you fallen? Allow me to assist you." As he struggled to rise, he bent low, prepared to rush over and offer his support. "You insolent servant, did I command you to rise?" The words of consort Min were laced with ire, causing Fan Dai to remain silent, hastily resuming his kneeling position. The sharpness of her tone sent his heart racing, nearly fracturing the composure he had just managed to regain. The whispers of rumor echoed in his mind, beads of sweat forming upon his brow. "Do you know who lies upon that couch?" Consort Min inquired coldly. Fan Dai, taken aback by the question, paused in contemplation before his face brightened with elation. "So the emperor is also here? What fortune has bestowed upon me to gaze upon his majesty's visage?" Silence. Consort Min could scarcely tolerate the mention of any man, especially the emperor. "Would you care to take a closer look?" "Huh." Fan Dai's wits seemed to abandon him, and he blurted out, "Is there another man hidden in the consort's bed?" The murderous intent within Consort Min could no longer be concealed. Her fierce gaze bore into Fan Dai, and she regretted not having acted sooner upon their first encounter. Every moment this man lived felt like a transgression to her. The temperature in the chamber plummeted, and an icy chill enveloped the air. Fan Dai shivered, sensing the approach of death, finally realizing the gravity of his misstep. "Your Highness, please quell your wrath. I spoke in error. You do not harbor men." The murderous intent intensified, frost creeping towards Fan Dai's feet. "Your Highness cannot take my life. I too possess the right to live. What gives you the authority to kill at your whim?" His words emerged in puffs of breath. In this moment of peril, Fan Dai began to accept the truth of the rumors. Recalling the words of Wu Qian, he recited them verbatim, hoping to escape his impending doom. "Even if you were to end my life, I would not submit. I swear to defend the dignity of the eunuchs to my last breath." Wu Qian, reclining upon the couch, sighed. These were his own words, yet they had been fabricated. How bold of Fan Dai to utter them before him. Consort Min finally relinquished her grip on Wu Qian's hand and rose slowly. "If you wish for death, then I shall oblige." Fear gripped Fan Dai, and in his panic, he glanced at the figure on the couch, finally recognizing Wu Qian. What is the meaning of this? How is his corpse here? Was he not dead? To utter such words was akin to an admission of guilt. Consort Min could no longer endure the situation. She raised her delicate hand, and a flying sword emerged from her sleeve, swirling around her. With a slight motion of her wrist, the sword obeyed her command. Without affording Fan Dai any chance to resist, the blade pierced through his heart. The speed was so swift that he felt no pain, nor did the sword bear a single drop of blood. Slowly, he collapsed backward, and in his final moments, he beheld Wu Qian, drenched in blood, rising once more. By the heavens, he has risen from the dead. Chapter 54. Mastering the art of sword forging. A resounding crash echoed throughout the vast hall. Fan Dai's corpulent form ultimately fell to the ground, stirring not a speck of dust. The once great deputy minister has now fallen. Wu Qian, unwilling to miss the final scene, climbed onto the bed, secretly witnessing the entire process. His eyes sparkled with astonishment, not fixated on Fan Dai, but rather captivated by Min Fengli's flying sword. He marveled inwardly. Is it not said that ordinary individuals do not engage in sword forging? But Min Fengli is no ordinary person, a scion of a prestigious family, a celestial being, and the one wielding the most power in the imperial harem. It is entirely reasonable for her to wield a flying sword. Wu Qian gazed at her with envy. As Min Fengli turned around, she was startled to see Wu Qian on all fours, kneeling by her bedside, and rushed over in alarm. "Why are you up? Did I not instruct you to rest?" Under her gentle care, Wu Qian reclined once more, gazing at her tenderly. "How can I not rise to see you? What is there to behold in slaying a eunuch? You slay, and it becomes a spectacle." Min Fengli's cheeks flushed slightly, yet her heart danced with delight as she grasped Wu Qian's hand once more, preparing to sit on the floor. Observing this, Wu Qian tightened his grip slightly, his voice laced with concern. The floor is cold. Do not sit there. Come to my side. Seeing you brings me solace. Min Fengli shyly nodded, appearing to forget how to refuse him in his presence. Gradually, she positioned herself beside him on the bed, which, after a prolonged period of rest, felt as if it were burning hot, making her uneasy. If you cannot sit still, then do not sit at all. Min Fengli decided to lie down beside him, entirely relinquishing her modesty, and turned to gaze at his handsome face. Oh dear, oh dear. Now it was Wu Qian's turn to feel restless. Taken aback by Min Fengli's boldness, momentarily entranced by her beauty, a fragrant scent wafted through the air, and Wu Qian dared not meet her gaze, his eyes slowly averting as his heart raced uncontrollably. My, how magnificent! He exclaimed inwardly, taken aback by her audacity. He grasped her delicate hand tightly, feeling the weight of her presence. Sensing Wu Qian's penetrating gaze, Min Fengli could no longer contain her shyness, resting her head against his wound, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat echoing through it. With a soft sigh, she murmured, "Your wound will reopen like this." Although unsure which wound she referred to, Wu Qian felt her words rang true, forcing himself to suppress his restless blood. Let it burst. It was merely a life salvaged. I never thought I would survive. He spoke the truth. Had there not been a sliver of life left, he would have long since faded. No sooner had he spoken than Wu Qian's lips were silenced. Min Fengli raised a slender finger, gently placing it before his lips, her eyes glistening with urgency. Do not speak such ominous words. I will ensure your protection from now on. Wu Qian was taken aback, pondering if that would not amount to surveillance. What if she sent that little vixen Qitong to watch over him? He would lose his freedom for the rest of his life. He lifted the finger blocking his mouth and placed a gentle kiss upon it. What reason is there for a favored consort to protect a eunuch? Would that not be a humiliation for me? Without waiting for Min Feng to finish speaking, he let out a long sigh. Since time immemorial, who among us can escape death? I have witnessed the most exquisite wonders of this world. What is there to mourn in death? Wu Qian gazed intently at Min Feng, his eyes silently inscribing the most beautiful of things. Min Feng, of course, discerned the underlying meaning but could not tolerate Wu Qian's casual mention of death. With a displeased withdrawal of her fingers and puffed cheeks, she sulked. It is ill-omened to dwell on such matters. Speaking of death, how can one live on if you were to perish? As her voice trailed off to a whisper, Wu Qian understood that such sentiments were already pushing the limits for a celestial maiden. He grasped her delicate hand again, placing it over his heart, promising not to speak so recklessly in the future. With the imperial concubine present, how could I ever consider death? Otherwise, I would not have endured my injuries just to catch a final glimpse of you. It is merely a fleeting reflection on unfulfilled childhood dreams as I stand at the brink of life and death. Min Feng was easily appeased and nestled back into Wu Qian's embrace, curiosity ignited by his words. What childhood wishes did you hold? Wu Qian smiled bashfully. As if recalling memories he preferred to forget. Back then, I would listen to tales daily, absorbed in the idea of becoming a sword immortal, slaying demons, and rescuing the distressed. Alas, how many years have passed? Were it not for the belief that I might perish today, such recollections would have long faded from my mind. Let us not dwell on it. As he spoke, his gaze wandered into the distance, lost in a haze of nostalgia. While Wu Qian stared off into the horizon, Min Feng gazed at him with rapt fascination, finding him irresistibly charming in that moment. Even his dreams seemed so noble. Suddenly, Min Feng snapped out of her reverie, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Wu Qian. What is it? He inquired. Becoming a sword immortal is not so difficult. I shall teach you. In this way, you will acquire a means of self-preservation, and even if I do not send someone, I shall feel more at ease. Seeing the wisdom in Min Feng's eyes, Wu Qian sighed deeply. That may not be wise. I have heard that there are prohibitions in Dachang. Not everyone is suited to wield a sword, and I would not wish to bring you trouble. Min Feng, caught in the excitement of her ingenious solution, waved her hand with formidable resolve. You need not concern yourself with that. As long as you are willing to learn, I shall teach you. Sensing Wu Qian's lingering hesitations, Min Feng patiently reassured him. The Min family has a close relationship with the Xianyang Palace and possesses the qualifications for the sword inheritance. My teaching you would be considered an authentic lineage. As long as you have no objections, I shall take care of the rest. With that, she looked at Wu Qian with eager anticipation. With such a proposition laid before him, Wu Qian could not bear to disappoint Min Feng and nodded in agreement. Min Feng, overjoyed, embraced him tightly, resembling an innocent girl rather than an imperial concubine. I knew you would agree. You would do anything for me. Wu Qian felt a pang of guilt and resolved to diligently cultivate his skills, determined not to betray the affection of the imperial concubine. I shall not disappoint the lofty expectations placed upon me, and I will repay the grace of the esteemed concubine. Relying on my own abilities to forge a sword, I shall not be ashamed. Min Fengli was filled with joy and excitement. her myriad emotions intertwining, causing her to forget their respective identities. How do you wish to repay me? Wu Qian, tightly embraced, felt the gentle pressure enveloping him, coupled with the ambiguous question. He was momentarily stirred and instinctively wrapped his arms around Min Fengli. Rising to his feet, he gazed down upon her from a height. Their faces nearly touched, mere inches apart, their breaths palpable in the air. Min Fengli, accustomed to being in a position of power, had never been looked down upon in such a manner. Her delicate face flushing as if it might bleed. Evading Wu Qian's penetrating gaze, she felt an overwhelming tension, nearly breathless under the weight of his presence. You are injured, 1,000 words condensed into a feeble reminder. Sensing the tenderness in his gentle tone, Min Fengli's bashful countenance gradually blossomed. As Wu Qian discovered a hint of crimson amidst her pallor, akin to a solitary plum blossom standing proud in the purest of snows. Slowly, he lowered his head. His mind blank, he was lost in the expanse of white. Chapter 55. The Heavenly Steps Sword Control Technique. Time passed unmeasured, until their faces were flushed with warmth. Until they both saw stars, until Wu Qian's tongue grew numb, threatening to rupture the delicate moment, they reluctantly parted. Wu Qian yearned to reach the golden core stage swiftly, yet for now, he could only gasp for breath. The act of unbinding and offering sustenance, moral value, at 100. This journey was truly worthwhile. Wu Qian descended, breathing heavily, trying to alleviate the dizziness induced by lack of oxygen. Min Fengli was not in a better state, her eyes slightly closed, languidly sprawled in place, though nothing had transpired. It felt as though everything had. After a long while, a feeble voice reached Wu Qian's ears. You, Min Fengli, unsure of what to say, sought to ease the awkwardness by returning to the matter at hand. You possess a flying sword, do you not? I do not. Then the crafting of a sword may indeed prove troublesome. Wu Qian sprang upright, bewildered. What do you mean? Is it impossible without a flying sword? If I had one, would I exert such effort? It was akin to a girl who had been deceived, having been promised a grand feast only to have nothing acknowledged afterward. How could he accept such a reality? Is it impossible to teach without a flying sword? Noticing Wu Qian's strong reaction, Min Fengli understood he had misunderstood her. She quickly struggled to rise, leaning onto his broad shoulder. That is not what I meant. Without a spiritual sword, the effectiveness of sword control would be significantly diminished. But it would not impede your learning. Moreover, only by knowing you lack one can I pay attention to this matter on your behalf. Upon hearing this, Wu Qian felt he had overreacted, sheepishly scratching his head, then leaning over to give her a gentle peck, helping Min Fengli straighten her disheveled garments. I did not mean that either. I merely feared that I would not be able to train alongside the esteemed concubine, and would consequently miss many opportunities to see you, leaving me with unfulfilled joy. Min Fengli's beautiful eyes shimmered with understanding. You need not worry about this matter. I shall remain vigilant. Wu Qian, feeling that the search was progressing too slowly, had a sudden inspiration. He inquired whether it was possible to begin by recognizing a sword and nurturing a spiritual sword himself. Although he was starting late, his diligence was commendable. More importantly, he had a trump card. The system possessed a crafting function. As long as he could bond with the spiritual sword, he could always use moral values to forge a weapon of exceptional quality. Of course, the ultimate secret was one that only Wu Qian comprehended and could not share with Min Fengli. Min Fengli shook her head helplessly. The recognition of the sword was the most crucial step, requiring a pure body. Only blood that was untainted held the innate ancestral energy necessary for the spiritual sword to recognize its master. In other circumstances, even the slightest injury or loss of blood would render success impossible. Thus, sword recognition typically occurred during childhood, where the first drop of blood was placed upon the spiritual sword, naturally forming a contract. Your situation may not permit this. It is not merely a matter of time and diligence, Min Fengli concluded. Halfway through her explanation, Wu Qian understood that hope was dwindling. Regardless of whether he had been injured in childhood, the large scar beneath him had irrevocably severed his path to sword forging. However, he need not despair. If he could find an unclaimed sword, there remained a glimmer of hope. Inheriting a legacy requires serendipity. It is not simply a matter of choice. Rather, the sword chooses the wielder, not the other way around. The flying swords left behind by great beings have long adapted to overwhelming spiritual energy and would hardly deign to acknowledge an ordinary person. Wu Qian fell silent, realizing that the path ahead was nearly obliterated, leaving him with no choice but to accept a mortal sword with diminished power. Nevertheless, he was resolute. He must learn. Min Fengli, not wishing to linger, formed a seal with her fingers and raised it to her brow. Shortly thereafter, a translucent jade slip materialized at her fingertips, which she extended to Wu Qian. He wasted no time in accepting it, absorbing the fragments of memory into his consciousness. New technique detected. Sword control technique, heavenly level supreme. Indeed, it is no wonder that most cannot cultivate such skills. The nobility of heavenly-level techniques is not something everyone can experience. With his wish finally fulfilled, Wu Qian's eyes sparkled with joy. Shall I henceforth address you as master? Your Highness? Min Fengli, lost in thought, suddenly blushed and, without hesitation, embraced Wu Qian tightly. Regardless of what you wish to call me, I shall only refer to you as Wu Lang from now on. Wu Qian chuckled in surprise. How could the favored consort call him her beloved? Was he not then akin to an emperor? It seemed that the deceased Fan Dai had spoken truly. Remembering Fan Dai, Wu Qian recalled that the aftermath had yet to be addressed. Glancing from a distance, he noticed the ground was already strewn with blood. Your Highness, Consort Ji has come to pay her respects, came the voice of Qitong from outside the hall. Min Fengli frowned slightly, clearly reluctant to be disturbed at that moment. What time is it? It is just past the hour of Chun. Consort Ji has already arrived, Qitong replied. Min Fengli was taken aback, surprised at how swiftly time had passed. Upon realizing that Ji Qing had arrived outside the hall, the calm demeanor that once enveloped him dissipated. He hurriedly arranged his disheveled hair and meticulously checked his attire before adjusting his breath and calmly requesting, "Bring in the Consort Ji." During this time, Wu Qian had not been idle. Without needing any prompting from Min Fengli, he instinctively descended from the couch. Through the dual healing of medicinal elixirs and Min Fengli's care, the wound on his chest had already mended, leaving only a faint scar. As Wu Qian entered the hall, he conjured clear water to assist the noble consort in tidying the aftermath, hoping to take advantage of the cleanup to discreetly exit the grand chamber. Min Fengli, perceiving his intention, discreetly handed Wu Qian a jade vial and whispered a reminder. This is a hemostatic elixir. Take good care of your injuries and do not rush into sword forging. Wu Qian nodded in agreement, deeply touched by her consideration, realizing that he must frequently visit Fengshi Palace in order to repay her kindness. At that moment, the hall door swung open, prompting Wu Qian to quickly lower his head, dragging the corpulent form of Fan Dai as he slowly retreated, leaving behind a trail of deep brown blood. As he brushed past the newcomer, a waft of fragrant orchids enveloped him, and he dared not raise his gaze, merely catching a glimpse of the purple gown sweeping the ground. Wu Qian was momentarily astonished. He had not anticipated the presence of a mortal consort within the depths of the imperial palace, a refreshing stream amidst the chaos of the Azura field. Upon entering the hall, Ji Qing appeared indifferent to the sight of the corpses and the blood-soaked Wu Qian, as if she had long grown accustomed to the sanguinary atmosphere of Fengshi Palace. However, as she passed by Wu Qian, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, for she sensed the lingering scent of Min Fengli upon him. Just before exiting the hall, Wu Qian dared to raise his head and found Min Fengli gazing at him with tender affection, prompting him to silently bid her farewell with his eyes. In that fleeting exchange, a graceful silhouette caught Wu Qian's attention, dressed in a flowing lavender gown that kissed the ground. Her gentle steps caused the sheer fabric to sway elegantly, exuding both poise and beauty. Though her expressions remained unseen, her every movement was captivating. A mere glance was enough to envelop Wu Qian in the intoxicating aroma of literature. He marveled inwardly, acknowledging that even a mortal without cultivation possessed a remarkable charm befitting a noble consort. Greetings to you, Sister Min, her voice resonated, soft yet vibrant, enchanting to the ears and transcending the mundane. Stop dawdling and hurry up. A low reprimand echoed in his ears as Qi Tong, who had accompanied Ji Qing, glared fiercely at Wu Qian from the entrance. Not daring to linger, Wu Qian hastily discarded Fan Dai and turned to close the hall door. Just then, Ji Qing glanced back, locking eyes with Wu Qian. Chapter 56. Vice Manager Wu. Her fox-like eyes glimmered with an enchanting allure that nearly ensnared Wu Qian's very soul, compelling him to swiftly shut the door, shielding himself from the potential chaos she could bring. Sensing Qi Tong's unfriendly gaze upon him, Wu Qian offered an awkward smile, attempting to strike up a conversation. Which consort is this? She seems rather familiar. Are you feeling envious? Qi Tong possesses a remarkable insight, directly exposing Wu Qian's intentions. What sort of remark is this? Am I to remain an impartial observer of the esteemed concubine? With no one else around, Wu Qian felt emboldened, confronting Qi Tong head-on. After all, he is the favored consort's Wu Lang. How could he allow a mere handmaiden to mock him, without fearing for her standing? Before Qi Tong could retort, Wu Qian coldly declared, "Hurry up and dispose of the body. It's reeking, and you show no discretion." With that, he elegantly swept away. An alarm from the system startled Wu Qian, and realizing it was triggered by Qi Tong, he hastened his steps in retreat. Upon returning to the medicinal kitchen, he found Wu Ho waiting for him in the inner courtyard. What has become of Fan Dai? Wu Qian initially considered feigning ignorance, but the sharpness in Wu Ho's gaze made it clear that he could not easily be deceived. The deputy steward is dead. The sorrow in his voice struck Wu Qian as absurd, and Wu Ho, of course, found it even harder to believe. Did the concubine have a hand in this? Wu Qian nodded in affirmation. Wu Ho, after a brief silence, could not suppress his growing curiosity. Why would Fengxi Palace assist you in committing murder? How could concubine Min willingly become a tool for assassination? I informed the concubine that it was Fan Dai who concocted the derogatory dish names. Faced with the impossibility of deception, Wu Qian resorted to the truth as his shield. This matter was not a secret. Any two eunuchs involved could easily confirm it. Yet, it was another case of dead men telling no tales. Wu Ho felt discomfort with Wu Qian's singular narrative, and yet he had no means to verify it. With Fan Dai deceased, Fengxi Palace remained unresponsive, rendering any inquiries futile. Wu Ho dared not approach Fengxi Palace personally, fearing the consequences. Is it truly that simple? After speaking, Wu Ho noticed Wu Qian's displeasure and quickly amended. Let us say it is simple. Death cannot be reversed, and it may not be entirely a misfortune. Only then did Wu Qian's temper cool. Subsequently, Wu Ho presented him with a waist token engraved with the title of Deputy Steward of the Medicinal Kitchen. Since you have achieved this, your promises will not be disregarded. From this day forth, you are the Deputy Steward of the Medicinal Kitchen. With that, Wu Ho turned to leave. He perceived in this young man not merely a spirit of honesty and diligence, but perhaps a hint of mystery. Nevertheless, he maintained that everyone harbors secrets, and Wu Ho was willing to grant him a degree of space. Remaining forever in the shadows would stifle any potential for greatness. As long as he did not cause significant trouble, that was all Wu Ho required. Holding the token in his hand, Wu Qian recalled Fan Dai's former arrogance. His voice and laughter vividly etched in his memory. He understood that he could embody such authority in the medicinal kitchen from now on. With a surge of pent-up emotions, Wu Qian exhaled deeply, lifting his proud head as he strode purposefully towards the outer courtyard. The small cabinet, already informed of the news, swiftly emerged from the inner courtyard, following Wu Qian to announce the personnel changes in the medicinal kitchen. Beneath the shade of the trees, Wu Qian had donned a brand new eunuch robe, transforming from the lowest-ranking 9th-grade eunuch into a 6th-grade palace eunuch, just half a grade shy of the 5th-grade head steward, Wu Ho. Gather, 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 shouted the little cabinet, clapping his hands under the sun, urging everyone to come forth. Once all were assembled, the little cabinet cleared his throat and solemnly announced that due to the former deputy steward, Fan Dai's frail health and negligence, he had failed to serve as a role model in the medicinal kitchen, disappointing the head steward's expectations. Thus, he was being dismissed, with hopes that he would reflect deeply and strive for redemption. Wu Qian scoffed at the notion of self-reflection before the king of hell. True rebirth would require reincarnation. It was not the little cabinet's fault. The head steward had merely instructed him to convey the news without divulging the specifics, leaving him to fill in the gaps. The little cabinet could only fabricate dialogue. Considering Wu Gonggong's diligence, capability, hard work, and his familial dedication to the medicinal kitchen, he was appointed as the new deputy steward, with hopes that he would lead everyone to forge ahead and achieve remarkable success. Wu Gonggong had devoted his life entirely to this cause. All right, enough. Wu Qian could no longer endure it and stood up directly. The little cabinet quickly bowed and raised his hands, smiling broadly as he invited Wu Qian to the stage, embodying a servile demeanor. Fan Dai has perished. I shall fill the vacancy, Wu Qian succinctly declared, ignoring the astonished gazes around him. No other duties. Just assign me the dirty and laborious work. Anyone who dares to compete with me for this role shall face my wrath. After surveying the crowd with a piercing gaze, silence enveloped the room. The hushed murmurs regarding Fan Dai's sudden demise dissipated entirely. Having quelled the assembly, Wu Qian nodded in satisfaction and proclaimed, all you need to do is eat well, drink well, and enjoy yourselves. The crowd paused momentarily before snapping back to reality, erupting into applause and cheers. With no responsibilities laid upon them, while still being catered to in terms of food, drink, and leisure, they wondered where they could find such an exemplary superior. In this moment, the staff of the medicinal kitchen understood one thing. In the conflict between Wu Qian and Fan Dai, Wu Qian had emerged triumphant, while the defeated party had met their demise, suffering a loss that could not be surpassed. No one worried for Wu Qian in the Shangshan supervisor's eyes. He had already become a beacon among eunuchs, his value continually ascending. In opposing such a distinguished eunuch, the real concern lay not with Wu Qian, but rather with the Shangshan supervisor. Thus, only endless applause and cheers filled the air. Xiao Chui's face flushed with excitement, not only relieved from anxiety, but also overjoyed for Wu Qian, silently contemplating how to burn incense and fulfill her vows. Yet, amidst the crowd, one individual remained less than pleased, Xiao Huzi. As a close follower of Fan Dai, he had waited all night but saw no sign of his master. Only the uninvited presence of Wu Qian. From the moment he laid eyes on Wu Qian, a sense of foreboding washed over him. According to the plan, Wu Qian was supposed to have perished long ago. Based on the information from Fan Dai's lifetime, he should have left no trace behind. How then? Did he manage to reassemble himself from mere remnants? Furthermore, Wu Qian's subsequent words left Little Beard utterly astounded. Fan Dai was dead. Wu Qian had been summoned to the Shangshan Bureau, and Fan Dai was no more. Little Beard's complexion turned pale, though he dared not display his fear. Amidst the crowd, he could only hope for a swift conclusion to the proceedings so he could rush to the Shangshan Bureau for clarification. Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved never to return to the medicinal kitchen. As he anxiously fidgeted, Wu Qian slowly approached and flashed him a profoundly meaningful smile. Master Hu, come with us for a moment. Chapter 57. A new official takes office. Confronted with Wu Qian's mischievous grin, Little Beard felt his knees weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Drawing upon the last vestiges of courage bestowed by his position in the Shangshan Bureau, he forced a smile. Congratulations, Deputy Director Wu. I shall refrain from accompanying you. Wu Qian scoffed with a chilling laugh, his gaze turning icy. Do you know where I intend to take you? I do not. I shall take you to select a burial site. Little Beard fell to his knees, all remnants of bravado evaporating, and wept bitterly. Deputy Director, spare my life. I have elders above me and young ones below, with a wife at home awaiting my return. I cannot die. Wu Qian rolled his eyes. A eunuch begging for mercy ought to present a more compelling argument. If you wish to live, follow me. As soon as Wu Qian approached, the others sensed the deputy director's intent to assert his authority and discreetly dispersed, forming a path for him. They gazed at Little Beard as if he were already deceased, well aware that he was Fan Dai's subordinate who had thrived on the deputy director's power. Now that Fan Dai was dead, what prospects could Little Beard possibly have? No one felt pity. Rather, they believed this outcome was just. Xiao Chui, brew a pot of tea and bring it to my chamber. With this, Wu Qian issued his first command upon assuming office, leading Little Beard away from the crowd, vanishing into the shadows. In the dimly lit room, Wu Qian's expression was grim, as if darkness itself could drip from him. Xiao Chui stood beside him, holding fragrant tea. The atmosphere was thick with tension and oppression. Now speak. What was your task in the medicinal kitchen? Kneeling on the ground, Little Beard trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, if he still did not comprehend what Wu Qian sought to uncover, he was unworthy of being Fan Dai's attendant. I was merely responsible for occasionally relaying messages and providing cover for Fan Dai when necessary. I truly did nothing else. His attitude was relatively proper. Wu Qian nodded with satisfaction, accepting the teacup from Xiao Chui and gently blowing away the floating leaves. And what of Fan Dai? Fan Dai aimed to usurp the position of the director. That was the intention of the Shangshan Bureau. Fan Dai had stated that seizing the medicinal kitchen would yield endless treasures, asserting that the director was incompetent, failing to relinquish his position before his demise. Did he not provide you with considerable benefits? Little Beard was momentarily at a loss for words, having struck at the very heart of his predicament. In a moment of confusion, tears welled up once again. Who is Fan Dai? He is the nephew of Fan Tong. If Wu Qian dares to kill him, then the little mustached man certainly does not consider himself sturdy. Hence, he has long abandoned his illusions and speaks freely. Wu Qian inquired further about the intricacies of their communication, their plans, and any gossip regarding Fan Tong. The little mustached man possessed some knowledge and was unaware of other details, but the most pressing objective remained the elimination of Wu Qian, which had become pivotal to seizing control of the medicinal kitchen. Wu Qian smiled faintly, surprised at his own significance, having turned into the fulcrum of a power struggle between two factions. Thus, Deputy Manager, you must exercise caution. Fan Tong is cunning and excels at covertly inflicting harm. I find myself worried for your safety. After a brief contemplation, the little mustached man finally discerned the path to self-preservation and expressed his concern. All right. As if I could trust you. Wu Qian maintained a stoic expression, draining his cup of tea and returning the empty bowl to Xiao Chui. Now, speak your mind. What is it that you desire? I do not wish to provoke a grave situation. I wish to pledge my unwavering loyalty to Deputy Manager Wu. Oh no, I vow to follow Manager Wu to the death. Given the ease with which loyalty was professed, Wu Qian remained skeptical and proposed a task that the little mustached man could not refuse. In that case, return to the Shangshan supervisor immediately and inform Fan Tong. That rotund fool, that Fan Dai has met his demise, and then return to relay their response to me. The little mustached man was taken aback. For him, the best course of action was to hastily retreat back to the Shangshan supervisor, yet he did not expect Wu Qian to release him so swiftly. He found himself bewildered, uncertain whether it was a test or a gesture of goodwill. You want me to go to the Shangshan supervisor? Indeed, who else could go but you? Deliver the message and return post-haste. Should you dare to play tricks, Fan Dai's fate will be your own. However, before he departed, there was one more matter to attend to. Wu Qian gestured to Xiao Chui, instructing her to strike the little mustached man several times, the harder the better. Though Xiao Chui was unaware of the reasoning behind this, she would certainly comply with Wu Qian's commands. recalling the little mustached man's arrogance and Fan Dai's punitive measures. Xiao Chui swiftly approached and delivered several slaps. Unsatisfied, she added a few more until the little mustached man's face bore the marks of her ire, at which point her anger subsided. The little mustached man dared not evade. Instead, he stood resolutely, accepting his punishment. "Is this satisfactory, Master Wu?" she timidly inquired, uncertain of his approval. Observing the imprints on the little mustached man's face, Wu Qian nodded and permitted him to return to the Shangshan supervisor. Once the little mustached man departed, Xiao Chui felt a twinge of unease. "Master Wu, are we truly letting him go like this? What if he does not return? If he does not return, then good riddance. It will be quite peaceful." Wu Qian dismissed her concerns, viewing the presence of the little mustached man as a potential risk. By sending him back, either he would disappear entirely or, should he return, he would be firmly under Wu Qian's control. Thus, regardless of whether he returned or not, it was a guaranteed victory. Wu Qian rose to stretch his limbs, knowing that Fan Dai was now deceased and the herbal kitchen was free from obstacles, allowing him to finally engage in his work with vigor. The sword command still lingered on the system panel, and the moral value was of utmost urgency. He instructed Xiao Chui to return for rest while he began to fulfill the promises made upon his appointment. Once again, he faced 6 menial tasks, worth 150 points of moral value. He now possessed a total of 462 moral points. After concluding a day's labor, he lingered in the spiritual herb garden, eager to share the good news with Xiaohong. Upon hearing of Fan Dai's demise, Xiaohong's astonishment rendered her speechless. "I wondered why I hadn't seen the little mustached man all day. He hasn't met his end, has he?" "Perhaps soon," Wu Qian replied nonchalantly, his concern not resting with the little man, but rather with Xiaohong before him. Seizing the opportunity afforded by his position as deputy manager, he lifted Xiaohong's restrictions, permitting her to return to the outer courtyard for shared meals and lodging, sparing her the solitude of the dilapidated garden. Xiaohong remained silent, her eyes a complex tapestry of emotions. Noticing her troubled expression, Wu Qian inquired curiously, "What troubles you? Are you not over your obsession with living here?" Xiaohong offered a resigned smile and explained, "I do wish to return. However, the chief manager came by earlier and stated that his orders supersede those of the deputy manager, instructing me to disregard your commands." "What audacity! Has that old man grown so arrogant?" Wu Qian's frustration mounted as he struggled to comprehend why Xiaohong was confined. He was intent on confronting Wu Ho for an explanation. "With Fan Dai dead, why are you still being treated like a prisoner? This is an affront to the authority of the deputy manager." Xiaohong hastily restrained Wu Qian, explaining that the situation was not as he perceived. "Not as you perceive. I assure you, that old man is even more insidious than I imagined." Xiaohong covered his mouth and glanced around nervously, fearful of being overheard by the elder. "It is truly not what you think. I have matters to attend to here." "What matters?" "I cannot say." Xiaohong shook her head helplessly, suggesting that perhaps the chief manager would divulge the details in due time. Noticing Wu Qian's lingering ire, Xiaohong's eyes sparkled mischievously as she whispered, "Wait here. I shall present you with something wonderful." Chapter 58. The cleansing blade under the night sky. Xiaohong hurried away. The fleeting blush on her cheeks left Wu Qian in a state of confusion. Am I overthinking this? Even if he were, he could not afford to miss the opportunity. This was Wu Qian's guiding principle in life, especially considering Xiaohong's unwavering attentiveness. He felt that to betray such kindness would be a grave sin. He shed his outer robe, spread it over the clean grass, and reclined upon it, rubbing his chest as he gazed serenely at the heavens. With the starry expanse above him and boredom creeping in, he opened the panel, diligently cultivating his skills while awaiting the precious gift from Xiaohong. Name: Wu Qian. Cultivation level: Foundation Establishment Stage 1. Wisdom Root. Heavenly Wisdom Root 1. Life Root. 0. Moral Value: 462. Demonic Seed Value: 100. Cultivation Method: Huang Ting Wan Hua Jing. Earth Grade Treasure: 100. Techniques: Sword Control Technique, Heavenly Grade Supreme, 1. Fei Ji Bei Lu, Human Grade Supreme, 100. Wan Xiang Chung Feng Technique, Heavenly Grade Good, 100. Gui Se Ju, Human Grade Supreme, 100. Great Thunder Array, Immortal Grade Treasure, 100. With a moral value of only 462, Wu Qian finds himself in a precarious situation. Yet he possesses ample mastery of the sword control technique. Additionally, bolstered by his heavenly wisdom root, his comprehension of heavenly grade techniques is assured. Sufficient indeed. Techniques: Sword Control Technique, Heavenly Grade Supreme. 100 can be comprehended, as 99 points of moral value dissipate. The sword control technique reaches its consummate state. His spiritual energy slices through his inner pathways like a blade, forging a new route within. Wu Qian feels as though he has wielded a sword for many years, possessing an intimate understanding of the art of sword control, instilling him with the confidence that he can command anything. However, New memories reveal that while all can be commanded, only the spirit sword of the same origin is truly attuned. Without it, one cannot achieve the clarity of the sword heart. Without the communion of sword and wielder, the ultimate efficacy of the sword technique remains unattainable. Alas, the fault lies not with me, but with the unfortunate circumstances of the host's lineage. Had the host been born into a prestigious family or nurtured within a sect, regardless of innate talent, they would have been bestowed with a spirit sword from an early age. Upon taking charge, leveraging the system, they could have flourished. Rather than facing the current predicament of possessing techniques without tools, ambition without means. After a moment of quiet despair, Wu Qian steadies his spirit, determined not to squander the heavenly grade technique, and begins to comprehend the sword control technique, fully aware of its futility. Let the 100 moral points serve as a tribute to his dreams. A flash of color surged through his sea of consciousness, transforming into a vast expanse of blood red. Reminiscent of the infernal realm, yet akin to the resplendent sun amidst clouds, exuding an aura of mystery. Comprehension successful. Acquired new technique. Heaven and Earth Sword Master, Divine Grade Supreme. Wu Qian was taken aback. The Divine Grade represents the pinnacle of techniques, and Supreme denotes the apex within that tier. This revelation implies that he has utilized his heavenly wisdom root to grasp a transcendent quality that spans 2 tiers. Moreover, this is not merely his personal limit, but the utmost potential of this world. The unfortunate truth is that even the highest grade techniques necessitate a bonded spirit sword. Otherwise, despite possessing the power to annihilate the heavens and earth, one cannot fully unleash its potential. As the diminutive cabinet once remarked, wielding a kitchen knife to chop vegetables is still manageable. Yet, a sword proves challenging for even the mightiest of heroes. Just as Wu Qian felt tears welling up in despair, he suddenly heard a shriek from Xiaohong. "Ah, Master Wu, why have you taken off your clothes?" Xiaohong exclaimed, hands covering her mouth, eyes wide in shock. Wu Qian realized he had overthought the situation, yet felt no regret as he stood and brushed the fallen leaves from his attire. "What are you shouting about? I haven't removed my trousers, have I?" Wu Qian rose to his feet, donned his clothing anew, and spoke with a hint of annoyance. "It is exceedingly hot." Xiaohong waited until he had fully dressed before cautiously approaching, cradling a redwood box in her hands. The box was exquisitely crafted, adorned with intricate carvings of gnarled ancient trees, and at its base, an image of the seated guanyin was engraved, encircled by pure gold filigree depicting auspicious clouds. The opulence of the box left one to ponder the treasures it might contain. Wu Qian was immediately captivated, not solely by its luxurious exterior, but by the enigmatic aura emanating from within, stirring within him a sense of destiny that beckoned him closer. "What is this?" he inquired, fastening the last button of his shirt. Xiaohong's cheeks flushed, and in her embarrassment, she lowered her gaze, at a loss for words. Wu Qian found himself increasingly perplexed. What could possibly render Xiaohong so flustered? After a prolonged silence, she hastily pressed the box into his hands and fled, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Surely, it could not contain the ashes of fan dye, he mused, dismissing the thought as he opened the wooden box. There was no dazzling golden light nor a powerful surge of spiritual energy. The box was empty save for a dull, gray shovel resting within. It earned the designation of shovel, as Wu Qian could not identify it otherwise. With a short iron handle and a half-moon blade, it resembled a miniature crescent-shaped spade. The shovel was forged from black iron, its ancient and weighty form marred by crude craftsmanship, exuding a faint, unpleasant odor. "What is this? It hardly deserves such a fine box." Wu Qian examined it disdainfully, though the sense of belonging he felt towards the object grew stronger. This only piqued his curiosity further as he held it up to inspect, wary of missing any significant detail. Indeed, at the end of the handle, he discovered an inscription, "Wu Qian." His curiosity deepened, and he searched for Xiaohong, spotting her hiding behind a patch of grass. "Xiaohong, what manner of item is this? And why does it bear my name?" "That is my grandfather's," she stammered, her cheeks still flushed. Wu Qian, now anxious, moved to press her for answers. "Do not come closer. That is my grandfather's cleansing knife, merely a larger version than what is ordinarily used." With that, Xiaohong hurried away, leaving Wu Qian in a state of exasperation, caught between nostalgia for his lost youth and the salt upon his wounds. In a fit of frustration, he cast the knife to the ground. With a resonant clang, the cleansing knife struck the grass, producing a sharp sound akin to metal striking stone, reminiscent of a dragon's roar. Simultaneously, Wu Qian felt a sudden jolt in his perineum, as if resonating with the knife, almost as if compelled by an unseen force. His hand formed a sword gesture, and the knife on the ground leapt slightly in response. With a sharp intake of breath, Wu Qian wielded the sword technique, his palm hovering as the cleansing blade seemed to respond to his call, soaring into his grasp. Startled, he held it once more, this time with heightened awareness. casting aside distractions to fully appreciate its essence. At last, he distinctly sensed a faint, almost ethereal bond between himself and the blade. A connection that birthed a profound sense of destiny. It became evident to him that the cleansing blade was indeed a treasured artifact bound to its master. The reason for this bond was undoubtedly linked to the pure and pristine essence of youthful bloodshed during the blade's ritual of severance. To have met such criteria for the cleansing blade was nothing short of divine providence, though not a sword in the traditional sense. It had severed through swords and could serve as one itself. The sword manipulation technique imposed no restrictions on the form of the flying blade. The cleansing blade descended from the heavens, and how could Wu Qian contain his excitement? He recalled the stewardess' words about the blade's sharpness. Now so close at hand. Unable to suppress his elation, he let out a triumphant shout. The steward has not deceived me. As if summoned, the steward appeared in Wu Qian's mind, his figure towering with an air of Zen-like wisdom, crafted from mysterious iron. The cleansing blade had been reserved as the prized possession of the cleansing chamber, kept there for an indeterminate period. As the elder eunuchs recounted its presence since the chamber's inception, due to Wu Qian's predicament, the formidable blade was finally put to use. The eunuch had two treasures, the cleansing blade and the essence of life itself. Recognizing their affinity, he safeguarded the blade for Wu Qian. To Wu Qian's astonishment, it had truly acknowledged him as its master, albeit with a quality deemed inferior, best kept as a memento. Wu Qian nodded in gratitude, enchanted by the cleansing blade in his hands, marveling at the steward's divine presence. I possess no such talents. My thoughts are far too impure. Just as the composed Wu Ho had spoken, he suddenly adopted a sardonic tone, snorting dismissively before departing. Wu Qian shook his head with a wry smile, realizing the old man had indeed been eavesdropping. Yet, none of this mattered now. Engulfed in the exhilaration of wielding a weapon, Wu Qian burst into laughter. Inferior quality? Am I to fear such trivialities? In the distance, Xiao Hong, concealed from view, shook her head in sympathy at his maniacal laughter. The eunuchs certainly placed great value on the cleansing blade. Within the dining hall of the imperial kitchen, Fan Tong sat at the table, facing the kneeling figures of the mustached man and Zhu Xiaomai. One had hurried from the medicinal kitchen, while the other had just returned from the Palace of Phoenix Rest. The mustached man relayed the news of Wu Qian's survival, while Zhu Xiaomai returned with the lifeless body of Fan Dai. In the center of the hall lay Fan Dai's corpse, shrouded in a white cloth now stained with dark blood. Fan Tong's eyes were vacant as he numbly listened to Zhu Xiaomai speak. He had already inspected the body. The fatal blow was inflicted by a sword that pierced the heart, a technique unmistakably belonging to Min Fengli. Master, Wu Qian yet lives. But we have no news of our ancestor. Should we not search for him? Search for what? That old rascal has likely fled, leaving me to deal with this mess. Fan Tong never anticipated that Hua Yizhang would falter. Had Wu Qian still been alive, he would never have taken action. What perplexed him was why Min Fengli chose to intervene. After all, it was his own blade. Why slay his own nephew? From little Huzi, he learned that the situation involved a direct delivery of food, and then it all vanished. Although Fan Tong initially harbored doubts about little Huzi's safe return, the marks of abuse etched on his face instantly dispelled his concerns. Unable to provoke Fengxi Palace, Fan Tong could only continue to vent his ire on Wu Qian. He slammed the table and ordered little Huzi to return to the medicinal kitchen, closely monitoring Wu Qian's movements. Under Zhu Xiaomai's leadership, they would await the opportune moment to carry out an assassination. With reddened eyes, Fan Tong proclaimed, Wu Qian, even if it costs me my life, you must perish. This is no longer merely a matter of seizing the medicinal kitchen. It has escalated to a personal vendetta. Wu Qian sat cross-legged on his bed, the cleansing blade resting before him. Drawing upon the memories of the sword mastery technique, he first established a deeper connection with the cleansing blade through spiritual energy, then, with a focused thought, drew the blade into his body. With a swift motion, the cleansing blade transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting towards Wu Qian's groin and vanishing into thin air. Detected new magical tool, Wu Qian's cleansing blade, rare item. 1. The name was straightforward and unadorned. Though its quality was not exceptional, it was far from the poor standard one might expect. According to the sword mastery technique's description, the swords it commanded were of earthly quality at best, with heavenly quality being exceedingly rare, and beyond that, there existed none in the mortal realm. For an ordinary individual to nurture a sword, possessing a rare or even superb item would be commendable. Upon accessing the refining function, he found it akin to upgrading his techniques and spells, both being projects of considerable cost-effectiveness. However, elevation in quality required breakthroughs, and the success rate was tied not to innate talent but to one's realm, marking a subtle shift. Given his limited moral points, only 263, Wu Qian had to suppress his excitement for the time being, intending to wait until he had sufficiently fortified himself before proceeding. With techniques in hand, He merely awaited the completion of his magical tools to no longer fear the treachery of those with ill intent. As Wu Ho remarked, the palace lacked no spiritual energy. Without overt conflicts, one would be remiss not to diligently cultivate in such an environment, truly betraying the system. Upon rising the next day, Wu Qian was filled with newfound vigor. Freed from Fan Dai's interference, he could engage in his endeavors whenever he pleased. Even now, before dawn, Wu Qian was already bustling about. Taking advantage of his early morning visit to the latrine, he began his labor, swiftly shoveling dirt and covering waste in one seamless motion. Just as Wu Qian was engrossed in his work, he suddenly heard someone calling for him. "Deputy Director, is this a convenient time?" Wu Qian was momentarily taken aback, unsure whether to respond affirmatively or negatively while in the latrine. After a brief exchange, he discovered it was little Huzi. "When did you return?" "I came back a while ago, but I was afraid others would see me, so I hid in the house waiting for you," little Huzi replied. Wu Qian was astonished. He had not expected little Huzi to dare return, especially now shrouded in mystery, leaving him curious about his intentions. Sensing little Huzi's wish to avoid being seen, Wu Qian invited him into the latrine to converse. Upon entering, the mustached man disregarded whether the floor was clean and knelt down abruptly. "I pledge my unwavering loyalty to the deputy supervisor. I have returned with crucial intelligence for him, and I implore the deputy supervisor to trust me." Wu Qian was perplexed, concerned that the mustached man was kneeling in excrement, prompting him to urge him to rise and speak. Fan Tong was already prepared for a desperate gamble. "While the kitchen supervisor had set assassins in motion, instructing me to monitor the deputy supervisor and await the opportune moment to strike." The implication of his words seemed alarmingly genuine, leaving Wu Qian further bewildered. Had the mustached man indeed defected? On his journey back, the mustached man had resolved his fate. In other words, from the moment Fan Tong sent him back, he began to contemplate his escape route. Throughout his travels, he pondered many things, with the most significant being the Fengxi Palace. Wu Qian had navigated perilous situations in the Fengxi Palace twice, only for Fan Dai to meet his demise at the hands of Min Fengli. Although uncertain of the exact reasons, his intuition suggested that Min Fengli's assassination of Fan Dai was undoubtedly connected to Wu Qian, particularly since the rumors indicated that Wu Qian had once vehemently insulted Qidong. And rather than facing retribution, he had calmly ascended to the position of deputy supervisor, while the unsuspecting Fan Dai, who had naively considered the Fengxi Palace an ally, had met a tragic end. Such a bizarre outcome led him to sense an unusual odor of treachery. Had it been only Wu Ho, the mustached man might not have been concerned, remaining steadfastly loyal to the kitchen supervisor. However, the presence of Min Guifei, the most powerful figure in the harem, warranted a more cautious approach. Realizing he could not return to the medicinal kitchen without risking his life, yet could not avoid it entirely, he resolved to remain there diligently. Observing Wu Qian's skepticism, the mustached man knelt once more, swearing that he spoke no falsehoods. "Enough, enough, I understand," Wu Qian conceded, temporarily placing his trust in him and sending the mustached man back to rest, while he continued with his labor. If the mustached man's claims held any truth, it was evident that the kitchen supervisor would not dare burst in to commit murder, but would wait for the right moment to act while he was away. Given this, there was no reason for concern. He could allow the mustached man to relay some genuine information back and focus on his work in the medicinal kitchen. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. During this time, Wu Qian dismissed distractions, concentrating on accumulating moral value, and even found time to elevate the heavenly swordman to perfection. Hard work bore fruit, as his moral value reached 2263, comprising 1,500 from daily chores and 500 from seeking opportunities for good deeds. Name: Wu Qian, cultivation, foundation establishment stage 1, wisdom root, heavenly wisdom root 1, life source, 0, moral value, 2,263, demon seed value, 100, technique, Huangting Wanhua Jing, earth grade rare, 100, magic, heavenly swordman, divine grade supreme, 100, great thunder array, celestial grade rare, 100. Considering the looming threats, Wu Qian began to enhance his cultivation. Through the incident involving Huizhang, he recognized that in times of crisis, only one's cultivation realm truly mattered. Moreover, to forge equipment and elevate its rank, one must also enhance their own realm to improve the success rate, a classic case of killing two birds with one stone. With eyes closed, he began to consume resources for Foundation Establishment Stage 2 and Foundation Establishment Stage 3. His cultivation level stood at Foundation Establishment Stage 8, Level 1. And with a moral value balance of 163, he could not afford further expenditures. Wu Qian felt a sense of stability. An ancestor of the Shangshan Supervisory Bureau had only reached the 9th stage, while he himself was now at the 8th stage, truly a minor ancestor. Closer than ever to the Golden Core realm, Wu Qian was filled with excitement. Deputy Manager, "Someone is looking for you," came the voice of Xiao Chui from outside, just as Wu Qian was preparing to attend to his duties. Following Xiao Chui to the front hall, he learned that it was someone from the painting and writing palace. Wu Qian remained perplexed, as he rarely received visitors, and he had never even heard of the painting and writing palace. He was unaware of their intentions. The painting and writing palace, like the Phoenix Rest Palace, was one of the imperial concubines' chambers, typically remaining inconspicuous. The palace's mistress was Ji Qing, someone with whom Wu Qian had an acquaintance. It was Ji Guifei's reserved nature that rendered the painting and writing palace nearly invisible in the daily affairs of the court. Were it not for this visit, Wu Qian might never have known of its existence. As Xiao Chui introduced the situation, Wu Qian's heart began to race. Although unfamiliar with the painting and writing palace, he distinctly remembered Ji Qing, having dreamt of her on 2 occasions. Upon entering the hall, he found a palace maid, Bao Shu, waiting with a book. Contrary to her mundane appearance, she possessed a certain cultivation level herself. Bao Shu, Qi refining stage 5, with grace and decorum. Bao Shu rose to greet Wu Qian from afar as he approached. After returning her courtesy, Wu Qian curiously inquired, "What brings you here, young lady?" The esteemed concubine has been suffering from frequent headaches lately and is reluctant to consume bitter medicine. Therefore, she wishes to request the medicinal kitchen to prepare several nourishing delicacies. And I hope to trouble the deputy manager with this task. Wu Qian internally praised her thoughtfulness, contrasting it with the demeanor of Qi Tong, who always seemed to act as if owed something. With a grand gesture, he responded, "Such tasks are part of my responsibilities. It is no trouble at all. I shall prepare the oil and fire immediately and ensure the food is delivered to the esteemed concubine." Upon hearing this, Bao Shu appeared somewhat embarrassed and remarked, "The concubine wishes for the deputy manager to make the trip personally, as there are some inquiries regarding medicinal food that she would like to discuss." Wu Qian, eager to see the beautiful lady, would have rushed to comply were it not for Fan Tong's watchful presence. Nevertheless, since the concubine herself had made the request, he felt compelled to oblige, allowing his primal instincts to override his rationality. "Very well, I shall cleanse myself and personally deliver it to Her Highness." With a smile, Bao Shu expressed her gratitude and took her leave to the medicinal kitchen. Although Wu Qian had previously assisted in preparing medicinal foods, he was unaware of their intricacies. To him, it was merely a matter of arranging ingredients artistically. He could not fathom any complexities involved. Once Bao Shu had departed, he turned to Xiao Chui, hoping to glean some professional knowledge to avoid appearing foolish before the concubine. However, he found Xiao Chui equally bewildered. Isn't the preparation of medicinal cuisine merely a fade? It is evident that she cannot comprehend the significance of seeking guidance on such matters. Wu Qian fell into deep contemplation. The fact that even Xiao Chui was perplexed indicated that there truly was no issue at hand. It seemed more like a pretext for distraction, or perhaps a guise for consultation. Wu Qian felt a twinge of wariness. What connection could there possibly be between the Huaiwen Palace and the Imperial Kitchen? Xiao Chui shook her head, admitting her limited knowledge of the Huaiwen Palace, only aware that before entering the palace, Consort Ji was renowned as a talented woman in Dachang. She remained secluded, engrossed in her pursuits of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. What relevance did that have to the Imperial Kitchen? Wu Qian's doubts multiplied, prompting him to instruct Xiao Chui to summon someone else while he hastily completed his tasks. After attending to his daily obligations, Wu Qian returned to his quarters to cleanse himself thoroughly, lest he disturb the talented lady. Once everything was tidied up and the meal box prepared, he took on the significant responsibility, inquiring with Xiao Chui about the location of Huaiwen Palace before departing alone. The eunuchs who had been preparing the meal had not yet dispersed and watched as the deputy steward made his exit. Indeed, as the deputy steward, he was specifically summoned by the consort. After all, was he not the pride of the eunuchs? With countless responsibilities, leading by example, he was a model for all. Through days of interaction, Wu Qian's unwavering dedication was evident to all. Even now, he personally delivered meals, earning even greater respect. As summer waned, the imperial path still shimmered with heat. Wu Qian, holding the meal box, strolled down the center of the road, occasionally encountering a few passing eunuchs who whispered among themselves. "Look, there goes Wu Qian from the medicinal cuisine room. He is now the deputy steward. I've heard that since he took on the role, he has taken on all the dirty and laborious tasks, allowing others to rest. Talented, responsible, ambitious, and not to mention, quite handsome." As they spoke, envy flickered across their faces, wishing they could leisurely pass their days under his guidance. The prestige of the eunuchs was already well established. These praises, which Wu Qian had begun to hear from the medicinal cuisine room, continued along his way, and he had long since grown accustomed to them. He turned back to the passers-by, offering them a charming smile that elicited a chorus of gasps. Upon reaching Huaiwen Palace, while it was indeed a palace, it was far from the grandeur of Fengxi Palace. It resembled a quaint villa, with a main hall that barely qualified as a principal chamber. Yet, upon entering the courtyard, a different scene unfolded. Lush bamboo groves, verdant grass, a small bridge over flowing water, and crystal-clear springs cascading over stones led down a pebbled path deeper within. Flanked by unusual flowers and herbs, a picturesque and poetic vista. Walking along the winding path, Wu Qian felt as though he had transformed into a poet, yearning to compose verses, only to realize he lacked the skill. Following the guiding palace maid, he entered the hall and was immediately enveloped by the soothing fragrance of incense, which was utterly enchanting. In the hall, before a qin table, sat a slender figure clad in purple, kneeling gracefully with long hair cascading down to her waist. Her back turned to the entrance as she skillfully adjusted the strings of the instrument, producing a melodic tinkling sound. Deeply engrossed, she seemed utterly oblivious to her surroundings. Wu Qian, cautious not to disturb the consort, hesitated to disrupt this exquisite tableau. Cradling the food box, he stood respectfully at the entrance, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. Just the silhouette alone evoked admiration within him. How meticulous! Such attention to detail. At that moment, Wu Qian, having recently entered the foundational realm, felt as though he possessed the ability to see through illusions. He scrutinized the enchanting scene before him, his mind racing with contemplations. Dreaming too cautiously, he mused. As he swallowed hard, the sound echoing audibly. Hearing this, the beautiful woman turned her head, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Her lively eyes now tinged with a hint of wariness. Her elegant, unadorned visage resembled a watercolor painting brought to life, untouched by cosmetics, yet imbued with a subtle allure that left one feeling refreshed after merely a glance. It was indeed this face. Wu Qian's heart raced, a jolt coursing through him. He had nearly lost his soul to its charm last time. Thankfully, he had not brought his spirit with him this outing. Wait, where's my soul? Upon recognizing Wu Qian, Ji Guifei nodded, her astonishment piqued by his dazed expression. Can a eunuch be so lewd? Regaining his composure, Wu Qian hastily knelt to pay his respects. The medicinal cuisine for the lady has arrived, he announced. Raising the food box high, Ji Qing rose gracefully, her steps light as she approached Wu Qian, gesturing for him to rise without formalities. Her exquisite feet, clad in pristine embroidered shoes, were right before him. Taking a deep breath, Wu Qian stood, glancing around the hall to find no palace maids present, uncertain to whom he should present the food box. Sensing his awkwardness, Ji Qing lifted her delicate hand, her fair skin glowing radiantly, extending it toward him. Just give it to me, Wu Gonggong, she said, devoid of any airs of nobility. Wu Qian offered it with both hands. And seeing Ji Guifei place the food box on the table, he could not allow her to serve herself and hurriedly followed suit. I shall attend to the lady during her meal. Ji Qing said nothing and did not refuse. After placing the box on the table, she gracefully took a seat, watching as Wu Qian carefully extracted the medicinal dishes. Since their last encounter in Fengxi Palace, Ji Qing had felt something amiss, particularly with the scent that lingered around Wu Qian, unmistakably reminiscent of Min Fengli. This perplexing detail had occupied her thoughts for quite some time, leading to audacious conjectures. Once this idea took root, her imagination spiraled out of control, with increasingly numerous questions arising. Why was Min Fengli's complexion so rosy? Why did her gaze linger on Wu Qian? Why had she appeared slightly fatigued that day? Summoning Wu Qian this time was driven by Ji Qing's insatiable curiosity, a desire to test her theories and validate her suspicions. Observing Wu Qian's infatuated expression only heightened her doubts, yet she dared not reach any firm conclusions, opting instead to continue her observations. Could there truly be scandalous misdeeds within the inner palace? Ji Qing fixed her gaze on Wu Qian, trying to discern any clues from his expression, only to discover that this eunuch was rather handsome, with delicate features and a complexion like white jade. He carried himself with an elegance that was rare among his kind. Unlike other eunuchs, he was not effeminate or servile in demeanor. Had he not undergone castration, he might have been a striking scholar. Ji Qing found herself momentarily entranced, feeling a pang of regret for him. Startled by her own thoughts, she quickly composed herself, pondering whether this was the reason behind the favored concubine's unusual interest. This thought gained some affirmation in her mind. Noticing that Wu Qian had retrieved a medicinal dish from the box, a bowl of lingji by Feng Danhua soup, and placed it on the table, Ji Qing casually remarked, "A few days ago, I saw you at the Phoenix Rest Palace. Were you there to deliver meals?" Wu Qian paused, taken aback. Wasn't the inquiry supposed to revolve around the medicinal dish? Why was she now questioning him? He dared not admit that he was there to offer comfort and merely nodded in a somewhat guilty manner. Perhaps she has already finished her meal? Hearing Wu Qian's half-hearted excuse, Ji Qing smiled faintly. Indeed, there had been medicinal dishes at the Phoenix Rest Palace, but they had been left on the ground, the box stained with blood, rendering them inedible. If Wu Qian had truly delivered the meals, how could he have been unaware? Moreover, he had been drenched in blood at the time. Ji Qing found it hard to believe that any eunuch would dare to deliver meals in such a state. His feeble fabrication suggested he was hiding something. Ji Qing chose not to expose Wu Qian's deception just yet. Remembering that there had been a corpse at the scene, she continued her questioning. Who was the person on the ground that provoked such wrath from Sister Min that day? From the very first question, Wu Qian recognized that Ji Qing's intentions were not as innocent as they seemed. Today was not about discussing the medicinal dishes, it was about him. However, he was uncertain whether Ji Qing was targeting him or aiming to confront Min Fengli. Regardless of the motive, Wu Qian felt he could not afford to be careless. That was Fan Dai, the eunuch from the medicinal kitchen. Unsure if Ji Qing was already aware, Wu Qian refrained from fabricating a story, opting instead to steady the situation and test her intentions gradually. Fan Dai. Ji Qing's heart skipped a beat as she recalled having heard that name before. He was the deputy supervisor of the medicinal kitchen, but was not the current deputy supervisor standing right in front of her? If that were the case, it raised the possibility that the murder was committed for Wu Qian's sake. Was it a crime of passion among eunuchs? Or was it a case of a secret being discovered, necessitating silence through violence? Although unaware of Ji Qing's thoughts, Wu Qian could tell from her wandering gaze that she harbored no benevolent intentions. He hastily clarified. He insulted the favored concubine and was executed on the spot. Ji Qing nodded gently, maintaining an outward calm while internally marking Wu Qian with another note of suspicion. The Phoenix Rest Palace was rumored to be the hell for eunuchs, with Min Fengli as their ruler. How could a mere deputy supervisor dare to insult a living deity? Such blatant disregard suggested that Min Fengli's involvement in Fan Dai's death was not merely a possibility, it was all but certain. Ji Qing picked up the soup bowl, took a casual sip, and returned it to the table, seemingly uninterested. She then resumed her place at the zither, her delicate fingers lightly resting on the strings. As she glided her hand across them, a melodious sound akin to flowing water resonated. Wu Qian, lacking the inclination to listen to the music, seized the opportunity to excuse himself and make his departure. However, Ji Qing paid him no heed, kneeling before the zither and aligning its ancient body. With her left hand pressing the strings and her right hand plucking, a series of enchanting notes filled the air, fluctuating in pace and intensity, mirroring her capricious emotions. After a series of subtle probing, Ji Qing had largely confirmed her suspicions regarding the relationship between Min Fengli and Wu Qian. It was far from ordinary. While she could not ascertain the extent of the impropriety, the inclination towards scandal was inevitable, merely a matter of time. Though she had resolved one concern, a greater mystery arose in her mind. What could a mere eunuch possess that would captivate someone as aloof as Min Fengli? Could he possibly be a false eunuch? This new doubt lingered, igniting her insatiable curiosity. Ultimately, her thirst for knowledge overwhelmed her reason, and Ji Qing resolved to keep Wu Qian for further inquiry. Eager to discern what it was that Min Fengli saw in him, the music softened, becoming gentle and delicate, as if transforming into a gentle rain that slowly descended upon the world. As the melody came to an end, Ji Qing pressed her hands upon the strings and softly inquired of Wu Qian beside her. Is your excellency very busy? Chapter 61. Alleviating worries ignored by the consort. Wu Qian found himself at a loss. However, as the zither's sound developed, he gradually found solace amidst his anxiety, slowly losing himself in the music, eventually becoming entranced. Abruptly awakened by Ji Qing's words, he momentarily struggled to gather his thoughts before exclaiming, "What a splendid piece!" Unexpectedly, Wu Qian's response veered off topic. Upon hearing the sudden praise, Ji Qing smiled slightly. "Do you also comprehend the nuances of the zither?" "Well, I have some understanding of the harmonica," he replied. Ji Qing had never heard of a harmonica, considering it a rather obscure instrument, and she brushed it aside. "Yet, you still have not answered my question." Wu Qian, still immersed in the lingering echoes, reflexively compared it to the music of his past life, and replied, "Not busy at all. I have completed all my tasks." "Since you are not busy, why the urgency? I happen to have some questions to discuss." Wu Qian regretted his words as soon as they left his mouth. But upon hearing Ji Qing, he thought she had finally remembered to inquire about medicinal cuisine. He was willing to change the subject and nodded in agreement. "Are you well versed in poetry and prose?" "No." "What about ink and wash painting?" "No." Ji Qing was increasingly perplexed. If he knew nothing, why did Min Fengli regard him with such distinction? "What are your areas of expertise, then?" Wu Qian, feeling increasingly pressed, thought it akin to an interrogation. She had asked everything except about medicinal cuisine. His previous occupation had been quite unique. He certainly did not possess knowledge of such trivial matters. Though he did know how to give a massage. "Our household is skilled in massage." Wu Qian, disregarding the intricacies, simply wished for Ji Qing to finish her inquiries and release him. Massage? Ji Qing did not ponder much. After all, holding a book could also serve as a form of massage. What skill was that, after all? Could he truly win over Min Fengli with mere massage? How would he massage? Wu Qian flexed his fingers, embracing a pragmatic mindset of speaking less and doing more, and directly approached her. In Ji Qing's astonished gaze, he placed his hands upon her fragrant shoulders. As he pressed, he remarked that someone like the noble consort, who often played the zither and wrote, was prone to neck and shoulder fatigue, and a gentle kneading could alleviate both body and mind. Though he spoke of relaxation, the moment his hands made contact, Ji Qing felt increasingly tense. Sensing her guardedness, Wu Qian gently coaxed her, "Noble consort, you must learn to relax. If you remain constantly on guard, you will miss the essence of it all. Just as you feel the vibrations of the zither strings, allow yourself to relish the sensation of your skin being pressed." Listening to his mellifluous counsel likened to the zither, Ji Qing indeed began to unwind, experiencing waves of softness radiating from her shoulders. From skin to flesh, from flesh to bone, and from bone to heart, Ji Qing, who navigated the treacherous waters of the inner palace, had not let her guard down even for a moment. Now, accompanied by a soothing sensation from within, she finally felt her body and spirit completely relax, as if bathed in a gentle spring breeze. Meanwhile, the warmth of Wu Qian's hands became increasingly distinct, a sensation unlike that of merely holding a book. Ji Qing mused inwardly. Unlike other noble consorts, she had familial backing. Yet her passion lay in calligraphy and painting, far removed from the path of cultivation. In the esteemed realm of the Great Chong, this rendered her somewhat inferior. Upon entering the palace, she found herself surrounded by extraordinary concubines, which only heightened her sense of tension, fearing that a single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Even in sleep, she dared not fully relax, and over time, her spirit had grown weary. With Wu Qian's assistance, a wave of drowsiness washed over Ji Qing, and she slowly began to close her eyes. Observing the change, Wu Qian softly suggested, "Noble consort, would you prefer to recline on the couch? It would be more comfortable." Ji Qing opened her hazy eyes and softly acquiesced with a gentle murmur, allowing Wu Qian to support her as they made their way to the bedroom in the side hall. Wu Qian felt a surge of joy and unconsciously quickened his pace toward the chamber. The room exuded an antique charm, tranquil and elegant. A writing desk was positioned beneath the window, adorned solely with the four treasures of the study. The exquisitely crafted wooden bed emanated a faint, delicate fragrance. A piece of poetry hung above the headboard, and although it was a place for rest, it radiated an air of literary refinement. Once inside, Wu Qian could not restrain his gaze, surveying the surroundings, and ultimately could not help but softly exclaim, "Noble consort, your chamber is truly unique. It brings a sense of peace and joy upon entry. I worry that my ordinary presence might tarnish its elegance." He bore no thoughts of master and servant. When he saw something admirable, he felt compelled to express his admiration, for it would be unbearable to remain silent. To Ji Qing, it was merely amusing. Her room had always been devoid of visitors. Even if someone had seen it, they would likely remark that it was too simple, lacking the essence of a lady's boudoir. Today marked the first time she had ever received such praise. The eunuch had misspoken, for she often heard that a woman's chamber should be exquisite and warm, and that the realms of writing and rest should not be intertwined. Wu Qian rolled his eyes. Having encountered numerous trivial matters, why should he conform to the whims of the crowd? It was merely a bedroom. What harm was there in indulging oneself? He felt a sense of injustice for Ji Qingming, and in his fervor, he forgot to temper his words, letting coarse language slip from his lips. They understood nothing, just a bunch of mundane beings daring to speak of literary elegance. One should remain true to oneself, focusing on one's own preferences without regard for others' opinions. Ji Qing looked at him in surprise. Unfazed by Wu Qian's crude remarks, she instead felt a sense of kinship. Grateful for his candidness, Wu Qian helped the imperial concubine to the edge of the bed, and with a newfound moral resolve, he exerted himself even more. Gently, he lifted her legs and adjusted the embroidered pillow, attending to her as she reclined upon it. He was meticulous in his touch, ensuring each motion was tender and precise. Ji Qing seemed entranced, feeling no hint of displeasure or weariness as she lay on the bed, gazing blankly at Wu Qian. "Imperial concubine, perhaps you should turn over. It's difficult to attend to you from this angle," he suggested. Ji Qing's face flushed, though she felt it was somewhat inappropriate. She could not resist the comfort of his ministrations. Reassuring herself that it was merely a massage, she elegantly turned over. Lying face down on the bed, Ji Qing felt a rush of shyness, revealing her graceful back and delicate waist before Wu Qian. He beheld this exquisite tableau, overwhelmed by its beauty. Yet, uncertain of Ji Qing's intentions, Wu Qian remained cautious, unable to savor the scene. As time passed, however, he sensed her hostility waning, and her inquiries ceased. Relaxing, he allowed his mind to wander. His hands instinctively moved to her slender waist, akin to the winding paths of a secluded garden, smooth and filled with mystery. The softness beneath his fingers was captivating, prompting him to begin alleviating her worries. He pondered the reason for Ji Qing's summoning him. Her questions made it evident that she was concerned about the matters involving Min Fengli and himself. Had she discovered Min Fengli calling him Wu Lang? If she had, she should have sought to expose him, whether to tarnish his reputation or to harm Min Fengli. Why summon him, then? It seemed unnecessary and could easily alert the other party. Moreover, Ji Qing's subsequent softening of attitude suggested she had no intention of revealing anything. There was no threat or coercion directed at him, which was peculiar. Unless, perhaps, she had no intention of exposing him at all, summoning him for a massage while knowing the secret. If it wasn't he to unveil the truth, then it must stem from jealousy. Considering Ji Qing's transformation, Wu Qian believed it was not only possible, but highly likely. Chapter 62. A clash of wits. The fragrant smoke wafted gently from the main hall, slowly drifting into the adjoining chamber, infusing the elegant room with a touch of warmth. A pair of hands gracefully traversed the waist, moving towards the soft and elegant back. Growing ever gentler, Wu Qian, having discerned the outcome, exhibited no hint of negligence. Instead, he felt a pang of compassion for the untouchable, talented woman before him. Although she was a lofty and unattainable royal concubine, she lacked even a single person to care for her, whether it be Min Fengli or Ji Qing. Ji Qing, in particular, resembled a startled bird. Her initial tension and the complexity of her gaze made it evident, stirring within him an urge to offer her solace. The emperor's obsession with cultivating immortality was to blame. Reflecting upon the multitude of concubines in the palace, Wu Qian felt an overwhelming weight upon his shoulders. Yet the thought of moral value led him to believe that no matter how arduous the path, it was worth it. It is all because of my overwhelming charm. The greater the allure, the heavier the responsibility. With this thought, Wu Qian could not help but sigh. What is the matter, Your Excellency? Ji Qing, feeling the tender touch of his hands, weakly inquired. It is nothing. If the royal concubine is weary, you need only rest, and need not concern yourself with me. Sometimes, one must learn to set aside their worries. To hold on to everything will only crush oneself. He began to gently persuade her, his soft words penetrating her heart. With a soft acknowledgement, Ji Qing fell silent, truly succumbing to sleep. Wu Qian understood that only those who felt profoundly exhausted would immediately drift into slumber when afforded a moment of relaxation. It seemed that mortals fared even worse in the palace. Without needing to delve into Ji Qing's past, he could surmise the essence of her plight. Had he not endured similar trials? In times of lower cultivation, he had hesitated even to exert himself in trivial matters. Though the sleeping concubine lay there for his taking, Wu Qian could not bring himself to disturb her peaceful dreams. He gazed at the gentle rise and fall of her back, suppressing the urge to press a few more times. After casting a few lingering glances, he steeled himself to rise. Fearing that departing without a word would be impolite, he inscribed a few words on a piece of paper before leaving. The most fleeting of moments cannot be retained. The rosy visage bids farewell to the mirror as flowers part from the trees. He hoped Ji Qing would cherish the beautiful moments bestowed upon her. After casting one last deep glance at Ji Qing, he stealthily exited the Huiwen Palace. Upon receiving the anticipated system notification, Wu Qian realized that his conjectures had proven correct, and his visit had indeed served a purpose of alleviation. The memory of Ji Qing's graceful silhouette lingered, prompting him to give himself 2 sharp slaps. Calculating the moral value accrued at 250 points, he felt as though even the system was chastising him. That night, Wu Qian utilized the remaining 313 points of moral value to elevate his cultivation to the 9th level of foundation establishment. He then succumbed to a deep sleep, seeking to mend the regrets of the day within his dreams. Your Highness, please do not come over. Suddenly, a cacophony from outside the room jolted Wu Qian awake. He opened his eyes to see flickering flames outside the window, casting shadows of figures rushing by. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Wu Qian sprang up and hurried outside to investigate. The firelight emanated from the courtyard, where an uncountable number of guards surrounded the medicinal kitchen, torches in hand. As he gazed at the blazing inferno outside the courtyard, Wu Qian momentarily believed that Fan Tong had come to confront him, almost turning to flee in panic. Fortunately, upon noticing the imposing presence of the Imperial guards stationed outside, he managed to steady his nerves. The others in the medicinal kitchen had already emerged, their faces etched with anxiety as they fixated on the entrance, clearly aware of the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, the steward, Wu Ho, stood resolutely at the threshold, single-handedly barring the entrance to the multitude of guards, forbidding any unauthorized entry. Summoning Xiao Chui, Wu Qian learned through inquiry that 2 concubines from the inner palace had suddenly perished, prompting an imperial edict that commanded the imperial guards to seal off the palace and investigate the matter thoroughly. Thus commenced the nocturnal search. Upon hearing of the concubines' misfortune, Wu Qian was taken aback, but once he confirmed that Min Fengli and Ji Qing were not implicated, he breathed a sigh of relief. With the steward having already taken charge, Wu Qian deemed it unnecessary for him, as the deputy steward, to further intervene, opting instead to remain by Xiao Chui's side and observe the developments. The Imperial Guards appeared to be well prepared this time, armed not only with a secret decree but also with documents from the Astral Monitoring Bureau. They were merely awaiting approval from the Directorate of Ceremonies. According to the guards, they were in the process of securing this authorization. However, given the gravity of the situation, the guards insisted on conducting their search without delay to avoid overlooking any suspicious details. Wu Ho, unwavering, reiterated that not a single person could be admitted until the documents were complete, unless they could present a decree personally issued by the emperor. As the standoff intensified, the guards, emboldened by their numbers, pressed forward, attempting to coerce entry. Wu Ho stood firm. Wu Qian observed the unfolding drama, acutely aware of the numerical disadvantage his side faced, with none daring to move. Finally, he could no longer restrain himself, rolling up his sleeves and stepping forward. Was this not an act of bullying against the elderly? Since a confrontation seemed inevitable, he felt compelled to offer assistance, lest his superior feel disheartened by the lack of support. Just as he positioned himself behind Wu Ho, Wu Qian was startled by a booming laugh. The steward commanded considerable respect, seemingly dismissing even the Astral Monitoring Bureau. A magnificent steed, radiating an emerald glow, burst forth from the throng. Ridden by a formidable figure, a man of robust stature, with dark skin, thick brows, and a full beard, clad in heavy armor that weighed over 100 pounds. He was the only one audacious enough to ride a horse within the palace confines, Min Guifei's cousin, the commander of the Imperial Guards. The guards outside quickly parted to make way. Wu Qian was witnessing an extraordinary martial artist for the first time. Understanding that extraordinary equated to a foundational level of physical cultivation, though he was uncertain of the man's combat prowess. However, judging by the ruggedness and robust appearance of Min Qiao, he presumed he could endure considerable punishment. Given that both parties were leaders, Wu Qian refrained from further reprimanding anyone, choosing instead to stand by Wu Ho and lend his support. He lacked the audacity to assert himself in the face of such a commanding presence, especially in the dead of night. Wu Ho was acutely aware that his previous altercation with the Imperial Guards had left Min Qiao feeling slighted. In Wu Ho's mind, the demise of 2 concubines was not a significant issue. Even if an investigation were to be conducted, it could be done discreetly. In the realm of Min Ho, while disregarding other matters, the focus quickly converged upon the medicinal kitchen, creating quite an uproar. It was evident that some sought to exploit their newfound investigative authority to settle personal scores. Min Qiao exhibited no intention of retreating, casually clearing his ears at the remark. Chief Steward Wu jested, asserting that even the commander was bound by circumstance. The 2 imperial concubines bore no visible injuries or signs of poisoning, yet their meridians were severely disrupted. The coroner suspected a connection to what they had consumed. If not the medicinal kitchen, where else could they investigate? Wu Ho chuckled in disbelief. Was it the coroner's suspicion or the commander's? Did it truly matter? Min Qiao, having finished clearing his ears, placed his fingers to his lips and blew gently. His visit to the medicinal kitchen was not merely to stir trouble over Wu Ho's previous misconduct, but also due to matters concerning Fan Tong. Having some private acquaintance with Fan, he had previously vowed to assist in eliminating Wu Qian, only to inadvertently dispose of Fan's nephew instead, thus losing his touch. Fan, nearly furious, was calmed only by Min Qiao's assurance that the matter would not be left unresolved. The lost skill was something Min Qiao resolved to reclaim, and the lost face he intended to restore. Now wielding significant power and commanding a formidable force, he found himself at an undeniable advantage, rendering even the act of performing a play feel like a waste of time. Should he be allowed entry, he would simply avoid confrontation. If denied, it would be tantamount to defying a royal decree, the repercussions of which he would need to contemplate. Wu Ho, undaunted, not only refused to retreat, but also stepped forward. According to his knowledge, there was no scheduled day for preparing medicinal meals, and even if issues arose, how could they implicate the medicinal kitchen? Surely the commander would not be ignorant of such details. Whether or not something had been delivered would only be discerned through an inspection. Everyone who entered the inner palace today was to be taken for questioning. Min Qiao understood that the medicinal kitchen was Wu Ho's lifeblood, and given the style of the Bureau of Rights, they regarded the kitchen with even greater significance than Wu Ho himself, making it highly unlikely they would grant permission for the Imperial Guards to enter. Thus, he intended to forcefully infiltrate, provoking Wu Ho into action, which would then provide a convenient pretext to eliminate him under the guise of insubordination. This would serve not only as retribution, but also as an explanation to Fan Tong. An old man of the 9th stage of qi refinement was hardly a concern for Min Qiao. Chapter 63, A Subtle Disquiet. One rode in, while another stood firmly in place, neither willing to concede ground. Just as Wu Ho's gaze turned cold, contemplating whether to continue concealing his true capabilities. And as Wu Qian prepared to discreetly withdraw for self-preservation, a small leader of the Imperial Guards suddenly approached on foot, whispering to the commander. Upon hearing this, Minho Tiao's brow relaxed, revealing a satisfied smile. Chief Steward Wu, this afternoon someone reported seeing a eunuch from the medicinal kitchen moving within the inner palace. Are you aware of this? Wu Ho, genuinely oblivious, had entrusted the deputy steward to Wu Qian, and the young man had managed affairs so efficiently that he had seldom inquired about such minor matters. The personnel from the medicinal kitchen had just departed when a death occurred in the imperial harem. Yet you continue to obstruct me, the commander, as if harboring a guilty conscience, deliberately impeding the investigation to conceal evidence. With the concrete information about the imperial kitchen, Minho Tiao grew increasingly confident, even foregoing a forceful entry into the medicinal kitchen. Observing Minho Tiao's unwavering assertions, Wu Ho felt an ominous sensation rising within him and casually inquired to those behind him, "Who among you has stepped out?" Wu Qian instantly understood that Minho Tiao was referring to him, and Wu Ho was inquiring about him as well, realizing that trouble was brewing. Before he could vehemently deny it, the eyes of the crowd from the medicinal kitchen turned towards him, each gaze sharp and piercing, leaving Wu Qian feeling cornered. How could he possibly refute this? He swallowed hard and, with a pale countenance, nodded in acknowledgement. "I believe I may have stepped out." At this moment, even the Imperial Guards turned their attention to Wu Qian, making him the center of attention. Minho Tiao was no exception, his eyes sparkling with interest. Was this not the delicate, fragile youth described by Fan Tong? Wu Ho's choice for this successor was indeed strikingly naive. "Take him away." Minho Tiao wiped away the drool from the corner of his mouth and, without waiting for Wu Qian to explain, commanded the arrest. Wu Ho, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, felt that any further obstruction would be unreasonable. However, failing to intervene would surely spell disaster for Wu Qian. A heavy silence enveloped the scene. Wu Qian was genuinely anxious now. Wu Ho had warned him about the conflict with the Imperial Guards. If taken away, he might not return alive. Moreover, judging by Minho Tiao's avaricious gaze, there would be torment awaiting him before his life was extinguished. It was possible that even his innocence would be stripped away. Wu Qian retreated repeatedly, preparing to flee, disregarding the risk of exposure to his true abilities. At that moment, the small leader who had just delivered a message reappeared on horseback, reporting to Minho Tiao, "Commander, news has arrived from the Huiwen Palace. Consort Ji has testified for Wu Qian, stating that he has been attending to her all day and had no opportunity to harm anyone." Upon hearing this, Minho Tiao's fury surged, cursing his subordinate for their lack of insight and wishing they had postponed their announcement. He shot a fierce glare at his subordinate. "Could you not convey your message in one go?" After this commotion, a considerable amount of time was successfully delayed, and finally, the director of ceremonies reacted. 3 eunuchs arrived in haste to intervene, with Sun Mantang leading the way. Before they even reached the scene, their delicate voices could be heard. "What is going on here? Who allowed you to surround this place?" Ignoring the Imperial Guard's obstruction, they forcefully pushed their way to Minho Tiao, loudly admonishing, "Impudence! Without the permission of the director of ceremonies, who permitted you to forcibly invade the sacred grounds of the medicinal kitchen." Minho Tiao's expression darkened. He knew that if this disturbance continued, he would inevitably confront the 2,000-year-old authority. Recognizing his disadvantage, he could only remain sulking in place. "Which of your eyes saw me forcefully intruding?" Sun Mantang sneered coldly. "Wasn't permission the matter at hand? I am the permission. However, it is only granted to one. Send someone with me to enter, and you may conduct your investigation." In the twilight of the evening, Minho Tiao discerned that the tides had turned unfavorably. With a disdainful snort, he relinquished control to his trusted confidant, Guo Laosi, and departed with purposeful strides. News of the incident spread swiftly through the inner palace, and soon all courtiers were engulfed in trepidation, acutely aware that a concubine had met with a tragic fate. Within the confines of Fengxi Palace, Min Fengli learned of the Imperial Guard's nocturnal raid on the medicinal kitchen and promptly instructed Qitong to provide an alibi for Wu Qian, so as to shield him from potential repercussions. She was to assert that Wu Qian had remained in Fengxi Palace, and his affairs bore no connection to the 2 concubines involved. Given her standing in the palace, the veracity of her claims mattered little. It sufficed that she conveyed the essence of her message, ensuring that the Imperial Guards would refrain from pursuing Wu Qian. Qitong hesitated, having received new intelligence that she struggled to convey to the noble consort. Observing her reluctance, Min Fengli furrowed her brow and urged her to speak. "Your Highness, the Huiwen Palace has interceded on his behalf, claiming that Wu Qian has been in their company." The mention of Huiwen Palace momentarily startled Min Fengli, but her countenance swiftly hardened. "Ji Qing." By the time the Imperial Guards concluded their investigation and departed, dawn had already broken. Wu Qian had narrowly evaded disaster. Yet an unsettling sense of foreboding lingered, as if a chill had settled upon him. assuming it was merely a remnant of fear. He immersed himself in labor to distract from his unease. Upon accumulating a moral value of 150, Wu Qian found no respite. Recalling the previous night's accusations against him, he feared that the little mustached informant had betrayed him. He summoned Xiao Chui to inquire about the informant's whereabouts. When you delivered the meal yesterday, I kept a close watch on him. He did not leave, nor did anyone visit the medicinal kitchen. There was no opportunity for him to relay any messages. Xiao Chui promptly grasped the implication and provided a resolute response. Quite honest, Wu Qian acknowledged with a nod of approval. Since the informant was not the source of his troubles, it must have been a passerby. After all, with so many admirers proud to witness the eunuch's light, it was hardly surprising that rumors had reached the Shangshan supervisory office. He then instructed Xiao Chui to summon the informant once more, directing him to venture to the Shangshan supervisory office to gather any intelligence. The little mustached informant, obedient to his command, promptly set off to seek information. After completing these tasks, Wu Qian remained restless and retreated to his quarters. At that moment, Qitong arrived at the medicinal kitchen, standing at the entrance without entering, specifically requesting to see Wu Qian. Her visit was solely to convey a message. Wu Qian was to present himself at Fengxi Palace at the third watch of the afternoon. As the noble consort wished to see him, having delivered her message, she departed without a backward glance. Wu Qian's anxiety intensified, and upon observing Qitong's unfriendly demeanor, he lost the inclination to jest with her. After a long wait, he eventually made his way to Fengxi Palace. The aftermath of the concubine's sudden demise still reverberated, evidenced by the doubled presence of guards along the route, with each courtyard reinforced by additional personnel. This was both a measure of safety and a means of confinement, necessitating thorough inspections for all comings and goings. Armed with the insignia of the deputy manager, Wu Qian navigated through layers of inquiries and finally arrived at Fengxi Palace. With the golden token bestowed by the emperor, he entered the palace unhindered, reaching the familiar grand hall. At that moment, Min Fengli was just receiving the news Qitong had brought. Thus, he truly went to the painting and writing palace and lingered there for half a day. Qitong nodded slightly. What transpired there remained a mystery to the other maidens. They only knew that after Ji Qing regained consciousness, he sat in a daze for a long while, clutching a piece of letter paper. Min Fengli furrowed her brow, keenly sensing a point of suspicion. What does it mean to have awakened? She pondered. Was he asleep? Qitong nodded once more, uncertain of when he had fallen asleep. However, Wu Qian had not yet awakened when he departed. Min Fengli's brow unfurled, and she unexpectedly smiled with delight. Yet, Qitong understood that this was merely a manifestation of the imperial concubine's rising ire. Such boundless energy. Suddenly, the palace doors swung open. Chapter 64. A misunderstanding. Wu Qian strode resolutely into the hall, inhaling the familiar scent, his steps firm and assured. The beauty upon the couch remained as before, though her delicate visage seemed to be shrouded in a layer of frost. The palace felt cooler than usual. Wu Qian quickened his pace, addressing Min Fengli. I pay my respects to the imperial concubine. Get out. It was not Qitong, but Min Fengli herself who spoke this time. Wu Qian was taken aback, bewildered as to how he had offended her, and dared not argue. He could only retreat and close the palace door, preparing to try again. Knock, knock, knock. I pay my respects to the imperial concubine. There was no response. Imperial concubine, may I enter? You may not. Wu Qian was stunned. How could this be? Summoning someone only to deny them entry? He felt it necessary to clarify what offense he had committed. The more he pondered, the more vexed he became, and he abruptly tossed his sleeves, standing his ground. Inside the hall, Min Fengli's chest rose and fell rapidly, clearly in genuine anger, her cold glare fixed upon the door. It seemed her gaze could pierce through the wooden barrier, perceiving Wu Qian outside. Observing Wu Qian's predicament, Qitong felt a surge of joy. She had long harbored a deep-seated loathing for Wu Qian, yet Min Fengli had always shielded him, leaving her powerless to act. At last, seizing the opportunity, Qitong interjected. I have always said he is no good, despicable and shameless, a beast in human guise. A eunuch who insists on mingling with women day in and day out will surely meet his end at their hands. Such a person is clearly unfit for service. He is unfit for service, but are you? Min Fengli cast a sidelong glance, redirecting her ire towards Qitong. Qitong was taken aback, hastily kneeling upon the ground, too intimidated to speak further. You too shall leave, stand with him. The palace door opened again, only to close once more. Wu Qian regarded Qitong beside him, his mind a whirlwind of questions. Why are you out here as well? Qitong shot him a fierce glare, remaining silent. Wu Qian, perplexed by the imperial concubine's fury and unable to grasp the cause, was determined not to relinquish this chance to converse with a living soul. Once more, he pressed his warm demeanor against Qitong's chilly disposition. Miss Qi, what has incited the imperial concubine's wrath? Who has offended her? Qitong glared at Wu Qian once more, this time with an unwavering intensity. expressing both her emotions and answering his query simultaneously. Me? Wu Qian exclaimed in disbelief. I haven't even visited the Fengxi Palace. How could I have offended her? Why do you accuse me so unjustly? If you wanted to come, you could have. Where else would you go if not to Fengxi Palace? To the Huiwen Palace? Wu Qian gasped in shock, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. Has the concubine found out? Qi Tong rolled her eyes, proudly declaring, in the harem, if the concubine desires to know, there are no secrets. Feeling that she had been implicated by Wu Qian, Qi Tong vented her dissatisfaction towards him. After all, they had already been expelled, so there was no need to worry about inciting the concubine's wrath. Moreover, concubine Ji even testified on your behalf before the imperial guards. Consider what good deeds you have done. Sweat beads formed on Wu Qian's forehead. He indeed hadn't done anything commendable, but this was a difficult matter to explain. Fortunately, he was a eunuch. Otherwise, it would be truly challenging to clarify. For the first time, Wu Qian felt that being a eunuch had its advantages. Now that he understood the reason, it made things easier. At least he wouldn't have to wander aimlessly, facing an uncertain fate. Wu Qian fell into contemplation, ignoring Qi Tong as he began to devise a strategy. These matters were not overly complex. It was merely that the concubine had momentarily succumbed to anger and stubbornness. The challenge lay in how to break the stalemate. As long as communication could be restored, the flames of anger could quickly be quelled under the soothing balm of sweet words. There was nothing that could not be resolved with a single bold move. If that failed, then another bold move would be necessary. Wu Qian's thoughts stirred, and he glanced at Qi Tong, as if he had found a glimmer of hope for resolution. Qi Tong felt a shiver from his gaze, sensing something peculiar in Wu Qian's deep eyes. Suddenly, Wu Qian spoke softly, Miss Qi Tong, I apologize. A sense of foreboding arose within her, and before she could inquire further, Wu Qian abruptly raised his voice in a seemingly mad outburst. You are outrageous. I will not allow you to speak ill of the concubine. How could she be a petty person, the noble concubine, being slandered as a jealous woman? What is your true intention? What are you staring at? Do you wish to provoke us? Protecting the dignity of the concubine is our duty and responsibility. We shall not shirk it. As Wu Qian rambled to himself, Qi Tong was utterly bewildered. She hadn't uttered a single word. Glancing around the hall, she suddenly understood his intent to frame her, her face flushing with anger and humiliation as she shouted, I will kill you. Wu Qian, fearing she wouldn't shout, quickly muttered a silent thanks. And before Qi Tong could act, he let out a piercing scream. Ah! He flung open the doors, tumbling to the ground, rolling across the entire hall until he finally came to a stop at Min Fengli's feet, grasping her jade-like leg. Concubine, save me. At this moment, Qi Tong rushed in, her fifth-level qi radiating fiercely, ready to strike down Wu Qian. This is absurd. Min Fengli's frosty visage stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Wu Qian. Without needing to lift a finger, a mere glance was sufficient to frighten Qi Tong into retreat. Your Highness, Qi Tong, was on the verge of tears, gazing anxiously at you, unsure of how to articulate my distress. I am well aware of my loyal servant, Min Fengli, who possesses the audacity to commit acts of violence when angered, yet would never dare utter a word to tarnish my reputation. It is clear that she has been ensnared by Wu Qian's schemes. Although I have surmised the truth, upon hearing Wu Qian's words, I found myself devoid of anger. I could only dismiss Qi Tong with a wave, emitting a cold hum as I retreated to my couch, brooding in solitude. However, my ire shifted towards Ji Qing, secretly resenting this superficial sisterhood that undermines me. As Wu Qian approached, I coldly remarked, as the deputy manager, you are burdened with responsibilities. How is it that you find time to visit Fengxi Palace? Do not neglect your duties. Wu Qian thought to himself that it was indeed my summons that brought him here, though such thoughts remained unspoken. Nevertheless, once he began to converse, the situation became manageable. He placed a hand over his heart and sat beside my feet. Your Highness, there has been a misunderstanding. Aside from Fengxi Palace, we have no other pressing matters. I sneered repeatedly. You and Ji Qing must have a similar tale to tell. A woman devoid of talent possesses virtue, having read countless trivial texts. Her intentions are hardly noble. A seductress, she ensnares one with a mere glance. Your perceptiveness is commendable, yet do not squander the fox spirit's goodwill. Wu Qian refrained from interrupting, allowing me to vent my frustrations before he sighed deeply. It truly is a misunderstanding, he began, recalling that our previous encounter marked the onset of Ji Qing's suspicions. He lowered his gaze, no longer seeking to clarify, enveloped in a profound sense of helplessness due to the misjudgment. Indeed, my attention was diverted, awakening from my fury as I fixed my gaze upon Wu Qian. Suspicion? What could she possibly suspect? A hint of unease crept in, even in my elevated position, eliciting a tinge of apprehension. Wu Qian dared not speak candidly. The notion of scandal was too harsh, thus he alluded to it meaningfully. How could I know her suspicions? She summoned me under the pretense of delivering meals, yet interrogated me as if I were a suspect, asking about my presence at Fengxi Palace that day and the identity of the deceased. My eyes gleamed with lethal intent. Is this inquiry directed at me? Seeking death. Chapter 65. The more you labor, the more you gain. The most melodious voice uttered the coldest words. Wu Qian was taken aback. Considering my temperament, it was highly probable I would act upon my threats. He merely intended to divert my focus, never wishing to cause Ji Qing's demise. Were we not sisters? How could the bond of sisterhood be so easily severed? This is unwise. I must meet with the esteemed Ji Guifei. Everyone in Huiwen Palace is aware that the person I just met has perished, and suspicion will undoubtedly fall upon me. I nodded in silence, and just as Wu Qian believed the matter settled, I spoke slowly. I understand. Not a single one shall remain. Wu Qian was utterly speechless, realizing that with one careless remark, he had entangled himself further. It became clear that the noble Min Guifei did not merely revel in the execution of eunuchs. She thrived on the act of murder itself. There seems to be no necessity for such actions. Furthermore, with 2 concubines recently meeting misfortune, the inner palace is under strict guard, filled with imperial guards. To commit murder at this juncture would be akin to defying the odds. Min Fengli fell into contemplation. She was unafraid of silencing others, nor did she fear acting against the tide. However, she could not ignore the repercussions it would have on the imperial guard. No matter how inept Min Hoqiao may be, he is still a member of the Min family. If he were to be unjustly blamed and punished for this, it would not be worth the cost. Yet, why was Wu Qian so terrified of bloodshed? Min Fengli sensed an unusual tension. The situation was likely more complex than he had portrayed. Are you truly only concerned about the uproar, not about Ji Qing? Regardless of the reason, murder is unacceptable. Wu Qian felt a surge of anxiety within, yet outwardly he remained composed, skillfully avoiding the crux of the matter. He declared, with a noble facade, "You are all sisters. Imprisoned in the inner palace, deprived of freedom, all suffering women. Why must women make life difficult for one another?" Hearing for the first time that entering the palace equated to imprisonment, Min Fengli was stirred by her thoughts, sorrow welling up within her. She felt that Wu Qian was the only one who truly understood her. Her hostility towards Ji Qing dissipated significantly, yet her lips remained stubbornly sealed. But you cannot keep running to her. Wu Qian realized they had finally navigated this hurdle. Ji Qing had survived, and he breathed a sigh of relief, quickly forcing a smile. "I want to run. It's all for work after all. Why would I wander aimlessly? Get up, stop pretending. You don't even know whether Qi Tong has made a move?" Seeing Wu Qian still sprawled on the ground feigning death, Min Fengli said with a hint of annoyance. Wu Qian chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had been seen through, and rose to Min Fengli's side, gently placing his hands on her shoulders. "Your Highness, may I give you a massage? I've missed attending to you these past few days. You've been haunting my dreams." Min Fengli responded with a soft hum, reclining into his embrace, whispering with an air of teasing, "I hope it's not dreams of me catching you in the act." Wu Qian's heart raced, fearing he had indeed been accurately guessed, and dared not speak further. He hurriedly helped the noble consort to lie down, expertly caressing her waist. For someone who had been tense for an extended period, the onset of relaxation often leads to impulsiveness. Not only was this true for Wu Qian, Min Fengli was similarly affected. Having bottled up a torrent of suppressed emotions, once she began to relax under Wu Qian's hands, she felt utterly weakened. Her lips unable to restrain soft murmurs, perhaps influenced by the previously tense atmosphere, or perhaps wishing to showcase himself even more before Min Fengli. Wu Qian was particularly attentive and direct this time. While the consort pondered, Wu Qian became entranced by her murmurs, his hands moving uncontrollably towards a treacherous abyss. Suddenly, Min Fengli's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom the scene unfolding before her. However, the subsequent moment was even more unforeseen. Those hands, tainted with guilt, did not cease. Instead, they embarked on an even darker, irrevocable path. Min Fengli had never felt such helplessness. She wished to intervene but found herself utterly powerless to voice her thoughts, and yet she could not bear to speak out. As his eyes gently closed once more, it was as if they had never been opened, yet a narrow slit remained, perpetually unshut. After half a day, the palace doors swung open again. Wu Qian, wiping his mouth, strode confidently out of the hall. The fruits of labor were indeed rewarding. The moral value he received was both unexpected yet reasonable. For Wu Qian had just learned that Min Fengli was, astonishingly, an untouched maiden. Outside, Qi Tong stood with a face full of lament, but upon seeing Wu Qian, her eyes immediately turned crimson, as if she were poised to act. Wu Qian remained unperturbed, setting aside the vast difference in strength. Min Fengli, having just tasted the sweetness of virtue, would not allow her to act rashly. Casting a disdainful glance her way, he softly cautioned, "Lower your voice. The favored concubine is asleep." With that, he hastened back to the medicinal kitchen, filled with urgency. With his moral value soaring to 663, coupled with the success rate of his Tianhui root and the doubling effect of the Jinyuan pill, he was on the brink of a breakthrough. How could he not be anxious? Reaching the golden core realm was not merely a testament to one's power, but also a mark of status. Upon attaining the golden core, should he encounter a situation like today's, there would be no need for lengthy discourse. As he dashed back to the medicinal kitchen, he spotted 3 figures in azure robes loitering outside the gate, whispering among themselves. Wu Qian's heart jolted as he recognized them as the astrologers from the Qintian Supervisory Bureau who had pursued him that day. After all these days, they had tracked him to the medicinal kitchen. He noticed a eunuch rushing towards him, and all 3 turned their gazes in unison. Do they resemble anyone? One inquired, holding a divination board. The others nodded silently. They all felt a sense of familiarity, yet the distance and darkness of that night had rendered their memories vague, insufficient for recognition. In that moment, none could confirm anything, and thus they politely inquired, "Esteemed eunuch, might you pause for a moment?" Wu Qian slowed his pace, gradually halting before the trio. Logically speaking, given the lack of activity over the past days, it should have indicated that there was not much of an issue. Otherwise, they would have come seeking him long ago, or perhaps apprehended him directly, rather than behaving so courteously, pretending it was his first encounter with them. Wu Qian deliberately glanced at the Qin insignia on their chests before responding with a polite bow. "Ah, it appears you are from the Qintian Supervisory Bureau. May I inquire what brings you here?" "Not at all, esteemed eunuch, but you are indeed headed to the medicinal kitchen?" "Precisely. I am the newly appointed deputy supervisor of the medicinal kitchen." Without hesitation, Wu Qian asserted his identity, recalling the advice of his superior that one's position was also a form of strength. The trio's expressions shifted to one of unease. As mere ordinary astrologers of the Qintian Bureau, they truly did not dare offend a deputy supervisor. However, it was a delicate matter. They could not refrain from asking. The one holding the divination board steadied his nerves and politely stated, "Ah, deputy supervisor, the Qintian Bureau is investigating a case and requires some information." Wu Qian nodded, looking at the 3 with a puzzled expression. "If there is a matter, why not discuss it inside?" The deputy supervisor chuckled lightly. "But the medicinal kitchen is a sacred ground of the inner palace. We would not dare to act recklessly." Wu Qian suddenly realized that even the Imperial Astronomy Bureau could not trespass into the medicinal kitchen. How could this be? The 3 were also on official business. What could not be discussed? "Open the door. The deputy chief steward has returned." As he spoke, he approached the courtyard gate and lightly tapped twice, prompting a palace maid to swing the door open. The 3, witnessing this, were filled with joy, silently praising their fortunate encounter. They hurriedly followed behind Wu Qian, as being allowed inside to investigate was undoubtedly the best outcome. Just moments ago, they had been met with the demand to present their credentials before discussing anything further. Upon entering the courtyard, Wu Qian, disregarding the 3 individuals trailing behind him, turned around and closed the door. The trio found themselves heavily shut out, staring at one another in confusion, unsure of what had transpired, and could only shout at the door, "Deputy Chief Steward, get out." Chapter 66. The hidden minister of Ma'in. The world is fraught with peril. The moral decay of society is most poignantly illustrated by the chilling indifference of those who have walked away, leaving only the bitter taste of cold tea behind. Even more painful than the departure of friends is the absence of the tea itself. Wu Qian paid no heed to the hurt he may have caused. Upon entering the courtyard, he first expressed his gratitude to Xiao Chui for opening the door, then swiftly dashed back to his room, cursing the 3 for wasting time. What is the use of talking if they cannot enter? Upon returning to his room, he closed the door and climbed onto his bed, the system activating promptly. Name: Wu Qian. Cultivation level: Foundation Establishment Stage 9. Level 1, Wisdom Root. Heavenly Wisdom Root 1. Lifespan Root 0. Moral Value 663. Demonic Seed Value 100. Technique: Huang Ting Wan Hua Jing. Earth Grade Treasure 100. Spell: Tian Di Jian Run. Divine Grade Supreme 100. Delay Zhan. Celestial Grade Treasure 100. He invested 299 points of moral value to elevate his realm to the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment, then initiated the breakthrough. Cultivation level: Foundation Establishment Stage 9 100. Heavenly Wisdom Root. Breakthrough Success Rate 50. He took out a golden yuan pill and swallowed it whole. The elixir, upon entering his abdomen, instantly transformed into countless streams of spiritual energy, ultimately converging in his spiritual platform. Breakthrough Success Rate 100. With a rapid succession akin to a machine gun, he unleashed a series of breakthrough commands, utilizing 300 moral values as ammunition. Cultivation level: Golden Core Stage 1, Level 1. Within Wu Qian's body, the upper, middle, and lower fields activated simultaneously, merging into a torrent of golden light that surged towards the Qian Palace. The golden radiance penetrated the crown of his head, condensing into a single golden grain that shimmered with brilliant light. As if unable to bear the weight of the golden luminosity, his mind trembled violently, causing Wu Qian to spit forth black blood, teetering on the brink of collapse. Just as a fissure appeared on the crown of his head, a beam of golden light finally broke through the barrier, soaring from the Baihui acupoint into the heavens, piercing the 9 skies. Countless streams of spiritual energy from the world seemed to respond to the proclamation of the golden light, rushing into Wu Qian's body like a stampede of galloping horses. In that instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, the stars dimmed, and the white moon lost its radiance. Fortunately, it was nighttime. Had this occurred during the day, the entire imperial city would have been plunged into darkness. Conversely, within the inner realm, a crimson sun rose majestically, illuminating the land and mountains below. In a fleeting moment, it was as though a long-dormant seed, destined for oblivion, burst forth from the earth, taking root and sprouting into a towering tree under the gentle caress of sunlight. Wu Qian found himself immersed in this inner landscape, reveling in the warm golden rays that enveloped him, experiencing the transformations unfolding in the present. As his consciousness began to drift away, the boundaries between self and other dissolved, leaving behind a profound emptiness. Meanwhile, outside the medicinal kitchen, 3 guards were the first to sense the violent tremors of the earth's spiritual essence. The one holding the divination plate attempted to initiate a reading, only to find the plate spinning uncontrollably, on the verge of shattering under the immense strain. Someone has disrupted the spiritual energy of the royal city. Quickly summon assistance. Another swiftly retrieved a communication jade pendant, crushing it in one hand, as a beam of white light streaked across the sky towards the direction of the astral monitor. Wu Ho also stepped outside, gazing up at the night sky from the inner courtyard, observing the transmission from the astral monitor with a heavy expression. He too sensed the fluctuations in spiritual power, yet could not pinpoint its exact location, only aware that it was near the medicinal kitchen. However, one thing Wu Ho was certain of was that such a violent reaction could not possibly be caused by someone of mere foundational cultivation. The astral monitor, by contrast, had the primary duty of overseeing the spiritual energies of the earth and predicting the royal fortunes. Thus it was equipped with secret techniques for observing these energies. Within the astral monitor's precincts lay devices capable of remotely surveying the world and detecting anomalies in spiritual power. Should any threat to the royal city's spiritual fortunes be detected, it would be treated as a matter of utmost importance, with efforts made to track down the culprit, regardless of distance, to present them before the sovereign for judgment. It was uncertain who possessed such remarkable skill and audacity to attempt a breakthrough within the imperial harem. Did they truly hold the astral monitor in such disregard? Wu Ho shook his head in resignation at this thought. A storm was brewing in the harem. That night, men and women, a large contingent of cultivators from the astral monitor, surged into the harem. They entered in groups of 5, each led by an individual holding a divination plate, systematically probing from the outer edges inward. After thoroughly investigating the harem, they ultimately converged near the medicinal kitchen, seeking to rendezvous with the communicator. Moments later, the chief of the astral monitor, Gao Taiwei, bearing a royal gold medal, knocked upon the door of the medicinal kitchen, followed closely by 3 cloaked cultivators. Wu Ho, having anticipated a night devoid of rest, had been waiting for some time and promptly opened the door upon hearing the sound. "Greetings, Master Wu. I trust you are well." Gao Taiwei, with his ethereal bearing and white hair, greeted with a smile and a respectful gesture. Wu Ho hurriedly returned the salutation, remarking that it had been years since he last saw the esteemed Master Gao, whose presence now radiated even more magnificently than before, truly earning his admiration. "We are seasoned veterans, indeed," Wu Ho replied, launching into a few well-placed pleasantries with conviction. Gao Taiwei stroked his white beard, his smile warm and amiable. Yet Wu Ho understood that behind that benevolent visage lay the formidable reality of a nascent soul cultivator. Beyond the nascent soul stage, there existed the realms of spirit consolidation, spirit refinement, and spirit transformation, collectively known as the divine realm. Once one entered the divine realm, they were considered half a deity. Gao Taiwei, a nascent soul cultivator, stood merely a step away from the divine realm, a step he had been striving to take for nearly 30 years. The regulations of the medicinal cuisine chamber are numerous, and I am disinclined to solicit documents from each household. Pray, is this plaque sufficient? As he spoke, he extended the imperial gold medal and handed it directly to Wu Ho. This gold medal, bestowed by the Son of Heaven, is unique in the realm, possessing the authority to bestow life and death upon sections. To behold it is akin to encountering the sacred. Wu Ho dared not refuse any longer. Moreover, even without any plaque, with Gao Taiwei's cultivation surpassing his own by 2 major realms, should he desire entry, the medicinal cuisine chamber would be powerless to impede him. Wu Ho could only inwardly lament, donning a smile and returning the medal. The supervisor belittled us, yet your presence here outweighs any document. With that, he opened the grand door wide. The medicinal cuisine chamber shone resplendently. Gao Taiwei entered with delight, disregarding the returned order. Rules are rules. Wu Ho could retain it until my departure. Observing the entry of 4 individuals, Wu Ho found himself at a loss, having spoken so grandly. He could not now declare that only one may enter. He silently followed behind, arriving at the outer courtyard. Without waiting for Gao Taiwei's request, he summoned a small cabinet and instructed it to rouse all residents for the inspection by the Xintian supervisor. Gao Taiwei had no desire for such trouble. With his prowess, a mere sweep of the premises would suffice to discern the situation. However, since Wu Ho had already called for assistance, he chose not to intervene. Wu Qian, though deeply immersed in his inner realm, was acutely aware of the commotion within the medicinal cuisine chamber. Upon entering the golden core realm, his spiritual awareness became almost sentient, allowing him to perceive the surrounding events effortlessly. Thus, he not only knew that the Xintian supervisor had arrived, but also that it was due to him. The reason lay in his recent breakthrough. Prior to this, Wu Qian was unaware of the necessity to absorb vast amounts of natural spiritual energy to condense the golden core within his body. Had he known, he would never have dared to attempt such a breakthrough within the palace. He would have sought a different locale, albeit the search for a spiritually abundant place is arduous. He could have resorted to a major sect, discreetly completing his breakthrough and then departing. This predicament, being cornered at the medicinal cuisine chamber with an old monster at the entrance, could have been avoided. Fortunately, the golden core had formed, and his body had undergone a substantial transformation. Wu Qian could feel the current differences without needing to look, which left him somewhat disoriented. However, as he activated the turtle shrinking technique to revert to the Qi refinement realm, the great tree within his inner landscape, as if time had reversed, shrank back into the earth, restoring an expanse of desolation. With renewed vigor, Wu Qian's confidence surged as he contemplated his plans. He rose to greet the inspection of the Xintian supervisor. Chapter 67. A perilous crisis in the outer courtyard. A throng of individuals stood, resembling troops awaiting inspection. Gao Taiwei, however, focused solely on Wu Qian's chamber, as if something of interest lay within. At this moment, Wu Ho's heart raced with uncertainty regarding the supervisor's intentions, and he offered an explanation for Wu Qian. Please remain calm, supervisor. The residents here are youthful and deep in slumber. Gao Taiwei smiled and shook his head, indicating his indifference. Just as the small cabinet was about to knock again, the door swung open, revealing Wu Qian, who emerged while rubbing his eyes. What was happening now? It had only been a few days since the Imperial Guards had stirred things up. Why were they at it again? With this thought, he approached behind Wu Ho. How audacious. This esteemed individual is the chief of the Astronomical Bureau. Even a mere spit from him could sustain you for half a lifetime. Hurry and pay your respects. As Wu Ho reprimanded Wu Qian, he proceeded to introduce Gao Taiwei. Upon learning that he was the newly appointed deputy chief, Gao Taiwei nodded repeatedly, casually remarking on the emergence of heroes in youth. However, the moment Wu Qian stepped out, Gao Taiwei had already averted his gaze, for Wu Qian was far too youthful. The 3 individuals accompanying him, however, held a different perspective, glaring at Wu Qian as if he were a formidable adversary, seemingly communicating. Weren't you the one who barred our entrance? Yet here we are. Wu Qian felt a tinge of guilt. He hadn't expected the slap in the face to come so swiftly and could only lower his head, pretending not to recognize them. Gao Taiwei showed little interest in the personnel from the medicinal kitchen, quickly discerning that their capabilities peaked at the 9th level of Qi refinement, which could hardly create such a stir. Thus, after a brief circuit of the courtyard, he ultimately halted at Wu Qian's door. Here, a faint ripple of spiritual energy was detectable, yet none emanated from Wu Qian himself. This was peculiar. Summoning 3 officers from the Communication Bureau, he inquired once more about their experiences at the scene. To his surprise, they unanimously pointed at Wu Qian, claiming it was upon his return that they sensed something unusual outside the medicinal kitchen. Their insistence tied the matter to Wu Qian. Gao Taiwei nodded silently and finally approached Wu Qian. The latter, wary and uncertain, pondered whether his concealed turtle shell technique could withstand scrutiny from a high-level nascent soul expert. At present, it seemed manageable, but what if a thorough investigation ensued? The spiritual energy was concealed in a delicate area. Should it be discovered during a close examination, trouble would inevitably arise. If it were a woman, he might manage, but an old man? That was simply unbearable for Wu Qian. As the individual approached, Wu Qian dared not take risks and began preparing for a desperate counterattack. I say, esteemed deities, we merely refrained from allowing you entry out of adherence to protocol. You mustn't take it personally. The 3 simultaneously lifted their heads, deliberately ignoring Wu Qian, adopting a haughty demeanor. They returned the grudge for having been toyed with to him. What nonsense. Wu Qian, intent on stirring the pot, directly berated the trio, You're merely riding on someone else's coattails. Enraged by his words, the three seethed with anger. What gall? You seek your own demise. Just wait. As tensions escalated toward confrontation, both Wu Ho and Gao Taiwei intervened to halt the escalation. Newly informed of the situation, Wu Ho furrowed his brow and inquired, "What on earth is happening?" Wu Qian feigned anger, dramatically seating himself to the side. "What is going on?" The chief asked Xiao Chui. Xiao Chui hurriedly emerged to elucidate the circumstances, mindful not to utter a single untruth in the presence of such distinguished figures. Immediately, Wu Qian recounted how he entered and closed the door, while the three watchmen knocked insistently. Wu Ho, upon hearing this, felt a sense of helplessness. What could he do in the midst of a children's quarrel but leave it to Gao Taiwei? Such matters were unworthy of concern. The chief monitor continued with his inquiries. Gao Taiwei, indeed, was perplexed by Wu Qian's words, and his suspicions began to wane as he inquired about Wu Qian's activities prior to his appearance. Practicing advancing, Wu Qian boldly declared. Wu Ho was taken aback. To speak so brazenly of such a sensitive matter was tantamount to self-incrimination, a reckless act. Yet, Wu Qian exhibited no fear, and before they could probe further, he unleashed the formidable aura of a second-tier qi refinement stage. The air stirred around him, imbuing him with an air of authority. You've already reached the second tier of qi refinement? How did you advance so swiftly? While the others remained relatively unfazed, Wu Ho was elated. Gao Taiwei was momentarily stunned, nearly bursting into laughter. Such a minor realm could hardly warrant such commotion, and he promptly dismissed his doubts. He then turned to his three subordinates, inquiring how they determined it was the medicinal kitchen and whether they had conducted a thorough investigation. The trio exchanged bewildered glances. The sensation was so palpable, as if the spiritual energy around them had been drained, leaving no room for error. Yet, when pressed on how they had detected it, they could only admit that the divination plate had ceased functioning, leaving them to rely on their experience. Since the chief monitor had posed the question, they could not remain silent, so they replied candidly, "The plate malfunctioned. We could not investigate further and had to rely on our judgment." This provided Wu Qian with an opportunity to spring to his feet, pointing accusatorily at the trio, declaring, "How dare you slander me? You merely resented being barred by me and seized the chance to frame our family." Seeing tensions rise once more, Wu Ho quickly intervened, instructing Wu Qian to return to his room and refrain from emerging. He then turned to the others, offering his sincere apologies. "I beg your pardon, esteemed gentlemen." The youth possesses an overly fiery temperament. After speaking, he approached Gao Taiwei, bowing deeply before him while raising the gold medal in his hand. "As I have aged and have little time left, Wu Qian is a carefully chosen young talent of mine. He may have his faults, but his honesty often attracts disdain. I implore you, esteemed monitor, to show leniency for my old bones, and not allow those beneath you to stoop to his level." Gao Taiwei promptly assisted him to his feet. Although Wu Ho's words appeared weak, they bore an underlying dissatisfaction. The discourse was half a plea and half a warning, which Gao Taiwei could not fail to perceive. He could only offer an awkward smile and respond, "Director Wu, your words are quite the affront to me. It was my subordinates who acted presumptuously, and I shall enforce stricter discipline henceforth." Accepting the gold medal, Gao Taiwei took his leave. He held no disbelief in his subordinates. Even if they were mistaken, the spiritual instruments of the astral observatory would not err. Unfortunately, these instruments only indicated direction and distance, meaning that even if it were not the medicinal kitchen, it would be unlikely to be far removed from it. Upon departing from the medicinal kitchen, two of his direct disciples, one male and one female, approached him immediately. However, Gao Taiwei frowned and remarked coolly, "There is something amiss with this Wu Qian." Two disciples followed closely behind, and the woman softly inquired, "Master, should we take him back for interrogation?" Gao Taiwei shook his head. "It may not necessarily be related to tonight's events." The two disciples exchanged puzzled glances, not comprehending the implication. The true realm of this individual remained unknown to the master. Yet it was evident he was not merely a second-stage qi refinement practitioner. Jin Shuelian was instructed to remain, selecting female disciples to continue investigating the fluctuations in spiritual energy, while keeping a discreet watch on this person. However, it must not be too overt. A 2,000-year-old individual should not be provoked without solid evidence. Jin Shuelian accepted the command and withdrew to select female cultivators. Gao Taiwei, accompanied by the others, returned to the Qintian Bureau. In the medicinal kitchen, once he confirmed that everyone had departed, Wu Qian finally exhaled in relief. The resurgence of his former vigor had nearly overwhelmed him. From this incident, Wu Qian grasped two crucial lessons. First, that henceforth, be it a major or minor breakthrough, he must choose a different location. Second, regardless of how insignificant a person may seem, one must never provoke them lightly. If enmity is to be incurred, it should be done decisively. After relaxing, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Having just broken through, Wu Qian could no longer resist and collapsed onto his bed, slipping into slumber. The emperor, upon learning of the news the following day, erupted in fury. He summoned the bureau chief, Gao Taiwei, to the court, vehemently criticizing the Qintian bureau for its incompetence. Recalling the sudden demise of the concubines and the theft of spiritual energy in the imperial city only added fuel to the fire, with Min Hoqiao also being implicated. The imperial guards had already determined the cause of death, which was linked to a certain medicinal herb known as the resurrection grass. This herb, a revered alchemical ingredient, was innocuous in itself, yet if ingested without proper refinement by those below the foundation establishment stage, its overwhelming yang properties could lead to the shattering of meridians and death. As this spiritual herb was not found within the palace, tracing its origins proved to be a daunting task. Upon learning this, the emperor consented to grant the imperial guards greater authority, demanding unconditional cooperation from all palace factions in the investigation, as long as it did not disrupt the established order. Ultimately, both parties were given a deadline, tasked with providing a satisfactory resolution within 3 months. After the court adjourned, Min Hoqiao stood alone in the empty hall, deep in contemplation. It was not a matter of his capabilities, but rather that the perpetrator had been exceedingly cautious, leaving no traces, with the motive still undetermined. Handing the case to anyone would result in a fruitless endeavor. With this thought, a spark of insight flickered in Min Hoqiao's eyes. Since it would yield no results regardless of whom it was entrusted to, why not relinquish it altogether? Chapter 68. Even copying is not an option. While the inner palace bore an air of tension, the medicinal kitchen remained tranquil. Following the events of the previous night, the personnel from the Qintian Bureau ceased their disturbances, only occasionally meandering nearby. At this moment, a busy figure appeared repeatedly throughout the medicinal kitchen. Having acclimatized to his physical transformations, Wu Qian, filled with immense joy, soon recognized a significant issue. Although he could now pursue any endeavor he wished, he could not act recklessly, for if his regeneration were discovered, his golden core realm would become impossible to conceal. He was unafraid of being expelled from the palace. Yet the thought of being suppressed and struck down again filled him with trepidation. Thus, Wu Qian discovered that the regeneration of his severed limb not only proved to be of little use, but also added to his torment. The mere sight of Xiao Cui ignited an irresistible impulse within him, a torment so profound that it nearly drove him to despair. Physically restored, yet psychologically wounded, he could only divert his attention through labor, striving to accumulate moral values. While busying himself in the lavatory, the familiar figure of Xiao Huzi appeared unbidden once more. Fresh from the Shangshan Bureau, he brought with him the latest intelligence, confirming Wu Qian's suspicions that it was indeed the personnel from the Shangshan Bureau who had previously identified him to Min Hoqiao. Xiao Huzi had incurred the ire of Fan Tong for failing to keep a close watch on Wu Qian, neglecting to relay information promptly when he departed from the medicinal kitchen, resulting in a missed opportunity for assassination. Moreover, Xiao Huzi bore another piece of news. Before dawn, Min Hoqiao had visited the Shangshan Bureau for a clandestine discussion with Fan Tong. The details of their conversation remained shrouded in mystery, but following the meeting, Fan Tong had proceeded to the Sea Lijian. Wu Qian nodded in silence. One of these individuals had a strained relationship with Wu Ho, while the other harbored an intense hatred towards him. The convergence of these two could hardly bode well. What surprised him further was Xiao Huzi. This fellow seemed to have undergone a transformation, wholeheartedly aligning himself with Wu Qian, even uncovering such secret matters. After expressing a few words of commendation, Wu Qian dismissed Xiao Huzi to avoid drawing the attention of others. Once Xiao Huzi departed, Wu Qian completed the remaining tasks, amassing a total of 150 moral points. At that moment, a messenger from the Huiyuan Palace arrived again, expressing that the previous medicinal concoction had proven effective, and the esteemed concubine Ji wished for the deputy manager to prepare more. Wu Qian readily agreed, inquiring if he should deliver it personally. The messenger, somewhat embarrassed, nodded in affirmation, as the concubine had indeed requested that the deputy manager deliver it himself. Wu Qian understood the implication. The previous concoction had hardly been touched by Ji Qing, rendering it ineffective. The true efficacy must have stemmed from the massage. Since the concubine wished to try again, Wu Qian could hardly refuse. He promptly instructed the preparation of the medicinal dish and departed with the food box in hand. Outside, the presence of the Qintian Bureau personnel did not intimidate him. Rather, he feared the attention of Fengxi Palace. Thus, he endeavored to remain discreet, keeping his head low and hastening his steps. Suddenly, a system alert sounded. Wu Qian paused momentarily, quickly regaining his composure. As his awareness heightened, his perceptive abilities became acutely sensitive. He slowed his pace to investigate, releasing his consciousness to probe the surroundings. Before long, he sensed an unsettling feeling of being watched, emanating from behind him. Exercising utmost caution, he refrained from turning around, fearing that any indication of suspicion would reveal his awareness. It was only upon reaching the Huiyuan Palace that the sensation of being monitored began to wane. Seizing an opportunity as he entered the courtyard, he glanced back, finding the path behind him devoid of any presence. Yet, his keen eye caught a glimpse of a figure clad in a green robe atop a distant palace, exhibiting signs of spiritual energy fluctuations. Wu Qian, not daring to linger any longer, walked nonchalantly deeper into the Huiyuan Palace. The attire he recognized unmistakably belonged to none other than the personnel of the Qintian Bureau. Confounded as to why they were still fixated on him despite the events having transpired, he approached the entrance of the hall, where he discovered Ji Qing already waiting at the door. "Apologies for troubling you, Lord Wu," she said with a shy smile, her modest demeanor accentuated by her downcast eyes, which sparkled with beauty. Her words were laden with double meaning, referring both to the meal she had brought today and to the previous incident where Wu Qian had been wrongfully accused by the imperial guards. Wu Qian waved his hand dismissively, graciously replying, "It is the esteemed concubine who deserves our gratitude for vouching for us." With that, he entered the room, placing the food box on the table without a question, and skillfully began to arrange the meal, treating himself as if he were not an outsider. Ji Qing felt unexpectedly joyous upon seeing Wu Qian again, interpreting his casual behavior as a charming disregard for formalities. Not only was she unperturbed, but she also found herself inexplicably pleased. Ever since she had awakened from her slumber, thoughts of Wu Qian would intrude upon her mind unbidden. Eventually, even dreams began to feature his figure, compelling her to send for him. She attributed this fixation to her indulgence in romantic literature, which had led to fanciful daydreaming. Observing Wu Qian diligently at work, Ji Qing stealthily approached from behind and whispered, "Did you not say you were unfamiliar with poetry?" Wu Qian nodded, affirming his lack of skill. "How then do you manage to compose such enchanting verses?" she inquired. "I merely transcribe," Wu Qian replied candidly. Ji Qing paused momentarily, her gaze intensifying with fervor. "Who dares to admit to copying others' poetry? If it were true, one would surely deny it. Your humility suggests a desire to conceal your talent from the envy of others, thus avoiding unnecessary trouble." Recognizing Wu Qian's intellect, Ji Qing's emotions became increasingly intricate, and she playfully pressed, "Then please, pen a few lines for me." "That is simple," Wu Qian exclaimed, unwilling to dampen the enthusiasm of such a gifted lady. Turning to face Ji Qing, the allure of her captivating eyes ignited a warmth within him. Once golden winds and jade do converge, they surpass countless encounters in the mortal realm. Ji Qing silently recited the lines, her cheeks flushing crimson. "Are there more? Once one has traversed the vast seas, no water can compare. Aside from Mount Wu, the clouds are but illusions. More." Ji Qing stepped closer, her eyes shimmering with eagerness, her tone growing more urgent. "Flowers drift away, while water flows. Such is the longing of one heart, burdened by two lamentations." More. Ji Qing inched forward, nearly closing the distance between them. Wu Qian, struggling to recall more verses under her intense gaze, felt a rush of nervousness. Ji Qing's breath quickened as she gazed at him, her eyes brimming with emotion. She became increasingly convinced that the poetry was indeed penned by Wu Qian, for even the most gifted of writers could experience moments of creative drought. How could one forget the art of imitation? Although the three stanzas diverged in their thematic essence, the greater the span of their artistic vision, the more it illuminated Wu Qian's literary talent. With this thought in mind, despite Wu Qian's inability to conjure new verses, Ji Qing could hardly conceal her excitement and stepped forward once more. A mere sheet of paper lay between them, their gazes entwined, reluctant to part. One sparkled with the brilliance of love, while the other blazed with passionate fervor. The paper between them could easily be consumed by flames. Unbeknownst to them, their chests were already pressed together. Before her, a woman breathed heavily, a sensation unbearable for anyone. Wu Qian sought to retreat, wishing to escape the torment. Yet the table behind him offered no avenue of escape. Ji Qing relentlessly pursued him, her delicate face slightly raised, gazing at him with longing. As she stepped forward, an unexpected force surged from her chest. Unsteady on his feet, Wu Qian found himself pushed down, seated at the table. It was over. He had been overpowered. Her breath brushed against his face, carrying a faint sweetness, and the heat grew more intense, the atmosphere thickening. Chapter 69, Taking Action with a Sudden Crash. An exquisite food box tumbled from the table to the floor, shattering the tranquility of the Huiyuan Palace, muffling the heavy breaths, and startling Wu Qian from his daze. He feared being discovered by Min Fengli, and was even more apprehensive about the woman who had been trailing him. Yet Ji Qing, so close, appeared unafraid. Her eyes still closed, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Frustrated by his inability to speak, Wu Qian, burning with urgency, scooped Ji Qing into his arms and carried her toward the side chamber. He kicked the door shut behind them, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Gently placing Ji Qing on the bed, He resolved to take the initiative, reclaiming his previously diminished stature and erasing past humiliation. They had not separated throughout the ordeal, not for lack of desire on Wu Qian's part, but because Ji Qing's arms were firmly wrapped around his neck, making it impossible to extricate himself. Reluctantly, Wu Qian reached for her vulnerable side. As anticipated, Ji Qing soon faltered, surrendering her strength and gradually releasing her grasp. Having learned from Min Fengli's prior experience, Wu Qian knew precisely how to proceed. Without waiting for Ji Qing to react, he began to massage her. Yet this time, he could no longer afford the casual ease he once had. He had to alleviate the concerns of the favored consort while diligently restraining himself. Perhaps the events had unfolded due to Ji Qing's own initiative, or perhaps they had come too abruptly. Throughout the entire process, Ji Qing was remarkably compliant, offering no resistance. Not even a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Wu Qian reflected on the perils of indulging in too many frivolous reeds. Time slipped by unnoticed until Ji Qing finally ceased her struggle, trembling as she grasped Wu Qian's hand, gently pressing it against her delicate face, leaving a trail of moisture. Wu Qian exhaled with relief. Had this not concluded soon, he was uncertain whether he could have contained himself any longer. During the course of events, several times he felt compelled to reveal his identity, yet he steadfastly restrained himself. The consequences of the eunuch's deception were far too grave for him to take such a risk. Noticing the fatigue in Ji Qing's eyes, Wu Qian meticulously adjusted her clothing and sat beside her, soothing her into slumber. Ji Qing was aware that upon waking, Wu Qian would vanish without a trace once more, and thus she gazed at him with an infatuation that made closing her eyes a reluctant act. However, the weariness of life as first labor was a burden no mortal could withstand, and soon her eyelids gently fell shut. Wu Qian, feeling a sense of satisfaction, bore with the discomfort in his abdomen and quietly departed from the Huiwen Palace. However, he had scarcely ventured far when the sensation of being watched returned, causing him to furrow his brow. The simmering frustration within him was already difficult to bear, and with someone observing him, any attempt to discreetly alleviate it became impossible. He hastened back to the medicinal kitchen, only to find that the feeling of surveillance persisted, manifesting intermittently, compelling him to retreat into his quarters. If this scrutiny continued, trouble was inevitable. He feared an incident occurring within either the Fengxi Palace or the Huiwen Palace. Pacing back and forth within his room, he recalled the opponent's fifth-tier foundational cultivation and ultimately resolved to take action to discern the truth. That evening, as darkness enveloped the night, Wu Qian set his plan into motion. He summoned Xiao Chui to his chamber, enlisting her aid to remain there while he donned a coarse hemp garment, hollowing out a pillowcase to cover his head with a slit for his eyes. Once prepared, he squeezed through a narrow window and stealthily climbed into the sprawling branches of a millennia-old tree in the courtyard. Its dense foliage provided ample concealment as he diminished his presence, quietly awaiting the appearance of his target. Before long, a graceful figure materialized in his line of sight, leaping from afar and landing atop a high eave, standing proudly while casting a cold glance towards the medicinal kitchen. Sensing the presence within, she turned to leave. Wu Qian narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the newcomer. She was indeed quite alluring, and he couldn't help but wonder if such a female cultivator would possess moral worth. Jean Shuilian, her hair elegantly tied up, bore sharp eyes and a visage as frosty as jade. Her impressive and proud figure was unforgettable. Lost in his observations, Wu Qian was suddenly startled as Jean Shuilian's body jolted, her gaze snapping towards his direction as she shouted, "Who goes there?" At her call, she leapt into the air, hurtling towards Wu Qian. Caught off guard, he realized he had been too engrossed, and with his presence detected, he dared not linger, fleeing with increased speed. Not willing to return directly to the medicinal kitchen, Wu Qian made his way towards the outer imperial city. Jean Shuilian pursued relentlessly, but the speed of his wind-riding technique far surpassed her capabilities, and she quickly fell behind. As she neared the brink of losing him, Jean Shuilian resorted to a communication talisman, summoning a host of watchers to intercept him. Upon reaching the outer imperial city, Wu Qian found that the imperial guards were oblivious, still dozing at the central palace gate. Seeking refuge in a secluded corner, he returned to the ground, intending to employ his previous tactics, hiding within the palace until it was safe to return. Before he could even step into the palace, a piercing sword energy surged towards him from behind, swift and unyielding. Caught off guard, Wu Qian furrowed his brow, reluctant to employ the signature wind technique of the medicinal kitchen. Instead, he retaliated with a powerful thunderbolt, shattering the approaching sword. The flying sword returned to Jean Shuilian, hovering ominously behind her, poised for her next move. "Who are you, lurking in the inner palace? What is your true intent?" Jean Shuilian's icy voice resonated, each step she took exuding an oppressive force. Wu Qian snorted disdainfully, unwilling to reveal his identity. He gruffly replied, "Aren't you also lurking in shadows? How dare you accuse me?" Let us refrain from casting stones at one another. Impudent. I am a spiritual officer of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, tasked with investigating matters within the palace. What qualifications do you, a mere insect, have to compare yourself to me? Jean Shuilian proclaimed with haughty arrogance, her contempt unabashed, as if anyone outside the bureau were nothing but insignificant creatures. The officers within the bureau, particularly the spiritual officers, held the highest rank, closely aligned with the chief. Wu Qian felt a surge of displeasure at her words, casting a cold gaze in her direction. He feigned profundity. How do you know I am not here on an official mission? Jean Shuilian was momentarily taken aback, as this was a consideration she had not entertained. Dressed in a coarse cloth, how could he claim not to be a thief? It was clearly a ploy. With a dismissive scoff, she declared, then produce your badge. If I am pleased, I shall spare your life. From Jean Shuilian's swift pursuit, Wu Qian deduced that she was far more familiar with the imperial city than he. Fleeing would be futile. Furthermore, her condescending demeanor irked him immensely, leading him to resolve to teach her a lesson. With a slight smile, he reached into his robe. Just as Jean Shuilian anticipated him to reveal his badge, he instead produced 2 thunderbolts and hurled them directly at her. I return the thunder to you, he exclaimed. Leaping into the air, his form suspended as myriad thunder techniques converged to form a celestial canopy. The thunderous array unleashed its full might, overwhelming and descending upon her. During the pursuit, Jean Shuilian had already sensed that his cultivation surpassed her own, but she was unafraid. This was the heart of a sword cultivator. The sword control technique held a status far above other methods, particularly when Wu Qian had previously blocked her sword with a single thunder technique. She had dismissed it as mere thunder magic, believing she had the upper hand. However, upon witnessing the vast expanse of lightning now before her, Jean Shuilian's expression shifted to one of seriousness. This was no ordinary thunder technique. It was a bona fide celestial spell formation. The accompanying pressure was more formidable than any heavenly grade spell she had encountered. No longer underestimating him, she positioned her flying sword before her chest, conjuring a flurry of sword blossoms as she charged towards the thunderous array. With a crack, the flying sword was struck repeatedly by the lightning, unable to withstand the force, and it shot out of the palace. The lightning surged forward without obstruction, reaching the astonished Jean Shuilian in an instant, crashing heavily against her chest. Utilizing great thunder against her own great thunder, she spat blood and staggered backward, ultimately collapsing to the ground, unable to maintain her balance. It was Wu Qian who moderated his strength. Otherwise, even if Jean Shuilian exerted her utmost effort to resist, she would inevitably be reduced to ashes. He approached slowly, towering over Jean Shuilian, who lay on the ground beneath him. Are ants truly formidable? Chapter 70. Intense Interrogation. The essence of sword forging lies in the refinement of one's sword heart. Through the continuous act of vanquishing demons and slaying foes, one hones an indomitable sword intent, thereby forging an unbreakable sword heart, even in the face of defeat, which may occasionally occur during clashes. It is merely a testament to one's insufficient strength after having exerted their utmost, leading not to despair, but igniting an even greater fighting spirit. Thus, while a sword cultivator may falter, the sword heart shall never wither. Yet, just moments ago, Jean Shuilian distinctly sensed a fissure forming in her sword heart. This crack stemmed from her fear of the devastating thunder array and her hatred for Wu Qian's words. Who are you truly? It is for your own good that you remain unaware, Wu Qian coldly retorted, reaching out to seize her. Do not touch me. If you come any closer, I shall scream. Fear flickered in Jean Shuilian's eyes, the area struck by the spell now tattered. She could only clasp her hands to her chest, retreating in evasion. Wu Qian was already seething with anger, nearly bursting with rage at her insolence. In the distance, the sound of rushing wind signified the arrival of the Tianjin Bureau. Drawn by the thunderous noise, with no time for idle chatter, he dashed forward, hoisting her over his shoulder, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, soaring once more into the air. Confident that others would converge upon the outer imperial city, he chose instead to retrace his steps, returning to the ancient tree near the medicinal kitchen. He unceremoniously cast her down beneath the tree, stating coolly, "You have 3 chances to answer my questions. Should you attempt any tricks, do not expect my leniency." Jean Shuilian glared fiercely at him. Throughout their encounter, she had come to a clear understanding of who Wu Qian was. One certainty lingered in her mind. He could not possibly be a eunuch. Yet, the grievous injury from the flying sword had left her not only incapable of retaliation, but instilled a sense of insurmountable power emanating from the man before her. If you have the skill, then kill me. Wu Qian snorted derisively, his hand raised as thunder fell, a spell striking Jean Shuilian's thigh. Against such a lofty celestial being, he possessed methods more effective than mere killing. A scent of charred flesh wafted through the air. Jean Shuilian let out a small cry of pain, and upon glancing at her azure robe, she saw a hole burned through it, revealing a glimmer of pure white light through the aperture. Caught off guard by his sudden assault, Jin Shuilian dared not retort any longer, instead glaring at Wu Qian in simmering indignation. His control over his strength had been impeccable. Noticing her silence, Wu Qian posed his first inquiry. What were you doing here just now? Just passing by. Another bolt of thunder flashed, this time with an even more cunning angle, targeting the tender skin of her leg. After casting the spell, Wu Qian fixated intently on the impact point, fearful of misjudging his strength. Jin Shuilian was overwhelmed by a tumult of shame and anger, raising a hand to shield herself from the new wound inflicted upon her. Unable to withstand the oppressive gaze of Wu Qian, she found herself pleading for death, not in reproach, but in earnest supplication. Please, end my life, she uttered, tears streaming down her face. She had never heard of anyone daring to so brazenly insult a noble swordsman with such despicable methods. Wu Qian felt a pang of sorrow for her plight, yet he steeled his resolve, recognizing that succumbing to compassion would only lead to his own detriment. Crying? Time is of the essence, he chided, as he summoned forth another bolt of lightning, his gaze roaming over Jin Shuilian, as if searching for a new target. Witnessing his intent, she finally relinquished her defiance, her spirit waning as she confessed, I am tasked with surveilling a eunuch from the medicinal kitchen. Another flash of lightning struck her shoulder, tearing through her garments and leaving her wounded. Why did you not disclose this sooner? Without waiting for her protest, Wu Qian pressed on with pertinent inquiries. Who is the subject of your surveillance? Why must you observe them? Speak quickly. The individual is named Wu Qian. The chief supervisor has deemed him suspicious, though I know not the specifics, Jin Shuilian replied, sensing that Wu Qian's true intent lay not in seeking answers, but in finding justification for his cruel actions. Realizing this, she refrained from offering him further opportunity to inflict pain and hastily divulged the truth. Upon finishing, she fixed her gaze on Wu Qian, fearful that any delay might provoke another strike. Satisfied with her demeanor, Wu Qian retracted his menacing posture and posed the final, crucial question, what have you discovered? He feigned nonchalance, though anxiety stirred within him. Should she uncover any secrets, he would be compelled to act with ruthless resolve. Fortunately, Jin Shuilian shook her head, dejectedly replying, nothing of note. The eunuch merely performs his duties, with no peculiarities to report, save for his slight tardiness in delivering meals. Wu Qian felt a jolt of apprehension at her words, reflecting that the delay could hardly be attributed to him. It was Ji Qing's fault, after all, and there was little he could do about it. Why was there a delay in meal delivery? He inquired. I do not know. We have no right to intrude upon the Empress's chambers, she responded, her tone subdued. Wu Qian felt a weight of melancholy. No wonder there was no sense of surveillance in Huiwen Palace. Yet in the medicinal kitchen, they seemed to be shadows, paralyzed by fear of imperial authority. Had he known the futility of his efforts, he would have refrained from such exertions. He was particularly apprehensive about the possibility of trouble befalling the favored concubine. Focusing solely on the medicinal kitchen felt redundant. You appear to have an interest in this individual, Jin Shuilian remarked, noting his persistent inquiries with growing suspicion. I am intrigued by everyone in the medicinal kitchen, Wu Qian replied, aware that his companion had begun to harbor doubts, and he hastily concocted a plausible excuse to placate her. In reality, Jin Shuilian had ceased to care for anything beyond her own dignity. After suffering such indignities, she felt only trepidation for her own fate. The strict regulations of the Astronomical Bureau dictated that if this matter were to reach the chief supervisor, the breach of confidentiality would surely result in severe punishment from the enforcement hall. Not only will the identity of the spiritual master be stripped away, but even the preservation of one's life hinges upon the whims of the elder from the law enforcement hall. Thus, the inquiry arose, seeking to ascertain whether this individual shared a similar objective, in hopes of finding a means for self-preservation. Detecting the displeasure in Wu Qian's voice, Jin Shuilian bit her lip. Recalling the countless days and nights of diligent practice that had led her to her current standing, she could hardly bear the thought of it all being destroyed in an instant. Today, as she contemplated pleading for mercy, the usually proud Jin Shuilian found herself at a loss for words, her head bowed, on the verge of tears. Observing her complex gaze, filled with hesitation, the earlier arrogance had vanished, leaving her looking as pitiful as a little wildcat. Wu Qian, perceiving the situation, kindly remarked, what transpired today is of no concern to you. As long as you refrain from spreading rumors, I shall keep your secret. Jin Shuilian, taken aback, raised her delicate face, her beautiful eyes sparkling with disbelief. Senior, would you truly show such mercy? In her excitement, her form of address shifted, acknowledging Wu Qian as a senior due to his higher cultivation level. The sudden elevation in status brought Wu Qian joy, enhancing his demeanor with an air of ethereal elegance. We have no prior grievances. Today's events are merely a twist of fate. Why would I seek to harm you? Had you not pursued relentlessly, insisting on drawing your sword? we would not have reached such an impasse. Cultivation is arduous. One should engage in virtuous deeds rather than ostentation. Jin Shuilian listened in silence. Though his words were somewhat crude, they were imbued with profound wisdom, leaving her with no choice but to nod in acquiescence. I am grateful, Senior, for your compassion towards a struggling young woman. I cannot repay the kindness of sparing my life today, but should you ever require assistance in the future, I shall serve you without hesitation. Initially, Jin Shuilian had perceived him as a lecher, but now realized her mistake. Overcome with guilt for her previous thoughts, she knelt and clasped her hands in gratitude. After a long pause, when she finally raised her head, she was shocked to see blood trickling from Wu Qian's face, seeping through the white cloth obscuring it. His eyes shone intensely, focused on her exposed chest revealed by her clasped hands. Chapter 71. Recovery unbeknownst to her. A hint of dawn broke on the horizon, casting light upon a piece of the white cloth, highlighting the conspicuous crimson stain. Wu Qian felt warmth trickling down and quickly covered his nose. I'm burning up, Jin Shuilian thought, her cheeks flushed. Yet, since he had spared her, she felt it inappropriate to look away. It would be unreasonable to proclaim her inability to repay him and then immediately turn her back, denying him even a glance. She was well aware of her own situation. Given the current circumstances, she had nothing to fear and could afford to glance at him. If Wu Qian could endure this, he must certainly not be a eunuch. Blushing, Jin Shuilian rose to her feet, standing before Wu Qian, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Wu Qian tilted his head towards the sun, attempting to staunch the increasingly vigorous flow of blood from his nose. Miss Jin, you should return at once. In your current state, it would be quite scandalous were others to see you. Jin Shuilian found herself at a loss for words, while others looked on in disbelief. Even as she noticed the blood trickling from her nose, there was no sign of embarrassment. Thank you for your concern, Senior. I must take my leave. With that, Jin Shuilian hastily departed. As she glanced back, she observed the masked figure still standing in place, gazing skyward, their silhouette both formidable and solitary. A myriad of emotions surged within her, pondering the identity of this enigmatic individual, whose heart seemed so benevolent. Could the recent fluctuations in spiritual energy be connected to him? Regardless of his circumstances, Jin Shuilian wished for his safety. After all, should he encounter misfortune, she too would find herself in peril. Wu Qian, momentarily lost in thought, wondered if the system had indeed witnessed everything. He perceived no issue with the possible repercussions of Jin Shuilian's subsequent actions. Firstly, he had not revealed his true self. Rather, he had divulged a multitude of inconsequential information, which, even if shared by Jin Shuilian, could serve as a smokescreen, misleading others. For instance, the existence of such a mysterious figure would divert attention from the seemingly insignificant Wu Qian. Secondly, this incident had afforded him some leverage over Jin Shuilian, as the revelation of the secret mission from the Monitoring Bureau would only strengthen his position. Her fear of its dissemination would work to his advantage. However, one point did raise Wu Qian's vigilance: the Monitoring Bureau's Gao Taiwei. Having only encountered him once, the man had already discerned that something was amiss and had left a spirit practitioner to monitor him, demonstrating both wisdom and decisiveness. He was not an easy adversary to contend with. Wu Qian could only hope to avoid further encounters with him for the time being. With a leap, he soared into the heights, piercing through the clouds, expending spiritual energy to remain aloft. After ensuring he was alone, Wu Qian transformed into a fleeting shadow, plunging into the medicinal kitchen. Upon returning to his chamber, he found Xiao Chui sprawled on the bed, already asleep. The noise stirred her, and she awoke groggily. Deputy Chief, you have returned. Where did you go all night? Last night, Wu Qian had dressed in a manner resembling a burlap sack, summoning her only to depart, leaving Xiao Chui anxious throughout the night. Were it not for Wu Qian's repeated admonitions to remain in the room, she might have been tempted to return home to burn incense. Wu Qian approached and gently patted her cheek, feigning nonchalance as he replied, I simply went to relieve myself. Please keep it a secret. Xiao Chui, still dazed from sleep, blinked in confusion and asked, is even urination a matter to be kept confidential? Are you worried someone might steal your urine? Wu Qian was left speechless, allowing her to indulge in her whimsical conjectures. At that moment, a small cabinet in the courtyard called out to Xiao Chui, stating that the chief was seeking her assistance. Startled, she hurried into the inner courtyard, observing her swift departure. The small chair stood bewildered. Was that not the deputy chief's chamber? Wu Qian peered out from his door, a faint trace of blood still visible on his nose. What does the chief want with Xiao Chui? He inquired of the small cabinet. The Culinary Bureau is holding a meeting, and the chief asked her to help tidy up. Wu Qian nodded and retreated back into his room. Reflecting on the bloodstain on Wu Qian's face, the small cabinet couldn't help but murmur in disdain. They seemed utterly oblivious to the timing of their actions. Accumulating 714 moral points, Wu Qian took advantage of the tranquility to open the system. He refrained from elevating his realm or probing into his wisdom roots this time. Instead, he retrieved the jade slip of techniques, transformation of the infinite, from his cosmic bag. From what he had heard from Wu Qian was a master of concealment and assassination, renowned as a formidable assassin of the previous generation. Wu Qian believed that Qian's accomplishments were undoubtedly tied to the techniques contained within this jade slip. Initially dismissing its quality, he had not intended to learn it. However, after last night's encounter with Jin Shuoyan, who discovered and pursued him, Wu Qian began to reassess the significance of this technique. Being unable to evade even a 6th-level foundation establishment cultivator and ultimately being cornered and struck was exceedingly frustrating. Even if it were merely a human-tier precious item, he was prepared to take a gamble and ascertain the efficacy of the technique. Raising the jade slip to his brow, he inputted into the system, achieving perfection. Technique: transformation of the infinite, human-tier precious item. 100 can be comprehended simultaneously. A wealth of experiential knowledge surged into his mind. The essence of transformation of the infinite lay not only in evasion, but also in metamorphosis. It allowed for slight alterations in appearance, skin, and features. Though the changes were minimal, they sufficed for concealment. The evasion aspect significantly enhanced speed for a brief duration, facilitating escape from pursuit, and proved remarkably effective in the art of assassination. Wu Qian nodded subtly, realizing he had underestimated its value. This was no mere trinket, but a remarkable technique. Had he possessed this art the previous night, he would not have been discovered. With such a foundation, he could hardly resist the urge to comprehend further, channeling his moral value into perfecting it. Comprehension successful, new technique acquired. 1000 mechanisms transformation, Earth tier premium. 100, the enhancement yielded improvements, allowing not only for changes in appearance, but also alterations in stature and skin tone, even to hues not typically human. It had evolved from a mere disguise technique to an advanced one, though one might say it was better than nothing. After toiling with 1000 mechanisms transformation, he had 416 moral values remaining, prompting him to summon the turtle shrinking technique. Although he was uncertain of the reasons behind Gao Taiwei's surveillance, the fact that he could articulate his unease instilled a sense of vigilance in Wu Qian. After much contemplation, he could only deduce that the turtle shrinking technique was inadequate against the nascent soul realm. Thus, he decided to revisit it, using his remaining moral values to gain insight, hoping to achieve the desired effect. Comprehension successful, new technique acquired. Turtle armor endowment, Earth tier good, 100. With the enhancement of turtle armor endowment, he could tightly bind hidden spiritual energy, minimizing its influence and better concealing his realm. Moreover, upon activating the technique, he could completely sever his aura, eliminating any chance of spiritual energy leakage. Wu Qian felt a sense of satisfaction. By combining turtle armor endowment with 1000 mechanisms transformation, he would, at the very least, ensure he would no longer be discovered while observing others. With this thought, he felt invigorated and determined. Name: Wu Qian, cultivation level, first stage of golden core, wisdom root, heavenly wisdom root, life root, 0, moral value, 217, demonic seed value, 100, cultivation method, Huangting Wanhua Sutra, earth grade rare, 100, techniques, Tiandi swordman, divine grade supreme, 100, Feiji steel record, human grade supreme, 100, Wanxiang riding the wind technique, heaven grade good, 100, turtle shell assignment, earth grade good, 100, great thunder array, immortal grade rare, 100, Qianji transformation, earth grade supreme, 100. Gazing at the displayed panel, Wu Qian exhaled, having comprehended all that he could. He was adept at both offense and defense, capable of both retreat and pretense. Everything was in order. Chapter 72. The true cut Wu Ho had returned, bearing a grave expression and significant news. Just as Wu Qian completed his tasks and collected the day's 150 moral points, he was summoned by Wu Ho to the chief steward's office. Observing Wu Qian's travel-worn appearance, Wu Ho felt a mix of emotions. Despite already being the deputy steward, Wu Qian remained diligent and earnest, a truly honest child. Why must he always be schemed against? Noticing Wu Ho's troubled demeanor, Wu Qian surmised that a meeting had just concluded and sensed that troubles were afoot. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he took a seat across from Wu Ho. Is something weighing on your mind? Wu Ho let out a deep sigh and gradually revealed the contents of the morning meeting. The Imperial Guards were in pursuit of a criminal and required the cooperation of the Imperial Kitchen, which had already received permission from the Court of Ceremonial. Each department was now expected to assist the Imperial Guards to the fullest extent. Wu Qian was aware of the Emperor's decree and found it perplexing that there was any cause for concern, watching Wu Ho with curiosity as he awaited further details. Due to the death of a concubine being linked to the elusive yang grass, a rare spiritual herb that had never appeared in the palace, the Imperial Guards needed someone knowledgeable about spiritual herbs to assist them in seeking clues beyond the palace walls. Within the inner court, Only the medicinal kitchen utilized various spiritual herbs in their alchemical creations, and there was a garden dedicated to spiritual herbs in the rear courtyard. Thus, the responsibility had fallen to their medicinal kitchen. While this sounded reasonable, an ominous feeling surged within Wu Qian as he began to grasp why Wu Ho was discontent. The alliance between Min Ho Tiao and Fan Tong could not bode well. Recalling the intelligence from the informant with the small mustache, it seemed that the two had forged an understanding from that very day. Such schemes were difficult to anticipate. Couldn't they simply send someone over? Wu Ho shook his head, his tone grave as he explained, "It's not that straightforward. Due to the need for discreet investigations, the Imperial Guards have stringent requirements for this individual. For instance, this person must frequently engage with spiritual herbs. They should be new to the position to conceal their identity after leaving the palace and not be recognized by those familiar with the palace's workings. Furthermore, they must be young and vigorous to blend into various situations and gather information." Wu Qian's face paled at these implications, thinking to himself, "Surely, my badge number would suffice." Sensing Wu Qian's understanding, Wu Ho nodded in affirmation of his thoughts. "Everything else is manageable. The medicinal kitchen has a plethora of suitable candidates. However, it is indeed problematic regarding the newcomers." So, did the steward agree again? Wu Qian no longer harbored much hope. The old eunuch was generally dependable, yet faltered at crucial moments, which was a fundamental flaw. Unexpectedly, Wu Ho shook his head, stating, "No, I do not agree." Wu Qian was overjoyed, dismissing his own thoughts with derision. Before he could articulate his response, he heard Wu Ho solemnly declare, "The issue lies with the Emperor's decree. Refusal is not an option." Wu Qian, still youthful, was reluctant to bear the stigma of assaulting the elderly. Thus he restrained his clenched fists. It was merely a matter of investigating leads. He could undertake it himself. What harm could come, after all? They couldn't execute him for merely failing to find something, could they? Wu Ho nodded in acknowledgement. Wu Qian was taken aback. Were they truly going to execute him? The Emperor was genuinely furious this time, explicitly stating that failure to resolve the case within the stipulated time frame would result in severe punishment. Wu Qian comprehended fully. There was no genuine cooperation in the investigation. No real pursuit of leads. This was a complete attempt to shift blame. He was being transformed into a scapegoat. Was this not an affront to honest individuals? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, leading him to a state of reckless abandon. Execution was beyond his control. The world was vast. Where could he possibly find evidence? In any case, he was destined to leave the palace, and he could simply choose not to return. Wu Ho nodded slowly once again, speaking earnestly. "It is indeed a plan, albeit it will bring hardship to Xiao Chui and Xiao Hong. If you are not found, the medicinal kitchen will inevitably suffer consequences. As for me, an old man, if I must perish, so be it. Others enough. I shall go. I will not flee. I will return to face my fate." Due to another incident of magical dueling in the outer royal city, accompanied by thunder and lightning, the commotion was even greater than before, causing the palace hall to shed its paint. Naturally, turmoil erupted in the court once again. This time, the chief supervisor stood alone, bearing the emperor's wrath, his face alternating between crimson and pallid. Meanwhile, Min Ho Tiao, having forewarned about the progress, was already selecting suitable candidates to investigate discreetly outside the palace, thus narrowly escaping disaster. Afterward, Gao Taiwei returned to the Astronomical Institute and summoned Jin Shuilian, his face clouded with displeasure as he inquired. In fact, prior to this, Gao Taiwei had received news from Jin Shuilian, indicating that trouble had arisen again, although the specifics had not been clarified. Today, having endured public reprimand, he had no choice but to call Jin Shuilian in to ascertain the details. Gao Taiwei sat prominently within the hall, observing Jin Shuilian, who stood with her head bowed, and instructed her to recount the events once more. Jin Shuilian appeared somewhat weakened, her complexion betraying that her internal injuries had not yet healed. Upon receiving the directive, she could only narrate the entire account in detail. However, she deliberately omitted the specifics of her capture, concluding her tale at the engagement in the outer royal city, stating that the assailants had gravely wounded her before stealthily retreating, vanishing without a trace. After listening, Gao Taiwei narrowed his eyes slightly, fixating intently on Jin Shuilian. "I have heard that after the confrontation, you briefly disappeared. Where did you go during that interval?" Recognizing that this was the crux of the matter today, Jin Shuilian maintained her composure, calmly replying, "I went beyond the palace to search for the lost flying sword, as it had been severely damaged." She indeed had searched, albeit at a different time. And the sword? Jin Shuilian summoned her flying sword, presenting it before Gao Taiwei with both hands raised. Gao Taiwei grasped the sword with one hand while delicately caressing its surface with the other, feeling the profound damage within, though the exterior appeared intact. Irreparable fissures marred its core. The sword emitted a mournful wail. Thunderous techniques? Jin Shuilian silently nodded. recalling their first duel, where similar thunderous arts had manifested. Gao Taiwei murmured to himself, "Does this imply that this thief is the same as the one who instigated chaos last time?" He had not witnessed it firsthand, and his disciple had been hesitant to affirm, only knowing that this individual possessed formidable lightning skills. Gao Taiwei pondered in silence, suddenly reminded of an esteemed eunuch from long ago who was adept in thunderous magic. Intrigued, he inquired, "Is this person a eunuch?" "Absolutely not," Jin Shuolian replied with unwavering certainty, leaving Gao Taiwei momentarily bewildered. According to her, the individual had donned a disguise of coarse robes and a veiled face. If they were intent on masquerading, how could she be so sure? "Are you certain?" While Jin Shuolian could not affirm other details, her confidence in this matter was unshakable. "Absolutely certain." Gao Taiwei, taken aback, refrained from questioning how she had reached such a conclusion. This revelation alleviated his suspicions regarding Wu Ho, as he now recognized that Wu Ho was more than merely a practitioner of qi refinement. "Did he mention anything?" Gao Taiwei inquired. "He claimed to be acting under orders and expressed interest in everyone at the medicinal kitchen," Jin Shuolian recounted truthfully, relaying every nuance of Wu Qian's smoke and mirrors to Gao Taiwei. "Thus, he is of the same ilk," Gao Taiwei mused. "Is that why he did not eliminate you completely?" His demeanor softened, and the sternness of his expression finally eased. In that moment, all his doubts about Jin Shuolian dissipated, and she sensed that the crisis had passed, allowing her to breathe a silent sigh of relief. "My disciple has also contemplated this matter. This is the only possibility." Gao Taiwei approached and patted Jin Shuolian on the shoulder, offering comfort after exerting his authority. "This individual possesses unfathomable depth in their cultivation. You are not to blame. Exercise caution moving forward." After a brief pause, he added, "Should you encounter this person's presence again, shatter this jade token, and I shall personally deal with him." With that, he handed her a finely crafted jade pendant along with the damaged spiritual sword. Once he returned to the inner palace, Gao Taiwei fell into deep contemplation. A formidable presence, coupled with an interest in the medicinal kitchen. Could it be someone from the kitchen supervisory office? Chapter 73. A troubled heart in the stillness of the night. Where the moonlight was faint and stars scarce, Wu Qian was beset by tumultuous thoughts, unable to find solace in slumber. On one hand, he could abandon everything and seize the chance to escape the palace, living carefree. With his current level of golden core cultivation, he could join a celestial sect, becoming a powerful figure, nurturing his sister and the holy maiden's child together. On the other hand, he could return to the palace and face certain doom, yet preserve the lives of those he cherished. This was a profound test of humanity. Despite his inner conflict, Wu Qian understood himself well enough to know he could never betray his principles. Ultimately, there exists but one outcome, a return to face death. Despite the knowledge that the conclusion remains unaltered, the entanglement of emotions lingers, perhaps reflecting the true essence of human nature. Wu Qian, in a fit of resignation, donned a sackcloth once more and approached the ancient tree outside the medicinal cuisine room, hoping that a change in scenery might elevate his spirits. It was not that he harbored a petty heart. Rather, the incessant schemes that assailed him left him weary and overwhelmed. He found himself pondering when this tumult would reach its conclusion, unable to suppress a long sigh. "Are you troubled, senior?" came a familiar voice from behind him. Before Jin Shuolian even spoke, Wu Qian had sensed her presence. Yet, his discontent rendered him too apathetic to retreat. After all, Jin Shuolian couldn't impose upon him, and she had to protect him from others to safeguard her own secrets. Receiving no response, she approached and stood beside him. She had been mourning the damage to her flying sword, for to a sword cultivator, the flying sword was akin to life itself, a constant companion since childhood. Her presence here was a routine surveillance of the medicinal cuisine room, and upon seeing Wu Qian, she had initially refrained from appearing. However, witnessing his solitary silhouette sparked a flicker of sympathy within her, compelling her to engage with this desolate senior. What to say eluded her. Observing Wu Qian gazing at the stars, Jin Shuolian, with nothing better to do, decided to sit on the ground beside him, tilting her head back to share in the reverie. The familiar scent wafted through the air, and Wu Qian, unable to resist, cast a sidelong glance at the beauty beside him, curious as to her presence. "I am lost in thought due to my foul mood. What brings you here?" "My mood is also bleak," she replied. "What troubles you?" "My flying sword," she began, but suddenly recalled that it was, in fact, this very person before her who had inflicted the damage. She fell silent, fearing Wu Qian might misconstrue her words as blame. Without needing Jin Shuolian to finish her thought, Wu Qian discerned that he was the root cause of her melancholy. Recalling that the system possessed a refining function, which he had yet to try, he extended his hand toward her chest. "Is your injury severe? Allow me to see." Feeling slightly flustered, Jin Shuolian dared to reach into her bosom only when she sensed that Wu Qian was not angered. A small sword gradually enlarged and silently emerged before her. Wu Qian took it into his hands, astonished, wondering where she typically concealed her flying sword. The blade shimmered with silver light, accompanied by a faint, milky fragrance. Upon grasping the sword, Wu Qian felt a sense of lethargy emanating from it, as though it were on the verge of shattering. It is indeed gravely injured, my fault, I suppose. No, I assure you, I harbor no resentment towards you, senior. It was my own folly to wield my sword against you, Jin Shuilian exclaimed. Wu Qian shook his head and released his spiritual energy, which enveloped the flying sword. Detected damaged magical artifact, great sword, human-grade treasure. After a brief hesitation, fearing a miscalculation by the system, he could not restrain himself from asking, what is the name of this sword? The sword, named Dabao, is crafted from the rare black silk from beyond the heavens, combined with the head of a seventh-tier spirit turtle beast, and tempered through the flames of jade. Wu Qian nodded in understanding. The system was indeed accurate. With a slight shift in his thoughts, the system prompted him. Repair requires 200 moral points. Do you wish to proceed with the repair? Leveling up only costs 100, yet a single repair demands 200. It was evident that the flying sword had sustained significant damage. Wu Qian felt a pang in his heart, as he had merely 367 moral points left, meaning he would lose over half in one go. Nevertheless, it was his own mishap, and despite the expense, he could not bring himself to neglect it. He had to grit his teeth and bear the cost. Ding! Magical artifact repair complete. Moral points, 200. Wu Qian was on the verge of tears, but felt a profound sense of satisfaction in being virtuous. He returned the sword to Jin Shuilian. Upon seeing the rejuvenated Dabao, Jin Shuilian was astonished. The spiritual energy within the flying sword was even more abundant than before its injury, as if it had just been forged anew. Even the supervising elder was left speechless. He had somehow restored it with spiritual power. He had witnessed it all yet remained oblivious to the fact that it had been repaired. Did this not mean he surpassed even the supervising elder? Jin Shuilian was overwhelmed with excitement, regarding Wu Qian with utmost reverence, ready to stand and express her gratitude. Wu Qian quickly raised his hand, stopping her in her tracks. And after a brief collision, he gently guided her back to the ground. No need for such formality. After all, I am the one who broke it. So fixing it is merely an act of restitution. Charitable deeds, moral points, 1,000. The feeling of righteousness truly was delightful. The relationship between giving and receiving was undeniable, prompting Wu Qian to chuckle with joy. Observing Wu Qian's happiness, Jin Shuilian mistakenly believed he was rejoicing for her, her heart filled with complexity. The senior disregarded past grievances and repeatedly aided her. She was at a loss for how to repay him. If he had any requests, she would fulfill them as long as it was within her power. Beneath his mask, Wu Qian's expression twisted as he listened to Jin Shuilian's words, feeling a warmth rising in his abdomen. Perhaps the mask granted him a sense of security, rekindling his cautious spirit and igniting a fervent hope. Jin Shuilian was not a favored concubine and was unaware of his true identity. She was merely carrying out her mission. Once the task concluded, she would depart from the imperial harem, and whatever transpired would merely be a fleeting romance between strangers. Nothing seemed impossible. After regaining his corporeal form, he had yet to test his abilities. Lingering and uncertainty might lead to complications with the favored concubine, posing an even greater danger. With no worries to hold him back, Wu Qian concocted various excuses, encouraging himself. One hand gently rose, brushing against the slightly flushed profile of Jin Shuilian. Her facial features were distinctly refined. Though her skin was not as porcelain white as Min Fenli's, it was delicate and smooth, while she lacked the captivating gaze of Ji Qing. The hint of resolve between her brows was a rarity among women. As Wu Qian's hand drew nearer, Jin Shuilian felt an immense tension, sensing the intimacy was perhaps excessive. Yet she questioned whether she had misjudged the senior once again, until it was firmly pressed against her delicate face and gently caressed. Jin Shuilian finally understood that there should be no misunderstanding. Yet, she found herself in the same predicament, having just proclaimed her willingness to do anything. Surely she could not refuse even a mere touch. As Jin Shuilian wrestled with her inner turmoil, Wu Qian's voice quietly emerged. There is no need for you to repay anything. I am merely assisting you in mending your already battered flying sword. If I were to make any demands now, it would be akin to leveraging gratitude for favor, an act I cannot bring myself to commit. With tears welling in her eyes, Jin Shuilian felt a deep sense of guilt for her narrow-mindedness. Her senior truly embodied the essence of a noble gentleman. Yet, such profound kindness, could she not express even a modicum of gratitude? Surely she was not the sort to be ungrateful. However, given her senior's level of cultivation and power, she found herself at a loss for how to reciprocate, unless. Chapter 74. Offering unreservedly beneath the tranquil expanse of the ancient, flourishing tree. A man and a woman sat side by side. If not for the white linen cloth veiling their heads, One might mistake their demeanor for a tender romantic exchange. Yet at this moment, Wu Qian revealed only his pair of eyes. His mouth and nose remained ensconced beneath the cloth, lending him an air of peculiar mystery. Nevertheless, Jin Shuilian felt no sense of oddity. She had grown accustomed to Wu Qian's enigmatic presence. She had often wondered what lay beneath the white hood, whether it concealed a gentleman with thick brows and bright eyes, or a scoundrel with a bald head and beady gaze. However, such curiosities seemed trivial now, for he had helped her while wearing the hood, so why should she concern herself with the appearance beneath it? Though she thought this, her mind continued to murmur that someone of such high caliber should surely be handsome. Having seemingly resolved to take a step forward, Jin Shuilian raised her delicate hands to press against her face, her gaze shimmering with a mix of determination and uncertainty. With a rapid breath, she spoke. If my senior does not find it bothersome, I, the humble maiden, would be honored to serve by your side and assist you in your cultivation. Upon uttering these words, her beautiful eyes lowered, her voice dwindling to a barely audible whisper. I only asked for my senior's compassion toward a humble servant. As her soft and gentle words flowed, she transitioned from referring to herself as a young girl to calling herself a servant. At this juncture, Wu Qian could no longer afford to remain modest. He was unwilling to indulge in further humility. Rising to his full height before the seated Jin Shuilian, he spoke with generous abandon. Let us set aside matters of cultivation for now. There is no need to seek a place by my side. In my view, there is no time like the present. On this dark and windy night, let us seize the moment and not squander this fervent passion. Jin Shuilian instinctively recoiled slightly, narrowly escaping the palpable pressure emanating from him. Startled by Wu Qian's words, her complexion paled, and her heart raced tumultuously, causing her voice to tremble. Now, here? Yes, now, here. What of the inner palace? What of it? The inner palace is a place for serious matters. Does the emperor not engage with the common folk? Overlooking the slight transgression in his words, Jin Shuilian found a strange sense of logic in his reasoning. As her initial astonishment faded, it was replaced by a nervous yet exhilarating thrill that coursed through her. A lingering sense of anticipation enveloped Jin Shuilian, who found herself at a loss for words, merely biting her lip and nodding slightly, her cheeks flushed. Having made her promise, she wasted no time in aligning herself with Wu Qian, adjusting her mindset and posture with swiftness. Wu Qian, resting his hand against the ancient tree, stretched his long untwisted limbs, unleashing a silent roar beneath his hood. Jin Shuilian, biting her lip, gazed at the blurred ground, lost in thought. That night, the leaves of the ancient tree carpeted the earth, dew moistening the summer soil. The sun gradually rose. Wu Qian, exhausted, managed to return to the medicinal kitchen just before dawn, generously offering his all, moral value 1,000, observing the surge in his moral value. Wu Qian felt that no matter how arduous or exhausting the endeavor, it was worth it. The astonishing return of moral value hinted at the extent of his sacrifices. As he removed his battle attire, Xiao Cui appeared at his door, wrinkling her delicate nose as she entered, sniffing the air. What is that smell? Wu Qian cleared his throat awkwardly and nonchalantly replied, perhaps the scent of blood. Not daring to dwell on the matter, he hastily shifted the topic. What brings you here? Recalling the pressing matter, Xiao Cui gasped, her voice laced with urgency. The steward has been searching for you. He wants you to come. Wu Qian, already feeling irritable, was in no hurry upon hearing this. He leisurely stepped out of the room and picked up a broom to start working. Xiao Cui followed closely, her expression one of disbelief, thinking perhaps she hadn't made herself clear, and quickly reiterated, the deputy steward wants you to go. What good can come from him calling for me? Let us finish the work first. Xiao Cui looked troubled and timidly inquired, isn't that inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Wu Qian planted the broom firmly on the ground, standing still to voice his grievances. Whenever this old man calls for me, it's never for good. It's either a death sentence or a complaint that my life is too easy. Deputy steward, quiet down. The steward regards you as a potential successor. His high expectations are meant for your benefit. Disgusting. Just as the floor had been cleaned, a mouthful of phlegm was spat upon it. Don't even mention succession. Being chosen by him would be the worst stroke of bad luck. Wu Qian, in the midst of his tirade, suddenly sensed someone behind him. With newfound confidence from his enhanced perception, he no longer feared a cough. Seizing the moment before a cough could escape, he dropped the broom and attempted to flee, fearing being conscripted by Wu Ho. Stop! Wu Ho, his brow darkened, called out to him, first sending the startled Xiao Cui away before cautiously approaching Wu Qian. It is natural for a young man to feel fiery, but one must not neglect important matters. You're already late. Your anger should have subsided by now. Wu Qian rolled his eyes, speaking candidly. Assuming Wu Qian was still sulking, Wu Ho felt powerless but understood the root of the issue. With a tone of earnest concern, he advised, we understand you are upset. As the deputy steward and a beacon for the eunuchs, it is imperative to prioritize the greater good. We have mobilized all available resources to assist in locating the resurrection herb. News will arrive soon, so you needn't worry too much about the investigation. Wu Qian felt a sense of discomfort as he observed the nearly centenarian elder standing under the blazing sun, earnestly trying to impart wisdom. It was hard for him to bear. Let us speak of matters of importance, the chief steward urged. The imperial kitchen had come today to hasten their preparations, having received the emperor's decree that Wu Qian should depart at dawn the following day. Wu Qian was taken aback by the suddenness of this news. Only moments ago, he had heard from Wu Ho about the search for the resurrection herb and had hoped to wait for its discovery, presenting it as a mere formality before returning to the palace. How could the situation have shifted so rapidly? Had the elder found the herb? Upon noticing Wu Ho's hesitation, Wu Qian sensed impending trouble. As he feared, Wu Ho's next words confirmed his suspicions. You know that the resurrection herb is exceedingly rare, and it may take some time to locate it. A storm cloud gathered on Wu Qian's face as he realized he had been deceived. The old man was indeed unreliable. It was evident that the so-called mobilization of resources amounted to little more than trivial items, like small cabinets and stools, and mingling among the eunuchs outside to gather information. It would be far more prudent for him to seek the herb personally, at least ensuring that he would not be wasting time. Wu Ho, unable to meet Wu Qian's gaze, turned towards the latrine, as if he had urgent matters to attend to, and hastily departed. Wu Qian, filled with indignation, called after him. What exactly should I investigate, and how? Do enlighten me. The distant voice of Wu Ho echoed back, still avoiding Wu Qian's eyes. The Imperial Guards will provide you with the details upon your departure. With the situation as it stood, Wu Qian felt powerless, left with no choice but to do what he could and leave the rest to fate. Just as he contemplated this, he heard someone calling quietly. Looking around, he spotted the little mustached man hiding behind a tree, subtly gesturing for his attention. Understanding that the little man had urgent news to share, Wu Qian nodded discreetly and pointed towards the latrine. The little man comprehended immediately and hurried over to crouch beside him. Wu Qian hastily completed his other tasks, leaving the latrine for last, shoveling waste while listening to the little man's report. The deputy steward has set a trap, gathering all the experts from the imperial kitchen, waiting for you to exit the palace to strike. Is there more? Fan Tong declared that upon your demise, he intends to hand over Xiao Chui and Xiao Hong to Min Ho Tiao, wishing to subject your two closest maidens to a fate worse than death. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Wu Qian's eyes. It seemed Wu Ho was not merely exaggerating. Fan Tong truly had intentions towards the two maidens. He lifted his gaze to the distance, where the lively figure of Xiao Chui danced in his mind. It appeared that this time, he would not even have the opportunity to fail. Chapter 75. A gamble necessitated. In the dim corner of the medicinal kitchen, a powerful silhouette emerged from the latrine. As if having absorbed the essence of the universe, reborn as a king, bathed in golden sunlight, he stepped into his shadowy abode. It is time to change the room, Wu Qian muttered fiercely. After Fan Dai's demise, Wu Ho suggested relocating, but Wu Qian hesitated, believing that a place once inhabited by the deceased carried an aura of misfortune. As the moment of departure approached, he grew increasingly uncomfortable in this cramped abode and resolved that, if he survived, he would find new lodgings, perhaps even keeping a dog to occupy the space, for he had always perceived it as akin to a doghouse. Seated cross-legged upon the dog bed, Wu Qian activated the system in preparation for his journey. The ancestors of the Shangshan Supervisory Office had all perished under his watch, and he could scarcely believe that any further upheaval awaited him. He had already inquired with the bearded one, and the information was merely about the lesser figures of the Shangshan Supervisory Office. The highest among them had reached the third stage of foundation establishment, while the rest were merely at the first or second stages. Wu Qian had encountered them during his visits to the supervisory office, with Zhu Xiaomai being one such individual at the first stage of foundation establishment. Given his own second stage, qi refinement cultivation, Fan Tong's mobilization of such a multitude of adept practitioners was indeed a significant overestimation of his capabilities, as it appeared he intended to leave no room for survival. It was a great miscalculation. While these individuals might hold the status of elders outside the palace, in Wu Qian's eyes, they were no more than mere pebbles, useful only for propping oneself up, unworthy even of sharpening a blade. Dharma value, 150. The recent earnings were recorded, and a panel emerged. Name, Wu Qian. Cultivation, first stage of golden core. Wisdom root, heavenly wisdom root. Lifespan, 0. Moral value, 2517. Demonic seed value, 100. Technique, Huangting Wanhua Sutra, earth grade precious, 100. Arts, Tiandi swordman, divine grade supreme, 100. Feiji steel record, human grade supreme, 100. Wanxiang riding the wind technique, heaven grade good, 100. Turtle shell assignment, earth grade good, 100. Great thunder formation, immortal grade precious, 100. Qianji transformation, earth grade supreme, 100. through increased effort. Although the returns in Jinchulian were equivalent, they still fell short of allowing Wu Qian to indulge carelessly. Fortunately, the techniques had taken shape, reducing one expenditure and providing ample security for the journey ahead. Each stage of golden core cultivation required 400 points. And even after exhausting this resource, he would only reach the 6th stage. He also needed to consider the peculiarities of spiritual energy following ascension. The actual effects remained uncertain. And with so many unknowns looming over the impending crisis, Wu Qian could only prepare as a contingency. While the wisdom root could potentially elevate him 2 stages, it did not directly enhance combat prowess. He still had to rely on the system's support, which was not an optimal choice. At present, Wu Qian sought to enhance his combat strength directly, not only to confront the assassination from the Shangshan Supervisory Office, but also to ensure he could navigate various situations upon leaving the palace, aiding him in his quest. Currently, the most formidable asset at his disposal was the divine grade technique, Tiandi Swordman, upon which he naturally focused his attention. To fully manifest the profound essence of this technique, he needed to consider weaponry, as a spirit sword was an essential component. With a thought, the cleansing blade soared from beneath him, landing gracefully upon the bed. The inability to recognize the Master's flying sword typically results in its confinement to a blood-infused location. And Wu Qian's blood originates from the significant point of the perineum. Artifact: Wu Qian's Purification Blade, rare item. 1. The probability of enhancement is contingent upon one's cultivation level. With the current golden core stage, it can be elevated to earth grade, a remarkable status indeed. Wu Qian, resolute in his decision, invested 100 points of moral value into it. Achieving perfection in the rare item, he aimed to transcend to the exceptional grade, then to the earth grade, ultimately attaining full completion. Earth grade artifact. Golden core stage 1st tier, success rate 80. Breaking through requires 100 moral points. Shall the attempt be made? There are no methods to increase the success rate. It is purely a gamble reliant on fortune, striking with unwavering determination. Unless one can ascend to the nascent soul stage, a guaranteed breakthrough would require a minimum of 100. However, transcending to the nascent soul stage is no trivial endeavor. Not only are 4,200 moral points necessary, but the success rate for the breakthrough itself poses a significant challenge. Moreover, the cultivation method, the Huangting Wanhua Sutra, permits advancement only to the golden core stage, and to reach the nascent soul stage, even with a system, one must seek celestial grade techniques. The task is daunting. If Wu Qian could remain within the palace indefinitely, he might have the luxury of time. But the present circumstances do not allow for such delays. Gazing at the earth-grade purification blade in his hand, radiating a ghostly blue luminescence, Wu Qian felt a profound sense of dissatisfaction. He realized he was on the verge of becoming a gambler. Having consumed 500 moral points for the artifact's refinement, he still retained 2017, a respectable capital. So, let us meet atop the building. 100. Breakthrough failed. Consumed 100 moral points. 100. Breakthrough failed. 100. Breakthrough failed. Wu Qian lamented, weeping and cursing. He had foreseen the fate of a gambler, yet he never anticipated such a swift demise. The loss of 300 moral points represented 2 full days of toil, now rendered utterly futile, without even a sound to mark the failure. Ding, continue the breakthrough? He heard it. Another 100. With no turning back now, to abandon the effort would mean wasting 300 points. Success is imperative to justify the moral expenditure. Breakthrough failed. It was not until the 6th attempt that the purification blade emitted a dazzling purple light, its surface shimmering as if enveloped in a flowing veil of violet essence. A heavenly grade artifact had emerged into existence. What a relief. The sight was utterly gratifying. Wielding the purification blade, it exuded formidable spiritual power, equivalent to at least 1,000. With a mere thought, the purification blade responded instantaneously, seemingly quicker than his own intent. Wu Qian recognized that this was without even invoking the sword control technique. When combined with celestial-grade sorcery, the results were beyond imagination. No wonder it is said that only those of extraordinary talent are worthy of possessing such a rare treasure. As for the divine-grade artifacts that surpass earthly ones, they exist solely in legend, unique in the world. Even the sect's genealogy refrains from boasting about them. In the tea-houses and taverns, one could occasionally hear the storytellers reciting tales. Such a treasure brought immense satisfaction to Wu Qian, prompting him to immerse himself in virtue and reach a state of fulfillment. He had little to pack. Upon entering this room, he was alone, and now, as he prepared to depart, he found himself content with the additional trinkets he had acquired. He carefully stowed his battle robe into the Qingquan bag, which was then placed into an ordinary parcel, signifying that his luggage was ready. Contemplating the uncertainty of the duration of his journey, he bid farewell to Xiao Chui and Xiao Hong in succession. To alleviate their concerns, he merely stated that the steward had arranged everything, and he would soon return after a brief excursion. Following this, he thoughtfully prepared 2 medicinal dishes and visited the 2 palaces, Huiwen and Fengxi. Naturally, there was no need for elaborate words with Ji Qing. Having experienced the sublime beauty of the mortal realm for the first time, she could hardly bear to part from him upon hearing of his temporary departure. She eagerly grasped Wu Qian's hand, drawing him into her chamber, and offered a passionate kiss as a token of her heartfelt wishes. Had it not been for Wu Qian's gentlemanly restraint, employing all his efforts to attend to her, she would have never allowed him to leave. Utterly engrossed in their shared moment, only after Ji Qing succumbed to slumber was Wu Qian able to quietly exit. In the Fengxi Palace, however, Min Fengli was not so easily appeased. Upon learning that Wu Qian was to leave the palace on a mission for the Imperial Guards, her demeanor darkened instantly. With a face that radiated authority, she exuded an intimidating presence, causing even Wu Qian, who was holding her closely, to sense a chill in the air. Who issued this command? The expansive and luminous hall bore witness to 2 figures entwined, yet displaying contrasting expressions. One was imbued with tenderness, while the other burned with fury, not of desire, but of righteous anger. As the most powerful figure in the harem, Min Fengli had every right to express her ire. Astonishingly, she was entirely unaware of the circumstances surrounding this matter, especially concerning the commander of the Imperial Guards, who was one of her own. When Wu Qian divulged the details of the situation, explaining the involvement of the Imperial Guards, the Imperial Kitchen, and the ceremonial office, along with the Emperor's personal decree, Min Fengli's countenance darkened further. With palpable dissatisfaction, she addressed Wu Qian. In the future, could you kindly inform me of such matters in advance? Min Fengli had indeed received prior knowledge of this issue when Min Hoqiao had sent a messenger. But she had been so absorbed in her longing for Wu Qian that she brushed it aside, believing it inconsequential, thinking it would not lead to any resolution. She allowed Min Hoqiao to handle it, forgetting all about it until now when it had come back to haunt her. Wu Qian paused, realizing the folly of ignoring Min Fengli's authority while relying on Wu Ho's mediocre skills. It was a grave oversight. Moreover, had he approached Min Fengli sooner, considering that the commander of the Imperial Guards was one of her own, perhaps he could have avoided this predicament. Alas, he lamented, the enemy had acted too swiftly. And by the time he grasped the situation, it was too late to seek Min Fengli's assistance. He promptly resolved to request her intervention in this matter. Perceiving Wu Qian's intentions, Min Fengli furrowed her brow and reproached him before he could utter a word. It is too late now. The Emperor has already issued his decree, and the Imperial Guards have undoubtedly submitted the list of those departing the palace for resignation. There is no room for replacement. After scolding Wu Qian, she found herself troubled on his behalf. Are you aware of what the resurrection herb is? It is an exquisite spiritual herb used in the concoction of the infant yuan pill, a rarity that is exceedingly difficult to procure. The assailant has invested considerable resources in utilizing the resurrection herb to covertly harm the concubine, ensuring that no traces remain for the palace to uncover. Wu Qian felt a profound sense of despair, knowing these facts was of little consequence. As he observed Min Fengli's inability to alter the outcome, and after enduring her scolding, his mood soured, and his frustration found a target in her. He shed his usual gentleness, resorting to simple, direct, and brutal actions, seeking to avenge the humiliation he had just suffered. Though he wielded no weapon, his fists of justice struck with unrelenting force, and no matter how defiant one might be, they could not evade the judgment of righteousness, ultimately succumbing to the consequences. In the heat of the moment, Wu Qian raised his hand high, delivering a resounding slap to the Empress, venting his pent-up ire. Smack! How dare you speak to me so? His inquiries were savage, her responses tremulous. Do you dare to speak thus again? And no, you failed to manage Min Hoqiao, leading to my predicament, and you still have the audacity to argue. It is my fault. It is my servant's fault. I shall never dare again. The once exalted Empress, who had been untouchable, had now descended from her pedestal, tasting the bitterness of mortal existence. Until her foundational cultivation was utterly depleted, Min Fengli could only kneel and plead for mercy, tears streaming down her cheeks like shattered pearls. Only then did Wu Qian's anger subside, noticing that Min Fengli, much like Ji Qing, began to drift into slumber. The foundational realm was scarcely superior to that of an ordinary person. After the tempest, there was a tender calm, and Wu Qian leaned close to Min Fengli's ear, gently advising her to rest well and hydrate. He spoke in soft tones, bidding a final farewell. Rest assured, I shall ensure this matter is resolved. Min Fengli mustered her final vestiges of strength to address Wu Qian as he departed. Having said this, she succumbed to a deep slumber, her legs still tightly pressed together. Wu Qian rubbed his sore hands and neck as he slowly exited the grand hall, too weary to even close the doors, instead gesturing for Qi Tong to handle the task. Once it was secured, he did not forget to throw in a parting remark. You have no discernment whatsoever. Qi Tong's face flushed with anger, alternating between red and pale. Each time she encountered Wu Qian, she silently wished for Min Fengli to reclaim her former prowess and bring about his downfall. Alas, fate was unkind. Every time Wu Qian visited, not only did he emerge unscathed, but Min Fengli was often left with barely a thread of life. Qi Tong could only lament her own helplessness. I heard that Master Wu plans to leave the palace. Please be cautious and do not meet your demise outside. Wu Qian cast a glance, somewhat surprised, and inquired, "Who told you that? It was not what you just claimed." Wu Qian gasped in disbelief as he gazed at Qi Tong. "What else have you heard?" Upon witnessing Wu Qian's expression, Qi Tong realized she had inadvertently revealed too much in a fit of anger. Her face turned ashen with fright as she recalled the vile words she had overheard. Her complexion shifting from pale to flushed in an instant as she frantically gestured with her hands. "I heard nothing. I did not hear the imperial consort weep, nor did I hear her cry out, let alone hear her being struck. I am completely unaware." Wu Qian's countenance darkened. Her denial was more telling than any admission of guilt, as if she had been eavesdropping with utmost attentiveness. The thought of silencing her crossed his mind. A chilling notion indeed. However, given her connection to the Fengxi Palace and her status as Min Fengli's confidant, he hesitated to take action. Moreover, despite Qi Tong's irritable temperament, she was undeniably a beauty, which made it all the more difficult for him to act against her. Yet, the gravity of the situation was undeniable. Should this information leak, the ramifications would be dire, compelling him to take it seriously. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Qian coldly warned Qi Tong, "Should you dare to speak of this or use it to threaten the imperial consort, even if she spares you, I will not be so lenient." With that, he gestured with a single hand, a terrifying aura erupting from him, enveloping Qi Tong and confining her in place. The most crucial secret was now in her possession, and Wu Qian felt that having an additional person aware of it would have little consequence. Thus, he unleashed his full might, exerting pressure to intimidate her without regard for subtlety. Qi Tong was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Wu Qian's first concern would be for Min Fengli. Did he not realize that he, too, was at risk? Before she could respond, she felt an overwhelming force of spiritual energy bear down upon her, causing her to clutch her chest, nearly choking on blood. It felt as though her entire being was ensnared by this power, and retreating even a single step seemed as insurmountable as climbing a mountain. This astonishing pressure emanated from none other than Wu Qian, a lowly eunuch she had always looked down upon. "You." Qi Tong's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Wu Qian. "Enough of your idle chatter. Remember what I just said. Once the imperial consort awakens, you shall confess to her. You belong to her. Let her decide your fate." As Wu Qian advanced a step, the pressure on Qi Tong intensified, and a trace of blood began to seep from her lips. Wu Qian felt compelled to take such drastic measures. He feared Qi Tong might dismiss him otherwise. Throughout the process of exerting his influence, he carefully confined the range of his spiritual power, ensuring the disturbance would not reach far enough to alert Min Fengli. Indeed, Qi Tong was shaken by his formidable display, her previous bravado replaced by a subtle fear. Suppressing the pain in her chest, she lowered her head and murmured, "I understand. I will go and confess to the imperial consort shortly." Upon hearing her refer to herself as a servant, Wu Qian was suddenly reminded of Min Fengli's recent passionate words, causing a stir in his heart and his gaze to wander involuntarily. The intensity of his aura diminished, and Wu Qian quickly regained his composure, pretending that his objectives had been fulfilled and naturally retracting his power. "As for my matters, you need not elaborate." Qi Tong readily agreed, for the prowess displayed by Wu Qian far exceeded the mere realm of qi refinement. She surmised he was at least at the late stage of foundation establishment, if not higher. Such a formidable being was a rare sight for her, his cultivation surpassing even that of Min Fengli. Should he unleash his wrath, who in the Phoenix Breath Palace could possibly restrain him? Not only could the noble consort not intervene, but even if she could, she would not dare to do so. With no choice but to comply, Qi Tong knelt on the ground and vowed an oath of secrecy, pledging never to reveal Wu Qian's secrets. Satisfied, Wu Qian cast one last profound glance at the grand hall before turning to depart. Qi Tong remained kneeling, still in shock, staring blankly as Wu Qian walked away. No wonder the noble consort was brought to tears. Chapter 77. Leaving the palace as the stars shifted and the night waned. It was not until dawn that Min Fengli awoke languidly. Qi Tong had knelt outside the hall for as long as Min Fengli had been asleep. Upon hearing movement, Qi Tong hurried inside, and without waiting for the noble consort to speak, she knelt once more, confessing her eavesdropping and inviting punishment. Min Fengli, having enjoyed the most restful slumber of her life, listened drowsily until Qi Tong finished speaking, at which point she lazily remarked, "I knew of it all along." Qi Tong was utterly astonished and incredulously asked why the consort had not intervened. "Enough of that," Min Fengli yawned, seemingly indifferent to the matter. Not only was she not angered, but seeing Qitong's nervousness, she spoke with a sense of calm. You are not a child anymore. Sooner or later, you would hear such things. Why would I fear your indiscretion? Deeply moved, Qitong recognized this as a testament to the noble consort's trust in her, and she resolved to keep the secret buried deep within her. What about you? Why did you suddenly admit it? I thought you would pretend not to have heard anything and let it pass. Min Fengli queried weakly as she sat up, arranging her disheveled hair and loose nightgown. Seeing this, Qitong quickly stepped forward to assist the noble consort. While answering her question, it was Wu Qian's intention. He said, I am your person and that you should make the decision. Min Fengli's movements halted abruptly, a look of confusion crossing her face as she regarded Qitong. When did you start to heed his words so closely? Qitong found herself momentarily speechless, recalling Wu Qian's instructions and unsure of how to respond. Noticing her hesitation, Min Fengli's eyes narrowed with suspicion as she fixed her gaze upon Qitong. Where's Wu Qian? Recognizing the noble consort's displeasure and feeling the weight of her authority, Qitong, who had long been under Min Fengli's influence, was seized by fear. With the burden of concealment, she instinctively knelt once more. Wu Qian left before dawn. He is likely nearing the Imperial Guards, preparing to exit the palace. Min Fengli regarded Qitong coldly, fully aware that her handmaiden, who had been by her side for so many years, could not hide any secret from her. How could she not perceive Qitong's unease? What did Wu Qian say to you? When she spoke again, her tone had shifted from inquiry to an unyielding demand for answers. Under the weight of pressure, Qitong recalled the trust bestowed upon her by the noble consort, promptly casting aside her oath and revealing everything regarding Wu Qian. Faced with threats and authority, she chose the latter. You say he has already reached the late foundational stage, and perhaps even more? Qitong nodded resolutely. Does that mean he is not far from the Golden Core realm? Min Fengli mused aloud, disregarding Wu Qian's concealment, her mind drifting to another matter as a rosy hue graced her delicate face. Suddenly reminded of her promise to Wu Qian, Min Fengli dismissed her distractions, neglecting to chastise Qitong. Summon that good-for-nothing Min Hoqiao. He must come here in person. Qitong, taken aback by the abrupt shift in conversation, hesitated to voice her concerns. Your Highness, would it be inappropriate for Lord Min to come to Fengshi Palace? You are to go, so go. Min Fengli cared not for anything else, intent on conveying her well before Wu Qian left the palace, striving to alleviate his burdens. At that moment, Wu Qian was aboard a humble carriage, swaying gently as it made its way out of the palace. Inside the carriage were a man and a woman. The woman, named Bao Shitting, was a martial artist of the body refinement realm, equivalent to a chi-refining cultivator. Petite in stature and plump in form, she was a court lady responsible for external affairs of the Imperial Guard. She had come to relay information, elucidating various precautions for Wu Qian after his departure. Upon leaving the palace, you must not reveal your identity, seek assistance from the various branches of the Bureau of Ceremonies, nor return without permission. She handed Wu Qian a jade token and 3 spirit stones. Holding them in his hand, Wu Qian thought to himself, this is not merely to trace leads. It seems they fear I might uncover something. The spirit stones were intended as travel funds, only usable for investigation. All other needs would have to be managed independently. Before his departure, Wu Ho had indeed provided a small sum, and with these 3, he had managed to gather a total of 10 spirit stones. Still less than 1/10 of what resided in his storage bag, remnants of Huizhang. Next, she presented him with a painting depicting the ever-returning grass. A flower with crimson petals, tightly clustered, as red as fire, with a stem as jade. She also mentioned the symptoms observed when the consorts were harmed. No blood, no poison, no external injuries, summarizing that there were no discernible symptoms. Not a word was said regarding other clues, and thereafter, she fell silent. The other man, identified by the system as Zhang Wenyuan, was a first-stage foundational cultivator, around 50 years of age, garbed in blue robes with gray hair and a goatee. Upon their meeting, he regarded Wu Qian with disdain, showing indifference even towards Bao Shitting. Not long after, he closed his eyes to rest, his arrogant demeanor never once faltering, as if he wore his superiority on his face. It was only when Wu Qian learned of his position as an officer from the Bureau of Astronomy that the intricacies became clear. Having previously criticized the Bureau, it was evident that word had spread, and he had likely become a target for the officers as an imagined adversary. The monks have always held disdain for martial men, and thus, naturally, they have little kindness to spare for Bao Shitting. In their eyes, it is a tremendous fortune for him to ride in the Imperial Guard's carriage. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward, and Wu Qian could only endure in silence. Fortunately, they merely escorted him out of the palace before parting ways. Bao Shitting, observing Wu Qian, felt an inexplicable oddity. After a prolonged gaze, he suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "Why are you still wearing eunuch's garments?" Wu Qian felt a twinge of embarrassment. After his escapade in Fengshi Palace with Min Fengli, dawn was approaching. When he hurried back to the medicinal kitchen, The sun had already risen. Wu Ho searched for him in a frenzy, and upon finding him, without a moment's hesitation, thrust the prepared spirit stones into his hands, urging him to hasten to rejoin the others. There was no time to change clothes, as he was too pressed for time. His abrupt departure left him unprepared, and he felt quite sheepish before Lord Bao. That simply won't do. You mustn't expose your identity. Do you not have other clothing? Bao Shiding inquired. Wu Qian indeed had other attire, a plain linen battle robe without a hood, but he had not washed it since his last use and felt too embarrassed to present it. He could only cast a pleading glance towards Zhang Wenyuan, who, with a haughty snort, raised his head in disdain. Wu Qian realized there was no hope and turned his back, discreetly retrieving the linen robe from his bag. Thus, in the carriage, he began to change. Bao Shiding naturally averted his gaze. At first, there was no problem, but as the linen robe settled upon Wu Qian, an unpleasant odor soon permeated the carriage. Bao Shiding frowned deeply, while Zhang Wenyuan openly berated him, remarking that the scent of a foul dog was indeed notorious, and today he had finally witnessed it. Wu Qian was taken aback. How could he scold him for borrowing clothes when he refused to lend any? Enough, enough. The weather is dry. Let us all be understanding. It is not as bad as it seems, Bao Shiding interjected, fearing a disagreement would spoil the mood, as he leaned his face out the window, attempting to mediate between the two. Thus, the carriage swayed gently along the main thoroughfare of the imperial city, nearing the final palace gate. Suddenly, a spirit horse surged from behind, swiftly overtaking the carriage like lightning, and came to a halt directly in front of it, blocking their path. Chapter 78. A change of plans on the morning of the imperial road. A spirit horse stood in the center, halting the slowly advancing carriage. Bao Shiding, with her delicate oval face peering out of the window, was the first to notice something amiss and hurriedly disembarked to investigate. The newcomer was Guo Laosi, a trusted aide of Min Ho Chiao. Bao Shiding recognized him immediately and, after dismounting, greeted him with a bow, inquiring, "What brings you here, Lord Guo? Why do you stop our carriage?" "There has been a change in circumstances," Guo Laosi replied. "Commander Min requests that I inform you. Wu Qian's safety must be ensured by the Imperial Guard, so the commander's directive is for you to escort him out of the palace." Guo Laosi, with his sharp features, cast a sidelong glance at the carriage, aware that Wu Qian was above. Bao Shiding was taken aback. The initial message she had received merely instructed her to escort him out of the palace without any further obligations. Moreover, as far as she was aware, the ultimate objective of the commander was far from benevolent. It was perplexing how they suddenly began to prioritize safety. However, the commander, knowing that Guo Laosi anticipated her inquiries and fearing that the occupants of the carriage might overhear, shook his head in advance, suppressing his voice to a whisper. "You need not question me. I am equally in the dark. All I know is that the commander was summoned by concubine Min, and then I was hastily instructed to relay the orders." Bao Shiding, even more bewildered, could not fathom how Fengshi Palace had become involved. Aside from that, everything else remained unchanged. All that was required was to ensure that no harm befell the individuals involved. Guo Laosi himself felt a sense of confusion as he finished speaking, deliberately or inadvertently patting Bao Shiding on the shoulder before mounting his horse and departing. Feeling the pat on his shoulder, Bao Shiding furrowed his brow and returned to the carriage to continue their journey. However, this time it was not a mere round trip. They were to venture far from the palace, ensuring Wu Qian's safety. Regarding Guo Laosi's final remarks, Bao Shiding grasped the implication. It was acceptable if leads were elusive, but the lives of those outside must remain intact. Though the two had intentionally lowered their voices, even Zhang Wenyuan, a Foundation establishment realm, could not hear them. Yet, how could they conceal their conversation from Wu Qian, who had transcended to Golden Core realm and possessed extraordinarily keen senses? He had already comprehended their dialogue with utmost clarity. Thus, at this moment, Bao Shiding wore a perplexed expression. Zhang Wenyuan remained oblivious, while only Wu Qian was privy to the underlying reasons. Min Fengli had unleashed her powers. The actions of the concubine were indeed extraordinary. Simultaneously, a robust figure hastily stormed into the imperial kitchen, disregarding the gatekeeper's attempts to hinder him, and made his way directly to the conference hall. Fan Tong was present in the hall, and upon hearing the commotion, turned to see the battered Min Ho Chiao. Taken aback, Fan Tong quickly rose to greet him. "What misfortune has befallen Lord Min?" Min Ho Chiao, evidently in a foul mood, brusquely shoved Fan Tong aside and plopped down into a chair. "Enough of the pleasantries. I am here to inform you that Wu Qian must not encounter any mishaps during this outing. You would do well to behave accordingly." Fan Tong's displeasure was evident as he too found a chair to sit beside, frowning as he replied, "Lord Min should not adopt such a commanding tone when addressing me." Having endured a beating from the concubine that morning, Min Ho Chiao was devoid of patience. "Fan Tong, I am not here to negotiate with you. This matter cannot afford to go awry, or you shall face the consequences." "Min Ho Chiao," Fan Tong retorted, equally agitated, refusing to yield. I am a member of the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs. It is not your place to issue warnings to me. The matter concerning Wu Qian was previously agreed upon. I will handle the medicinal meals, and Wu Qian will be under my direct supervision. What say you? I have fulfilled my promise. And now you wish to retract your agreement? We are all standing men here. A single drop of urine should suffice for each pit. Do you think you have the right to be unreasonable? Having been countered repeatedly, Min Hoqiao, aware of his own shortcomings, was intent on resolving the issue at hand and refrained from pointing out that Fan Tong was not standing to urinate. He could only suppress his anger and concede. I apologize for my earlier demeanor. The situation concerning Wu Qian is indeed rather intricate, and I cannot divulge the reasons. It suffices to say that he must not be harmed this time. Any actions can be postponed until after returning to the palace. Fan Tong rolled his eyes, noting that if it were possible to eliminate him within the palace, he would have acted long ago, thus avoiding such exertion. Alas, it is too late. The man has already been dispatched, and his demise is now inevitable. Min Hoqiao slammed the table in frustration, scanning the surroundings only to realize that no skilled personnel from the imperial kitchen had accompanied him, leaving him unopposed. It appears Fan Tong indeed spoke the truth. Then hurry and send a message to summon him back. Fan Tong smirked, jesting that Min Tongling was being absurd. The imperial kitchen was not the astronomical bureau, and there were no communication tokens available. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Min Hoqiao sank into a chair, his expression fluctuating between hope and despair. He had never witnessed Min Fengli in such a fury, and the memory still instilled fear within him. Earlier that morning, upon being summoned to Fengxi Palace, she wasted no time in striking him until he begged for mercy. Ultimately, she issued a fierce threat. While she preferred to eliminate eunuchs, she could first transform Min Hoqiao into one before proceeding with her plans. The solution was straightforward: ensure Wu Qian's safe return to the palace. Thus, Min Hoqiao felt a pressing urgency. Upon exiting Fengxi Palace, he instructed Guolaosi to relay the message to Bao Shitting regarding the change in plans. He then personally rushed to the imperial kitchen to warn Fan Tong to cease his actions. However, he soon realized it was too late. In light of this, may you take care, Master Fan. Recognizing that there was no longer any hope to salvage the situation, Min Hoqiao ceased his futile attempts and resolved to devise a plan to rescue the individual. What began as a scheme to harm had swiftly transformed into a mission to save, leaving Min Hoqiao with a deep sigh. A spirit horse, unencumbered by a coachman, pulled the carriage along the official road. The ethereal creature required no driver, as it could be guided solely by the thoughts of its master within. Upon exiting the palace gates, Bao Shitting was uncertain of her next destination, yet one thing was clear: wherever she went, she would follow. Thus, she maintained her silence, patiently awaiting Wu Qian's decision. The Grand Palace of Dachong differed remarkably from Wu Qian's recollections. Rather than being situated within the city, it stood majestically beside the capital, 20 miles distant, forming a city of its own. The entire palace was akin to a royal city, sprawling over an extensive area, nearly half the size of the capital itself, divided into the outer and inner royal cities, with the inner royal city further segmented into the front and rear palaces. Wu Qian had resided solely in the rear palace and had never viewed the entirety from outside. Now, he beheld its magnificent expanse and comprehended the enormity of the royal city. Lacking a clear plan, Wu Qian allowed the carriage to drift naturally towards the capital after leaving the palace. Zhang Wenyuan, intending to go to the capital himself, was pleased to see the carriage did not turn back, hence he made no mention of disembarking. He remained comfortably in the carriage, continuing to feign sophistication. In the confined space, 3 individuals, each harboring their own intentions, found Wu Qian's plan to part ways with the other 2 thwarted. Uncertain of how much longer he would have to endure this awkwardness, he took the initiative to break the silence. Shall we play do Diju? Humph. Zhang Wenyuan, too lazy to even open his eyes, raised his haughty face, disdainful of his company. The enthusiastic invitation was met with yet another cold snort. Having spent much time among eunuchs, Wu Qian felt little discomfort. However, upon emerging, he faced discrimination that soured his mood. He thought to himself, the spirit masters have already been subdued by our family. What is so impressive about you? A mere monitor? You are just a man, were your gender to change. Age would not spare you. Just as he harbored such resentful thoughts, the carriage suddenly halted with a jolt. The sound of rushing wind echoed outside. A powerful wave of spiritual energy surged into the carriage. Zhang Wenyuan finally opened his eyes. Chapter 79. Zhang Wenyuan takes action at noon. Under the blazing sun, the carriage came to a sudden stop, leaving behind 2 prominent tire tracks. A tense atmosphere enveloped the carriage. Bao Shitting's countenance grew grave as he recalled what old Fourth Gua had said, realizing the importance of ensuring Wu Qian's safety. Wu Qian, however, remained relatively unperturbed. After releasing his consciousness, he grasped the situation without even exiting the carriage. 5 at the foundation establishment stage, 9 at the qi refinement stage. In the midst of this crisis, Zhang Wenyuan exhibited the composure befitting a monitor, calmly stating, "It seems there are indeed robbers near the capital, likely attracted by my formidable spiritual energy, hoping to claim treasures." Bao Shiting felt a bit dazed, unable to discern whether the threat was aimed at Zhang Wenyuan or Wu Qian. Considering the identity of the monitor from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, he chose to trust Zhang Wenyuan and humbly inquired, "What should we do now, my lord?" Zhang Wenyuan reveled in being consulted, his expression swelling with pride as he cryptically shook his head. "No worries, the Imperial Astronomical Bureau is not one they dare provoke. Once I reveal my identity, the crisis will surely be averted." Watching this clever man disembark, Wu Qian felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his back and seized the opportunity to ask Bao Shiting, "Sir Bao? In the event of encountering such an assassination while on a case, what should we do? The Imperial Guard cannot simply ignore it, can they?" Bao Shiting pondered for a long while. She had never faced such a situation before. Who would dare rob the Imperial Guard? Furthermore, although she claimed to be responsible for affairs outside the palace, she typically only handled recruitment, purchases, and message deliveries, never having dealt with any cases in earnest. Logically, such incidents were rare. Whether they would intervene this time depended on the will of Min Houtiao. However, you need not worry. Hasn't he, Lord Zhang, already gone to resolve it? With the Imperial Astronomical Bureau involved, errors are unlikely. Bao Shiting contemplated whether she could invite Zhang Wenyuan to accompany them. Having a foundation establishment expert nearby would significantly ease the task of protecting Wu Qian. Wu Qian nodded, realizing she was still unaware of the situation's gravity. Nevertheless, since someone had stepped forward, there was no urgency to exit. He would wait quietly in the carriage to see if the Imperial Astronomical Bureau could intimidate the Shanshansang. "Bold thieves, I am a monitor of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. Retreat at once, and I may spare your lives." Zhang Wenyuan's voice boomed from outside the carriage. Yet, upon disembarking, Zhang Wenyuan quickly sensed that something was amiss. His spiritual perception was not as formidable as Wu Qian's within the carriage. He could only sense a complex array of spiritual energy, mistakenly believing it to be a result of sheer numbers. However, upon facing them directly, he realized that the situation was far from simple. 14 black-clad, masked assassins encircled the carriage, with 4 of them exuding an inscrutable realm of power, while the remaining 10 were all at least at the 5th stage of qi refinement. Such a formation was not typical of ordinary bandits. It resembled a lineup comparable to that of a minor sect or a full-scale assault. Given the circumstances, he could only hope that the name of the Qintian Supervisory Agency would intimidate the thieves. The black-clad figures were, of course, eunuchs from the Shangshan Supervisory Agency, led by Zhu Xiaomai, who was at the first stage of foundation establishment. Although he was the weakest among them, he was entrusted with the leadership due to his close ties with Fan Tong. Before leaving the palace, Zhu Xiaomai was informed that only Wu Qian was departing in the Imperial Guard's carriage, since Bao Shiting was accompanying him on short notice. He was unaware of any additional companions. Now, encountering an unexpected official, Zhu Xiaomai found himself at a loss, hesitant to act directly. He could only attempt to drive them away. "Get lost." Zhang Wenyuan's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. He had never anticipated that someone would dare to insult the Qintian Supervisory Agency, and a surge of fury ignited within him. Confronted by a group of formidable opponents, he spoke resolutely, "If you want me to leave, I shall." Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to depart. 5 foundation establishment experts were simply too formidable to contend with. It was wiser to conserve his strength, send a message for reinforcements, and return with a larger force to seize victory. Seeing Zhang Wenyuan falter, Zhu Xiaomai felt a surge of confidence and signaled for 2 individuals to block his path. Zhang Wenyuan's expression grew grave. What was the meaning of this? "You tell me to leave, yet why should your words hold no weight?" Hand over the communication jade pendant. Zhu Xiaomai was aware of the capabilities of the Qintian Supervisory Agency and feared he might delay things with tricks. Zhang Wenyuan remained silent, contemplating his options, feeling the pressure of their spiritual energy locking onto him. Slowly, he withdrew the jade pendant from his sleeve and coldly remarked, "Will handing over the pendant allow me to leave?" Zhu Xiaomai ceased his verbal sparring and commanded his subordinates to seize the pendant. With newfound assurance, he declared, "Attack." Inside the carriage, Wu Qian and Bao Shiting huddled by the window, peering through a small crack, watching as Zhang Wenyuan produced the jade pendant. Then, Zhang Wenyuan made his move, and soon after, he was defeated. Under the assault of the crowd, Zhang Wenyuan initially managed to withstand the onslaught. However, it wasn't long before he sustained severe injuries, collapsing beneath the carriage, barely managing to prop himself up against a wheel. "Look at you, acting so high and mighty, you deserve this." Wu Qian felt a thrill of excitement. for the first time believing that the Shangshan Supervisory Agency had done a commendable deed. Bao Shiting furrowed his brow, displeased with Wu Qian's schadenfreude, and pushed open the carriage door, ready to descend. What are you doing? Wu Qian quickly grasped his arm. Of course, I'm going to help. The commander instructed me to ensure your safety. If Zhang Wenyuan dies, you will be next, Bao Shiting replied matter-of-factly. Upon finishing her words, she twisted her delicate form and leaped down, positioning herself in front of Zhang Wenyuan, completely disregarding the enemy's formidable strength. Capable of obliterating a body refinement practitioner in an instant. Wu Qian sighed deeply. He had initially intended to wait until Zhang Wenyuan was defeated before intervening, but now, if he delayed any longer, even Bao Shiting might meet her demise. He bore no resentment towards Bao Shiting. There was neither discrimination nor pretentiousness in her demeanor, and she was diligently focused on driving. Moreover, her physique was commendable, making her a competent and admirable female driver. Following suit, Wu Qian also descended from the carriage and positioned himself behind Bao Shiting. Zhu Xiaomai immediately spotted Wu Qian, and a surge of murderous intent surged within her. Attack. Leave no survivors. Zhang Wenyuan was momentarily taken aback, and only then did he comprehend that the target was Wu Qian, instantly filled with regret. Had he known, he would not have taken the carriage. Wu Qian's gaze swept over the crowd. Zhu Xiaomai, Foundation Establishment Stage 1, Zhang Dami, Foundation Establishment Stage 3, Bao Gu, Foundation Establishment Stage 2, Gao Liang, Foundation Establishment Stage 2, Huang Do, Foundation Establishment Stage 4. The remainder were all at the Qi refinement stage, now unworthy of a name in Wu Qian's eyes. Among the 5, he had encountered 4 at the Shangshan Supervisory Office, but only Huang Do, the one with the highest cultivation, was a new revelation. It seemed Fan Tong had laid all his cards on the table. Perhaps due to the change of environment after leaving the palace, Wu Qian found himself immersed in the vast expanse of the world, feeling a long-lost sense of freedom and liberation, unwilling to remain timid. As countless spells surged toward him, each imbued with formidable momentum, he felt that his life was at stake, rendering any secrets utterly inconsequential. No longer concealing his cultivation level, he unleashed the full power of the Golden Core stage. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted forth, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. On the empty official road, a soft chant floated into the air. The voice was not loud, yet it resonated like thunder. With the words "the earth wind rises" hitting the ground, a whirlwind erupted around Wu Qian, instantly shredding all spells into fragments. Wu Qian clasped his hands behind his back and took a step forward. The whirlwind began to expand, sweeping towards the stunned enemies. Zhu Xiaomai was the first to react, shouting a warning, quickly producing a second-tier protective talisman to invoke before her. The others, witnessing this, hurriedly followed suit, each retrieving their life-preserving trump cards. Those without any such cards resigned themselves to their fate. The spiritual power contained within the wind was overwhelming, far exceeding the cognitive limits of the Qi refinement stage. After all, the Golden Core stage was exceedingly rare. They might never encounter it in their lifetime. The whirlwind howled past, and all 9 at the Qi refinement stage, regardless of whether they utilized their trump cards, vanished without a trace, leaving not even a spatial bag behind. Upholding justice, moral value 450, Wu Qian was elated. This excursion from the palace had proven worthwhile. Everyone stared at Wu Qian in awe. Although the 5 at the Foundation Establishment stage had preserved their lives, they were gravely injured. Bao Shiting was equally astonished. Although he sensed the spiritual force emanating from Wu Qian, he still could not bring himself to believe that such a staggering spell could originate from one so youthful. According to the intelligence held by the Imperial Guard, Wu Qian was merely at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. As he glanced from Wu Qian to Zhang Wenyuan, doubts began to creep into his mind, pondering whether the officials from the Astral Monitoring Bureau were merely playing tricks or covertly intervening. Who exactly are you? Zhu Xiaomai's eyes were bloodshot, her expression a mixture of fury and fear. Wu Qian curled his lips into a scornful smile, considering it absurd that the Imperial Kitchen Bureau would go to such lengths in search of him, questioning his identity. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What realm do you truly possess? Wu Qian remained silent, standing with his hands clasped behind him, gazing skyward, exuding an air of inscrutable profundity. Stop wasting words and eliminate this pack of eunuchs. Wu Qian did not respond, but Zhang Wenyuan, unable to contain himself, erupted in anger upon hearing the mention of the Imperial Kitchen Bureau, pointing an accusatory finger. Wu Qian's expression remained impassive as he turned to look at Zhang Wenyuan, who felt the palpable threat and realized he had misspoken. In a panic, he clarified, "I did not imply that you are an eunuch. I meant that the eunuchs are the ones referred to as such." "Lord Zhang, your statements seem to convey a similar meaning." Bao Shiting quietly interjected, having deduced from their discourse that Wu Qian was indeed the instigator. Silence. As Zhang Wenyuan opened his mouth again, Wu Qian interrupted him irritably. I will deal with you shortly. The mere utterance of those words sent a shiver through Zhang Wenyuan's entire being. After the whirlwind swept through, rather than dissipating, it enveloped everyone, transforming into a colossal prison. Let us fight him together. Unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure, Zhu Xiaomai shouted, rallying the remaining 4 to join the fray. As the 4 cast their spells to encircle him, she attempted to withdraw, seeking to escape the tempestuous confinement alone. Wu Qian extended a finger, consecutively pointing at the 4 spellcasters, unleashing a massive blade of wind that shattered their spells in an instant and sent them flying. Finally, he raised both middle fingers towards the airborne Zhu Xiaomai. A bolt of thunderous light, as thick as a bowl, descended from the heavens, striking down this treacherous individual to the ground. The 5 of them plummeted simultaneously, creating a cloud of dust that billowed like fog. Emerging from the haze was Wu Qian's tall silhouette, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down upon the gathered assembly. Wait, do not kill me. I have dined with Wu Ho. In the face of life and death, Zhu Xiaomai finally relinquished her delusions, prostrating herself on the ground and pleading for mercy. Wu Qian remained unmoved, his hands forming claws, merging together as he directed them skyward, quietly invoking the Great Thunder technique. In an instant, the winds and clouds shifted dramatically, dark clouds looming overhead. Within the clouds, flashes of lightning flickered ominously, coalescing into countless bolts. The oppressive aura spread like a tempest, causing even the towering trees by the roadside to bend under the overwhelming weight, as if bowing in reverence to Wu Qian. As Zhu Xiaomai gazed at the thundering skies, she recalled the garments confiscated from her home, unable to comprehend the sudden transformation of Wu Qian, who was merely at the qi refinement stage, into such a formidable presence. She was left utterly bewildered. Wu Qian's hand struck like thunder, instantly reducing 5 men to mere illusions, leaving behind only a Qiankuan bag. The drop rate was disappointingly low. Wu Qian scoffed in disdain as he approached the bag, releasing his consciousness to investigate, only to discover it was the relic of Huang Do. From the identity token, he learned that Huang Do was responsible for procuring supplies for the Shongshan Supervisory Office and often lingered outside the palace, which explained why Wu Qian had never encountered him. Inside the Qiankuan bag, there were no rare elixirs or magical treasures, save for a communication jade pendant belonging to Zhang Wenyuan and a small hill composed of spirit stones. What a find! Upon counting, he discovered nearly several thousand spirit stones, a considerable fortune for Wu Qian at this juncture, prompting him to admire Huang Do's adeptness at amassing wealth. Little did he know, this was not just Huang Do's petty treasure, but also the public funds of the Shongshan Supervisory Office. As Wu Qian reveled in his newfound riches and prepared to meticulously count the spirit stones, a voice suddenly rang out from the horizon, challenging him. Which celestial being dares to cross the tribulation here? Do you know this is the domain of the Qingjing sect? A figure, exuding an aura of celestial grace, swiftly approached on a flying sword, his expression proud and frigid. Wu Qian's mood soured at the interruption, and the haughty demeanor of the newcomer grated on his nerves. He raised his hand and pointed. Another bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, and before Zhou Ilyang could touch down, he returned to the embrace of nature, leaving behind only the solitary Qiankuan bag. This is your territory. Yet you failed to assist earlier. What pretense is this? To his astonishment, Wu Qian noted that while the 5 men had yielded him 500 moral points, this single individual granted him a staggering 1,000, indicating that he was far more malevolent than those from the Shongshan Supervisory Office. Wu Qian reflected on this, his moral points now totaling 4467, bringing him one step closer to the Yuanying stage. Within the Qiankuan bag lay a prized flying sword and 100 spirit stones. What a miser! Bao Shiting and Zhang Wenyuan stared blankly, gazing at the spot where Zhou Ilyang had vanished. The impact of losing a foundational realm expert was far greater than the earlier annihilation of the Shongshan Supervisory Office. If the previous confrontation had been driven by pursuit, this was sheerly an act of random malice. Or perhaps, it was a case of silencing witnesses. Now, both of them were acutely aware of Wu Qian's concealed realm and had witnessed his true power, which instilled a profound fear within them. Fleeing was out of the question. If 5 foundational realm practitioners could not escape, what chance did they stand? They lacked the courage to run. After counting the spirit stones, which amounted to over 5,000, Wu Qian transferred the stones and the jade pendant into his own possession and turned to rejoin his companions. He was unperturbed by the possibility of them discerning his strength. He had numerous ways to silence Bao Shiting. As for Zhang Wenyuan, there was but one method. If necessary, he would eliminate him. Long before he dispatched Zhou Ilyang, Wu Qian had intended to use this act as intimidation, and observing their expressions now, the effect was undoubtedly favorable. Wu Qian approached the 2 individuals, his gaze meticulously scanning them from head to toe. Of course, the scrutiny differed between the sexes. His eyes were icy when fixed on Zhang Wenyuan, yet softened slightly as they moved to Bao Shiding, imbued with an exploratory essence. One was assessed for weaknesses, while the other was considered for potential beginnings. Chapter 81. An oath is established. The young man, with a handsome visage, donned simple linen garments, and walked with the grace of a lotus blossom, exuding an elegance akin to that of a scholar. However, in the eyes of Bao Shiding and Zhang Wenyuan, he resembled a merciless demon. Bao Shiding pondered the need for protection from such a figure, while Zhang Wenyuan regretted his past decisions, recalling Wu Qian's words during a prior killing, where he had criticized Zhou Ilyang for being pretentious, only to realize he might be even more so. Before Wu Qian could finish his statement, Zhang Wenyuan knelt on the ground, proclaiming with righteous fervor, "I have seen nothing. I know nothing. If Lord Wu is not at ease, feel free to sever my tongue." Faced with the choice between his words and his life, Zhang Wenyuan rationally opted for the latter. Wu Qian smiled. But just as Zhang Wenyuan thought he was in the clear, Wu Qian remarked lightly, "If you cannot speak, cannot you still write?" "I cannot read," Zhang Wenyuan retorted. Silence. Wu Qian, growing impatient, raised his hand, seemingly ready to eliminate him to prevent future troubles. Bao Shiding quickly intervened, her thoughts being clear and straightforward. If Zhang Wenyuan perished, she too would not survive. Thus, it was better to plead for him than to seek mercy for herself. "Lord Wu, please temper your anger. We did not intend to uncover your secrets. Allow us some leniency. We can swear an unbreakable oath with our spiritual energy, and should we violate this oath, we shall face eternal damnation." Yes, let us swear an oath." "I shall do so now," Zhang Wenyuan exclaimed, biting his wrist, allowing his spiritual energy to mingle with his blood, which flowed to the ground, inscribing a mysterious symbol as he made his vow. Once the oath concluded, the symbol vanished. Simultaneously, Wu Qian felt a faint connection within his consciousness, as if he could determine Zhang Wenyuan's fate at any moment, provided that Zhang Wenyuan breached or was on the verge of breaching their agreement. Seeing that Wu Qian did not object, Bao Shiding exhaled in relief, similarly piercing her finger to establish her own oath. Wu Qian contemplated, finding this outcome not entirely unacceptable. He had no intention of harming Bao Shiding, especially since she was an attractive woman. As for Zhang Wenyuan, his life or death held little significance. As long as he returned to the court of celestial phenomena without spreading discord, Wu Qian was content to have an additional follower. Should he and Bao Shiding need to investigate a case, at least someone would be able to keep watch, and when they needed rest, there would be someone to manage the carriage outside. With no lingering concerns, Wu Qian grew weary of further deliberation. Under heaven, there is no land that is not the king's. How dare one claim this is the territory of King Jingmen? This is a clear act of treason, and such intentions are deserving of punishment. Wu Qian found a compelling justification for his murderous inclinations. Yet, to his surprise, both individuals exhibited expressions of incredulity upon hearing his words. "What is the matter?" Wu Qian found himself bewildered and could not help but inquire further. Zhang Wenyuan remained kneeling on the ground, forgetting to rise. As an official of the Imperial Astronomy Bureau, he was well versed in the affairs of the sections. Upon hearing Wu Qian's words, he weakly replied, "According to the divisions of the Bureau, within a radius of 5 miles between the Imperial City and the capital, this area indeed belongs to the Pure Tranquility sect." Wu Qian, however, pondered, so what if it belongs to them? Does that mean it does not belong to the court? In his mind, the entire realm was the domain of the court. The sects merely held usage rights, which ultimately returned to the jurisdiction of the court. Yet, seeing the astonished expressions on their faces, as if he had uttered something ignorant, he cautiously asked, "Does it truly not belong to the court?" Zhang Wenyuan finally remembered to rise and nodded matter-of-factly. Indeed, each sect has its own territory, enjoying exclusive access to the spiritual energy of the land, including heavenly materials and earthly treasures, with absolute authority over all that exists within their domain. Surely, Lord Wu would not be unaware of this. "Of course I know. I simply forgot," Wu Qian replied with an awkward smile, his expression darkening as he nodded. He thought to himself, what nonsense is this? If that's the case, what use is the government? They might as well all run off to cultivate immortality. What then of the court's territories? Strictly speaking, only the Imperial City could be considered the court's domain. However, if necessary, the Bureau could reallocate territories back to the Imperial City. Wu Qian was taken aback. It sounded reasonable, a roundabout way to seize control. Grasping the opportunity to speak with someone knowledgeable, he became like an inquisitive child, relentlessly posing questions. On what basis does the Bureau make such divisions? Is it not still at the behest of the court? No. Zhang Wenyuan shook his head repeatedly, as if he had heard something blasphemous. Certainly not. It strictly adheres to the directives of Xianyang Palace. After a convoluted discussion, Wu Qian finally comprehended the situation. Just as Chief Steward Wu had said, a puppet is merely a puppet. Ultimately, it all returns to strength. What use is your bureau if all it does is flaunt its authority, unable to safeguard the dignity of the imperial power? Wu Qian could not help but curse. Hearing this, Zhang Wenyuan stiffened, instinctively preparing to defend the bureau's reputation. But suddenly recalling Wu Qian's formidable presence, he quickly lowered his head. My subordinate is incompetent, he muttered. Wu Qian shook his head, dismissing the unrelated matters of state, and instead grew curious about the sex. Eager to witness the world of cultivation he had long envisioned. With a grand gesture, he indicated the way. Let us proceed. We shall continue the investigation. To the pure tranquility sect, Bao Shiding felt a jolt of apprehension, unsure whether to feel delighted or worried. Zhang Wenyuan also broke out in a sweat. The prospect of a murderous demon visiting the sect was hardly an auspicious sign. Just as he was about to take his leave, he noticed Wu Qian's unfriendly gaze and could only continue to accompany him. Seeing Zhang Wenyuan attempt to climb into the carriage, Wu Qian quickly stopped him. What are you doing? Who will drive the carriage if you go in? After saying this, he ushered Bao Shiding inside, following him into the carriage and firmly closing the door. Zhang Wenyuan was left speechless. A dignified official of the Imperial Astronomy Bureau reduced to the role of a mere coachman. The carriage slowly departed, leaving behind 2 prominent wheel tracks and several charred deep pits. Seated within, Wu Qian finally found a moment of tranquility, free from the sight of Zhang Wenyuan. Inhaling the fragrant aroma of Bao Shiding, he closed his eyes and activated the system. Name: Wu Qian. Cultivation: First stage of Golden Core, Wisdom Root. Heavenly Wisdom Root 1. Lifespan: 0. Moral value: 4,467. Demonic value: 600. Cultivation method: Yellow Court 10,000 transformations. Earth Grade Rare: 100. Techniques: Heavenly Swordman, Divine Grade Supreme, 100. Great Thunder Array, Celestial Grade Rare, 100. With the recent gains, his moral value was sufficient to elevate his realm, now that he had departed from the Imperial Palace. According to Zhang Wenyuan's assertion, this place belonged to the Pure Tranquility sect. Wu Qian no longer needed to fear the fluctuations of spiritual energy disturbing the Astral Observation Bureau. Bound by the oath, he was also unconcerned about the 2 revealing secrets. Consuming 3,599 points of moral value, he ascended to the perfected Golden Core stage. The spiritual energy surged into Wu Qian's body like a torrential flood, distorting the entire space as if the very scenery were morphing. Outside the carriage, Zhang Wenyuan sensed the tumult, resisting the waves of spiritual force, gazing in astonishment towards the interior. In that moment, he finally comprehended the source of the palace's anomalous spiritual energy and deduced that Wu Qian within was undergoing a breakthrough. Yet, even upon discovering the culprit, he could no longer voice the secret, for Wu Qian could eliminate him through the oath before he could utter a word. But which layer of realm was being transcended that caused such a violent consumption of spiritual energy? Chapter 82. The Pure Tranquility sect outside the capital, after a tempest. Thunder roared. As the sound of thunder faded, an endless miasma enveloped the earth. The ground appeared to transform into a steamer, exuding countless invisible vapors that converged into the carriage. Inside, Bao Shiding could also sense the phenomenon, though her lower cultivation rendered her perception less clear than Zhang Wenyuan's. She felt her body inexplicably drawn towards Wu Qian, as if he were an unfathomable abyss, and she sat at its edge, continuously sliding towards the precipice, unaware of when she might plunge in. Just as she was about to collide with Wu Qian, the gravitational pull suddenly vanished, as if nothing had ever transpired. Lowering his realm back to chi refinement, Wu Qian slowly opened his eyes, noticing Bao Shiding pressed closely against him, and recalling the commotion of his recent breakthrough. He immediately surmised the cause. Regret surged within him. Had he known, he would have persisted a little longer, for that single breath of spiritual energy was inconsequential. Flushing, Bao Shiding shifted back to her original position. Did Wu Gonggong just break through? Wu Qian nodded, feigning ignorance. Was it quite loud? Bao Shiding shyly nodded. Yes, particularly so. Then that explains it. The Pure Tranquility sect was established atop a lofty mountain, as if it were a palace amidst the clouds. The sect comprised 12 grand halls, harmonizing with the Earth's count, each hall presided over by a hall master and guardians, with no fewer than 100 disciples across various ranks. The head of the sect occupies the main hall, presiding over 10 elders who harmonize with the celestial order, along with 69 direct disciples whose alignment remains a mystery. It stands as one of the 3 major sects in the capital, renowned alongside the Yin-Yang sect and the 100 Herbs Hall. Under the guidance of Master Bao, the carriage arrives at the foot of the mountain, where the first gate stands. A grand archway of jade towers above the mountain path, flanked by disciples tasked with reception and guarding. With Wu Qian's perceptive awareness, an array of invisible light barriers envelopes the entire hill, the protective formation exhibiting extraordinary vigor. Within the gate, abundant spiritual energy abounds, revealing not only the protective formation, but also a gathering formation for spiritual essence, creating a realm distinct from the outside world. Despite being merely a door apart, as Wu Qian disembarks from the carriage, he and Master Bao approach the grand entrance, gazing in awe at the majestic mountains. Zhang Wenyuan, having parked the carriage, instinctively retreats behind Wu Qian, wary of any mischief. Initially compelled by circumstance, he now genuinely refrains from errant thoughts, having been startled by the recent surge of spiritual energy. Since Wu Qian's arrival, the gate disciples have regarded the group with vigilant scrutiny, sensing an air of subtle femininity about their leader, Wu Qian. Accompanied not only by a well-endowed maid but also by an enigmatic coachman, the group exudes an aura of significance. May I inquire as to which esteemed guests we have, and are you here to seek a master or visit a friend? One disciple inquires. Wu Qian maintains a cordial smile, courteously responding, we are here to investigate. The disciple furrows his brow, pressing for their background and demanding identification. Wu Qian, smiling silently, glances at Master Bao, who understandingly states, Miss Bao, according to the regulations of the Imperial Guard, I cannot reveal my identity. Would you kindly inform him? Taken aback, Master Bao realizes that Wu Qian, by concealing his identity and leveraging hers, appears to abide by the rules while actually evading them. This indeed feels like a trap. However, being subordinate, Master Bao cannot resist and must present the Imperial Guard's insignia to the disciple. Imperial Guard investigation. The action is swift and professional, exuding the elegance of a career woman, which Wu Qian observes with keen interest. Please wait a moment. I shall relay this information promptly. Once the outer elders have reached a decision, you will be invited to enter the mountain, the disciple states, acknowledging the insignia with a neutral expression. Although he does not explicitly refuse, it is apparent to all that he does not regard the Imperial Guard with much seriousness. Wu Qian silently rejoices, relieved he did not present the insignia of the medicinal kitchen. Otherwise, entry would have been problematic, possibly leading to disdain. Simultaneously, he curses the scheming Min Ho Tiao, realizing that with such an unwelcoming sight before him, he cannot even gain entry, all the while being tasked with investigating the young grass. What malicious intent! At this moment, Wu Qian's peripheral vision catches sight of Zhang Wenyuan trailing behind, prompting a subtle gesture for him to make another attempt. Zhang Wenyuan's expression betrays his reluctance. Yet Wu Qian's gaze brooks no dissent, compelling him with a resigned sigh to approach once more. As another coachman presents the insignia, the disciple's brow furrows, ready to admonish their ignorance of protocol, only to be halted by the imperial character inscribed upon the insignia. The disciple immediately ceased his disdain, bowed respectfully, and said, I was unaware of the arrival of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. Please forgive my oversight. I will notify the elders to come and greet you. With that, he activated the protective mountain formation, omitting even the need for a formal announcement. As he led the way, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, wasn't it said that the Imperial Guards were investigating? How is it that the esteemed members of the Astronomical Bureau have also come? Zhang Wenyuan followed behind Wu Qian, feeling somewhat vexed. He had long been aware of the joint investigation. Given his identity within the Astronomical Bureau, entering the Pure Tranquility sect would be a simple task. However, he preferred to keep his identity concealed, not wishing to reveal that he was trailing behind a eunuch. Such humiliation was too much to bear. Upon entering the mountain gate, they were met by an elderly man with a rosy complexion who rushed down the stone steps, cupping his fists in greeting from a distance. It was none other than Master Zhang of the Astronomical Bureau, who had come to welcome them, albeit somewhat belatedly. The newcomer was the outer sect elder mentioned by the disciple, who usually resided at the foot of the mountain. Zhang Wenyuan quickly returned the gesture of respect, and, without waiting for inquiries, hastily articulated his rationale for their presence. His Majesty has issued an edict. It is only natural that we assist in alleviating his concerns. I hope Brother Fan will facilitate our endeavors. Of course, it has been 6 months since we last parted. Brother Zhang remains as impressive as ever, replied Fan Nanju. Wu Qian, uninterested in the pleasantries exchanged between the two, dismissed Zhang Wenyuan's formalities and took by shitting aside to admire the scenery at the mountain's base. The Pure Tranquility sect encompassed not only the temple atop the mountain, but also numerous houses at its foot. A cluster of these houses formed a small village, and several villages linked together created a bustling marketplace. There were restaurants and taverns, merchants and traders, as well as brothels and courtesans. According to Bai Shitting, this was where the outer sect disciples resided. Only those who ascended to the inner sect could enter the temple. In truth, the only individuals truly qualified to practice within the halls were the heads of the various temples and the personally taught disciples of the elders. Observing the throngs of people within the village, Wu Qian was once again struck by the enormity of the sect. Although these outer sect disciples were of low cultivation, most being at the refinement stage, their sheer numbers were formidable. Such a complex situation indeed posed significant challenges for the court to manage. Having concluded the pleasantries, Zhang Wenyuan quickly invited Wu Qian and his companion to meet Fan Nanju, introducing them. This is the special envoy of the secret edict, young Master Wu. And this is Lord Bai of the Imperial Guards. Upon noticing the sharp gazes of Wu Qian and Bai Shitting, Zhang Wenyuan abruptly stifled the title Eunuch Wu that had nearly escaped his lips, opting instead for young Master Wu. Ah, young Master Wu and Lord Bai. It is an honor to finally meet you, Fan Nanju said, though he had not previously heard of such a figure. Nevertheless, a mere refinement stage cultivator commanding such respect from Zhang Wenyuan hinted at an extraordinary background. After receiving the three, Fan Nanju dismissed the disciples and personally led them up the mountain. At that moment, a group of disciples approached, all dressed resplendently, their expressions tense. As they hurried past Fan Nanju, they quickly offered their greetings before rushing out of the mountain gate. What is happening? Wu Qian inquired curiously. Fan Nanju's expression was grave as he explained, not long ago, a thunder calamity appeared along the official road, followed by a significant depletion of spiritual energy. Elder Zhou, who was patrolling outside, was dispatched to investigate. However, shortly thereafter, his life token shattered. The reasons remain a mystery. The three individuals present, each harboring their own fears, dared not reveal their trepidation. Wu Qian cleared his throat and feigned astonishment, inquiring, could it be that Elder Zhou is undergoing tribulation? Fan Nanju was taken aback. He had never considered such a convoluted perspective. Is that even a possibility? The three nodded in unison. Chapter 83. The intent of the drunken elder. Upon entering the reception room, the guests took their respective seats, and disciples promptly served tea. Fan Nanju raised his hand to request tea, while simultaneously asking about the purpose of their visit. What is it that young Master Wu wishes to investigate? How may the Pure Tranquility sect assist you? Wu Qian humbly sought guidance. I am in search of a particular spiritual herb. Does the Pure Tranquility sect possess any? Upon hearing this, Fan Nanju immediately puffed out his chest, his expression brimming with pride. Our Pure Tranquility sect has a legacy spanning a millennium, with profound foundational strength. If you seek assistance here, you have indeed come to the right place. If we do not possess it, it is unlikely anyone else will. What specific spiritual herb are you seeking, young Master Wu? Wu Qian listened quietly as Fan Nanju boasted, feeling pleased within. If the Pure Tranquility sect had the resurrection herb, matters would be much simpler. He gestured for Bao Shitting to present the image and handed it to Fan Nanju. This is the resurrection herb. Might your esteemed sect have it? Fan Nanju took the image, his brow furrowing slightly, and casually inquired, I truly do not know if we have such a thing. Perhaps you should consult the sect leader. What purpose does your palace have for this item? It is of little consequence, merely that two favored consorts perished from consuming it. Hence I am tracing the clues. Fan Nanju gasped in shock, nearly dropping the image, shaking his head vigorously. No. There is absolutely none. No need to consult the sect leader. Internally, he cursed the three, relieved to have avoided a pitfall. After dismissing Fan Nanju's bravado, Wu Qian pondered his next move and politely asked, does your esteemed sect possess any celestial tier martial arts? As soon as the words left his lips, not only was Fan Nanju at a loss for words, but even Bao Shitting and the others were rendered speechless. Martial arts are the very foundation of a sect, a closely guarded secret, inaccessible even to ordinary disciples. Is this relevant to the case? Fan Nanju's displeasure was palpable. Such a discourteous young man would have been expelled were it not for Zhang Wenyuan standing. Zhang Wenyuan, however, buried his face in his hands, feeling powerless against such a brash youth. Wu Qian, unfazed, had encountered many who sought personal gain under the guise of public duty in his past life, and saw nothing inappropriate in his inquiry. Indeed, this matter is of great significance, and I kindly request Elder Fan's cooperation. Fan Nanju's face turned ashen as he sought assistance from Zhang Wenyuan, only to find him unresponsive, completely absorbed in his own hands. For Fan Nanju, no matter how he responded, it would be an untenable situation. To affirm possession would necessitate revealing their secrets. To claim that the esteemed reputation of a millennial-old sect could be obliterated in an instant is unfathomable. Lacking even the heavenly tier techniques, how could one boast among peers? Although there are numerous sects without such techniques, these matters must remain unspoken. Who would dare to voice them publicly? Unable to endure Wu Qian's expectant gaze, Fan Nanju could only speak the truth. None. Wu Qian's disappointment was palpable, and before he could utter another word, Zhang Wenyuan interjected loudly. What? Your Pure Tranquility sect lacks even heavenly tier techniques? That cannot be true. Fan Nanju dreaded the mockery from his peers, but the derision arrived sooner than anticipated, prompting him to respond calmly. It is not that we have never possessed them. It is merely that, across a millennium of inheritance, some loss is inevitable. Wu Qian, filled with sympathy, lamented, such a vital asset lost is indeed a pity. In that moment, Fan Nanju found it difficult to discern whether the sentiment was genuine or malicious. leaving him speechless. Does your esteemed sect lack even the nascent soul stage? Wu Qian suddenly recalled something and blurted the question out. The 5-tier techniques, divine, celestial, earthly, human, and the corresponding realms, indicate that earthly techniques can only be cultivated to the perfect golden core stage. Just like Wu Qian now, to break through to the nascent soul, one must find heavenly tier techniques. He mused that if such a large sect as the Pure Tranquility sect lacked even the nascent soul stage, he could traverse the world unimpeded. Little did he know that a seemingly innocent probe would utterly infuriate Fan Nanju, who slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "How utterly disrespectful." Wu Qian was taken aback, and before he could clarify, a disciple hurriedly entered to report to Fan Nanju. "We have located the site of the Thunder Tribulation on the official road, but there are no clues regarding Elder Zhou. However, there are traces of a carriage and a lingering scent of blood." Fan Nanju's expression grew increasingly grim, a foreboding sense of trouble rising within him, prompting him to instruct the disciple to swiftly inform the sect master. Upon hearing the disciple's words, Wu Qian felt a tightening in his chest. With no techniques or spiritual herbs to offer, remaining was of little significance, and he quickly rose to take his leave. "Congratulations on the addition of another tribulation-transcending expert to the Pure Tranquility sect. I shall not impose further. Farewell." "Wait," Fan Nanju interjected, his gaze sweeping over the 3 men. "We shall not celebrate together." "Halt." Fan Nanju stood up, blocking their path. Even he, though not the sharpest, recognized that Thunder Tribulations did not emit a scent of blood. If there were any odor, it might be burnt. At that moment, another disciple entered with fresh news. "We have searched the surrounding area with no signs of personnel. The region has been sealed off. No one is permitted to leave. Young Master Wu, did you hear any thunder when you arrived?" Wu Qian glanced to his left. Zhang Wenyuan shook his head. He then looked to his right. Bao Shiting also shook his head. Wu Qian cursed inwardly at the 2 fools. The thunder was so loud. How could they claim not to have heard it? "I heard nothing," Wu Qian replied, bewildered. With such a cacophony, how could one not hear? As an elder, Fan Nanju was certainly no simple character, and growing increasingly suspicious of the 3, he quietly instructed a disciple to urgently summon the sect master. As the situation grew increasingly dire, Bao Shiting stepped forward. "Upon exiting the palace, we swiftly made our way to Qingjing Gate, the carriage moving at such a pace that it was hardly surprising we could not hear anything." After listening to Bao Shiting's words, Wu Qian felt utterly disheartened. Contemplating that if he had nothing of substance to say, he ought to remain silent. Indeed, Fan Nanju nodded silently, echoing Bao Shiting's sentiments. "Carriage?" He then turned to Zhang Wenyuan, stating, "Master Zhang, given the gravity of the incident at Qingjing Gate, it may be prudent for several of you to wait a moment longer until the sect leader arrives to personally escort you out." Wu Qian's anger flared. Though the words were eloquent, the implication was a desire to keep them under house arrest, showing a blatant disregard for the court. In such critical moments, the seasoned player proved invaluable. Zhang Wenyuan's expression turned icy as he locked eyes with Fan Nanju. "What do you mean, Elder Fan? Do you suspect us of being the culprits?" Wu Qian silently admired the reversal of roles, realizing that Zhang Wenyuan was not merely skilled in pretense. "Are you aware of the implications of imprisoning an official of the Astronomical Bureau?" Zhang Wenyuan pressed on relentlessly, allowing no respite to his adversary. "Let it be known, even if I were guilty of murder, it would still pertain to the Astronomical Bureau. To confine me is to show contempt for the Bureau itself." Fan Nanju's expression fluctuated. Fully aware that offending the Astronomical Bureau was ill-advised, yet he dared not release them lightly, merely hoping for the sect leader's swift arrival. "I shall leave this instant, and I challenge anyone to stop me," Zhang Wenyuan declared coldly, circumventing Fan Nanju as he proceeded outwards. Wu Qian inwardly nodded in approval. Not only was he adept at pretense, but he excelled at it. Fan Nanju dared not obstruct him. As the 3 emerged, they were met by an elderly man clad in a yellow robe, his gaze profound and his visage resembling that of a withered skeleton. His flowing robe danced in the breeze, enveloping his gaunt frame, with hair shimmering in silver hues. Each step he took seemed to propel him forward, traversing the lengthy square in merely 3 or 4 strides. Though appearing frail, he emanated an alarming aura of spiritual energy, locking onto Zhang Wenyuan from a distance. "Master Zhang, why such ire? Have we not treated our guests with due courtesy?" Chapter 84. Capture the leader first, Kai Weitang. 7th stage of Golden Core Realm. Since the arrival of the Withered Elder, Zhang Wenyuan had no choice but to halt. It was not that he wished to remain, but rather that he found himself utterly unable to proceed. Before Kai Weitang, a cultivator of the 1st stage of Foundation establishment, he felt akin to a sacrificial ant awaiting its fate. The sect leader of Qingjing Gate, as his reputation suggested, was formidable. Zhang Wenyuan could not discern who held greater prowess between Wu Qian and Kai Weitang. However, Kai Weitang had long been renowned. having elevated Qingjing Gate from obscurity to one of the three major sects in the capital, achieved through sheer strength and determination. Otherwise, they would not have established themselves in such a prime location, flanking the imperial city and seizing this auspicious terrain. Coupled with the presence of dozens of hall masters and elders, each at least a foundation establishment level, such formidable strength was evidently beyond Wu Qian's capacity to contend with. The arrival of the sect leader is most fortuitous. Elder Fan's intent to imprison us is nothing short of an affront to the Astronomical Bureau. Zhang Wenyuan swiftly shifted his demeanor, adopting a look of grievance as he performed a respectful gesture befitting a junior. Kai Weidang chuckled softly, approaching Zhang Wenyuan directly, his gaze unwavering. I have already inspected your carriage, Lord Zhang. What is the meaning of the bloodstains upon the wheels? Without a flicker of emotion, Zhang Wenyuan replied. That is mine. Oh, might I inquire, Lord Zhang, what transpired that resulted in such bloodshed? Zhang hesitated, grappling with the implications of mentioning the Shengshanjian, which would inevitably lead to Wu Qian, and from there to Lei Fa, ultimately necessitating a mention of Zhou Ilyang. In the end, he found himself unable to articulate anything at all. I fell. Ha! Kai Weitang laughed heartily, his imposing presence growing ever more formidable, causing Zhang Wenyuan to retreat further. The crowd behind Kai Weitang revealed their predatory intentions, with Kai stating, Does Lord Zhang truly believe I am but a child? Following this, his expression hardened as he gazed coldly at Zhang. You are correct, Lord Zhang. The Qingjing sect would not dare offend the Qingtian Supervisory Bureau. Yet, how could the Bureau dare to commit murder within the domain of the Qingjing sect? Your master has misconstrued matters, with Zhou Ilyang's prowess. The three of us would not stand a chance against him, let alone speak of murder. Zhang Wenyuan knew that Wu Qian could conceal his true strength, thus concocting this excuse. Kai Weidang snorted disdainfully. Who knows what treacherous poison the culprit employed? If you claim not to have slain him, then I must insist, Lord Zhang, that you cooperate with the Qingjing sect to unearth the assassin. Kai Weidang understood that in a direct confrontation, Zhang Wenyuan would undoubtedly falter against Zhou Ilyang. However, with some high-level spiritual talismans and leveraging the trust in the Qingtian Supervisory Bureau to launch a surprise attack, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for success. Given they were both in the foundational stage, he immediately ordered a search for any relics belonging to Zhou Ilyang. Zhang Wenyuan could no longer maintain his composure. Wu Qian possessed Zhou Ilyang's Qinquan bag and could not withstand such a search. Retreating once more, he feigned bravado. How dare you search a monitor-S person? Showing such disregard for the Qingtian Supervisory Bureau? This is the Qingjing sect. Regardless of what transpires, the news shall not escape. You cannot be permitted to kill in secret while forbidding the Qingjing sect from seeking retribution. Kai Weitang finally unveiled his true intentions, the murderous intent in his eyes now unabashed. Wu Qian observed coldly, having long perceived the shift in momentum. While a 7th-tier golden core cultivator like Kai Weidang was manageable, the sheer number of opponents, all in the foundational stage, was daunting. A direct confrontation was unfeasible, thus, cunning was required. To capture the thief, one must seize the king. Kai Weidang had consistently aimed his aggression at Zhang Wenyuan, leaving himself vulnerable. If only an opportune moment could be found to strike decisively, the remainder would be manageable. However, the challenge lay in discovering such an opportunity amidst the watchful gazes of many. Striking against a golden core cultivator was no simple feat, and any misstep would lead to immediate detection. If no opportunity presented itself, one must fabricate it. Wu Qian contemplated briefly, a plan forming in his mind. Just as the assembly of hall masters advanced to conduct a search, he exclaimed loudly, Lord Zhang, the time for concealment has passed. Let us confront them head-on. The statement resonated throughout the square like a thunderclap, startling everyone present. Zhang Wenyuan stood in a daze, grappling with the implications of such a proclamation. A mere spittle could turn him to a beehive. He contemplated kneeling, as he had intended to do. Upon hearing Wu Qian's words, Kai Weitang erupted with fury, his eyes wide with disbelief as he bellowed. You, Zhang Wenyuan, have slain my beloved disciple. I shall take your life. Zhou Ilyang, nurtured by the sect leader, had been a cherished pupil, elevated from a direct disciple to an esteemed elder. Now, with his life extinguished, there could be no reconciliation. Kai Weidang soared forward, his fists charged with spiritual energy, eschewing spells in favor of personally exacting vengeance upon the murderer of his disciple. His speed was akin to a fleeting shadow, leaving the onlookers unable to comprehend the rapidity of his approach. In an instant, he stood beside Zhang Wenyuan. Bang! Crack! Zhang Wenyuan remained frozen, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Kai Weitang hovered before him, gradually ascending. Wu Qian positioned himself between the two, emanating an aura of terror as he seized Kai Weitang by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Spiritual energy surged from his palm, invading Kai Weitang's body, wreaking havoc within his meridians, directly targeting his dantian. In a one-on-one confrontation, he felt assured of his prowess. Observing Kai Weitang, now restrained, with his dantian compromised, he could no longer muster resistance. Hanging limply like a piece of cured meat in Wu Qian's grasp. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The spectators could barely fathom the unfolding events, only to witness the sect leader rendered helpless. "Be cautious, sect leader," the crowd exclaimed in alarm, rushing to provide assistance. "Stay where you are?" Wu Qian's voice was laced with malice, his icy gaze fixed on Kai Weitang. Only he understood what had transpired at the moment of Kai Weitang's arrival. He had cloaked his presence with a defensive technique, instantaneously teleporting beside him, withstanding a punch using a formidable artifact, incapacitating him with a thunderous incantation, and ultimately employing the sword energy of the celestial sword to obliterate Kai Weitang's capacity for retaliation. In that moment, Wu Qian was no longer perceived as the meek chi refinement practitioner of moments prior. He had transformed into an enigmatic force, unleashing a powerful strike of unknown origin. No one present could detect a perfected golden core realm, yet Wu Qian appeared as though a celestial being had descended, suddenly transcending comprehension. Moreover, he was an inscrutable eunuch. After silencing the crowd, Wu Qian remarked coolly, "Old man, don't get too cocky." Kai Weitang spat blood, his eyes bulging with rage as he retorted vehemently, "If you kill me, how will you escape? Then I shall simply kill more of you." Wu Qian replied nonchalantly, "Do you truly believe they can restrain me?" Kai Weitang was rendered speechless. His golden core's 7th stage strength had been subdued in a single move, an unprecedented capture, leaving no room to question Wu Qian's capabilities. Moreover, with a power so elusive even to oneself, who could truly fathom the nature of Wu Qian? Should he indeed transcend several realms? It would be a formidable challenge for others to impede his advance. In this moment, it became evident why Zhang Wenyuan was so willing to submit to a mere youth. "What are your intentions?" Kai Weitang, finally resigned to his fate, sought a path to reconciliation. Wu Qian, however, was not so naive. The greatest threat lay within him. And what if he were to relent only to regret it later? As the crowd in the square swelled, the inner disciples encircled them. Wu Qian spoke with an air of indifference, instructing, "Elders and palace masters may remain, while the rest should disperse." The assembly of palace masters dared not refuse, yet recognized the futility of the situation. Thus they began to disperse their disciples, while simultaneously seeking an opportunity for rescue. During the dispersal, they exchanged furtive glances. Then, in the midst of the chaos, an elder skilled in movement, at the 7th stage of foundation establishment, seized the moment to charge forward recklessly. In mere moments, he found himself before Wu Qian, aiming to launch a surprise attack in a bid to save his compatriots. Witnessing this, others, amidst cries of admonition, unleashed their spells in support, fearful that Wu Qian might retaliate in desperation and take the sect leader down with him. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Spells and vitriol filled the square. Chapter 85, Internal Strife. The spells flew like shooting stars, their targets aimed squarely at the young man with the hand-formed seal. Wu Qian instantly became the focus of ire. Faced with this sudden turn of events, a smirk curled upon his lips, revealing his disdain as he placed Kai Weitang before him as a shield. Seeing this, the onlookers hesitated, fearing they might inadvertently strike the sect leader, and swiftly withdrew their spells. Meanwhile, Wu Qian subtly raised his other hand, pointing towards the elder hurtling towards him. A bolt of divine thunder descended, striking true upon the swiftly moving figure. The elder did not even emit a sound before vanishing into thin air, leaving behind only a pungent scent of blood. Moral value, 300. Demon seed value, 100. The expressions of the crowd darkened, finally grasping the whereabouts of Zhou Ilyang. With a soft thud, a Qinkuan bag fell to the ground. Wu Qian cast a glance at the dazed Zhang Wenyuan, giving him a slight shake of his head. Regaining his composure, Zhang Wenyuan hurriedly picked up the Qinkuan bag and reverently placed it into Wu Qian's chest. Harboring lingering resentment over Kai Weitang's attempt on his life, Zhang Wenyuan, now emboldened by Wu Qian's commanding presence, swiftly retaliated with a kick aimed at Kai Weitang's rear. "Now you understand the might of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau." Kai Weitang spat blood in anger. The others looked on, filled with indignation yet restrained, acutely aware of the consequences of failure. "Surrender all your spiritual artifacts, treasures, and anything of value." To ensure safety, Wu Qian initiated the confiscation of weapons, preventing these scoundrels from resorting to trickery once more. In no time, the square was filled with the clanking of items, rapidly forming small mounds of confiscated goods. There were flying swords and talismans, various treasures, spirit stones, elixirs, and even a rotund horned creature. That trinket is unwanted. Whoever owns it should promptly retrieve it. A mature and graceful female leader emerged from the crowd. gathering her belongings with a flushed face before hastily retreating to safety among the onlookers. What a playful scene. Wu Qian cast a fierce glare at the leader. Striving to calm his tumultuous emotions, Zhang Wenyuan assisted Wu Qian in stowing away the items into his spatial pouch and leaned in to whisper, "What shall we do now, Master Wu?" This commotion could provoke retribution from the Jingqing sect, which would be quite troublesome. He was more concerned about the aftermath than Wu Qian himself. If the Qintian Supervisory Office were to learn of his collusion with eunuchs to slaughter the practitioners of the Jingqing sect, even if no blood was shed, his career would be irrevocably ruined. Wu Qian pondered this matter. While leaving now posed no immediate danger, the complexities that awaited them afterward were significant. Not to mention revenge. Even if news of this incident were to leak, his secrets would no longer be safeguarded. With so many witnesses present, it would be impractical to swear blood oaths one by one. A single drop from each would turn the Jingqing sect into a veritable river of blood. What do you propose? Observing Zhang Wenyuan's eager demeanor, Wu Qian countered with a question. Annihilate the Jingqing sect. Leave no survivors, and then we shall have no further concerns. Get lost. Wu Qian retorted sharply, incredulous at the suggestion of exterminating hundreds from the Jingqing sect. He was not a ruthless executioner. Such notions would only lead him to moral transgressions. Zhang Wenyuan retreated in disappointment. Zhou Ilyang, who had spoken unkindly, faced dire consequences. In his eyes, Wu Qian was nothing short of a demon of death. Kai Weitang, having overheard their exchange, pondered for a moment before proposing, "If Master Wu were to release me, I could issue a decree in the name of the sect leader, forbidding anyone from pursuing this matter further." Wu Qian's eyes brightened at this notion. Controlling the influence through the sect leader was indeed straightforward and effective, as long as he could bind the leader with an oath. Kai Weitang sighed in relief. But he was far from satisfied. He contemplated how to unleash vengeance once unshackled. He silently cursed the inexperience of youth when Wu Qian's voice rang out clearly. "Who among you wishes to become the sect leader?" The crowd fell silent, evidently shocked by his bold question. Kai Weitang, momentarily bewildered, thought Wu Qian had misheard and hastily clarified, "I am the sect leader, Master Wu. If you release me, silence." Wu Qian interrupted coldly. Among them, Kai Weitang possessed the highest cultivation. He would not dare to release him lightly. Had he not feared a siege from the entire mountain, he would have annihilated the man by now, sparing himself from this exhausting predicament. If one sect leader could resolve the issue, why not seek a new one? It would be easier to control and could serve to sow discord among their enemies. He owed this brilliant idea to Kai Weitang's suggestion, for which Wu Qian felt a deep-seated gratitude. Recognizing Wu Qian's intent, Kai Weitang shouted with fervor, "I dare any of you to try." The crowd erupted in a chorus of insults, hurling accusations of Wu Qian's despicable and shameless nature. Yet this time, a few individuals remained surprisingly silent. Wu Qian observed keenly, realizing that the Qingjing sect was no longer a united front. At this moment, Zhang Wenyuan demonstrated his astute political instincts. Stepping into the center of the square and proclaiming loudly, "What are you shouting about? Is it not normal for the Qintian supervisor to oversee the selection of a leader?" The cacophony of insults diminished significantly, revealing an atmosphere of division. One faction hurled vitriol, while the other remained contemplative and silent. The vocal accusers were the close confidants of the leader, predominantly loyalists of Kai Weitang, unwavering in their allegiance. Conversely, the silent group consisted of those marginalized by the direct lineage, long dissatisfied with their plight. Even the most oblivious could discern the dissonance, and the leader's inner circle swiftly redirected their ire towards the silent individuals. Those who had been insulted, harboring grievances, retaliated vocally. The scene erupted into chaos, with the leader still suspended in uncertainty, while his subordinates were embroiled in a heated exchange. As tensions threatened to escalate further, Wu Qian stoked the flames, declaring, "Fight. Whoever wins claims victory." He then took the initiative, hurling a formidable thunderbolt, instantly slaying a palace lord and igniting the rebellion. The thunderclap resounded like a battle horn, and with Wu Qian leading the charge, the crowd surged forward, fiercely clashing with their opponents. With both sides stripped of weapons and treasures, they were left to rely solely on their spiritual power in a brutal contest. Those adept in spells fared somewhat better, while sword cultivators faced dire straits, resorting to primal combat devoid of the elegance typically associated with their craft. In a fleeting moment, carnage ensued, bodies strewn across the ground. Amidst the fray, a striking figure wielded the horned master with deadly finesse. The previously unconfiscated object became a formidable weapon, while others struggled in vain without proper tools. The once genteel female palace lord was now disheveled and bloodied, her face flushed, with the horned master cracked from the fierce exchanges. Each strike was lethal, each step fraught with peril. Wu Qian's eyes sparkled with admiration, inwardly acknowledging her valor. The heart of a woman can be most treacherous, indeed. The sage does not deceive us. One side remained composed of the leader's direct heirs. Despite Wu Qian's earlier triumph, they engaged in a fierce back and forth, rendering the situation increasingly tense. Noticing Zhang Wenyuan's foolish demeanor on the sidelines, Wu Qian could not help but exclaim, "Look sharp, will you not lend a hand?" Awakened from his stupor, Zhang Wenyuan swiftly joined the fray, bolstering their forces, shifting the advantage to them. With Zhang Wenyuan's participation and Wu Qian's intermittent thunderous strikes, the rebels quickly gained the upper hand, pursuing and slaughtering their adversaries. Soon, the battle approached its climax. Out of nearly 20 combatants, only 5 remained alive, all gravely wounded. Among them was the female palace lord, her lips stained with blood, her attire in tatters, and the horn master entirely broken, the other half lost to obscurity. "You are all fools," Kai Weidang lamented deeply. He understood that, following this confrontation, even if he managed to escape, the Qingjing sect would be severely weakened. Its vitality diminished to the point of near extinction. The realization that all this turmoil stemmed from the young man before him ignited a fury he could no longer contain. Disregarding the consequences of his dantian being shattered, he forcibly summoned a breath of spiritual energy and raised his hand to grasp at Wu Qian. "I shall fight you to the bitter end,"